Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes.
Strategic back again. What's going on, guys? I want to cover a young lady that has not gotten nearly as much media coverage as Madeline Soto, but I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to call her something. And I hope that I don't come off as inappropriate because that's not what my intention is at all. But I see the similarities between these two girls that it's almost like this girl is the black version of Madeline Soto, the African American Madeline Soto. And the reason why I say that is because both of these little girls was 13 years old. Both of them were groomed and abused by an older male that was a stepfather figure in their life. Both of them were sexually abused over a extended period of time, and both of them were killed. Now, we have not gotten definitive evidence that Madeline Soto was pregnant. We haven't gotten that yet. We may never get that. She may never have been pregnant. Maybe it was a thought in Stephen Stern's mind based off of the questions that the detectives were asking. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But it is confirmed that this beautiful little girl in Detroit was pregnant. Now, her name is Naziah Harris, and I might be saying her name incorrectly, and I'll correct myself as we go along covering this when the news says her name correctly, but I believe it's pronounced Naziah Harris. And Naziah Harris is a beautiful little girl who's taken advantage of by a serial predator. A serial pedophile predator. And this man is not only being charged with the assault and murder of this beautiful little girl, but he's also being charged with 2 other assaults with girls who were 13 and under during the time of the assault. One of those victims is 20 years old now, which shows you the amount of time that this man has been active as a predator. And his MO is, guess what? Seeking out vulnerable women. And he is, I guess you could say, an attractive guy by American beauty standards, whatever that may be. You guys will be the judge for yourself when you take a look at him. And he's using that to take advantage of women who are single mothers, many instances poor, many instances probably have a history of trauma, for the sole purpose of getting access to their daughters. I want to go ahead and bring the news in on this one because they do a really good job introducing us into this tragedy and the mind of this predator. Let's do it.
An already horrific story gets worse. A man is charged with murder and sex crimes after investigators say he killed a 13-year-old girl to hide the fact that he had gotten her pregnant. The body of 13-year-old Naziah Harris, though, has never been found.
So I said it correctly, Naziah Harris. And like he said, they still haven't found her body, but they have enough evidence to charge him with murder. Let's keep going.
Despite a lot of searching since her disappearance in January, today disturbing new details came to light as 41-year-old Jarvis Butts appeared in court to face several charges, and not just linked to Naziah. Sean Lay is live with these new revelations. Sean, it is difficult to even say out loud what this man is accused of doing.
I'm glad you said that, Kimberly. Absolutely. Stomach turning every fact that we're revealing and digging on this story. Absolutely. We're talking about motive here. We're talking about a guy, 41-year-old Jarvis Butts, just inside 36th District Court. Prosecutors laying out motive here that at age 13, Naziah Harris, he got her pregnant. He was reporting to prison. He was turning himself in the very day the Naziah went missing. Prosecutors.
And I think he was reporting to prison based off of the other cases that he had where he was abusing other girls, but they'll clarify. Let's see what's going on.
Say he could not allow her to have his baby while he was in prison. It would reveal years upon years of sexual abuse. Here's the latest.
Mr. Butts is a serial child rapist and murderer. Evidence will show that Jarvis Butts has been sexually assaulting Naziah Harris since at least the fall of 2022, and that Naziah Harris was pregnant.
This is the first time we are seeing 41-year-old Jarvis Butts in court.
You know, they were able to intercept text messages from the phones where she's telling him, like, hey, I haven't got my period this month. This guy is the worst of the worst. He's Stephen Stearns. He's what Stephen Stearns would have been if he did not kill Maddie and was able to continue to victimize this young lady and then move on past her to find other victims. Now, there might still be other victims that were victimized by Stephen Stearns that have not come forward yet. You never know. But a guy like Stephen Stearns, when Maddie ages out or him and Jennifer break up permanently, she says, you can't come around no more, he would be looking for another victim. This is what Stephen Stearns would look like, unchecked, unfeathered. Let's keep going.
Accused of the sexual assault and murder of 13-year-old Naziah Harris. And we learned new information from prosecutors today. Naziah went missing January 9th. On the very same day, Butts was due to turn himself in to serve a year sentence for carrying a concealed weapon. Listen closely to Assistant County Prosecutor.
All right, so he's currently facing the active cases for those other two girls. But as the news said, he was carrying a weapon as a felon, I guess, and that's what he was going to report to jail for.
Tina Ripley saying Butts had a Naziah Harris problem he had to handle before reporting to prison.
To turn himself in on January 9th of 2024 to serve a year-long sentence for CCW. This date ultimately got moved to February 7th of 2024, allowing him the opportunity and time to take care of his Naziah Harris problem.
Cover up a pregnancy, you hear about a pregnancy, and now you want to make sure that the pregnancy is gone. And
the funny thing is if these states weren't so pro-criminal, and I'm not blaming the state for this. There's no way that they could have known that this abuse was happening. But this guy was convicted. He already made a deal or whatever that he's going to serve time for this gun. He should have been in jail immediately, ladies and gentlemen. But because he had time to figure out his affairs and turn himself in, well, guess what? He had time to kill this girl. And I think it's that prison sentence that's a reason why she's dead now, because he didn't have enough time to figure this out. Like if he was free, he said, hey, I wanted you to get abortion. She'd probably be like, man, I don't really want to. I don't know. He'd have time to work on her. But the fact that he had a hard date that he had to turn himself in, if she was not complying with an abortion, I think he felt like he needed to kill her. I mean, he probably felt like he needed to kill her, period, because a 13-year-old can't go into an abortion clinic and say, give me an abortion without their parent being there. And even then, I think Child Protective Services might be called because they're just too young. They're not 16 or 17. They're just too young. So either way, he was screwed. Either way, the child probably would have ended up dying. But if he would have been sent to jail immediately, upon being sentenced, she'd probably still be alive right now. Let's keep going.
Naziah disappears.
Tiffany Jennings is Naziah's aunt. She has never spoken out before until now. Who's ultimately responsible for protecting Naziah from this guy?
Mother.
Oh, what a loaded question, right, Sean? In my
personal
personal opinion, with no affiliation, there are multiple parties involved, as many have already stated. And I just have to hold on to hope that the entire truth will come to light. This is
very intelligent. I like this lady. She's very intelligent, very smart, very well spoken. I love it. I love it. But I think what she's alluding to, and I'm not trying to put words in her mouth because she was very artful with how she spoke. I think she's right. It's not any one person, it's a community. But at the end of the day, it is the mother. And if it was reversed, and if it was a wife that was having sex with a son or even a daughter, who knows? It would be the father's responsibility. It is always the buck will always stop with the parent. So the fact that the parent allowed this man into her life, and by default, her daughter's life, culpability, some measure of culpability lies with the parent. Now, is that fair? Life isn't fair. But at the end of the day, like a CEO, like a general, like a lieutenant or a sergeant who's out there in the field with their men in the theater of war, at the end of the day, the buck stops with them. And that's why those soldiers are going to go through that door when that lieutenant or that sergeant says, go through that door. They're going to go through that door because they respect the chain of command and they understand that the buck stops with that person. If something goes right, great. Something goes wrong, The buck stops with them. The buck stops with the parent at the end of the day. Let's keep going.
This is the beginning of the truth, and we're very grateful for this part, but the entire story will come out.
Quickly to say who Tiffany Jennings is there. She's Nazia's aunt. However, Nazia's dad, that's her sister. So she was not involved in the family goings-ons inside different houses about protecting this little girl. I won't explain who that is. Butts hit with 2 other charges, one for the sexual assault of a girl under the age of 13, and another, his own daughter, apparently, 4 years old, who allegedly gave an STD. I told you, it just keeps getting worse. He
gave his own daughter, who's 4 years old, an STD. This guy is a monster. This guy really is a beast. He is a rabid animal. Unbelievable.
Now being held without any bond. Chief White said it best yesterday that if convicted, if all this is true, that he cannot hurt anyone else. That's why Tamara Smith, Board of Commissioners, Police Chief Kim Worthy saying if anyone else feels that they have been assaulted or violated or part of this case, have the bravery to come forward right now. Back to you.
Wow. That is just horrible. I'm not even going to let the reporter finish because I know what she's going to say. It's just horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. I want to play this one for you guys, and we're going to read some news and really get to the bottom of this, man.
The man believed to be responsible for the disappearance and death of 13-year-old Naziah Harris will remain in jail without bond. This after being arraigned in court this afternoon. 41-year-old Jarvis Butts is charged with premeditated murder, criminal sexual conduct, and child sexual abuse. Investigators say Butts has a long history of sexually abusing Harris and even got her pregnant. The teen went missing 9 months ago after getting off a school bus on the east side of Detroit. Since then, police have searched neighborhoods and bodies of water with no luck. Naziah's body has not been found.
Wow.
I just want this case to move forward. Naziah receives the justice that she demands by this. Use the words. Anyone who has been.
Butts has also been charged for sexually abusing 2 other young girls under the age of 13. He's due back in court next Friday for a probable.
And we know from the article, I know that one of them is 20 years old, but was abused by him when she was less than 13 years old. And the news just told us the other one is his 4-year-old daughter, who he abused and gave an STD to, ladies and gentlemen. It just gets worse out there. We got to protect the children, guys. We have to put the kids first. That's why I'm so adamant about calling people out when they fail the children, because we have to put our kids first. They just have to come before our ego, before everything, man. All right, let's read some articles on this. CBS Detroit. The Wayne County Prosecutor's Office is charging a Detroit man with murder and sexual assault in connection to the case of Naziah Harris, who has been missing since January. So she went missing before Maddie. But I say she's Maddie-like. She's a black Maddie. I say that because Maddie, her killer was caught first. So we've been dealing with the aftermath of Maddie going through the process of getting justice for these last few months, whether this young lady, she was missing since January, but just now in the last 24 hours, her killer, her murderer, has been brought to justice. So let's keep going. Jarvis Butts, 41, of Detroit, was charged with first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree criminal sexual conduct, and child sexual abuse activity. Unbelievable. Let's keep going. Let's read some more. Butts was arraigned Friday afternoon and remanded to jail. He's back in court for a probable cause conference on October 4th and has a preliminary examination on October 10th. Evidence shows that Harris is dead, but her body has not been found, according to the prosecutor's office. Now, I don't think they have a death penalty in Detroit, in Michigan, rather, which is unfortunate, because this rabid dog should be put down. And that's just the end of it. Let's keep going. Authorities review witness statements, surveillance video, phone extractions, police reports, medical records, including 111 gigabytes of video, 506 gigabytes of phone extraction, and 19 gigabytes of documents. So they probably got videos of him abusing her too, kind of very similar to the Maddie situation. Butch is also being charged for the sexual abuse of 2 other girls in separate cases. The girls were under the age of 13 at the time of the offenses occurred, according to Wayne County Prosecutor Kim Worthy. One of those victims, who is now 20 years old, was allegedly assaulted by Butts from April 2012 to April 2014 at a residence in Detroit. He's being charged with 1 count of first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 3 counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct, all involving a child under 13 years of age. The other additional victim, who's now 13 years old, was allegedly assaulted by Butts from July 2015 to July 2017 at a residence in Detroit. He was charged with 1 count of second-degree criminal sexual conduct, again involving a child under 13. We know now that child, one of those children, was 4 years old, guys. Mr. Butts targeted and befriended women to have sexual relationships with their daughters, said Worthy. He would have relationships with their mothers, but his true desire was to have sex with their young daughters. That's what the evidence will show. Butts is expected to be arraigned after 10 a.m. on Friday. Prosecutors detail Butts' alleged crimes against Naziah Harris. So let's go into the nitty-gritty of the crimes. Harris knew Butts through family members and allegedly met up with him after school on January 19th. Evidence shows that she sent a message to Butts from her tablet, which indicated they were going to meet up after school that day. After school, she met up with Butts and a coworker, and she went with them to their auto repair shop on O'Connor in Detroit. According to prosecutor's office, at 9:30 p.m. that night, Butts allegedly checked into a motel, which is confirmed by receipt and his phone putting him at the location. Harris was never seen again after January 9th. Let's go deeper. Let's see what they got. Let's see if they go deeper. Prosecutor's office says Butts knew Harris because he is the father of children with Naziah's biological aunt. Butts allegedly started sending Harris sexually explicit texts in September of 2022. In September 2023, she allegedly sent Butts a message that she had not had her period. And in November 2023, Butts was aware Harris was pregnant, according to evidence. Phone records also show that Butts had been searching for abortion options online. So she was well into her pregnancy by the time she died in January. So we're talking about, yeah, she's like four months. It was too late, man. 4 months. Wow. On January 10th, the day after Harris has last been seen, Butts was allegedly in the area of the Rouge River in Detroit. The clothes that Harris has seen wearing were found in this area. The evidence in this case will clearly show that the defendant's alleged actions were beyond predatory, said Worthy. They were vulturous. Wow. He groomed and preyed upon Naziah, with expertise. He groomed and preyed upon Naziah with expertise. We will prove that he killed young Naziah after he found out she was pregnant at 13 with his child. Background on Naziah Harris case. The 13-year-old was last seen getting off her school bus, the corner of Cornwell and 3 Mile Drive on January 9th. Her family reported her missing to school district authorities the next day. The next day they reported her missing? You know, this little girl came from a very broken home that she could be missing for 24 hours and nobody will say anything. Wow. Then on February 13th, the Detroit Police Department took over the investigation. She's 13 years old. She was to be reported missing an hour if they don't see her after the school bus arrives. 5 minutes after the school bus arrives, she's supposed to be reported missing. She's not here? What? Bus just pulled off, missing. Wow. Detroit Police Department took over the investigation. During the press conference, Worthy noted that the investigation would have moved forward faster if the school district had turned the case over sooner. Wow. I want to know what that disconnect was. Since then, investigators have searched several locations across the city, and Michigan State Police searched a pond in Clinton Township. All right, so I get the family reported to the school district that she was missing, and the school district, I guess, was doing their own investigation. I don't know what kind of law enforcement authorities they have over there. My question is, why wouldn't the school district have returned this over sooner, number one? And number two, why didn't the parents or the parent, it's most likely a single parent home, report this to the local police sooner? I got questions. Police said tips had led them to an area of the Rouge River located behind Greater Grace Temple off 7 Mile Road and Shiawassee. Detroit police was assisted by 13 other local, state, and federal partners during the search. There's something very specific about this area that we want to take off this list, and that's why we're here today, Detroit Police Chief said. On August 15th, prosecutor's office announced it was working to determine whether to file charges after receiving a warrant request from the Detroit Police Department. At the time, the prosecutor's office said it would take time to complete the review and wouldn't release any additional details about the request. Wow, that's it for that. Very sad stuff, ladies and gentlemen. This beautiful little girl, I want to put her picture up. She has such a nice smile. Such a nice smile. Apologize, guys. I just need to put her picture up. Have to put that picture up. I want her to be in the back of me. This beautiful little girl. I want people to understand that this girl was groomed. Do not think for 1 second that this is a little girl who knew what she was doing. No. This little girl was groomed. All right. Little girls this age, little boys this age, any human being this age, they are not mature enough to make decisions on having intercourse with adults or anyone else for that matter. This man, like the district attorney said, expertly groomed her. This man was a predator, a pedophile. He sought her out. He put himself in a position to get closer to this child. He abused her. And when she got pregnant, as a result of his horrible actions, he took her away from this planet. I can't wait for this beautiful little girl to get the justice that she deserves. I cannot wait. I'm waiting on bated breath for her to get the justice that she deserves. Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to bring awareness to Naziah Harris. Like and subscribe, join the channel. I'll see you guys on the next one. Strategic is out of here. Peace. Well. We got a great many things to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. I just posted a video on my YouTube Shorts that's now gone viral. It's a video that I reposted off of Instagram. And people have been saying, Strategic, why can't we get a more higher resolution copy? Well, I was able to get slightly better resolution copy for us to see two UFOs. Well, let's be more exact. A UAP and a UFO dogfighting in the sky. That's right. It looks like the UAP that appears to be of terrestrial origin attacks the orange globe that does not look like it's from this planet. That globe does not flinch one bit, and the UAP that appears to be of terrestrial origin drops out of the sky like a brick. Yeah. And they're telling us there's nothing to worry about, but it appears that the government is worried because they're sending their countermeasures after these unidentified flying objects, and those unidentified flying objects are knocking our technology out of the sky like a parent spanking a baby. Now, before I play this video for you guys, I want you guys to pay attention to the misdirection. We have a misdirection that just came out of Boston. In Boston, a few enthusiasts, idiots, whatever, were flying drones next to Logan International Airport. But this is how we know that the government can't track these UAPs. Why? Because a local police agency was able to use existing technology to not only track where those fools were, where the drone had taken off from, where it landed, even the name and the registered owner of the drone to instantly go to the exact location that those guys were and arrested them. If they could do that for these UAPs, why haven't they done it already? Why? Because they can't track them. And guess what? They've been honest. They've told us as much. So without further delay, let's check out UAPs dog fighting in the sky. Let's do it.
Oh, something's going up real fast. A plane?
It's not a plane, sweetheart.
Oh, is that moving quick? That could be a drone. I don't know what the hell that is. But that is quick. There's only one remaining right now. Whatever that green flashing one is, he moved quick around it to get it. Super quick. He's like right there with it. Oh, he's like right on it. Oh, that whatever it was just shut down the drone. If that was a drone.
Now, if I was there, I'd go pick it up. Notice the orange globe did not move one bit. The green blinking drone that looks like it's of terrestrial origin, we've seen those things close up, especially out of footage that was taken in New Jersey. They look like they were man-made. They don't look like they're shaped like something out of this world. They certainly look like they're man-made. They're moving at times like they have advanced technology, but they're certainly man-made. That man-made object blinking with FAA safety lights made its way to an object that is stationary, very eerily stationary, glowing a very peculiar orange, otherworldly glow. It's just stationary. It's not moving. The green flashing FAA lighted UAV, whatever you want to call it, circles it, engages it, and boom, knocked out of the sky. Orange globe stands there like, whatever. And then it changes color, and then that's the end of the video. Look at that one more time from the moment that it mattered. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. It's the best I could do. Check it out.
Right on it.
We'll go back even a little further. What is that orange thing in the sky?
Oh, he's like right on it. That whatever it was just shut down the drone. If that was a drone.
Now, there are people who are drone experts, and what they're saying is when drones, and listen, first of all, this is all software. So there's no reason why a defense contractor, a DARPA would implement the same software that a DJI drone has. But people who are saying that when a battery is dead or something to that effect, the drones usually turn red. I don't know if that would be true for these government-issued top secret military grade drones that they would program it to do the exact same thing. But what we do know, it was flashing green. It engaged the orange globe. After it engaged the orange globe, it goes from green to red and drops to the ground. Where did that drone drop? Were there other people around who would see the same interaction with these objects in the sky and decide to go and track down the downed drone? Why is it nobody can find these things when they are downed, much less track these things when they're in the sky? Unless the government is preventing you from doing it. Guys, there's something going on out there. There's something going on out there, or up there rather, and they're not telling us, and it's playing out right before our very eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, when the government used their tracking technology in Boston, they were able to capture the culprits in minutes. Why can't they do it with any of these unidentified objects, whether it be the green ones that everybody universally agrees is of terrestrial origins, or for the globes, the ones that don't look like they are from this world? And before I let you go, I want to remind you guys of when we observed that ABC News coverage of the globe that they caught live on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take another look at that.
Things like this are happening. It seems everyone starts to look up, like my crew and I have been here in Mendham recording this video that you're looking at right now. We have no idea what it is, if it's a natural phenomenon, because it could be. But this is why so many municipalities are now asking people to reach out and send their videos to them or to experts who might.
Kind of looks like what an orange globe would look like during the day, the way that it's circular and the way that it moves in the nighttime. Remember, they could change colors anytime they want, but it kind of looks similar, right, to that orange globe.
Might be able to sort out what they're seeing in the skies, but I guarantee there are so many people looking up and making those recordings because this mystery is one that needs to be solved.
It was definitely a mystery, guys. Make it make sense, people. This is the year 2025 when we find out it all. This is the year of revealance. This is the year when the truth is told to us. I see you guys in the next one. Strategic is out of here. Peace.
Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes.
Strategic back again. What's going on, guys? I got an interesting show for you guys today. We're talking about the drones again, the drones, the UAPs, the UFOs. We're going to have a short show today because I got to get out of here and get to work, but I got some interesting news for you fine, beautiful people. My sister, my own flesh and blood, has actually observed a UAP on her own. Not only did she observe it, but she also recorded it. So I'm going to play that video for you guys in just a little bit, where my own sister was in New Jersey and recorded the UAP, or at least one of the UAPs that is terrorizing the people of New Jersey. I mean, I'm only saying terrorizing because people are very concerned about these UAPs and nobody's giving them answers about it. And then we're also going to go into a few other things. I know you guys noticed my new hat here. We added an antenna on the top so we can detect and block out all of the government lies, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to talk about how the government continually lies to us about these UAPs/UFOs. They're trying to treat us like we're dumb, ladies and gentlemen. I want to jump into something real quick. I'm going to play for you guys my sister's video at the end of the live stream, but we're going to start off with the many lies they're telling us because, like President-elect Donald Trump said, regardless of whether you like the guy or not, whatever your political opinions means nothing, the guy said the government knows exactly what's going on and they should tell the American people. So why aren't they telling us what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Just tell us what's going on. We already know we're not alone because the whistleblower came forward and told us that we're not alone. And many of us were paying attention. Big shout out to Lenny23 with a $50 super chat. Says, happy holidays. Happy holidays to you too. Maybe we'll be spending the holidays with ET, but I don't know. What do I know? I don't know anything. I'm the guy with the tinfoil hat on the top of my head. Anyway, let's listen to this, guys. I want to bring you guys in here because they started out this narrative. In fact, I didn't even tell Aki that I'm live, and we need some moderators in here. You never know when the trolley trolls might arrive. Let me just let her know I am live before I get deep into this, guys. Perfect. They're starting out this narrative that allegedly there's this missing nuclear material, and these drones may be American drones that are looking for this nuclear material. But there's some problems with that theory, guys. One problem is that this alert that came out there to the government, from the government rather, to law enforcement saying, hey, listen, we're missing some nuclear material. That alert came out in December 4th of 2024. People were seeing these UAPs/UFOs long before December 4th, 2024. Lastly, if you're looking for nuclear material, this missing nuclear material, well, why is it you're shutting down airports by illegally flying these drones over airports? Why are you flying these drones over military bases with weapon stockpiles? Why would a terrorist, you know, you gotta be careful what you say on YouTube, drive to a military arsenal? If you wanted to cause mass casualties because you got a dirty bomb, you would drive to New York City, right over the George Washington Bridge. You would drive to Patterson, New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey, Jersey City. You would go to a major population base to do your dirty wares. You wouldn't go to a military base. You wouldn't go to an airport. All of these UAPs, UFOs are flying over sensitive areas. They're not flying over major metropolis areas like New York City and Jersey City and Newark and Patterson. They're flying over government installations. They're flying over airports. Explain that to us, guys, because I've got the lie detector on the top of my head. I know when you're lying to me, big government. You're lying to me right now. Let's listen to this nuclear expert debunked the lies that the government is coming out with, talking about, oh, it's just a missing piece of nuclear material. Listen to what this guy has to say about that alert.
Remind me a little bit of the flying saucer scares in the 1950s. But we're in a different technological age, and there are these drones around, right, that were not around before. And we also have the heritage of the Cold War with the nuclear arsenals that were built then, and smaller arsenals are around today. And obviously, radiological materials are part of our lives in medical settings and other settings. So looking at this document from the New Jersey EPA, it looks like
So now he's about to talk about the document from the New Jersey EPA. Pay attention, but I got to give a big shout out to Jamie Peace with a $2 super chat. She says, my sister has a video of these orbs in Colorado Springs. Tell your sister to email me those videos at strategiceyes@gmail.com. You can find my email in the description. Every single video that I put out there, use the email, send me the evidence. Appreciate you. And also another big shout out to Lenny23 who gave that $50 super chat. Lenny23 has been a supporter of the channel for a very long time, and he gave me permission to talk about this, but I do talk true crime on this channel. We're talking about this because this is important. This is important for the human race. That's why we put the hat on and we're trying to seek truth. But this is a true crime channel, and I'm also an active duty detective, sex crimes detective. And with the help of Lenny23, because of the position that he holds in the outside world, I was able to catch an employee of his who committed a sex crime and bring that guy to justice. That shows you what a small world this is. It shows you what a small world this is. Not to get off our UFO topic, but that shows you what a small world this is. So thank you so much for being a longtime supporter, Lenny23, and thank you so much for what you did for that victim in the real world by cooperating and helping to get that bad guy in custody. Let's keep going, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep going. He's about to tell us what that EPA document that they're trying to scapegoat and say, oh, there's missing nuclear material. There's missing nuclear material. That's what those guys are looking for. Those it's up there. Those things up there are looking for nuclear material. Well, tell us about it, doctor.
Basically, what they're saying is that there was a rod. There was a small component from a medical scanner which uses germanium-68, which is a radiological material. But this small item has gone missing in transit. If you read the document itself,
a small item like this, you mean like you talking about nuclear radiological material, like the stuff you find in a dentist's office? So some transnational government organization robbed a truck that was not even guarded for nuclear material that you can find in x-ray machines. You guys know that the Department of Energy has a commando unit They have a unit of former Navy SEALs and commandos from our special forces and law enforcement guys who could pass the muster, whose job it is to drive and escort nuclear material across this country with the ability to kill at will if somebody's going to stop that transport to steal the nuclear material. You understand that? So if we have a truck delivering a rod of germanium, that means it was not deemed worthy enough of actually getting protection. That means it's harmless. There's no way we're transporting nuclear material by law without it having an armed escort if it could be used to hurt other people. It doesn't work that way. Let's let this guy keep going.
It underscores very, very clearly that there's minimal health risk from this.
Minimal.
So just based on that document, I wouldn't be concerned about a risk to the public. And frankly, I wouldn't connect that up with the drones at all.
This guy's got 30 years of experience in the nuclear industry. He said it's harmless, and he would under no circumstances say that there's a connection between this December 4th disappearance of some mildly radioactive medical grade stuff and top secret drones that look terrestrial. There are two types of drones in the sky, ladies and gentlemen. There are otherworldly drones, UAPs, UFOs, and there are worldly terrestrial drones that move unlike any technology that we know of today, but they certainly look like human beings made them. You're trying to tell us that the extraterrestrial ones and the terrestrial ones are all looking for some fissile material, or it's not fissile material, excuse me, some germanium rods that you can find inside an X-ray machine. That's what you're trying to tell us? Well, he's telling us that's not what's happening, but that's what the government is trying to tell us. We're not dumb, guys. We've all bought the Strategic Eyes hat that was designed by Prada that is guaranteed to keep the lies out of your brain. Everybody who watches this show has one of these. We're not stupid. You guys can't fool us. Tell us the truth. What the hell is happening in the skies of New York City and New Jersey and Connecticut and Arizona and Colorado? Screw it, all around the world at this point. People are having sightings of these UAP UFOs. What is happening up there, ladies and gentlemen? Let's keep going.
No facts I've seen in the public record that would suggest that there's some sort of search underway for this piece, this component from some medical scanner, right? Using some sort of secret drone operation, much less there's, some government entity which is using drones off New Jersey to look for a loose nuclear weapon. I mean, there's just so I've worked nuclear issues my career over 30 years, including focusing a lot on the question of loose nukes out of the former Soviet Union. And there's nothing in the public record today that suggests that we are at a greater risk from a Soviet-built nuclear weapon than we were 2 weeks ago or 15 years ago. The risk was largest when the Soviet Empire cracked up in the late 80s and the early 1990s. And then there were tens of thousands of Soviet nuclear weapons scattered across 15 Soviet republics.
You think that Osama bin Laden would have gone through the trouble of training a dozen people how to fly planes, pay for them to have living quarters in America, pay for them to get plane tickets, coordinate, practice to take over multiple planes and crash them all around America? You think he'd go through all of that lengths if he could have just got his hands on one nuke from the former Soviet Union? If he could get his hands on one of those nukes, he would have got his hands on one of those nukes decades before 9/11. There's so many people that hate us. If they could have gotten their hands on those nukes, they would have already gotten their hands on those nukes. Now, out of nowhere, supposedly, we're worried about nukes. But why won't you just tell us? We're already in mass hysteria because these weird objects are flying above our skies with impunity. Why don't you just tell us, ladies and gentlemen? We, the people, can help you find those nukes. We'll be reporting all the suspicious activity that we see out there. The black trucks without any windows, we'll report that in for you. Why not just tell us the truth, ladies and gentlemen? Why not do what the government usually does and say, well, it may not be, but we have some threats, so this is what we're doing. You don't even have to say it's imminent. There's a nuke in the tri-state area. You could just say there's a threat, and those drones are up there to help. Why pretend like they don't exist? Why tell us, don't believe your lying eyes, ladies and gentlemen? Believe us. Believe us. We're the ones who's been trying to balance the budget for years. Believe us, guys. We got your back. We don't believe you. The hat never lies. The hat never lies. Let's keep going.
And then in the Red Army occupied parts of Eastern Europe, and the security was terrible, the accounting was awful, and the United States worked closely with Russia for a couple of decades after the end of the Cold War through the Nunn-Lugar CTR program to round up.
Let me stop you there, Dakota.
So, yeah.
Let me.
So now Cuomo's going to stop him to, do his usual. I think I'm the smartest guy in the room. I'm not going to lie to you. I hate Cuomo, guys. Can't stand him. Can't stand his brother. Used to work for state government. His brother's terrible. His brother hates unions. So when them aliens come, you better go get Cuomo first. Not him, but his brother. Go get his brother. His brother hates unions, and that's why I don't like him. But anyway, let's keep going. I want to show you guys something else, guys. I'm going to tell you the new lie that they're saying, because they tried to hit us with this bullcrap nuclear lie. Now they got a new one for us, man. This is the best lie that they could think of so far, ladies and gentlemen. Check this one out. Then after that, we're going to go into the video my sister recorded in New Jersey. She was traveling through New Jersey. It was a longer video, but she edited it down because there were personal stuff inside of her car that, of course, she didn't want the world to see. So this is the edited version. Of course, my sister's artistic. She's an artsy type, so she had to add some music to it. But you're going to see the video she took in her car while in New Jersey of the UAP UFOs. But first, let's listen to another lie from Uncle Sam.
On Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us. We want to continue to talk about the mysteries in the sky. We're talking about the drone.
Hold on here. This is very disappointing. I think we got a lot of government agents watching this video right now, because I have almost 500 people watching this live stream, taking time out of their lives, watching this live stream, and only 117 of them have hit the like button. So what I'm guessing is we got a lot of government agents watching this live stream right now, and they're getting paid to watch this live stream, so they're not interested in hitting the like button because they really don't like me. They're just trying to figure out what I'm going to say so that maybe they could throw me in that back of that nice SUV they got parked across the street for the last 3 weeks and take me somewhere special that I'll never be seen again. Hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. And if the federales come knocking on the door, well, we're just going to invite them in and give them some cookies. Anyway, let's keep going. Hit the like button.
Own mysteries that are really prevalent across the Northeast, really all across the country. So many of you have been calling in to newsrooms like this one, sending in emails saying, okay, we see this in the sky, we see that. And it's really prevalent right now in New Jersey, New York area. So many people on the daily really talking about it on social media, posting what they saw the night before. Government says, do not worry, this is all normal. Pentagon now saying that this is just recreational drones, or maybe some type of police activity within the local areas, but nothing to worry about as far as anything foreign. Let's see if that will continue there, because there's just so much mystery still surrounding this. So let's continue to talk about this. The FBI putting out a major drone warning now to Americans. They are worried that some people are going to start taking this into their own hands. And
look at that thing, man. When you see my sister's video, it's going to look just like these. Listen, guys, listen, I like to have fun, okay? I'm a joking guy. We're having a great time, okay? Let's cut the barrier here. Let's cut that act. We're having a great time. My sister's video is the same video that you see here. My sister, we're not going to come here and lie to you guys on YouTube. We're going to have fun. I want to make you laugh. I want to let you have a good time. But I'm making these videos because I'm dead serious. I'm making these videos because I'm worried. I'm making these videos because I want the truth. I deserve the truth. All right? When I'm done here and I take the tinfoil hat off and I get in that car, I'm going to go down to my job and I'm going to try and help sex crimes victims. That's what I really do. That's my real job if you're new to the channel. I'm a detective. All right, we're having a good time here, but this is real stuff that's happening that our government in real time is lying to us, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to show you the video when we're done with this, and it's the same video that we're constantly seeing. people are seeing the same technology, the same objects. If they're just planes or this or that or some random stuff, why is it the same design? Why is it the same, engineering that people are constantly catching on the cameras? Why, ladies and gentlemen? And why aren't they telling us the truth? Now they're telling us it's just hobbyists. They're telling us, oh, all you're seeing is just hobbyists flying around their drones. Nothing to see here. It's just stupid people flying their drones around. We don't believe it. We're not stupid, ladies and gentlemen. Why is Uncle Sam treating us like we're stupid? This is not 1962 where you could tell us everything and we're going to run around saying, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Wise words. I kind of believe those words, but not in an era with a country that does not give a damn about its citizens. You ask what you can do for your country when your country loves you and respects you, not a country that can't even tell us what the hell is flying above us in the sky, keeping people all scared and crap. I can't even speak anymore. Let's listen to this guy. Let's listen to this FBI statement.
Start shooting at the drones. The FBI field office in Newark urged New Jersey residents this week not to shoot down drones or point lasers at manned aircraft, taking to social media to warn against the dangerous and possibly deadly activity, which comes amid an uptick in reported drone sightings along the U.S. East Coast. The drone sightings have prompted a collective sense of panic among residents who have taken to social media to share photos and videos of believed drones captured in the darkened U.S. skies. The shared sense of fear-mongering has also prompted some vigilante-like responses, with some social media users documenting efforts to take matters into their own hands.
What do you think is going to happen? This is America, man. We are the land of the free and home of the brave, baby. If you don't give us answers, if you don't tell us, guys, don't shoot at the drones because that might start an intergalactic war. If you don't tell us the truth, we're going to take matters into our own hand. We are a country built on revolution, baby. We don't fear the government. We don't fear you, okay? We are Americans. So if you don't give us answers, we're going to go find answers for ourselves. People are going to start busting some shots at them things. People are going to start flying their drones into them. People are going to start whipping out the RPGs that we all got in our collection in the closet and start shooting it at those bad boys. Come on, man. You're making this mess yourself, ladies and gentlemen, because you're not, of the government rather, because you're not telling us what's up there. And in the absence of truth, people will go and find it, ladies and gentlemen. We will find our own truth. The government is making a monster. They better talk about this before we have an intergalactic war. But let's keep going.
Including via laser beam. In the statement released by the FBI and New Jersey State Police, authorities expressly warned against such activities, citing an increase in pilots of manned aircraft in the area who have been hit in the eyes with lasers after being misidentified as a drone by someone on the ground. Officials said that there is also concern that people on the ground could also mistakenly fire weapons at what they believe to be an unmanned aircraft system, or UAS, but in fact, it is a manned aircraft. FBI Newark, New Jersey State Police, and dozens of other agencies and law enforcement partners have been out every night for several weeks to legally track down operators acting illegally or with nefarious intent, and using every available tool and piece of equipment to find the answers the public is seeking. The authorities said in the statement, however, there could be dangerous and possibly deadly consequences if manned aircraft are targeted mistakenly as UAS. They also noted how easy it can be for an individual on the ground to mistake a manned aircraft for a UAS. Misidentification often occurs when UAS are mistaken for more familiar objects such as manned aircraft.
All right. We get it, buddy. So basically the FBI is saying these are drones that are operated by hobbyists, because hobbyists are running around with SUV-sized drones. They run around with Escalades that got, quadcopters on the tires, because that's what they describe. They're saying these things are the size of SUVs. We just running around with Porsches and Ferraris with quadcopter blades on the side. Hobbyists got that. You know how much expensive it is to just build from hand one of those small little racing drones that the hobbyists like to mess with. Those FPV racing drones. You know how expensive, the thousands of dollars it costs to build those? They're telling us that hobbyists are the ones who are flying these drones, that they've built 10, 15-foot drones that have wingspans that look like they're planes, and they're flying them around Jersey, these drones that make almost no noise. They have silent technology that have almost no heat signature, which requires special alloys if you're going to do it the way we do it with our stealth fighters, because our stealth fighters have low heat signatures. That's not alien technology. Now, no heat signature whatsoever is going to be some super high-tech, maybe alien technology, but we have in mainstream, we know about it. You can Google it. You can watch it on YouTube. Our stealth fighter planes that have low heat signatures. So some hobbyist has the special alloys, the heat absorbing paint that you cannot find at Home Depot or Lowe's, that could make almost no heat signature on these drones, and they sending them up there. And not only that, you can't hear an engine, you can't hear blades, so they've got some technology to have silent blades, and most importantly, these drones appear and are being observed to fly for more than 5 hours without refueling or recharging. So now they have the technology to have some unknown power source that keeps these things hovering in the sky all night until they miraculously disappear, because these things appear to be flying between 7 and 11 p.m. Why that schedule for? Why that schedule, ladies and gentlemen? Well, we're going to go over and we're going to watch the video that my sister took. This is a first-hand account, ladies and gentlemen. We're not relying off of what other people are testifying to. This is a first-hand account. I was at work last night when my sister called me and said, I saw the UAP. I said, did they do anything to you? Did they take you anywhere? They didn't abduct her. But I have a theory as to why my sister saw the UAP. Stay tuned for my theory. Check out her video. I uploaded it to my shorts for my members only. So we'll be playing this from the members only area. It's short, but it's telling. Check this out. I have a theory, ladies and gentlemen. I have a theory as to why my sister saw that drone. I believe I know why my sister saw that drone. I want to show you guys something. I think they wanted me to get upset that they were harassing my sister by flying above her car so that I can go to her rescue, and then they'd abduct me and do this to me.
I'm sick of it. It's completely immature. Hey, it's happening again. Whoa, look at that. Now do you believe us, Cartman? You guys can't scare me. I know you're making it all up. Cartman, there's an 80-foot satellite dish sticking out of your ass.
They want to do anal probes, ladies and gentlemen. But guess what? You can't have my booty. They have my booty. You can't have my booty, aliens. I'm done. Guys, I appreciate you guys for joining me. That is a real video my sister took. It was a much longer video. She followed it for a while, but once again, she was in the car with her kids and her family, her husband, and all that good stuff. And she, of course, she didn't want anybody anybody recognizable. She didn't want her family and her personal effects inside of the video, so she cut it down short. And of course, like I told you, my sister's mad artistic, so she had to add the music. But yo, listen, it's just showing you anybody can go out to these areas and actually see these drones. It's not a mystery. They're not hiding. They're out there. They're in plain sight, and nobody is saying something about it from the government. Nobody's trying to tell us what's going on. And all these stories, guys, about the government saying that they're harmless, that they're just hobbyists, or they're there snooping for nuclear material. Why are they going over our sensitive government installations? Why are they going over military bases? Why are they going over our arsenals? Why are they going over our experimental laboratories? Why are they shutting down airports? They've shut down multiple airports in this tri-state area because they're flying over there. Why is this happening, ladies and gentlemen? We deserve answers, ladies and gentlemen. Please hit that like button. We're almost 800. We're over 800 people. The show is over, so a few people left. We're at 750 people. Please hit that like button so we can get into the algorithm so that YouTube can see that this is important information for you guys, or for the world to see. So please do show love. Our last video has over 50,000 views. It's approaching 100,000, I believe. This video should go far and wide too, because we need the truth. We deserve the truth. Guys, hit that like button. Understand we do have a membership. Big shout out to everybody who just joined the membership. Jennifer is now a patrol member. We appreciate her for becoming a member. We also have a Patreon where we put our exclusive material on there. And don't forget, this is a true crime channel. So for those of you who are subscribing, because I'm talking about this very important UFO, UAP situation, understand that we do talk about missing, abused, and murdered children and women. This is what we specialize on this channel. I am a detective that investigates sex crimes, and my heart and soul is always going to be with bringing awareness to the victims out there and making sure that they get justice. So, guys, I see you guys on the next one. I got to get ready for work. Strategic is out of here. Let me crew up that outro. Cue it up. Here we go. Peace.
Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes.
Happy Mother's Day, and what's going on, guys? Strategic is back again. What's going on? What's going on? I don't expect a big crowd today. I hope I don't get a big crowd today. People are like, what? You don't want a big crowd on YouTube? No, because it's Mother's Day, man. And I want you guys to spend time with your family and your friends, etc. All the people who are going to be there to celebrate you. Because I know that majority of my audience are females. So, and a lot of you guys are mature and have children or grown children. So I want to make sure that you're having a good time. But if you have time to spend time with me and hang out with me, then I definitely welcome the company. Me, myself, it's really early where I'm at. It's noon. Everybody's kind of like still sleeping in. So I was like, you know what? Let me just slide in and do a quick Mother's Day special. Show some love to all my viewers and let you guys know how much you mean to me before I get off of line and go spend time with my family. I know my youngest daughter, she wants to go to the mall so she could buy her mother a Mother's Day present. The oldest, she has her own car now, and she's much more mobile and slowly gaining her independence. So she went out on her own and bought her mother a gift, which was really nice. She bought her a nice plant or whatever, like a house plant, and she knows her mother likes plants, so that's what's up, man. Good for her. So we definitely have to go out there, do our thing, try and get some gifts back so we could be, you know, we won't get that side eye from Mommy Dearest or whatever. But hope you guys are having a great day. Once again, happy Mother's Day to you. Thank you for all that you do. You guys know a little bit of my story. You know, I share my personal life with you guys from time to time, and I was raised by a single mother in a one-parent household. My father was around for in and out for a little bit of my life, and then when I was in my early teens, he left for good. So we didn't see him until I was like 20 something. And now that I'm 40, he calls me every day. I'm not throwing shade. I'm a grown man. I have children. I've had that conversation with him. Explained to him what he missed out on and how he was a failure of a father. And he apologized. So, you know, we talk from time to time. There's no ill will. We're too old for that. But it is what it is, right? So for all those fathers out there, make sure that you stay in your children's lives. And to all those mothers out there who bust their butt, sometimes working, because a lot of the misconception is that single mothers are welfare queens. That's not true. The majority of single mothers out there work 2 and 3 jobs to support their family. Think about that. Even as a man, I couldn't even fathom that. I couldn't even fathom raising my children on my own, having to work 2 and 3 jobs to support them, and yet there are mothers that go out there and do that every single day. So my hats go off, and I say hats plural because I wear many hats, go off to all the single mothers out there and to the mothers who are part of families as well. Because a lot of times when we talk about Mother's Day, we think like, oh, it's just for the mothers. Well, a lot of those mothers are part of families with husbands or baby daddies, whatever lifestyle you want to live. It doesn't matter as long as you're doing it ethically and morally. And it's not an easy job. So big shout out to you guys from the bottom of my heart. It's personal for me. I love mothers. I love women. Does that sound good? Where's my sound effects? I love women, huh?
Does that make sense?
What are we talking about right now? You guys know what I'm talking about. I'm just clowning. I'm being my usual self. So today I want to go through a few things. I want to play for you guys. I played it a little bit for the Patreon, the Patreon. I want to play for you guys just some background on the killer of Kamani Lateef, who allegedly is her father. Everybody's saying it's her father, but then we hear rumors on the internet that it's not her father, that, she may not be he may not be the biological father. I think I heard the mother say that before on some internet channels, but the law is viewing him as a biological father. That's what the law is viewing him. This guy's name is Darnell Jones. He goes by Darnell Jones Ogletree. I think Ogletree is his original name because he was adopted. So then he took on the name Jones, but then he has, from time to time, especially in his many interactions with the law, gone between both names. And perpetrators do that often to try and confuse the system so that when you look them up initially, it's hard to find them, or you might find a record that's not the complete record of what they have done in their life. And it usually takes for you to fingerprint the person to find out truly who they are. So they'll tell you, yeah, my name is Darnell Roundtree, even though their name is Donald Jones or Donald Ogletree, so that when you just put it into your device, whatever device, we have cell phones that could tap into people's records and stuff. If you just put in that name because you don't have anything else, it might show up there's no record for the person. So they do that to throw you off, to throw the system off. He's one of those. He's a perpetrator. It's very sad, this guy's history, because we have many, many, many opportunities to stop him in his criminal tracks. We chose not to. We chose to constantly give this guy chances, and we gave him so many chances that he had the chance to exassault and end the life of this beautiful little girl, Kamani Lateef. So I just felt it was important for you guys to know. There's no new information. I'm not breaking news. I'm just giving you guys a video that's going to tell you this guy's history. Then from there, there's some body-worn camera videos I want to show you guys that I think are very serious. And they're also very triggering. So I'm going to warn you on that before we jump into that viewer discretion is advised. Before we go any further, guys, we're going to be looking at these videos from an educational perspective. We could very well say it's from an entertainment perspective, but from my purview, I believe it's an educational perspective. And what gives me the ability to talk to you guys about these topics from an educational perspective is that I am an active duty law enforcement officer. I'm a detective, and I investigate sex crimes as a part of my duties. I've been investigating sex crimes some way, somehow, for different agencies before landing into the police department and getting promoted to the rank of detective. I've been doing this for 18 and a half years. All I've known my entire adult life is putting together sex crimes cases. All right, so I've been doing this for a long time. Like, you might have guys who have 20 years experience, and they might have 5-10 years of experience doing sex crimes or whatever. I still feel that my resume is unique. Since 22 years old, I've been investigating sex crimes cases. Since 22 years old. All right, on a high level, on a state level, now on a municipal level. So I got a lot of experience with this, a lot of training I've amassed over the last almost 20 years. And I'm here evaluating this using my training and experience to educate you guys. So viewer discretion is advised, and none of the material that we cover ever is for children. Everything is for 18 and above. So big shout out to everybody who's joining me today. Make sure that you hit that like button, support the channel. I'm gonna go ahead and bring this in, give you guys an update on Darnell Jones Ogletree's record. What did this man do before he had the opportunity to take the life of Kamani Lateef? Let's do it.
A Toledo man is sitting in the Lucas County Jail tonight accused of raping and murdering his daughter. Darnell Jones Ogletree is facing life in prison for the heinous crimes, but he was violent in the decades, years, and months leading up to his daughter Kimani's death, and for the vast majority of that time avoided the bars that he's now behind. 11 investigates. Melissa Andrews has more on Jones's road to alleged murder.
He had her on this side, where that's facing us. He had her on that side right there, hanging off the balcony by her throat.
Angela Silva saw Darnell Jones unleash mayhem just a few doors down from her 4th Street home on July 29th, 2019.
And all of a sudden we started hearing things going over the balcony, like TVs and clothes, you name it. He was tossing it out the door and out the window onto the ground.
Jones choked his wife and held her over this balcony while Silva and other neighbors called 911.
He was this close to throwing her off that balcony.
Harold Glander confronted Jones.
And I yelled down there to pull her back over, and he almost dropped her. So I got myself down there and I looked at him. I said, man, if you don't pull her back, I'm coming up. He goes, come on. So I didn't take no steps, and I was watching the girl. He almost let go of her.
Jones was found with a knife and pleaded no contest to domestic violence while other charges were dropped. He was sentenced to 60 days in CCNO but served no time, instead completing a substance abuse program. It's just one of many incidents in a pattern of havoc he unleashed starting at age 19, allowed by the light hand of the law. In 2011, he was cited for being intoxicated while screaming outside of his apartment, then resisting arrest. Just 3 months later, Jones and another man used a lighter and flammable liquid to set fire to this Toledo warehouse. He was charged with arson, pleading guilty to a lesser charge of attempted arson, and was sentenced to 4 years of probation. He had to complete treatment, get a job, and a GED. As a felon, he was never again allowed to have a gun. His next felony came in 2015 when he shot a gun at 807.
All right, so we're going down that path of destruction where most people with common sense, but for some reason our society at large doesn't have common sense. That path that's clearly telling us this person is a volatile individual that is unable to live in civilized society. Yet what do? We give him a break. Then what happens after we give him that break, ladies and gentlemen? He commits the very same crime that we have specifically told him not to commit. Like, you don't get specifically told, don't go out there and grape people. Don't go out there and murder people. But because he's a felon, they specifically told him, hey, listen, please don't commit a crime in general, right? But also, you must know that you're unable to possess a firearm. You are unable to. So they didn't tell him specifically don't grape somebody. They didn't tell him specifically don't murder somebody. But they told him specifically you can't possess a firearm. What does he do? He goes out, he gets a firearm, and not only does he possess the firearm, but he uses it. And what do? Well, they're going to tell you, we give them another chance, right? Before we jump back in there, I got to give a big shout out to U.S. Patriot Lady. Been a viewer and a supporter of the channel for a very long time. She's celebrating 17 months. 17 months as a member. 17 months. And U.S. Patriot Lady been with me since I was talking about politics and race relations and all that other stuff. So big shout out to U.S. Patriot Lady. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And guys, please make sure you hit that like button. So let's keep going.
Walnut. He pleaded no contest and was again given probation. He violated that probation in January of 2016 when he punched and broke a window at his work release program. The violence grew in 2017 when he smashed an alternator into a man's face at 18th and Monroe. The man required 20 stitches. Jones was charged with felonious assault and
could have killed the guy. Hit him in the face with an alternator. You guys know what an alternator is, right? You know how big and beefy they are? Now, if it's a truck alternator, it might be this big. If it's a car alternator, it's most likely this big. But they're super heavy. It's nothing but steel and copper. That's an alternator. Steel and copper. And he smashed that in that guy's face, could have killed the guy. What did we do, guys? Well, we gave him another chance.
Pleaded guilty to a lesser charge. He was notified on August 17th that he violated his probation. He was sentenced to CCNO for 6 months, but again served no time and was again given 2 years probation.
We basically asked him to kill Kamani. We asked him to grape Kamani. We begged for it. As a society, we wanted it to happen. All our hands are collectively filthy and dirty because he showed us who he was. He said, look at me, I'm a monster. What are you going to do about it? And we said, nothing. This happens time and time and time again. We say nothing. We get a guy who's abusing a woman. We arrest him. She comes to us and say, yo, this guy is stalking me. We say, oh, okay, no big deal. Yeah, get this piece of paper because somehow this piece of paper is going to be a shield for you for some bullets. Then the lady ends up dead and we say, oh, man, that's tragic. Wish there's something we could have did to prevent it. There's certain crimes that if you do, you should be locked away for a long time. Stalking is one of them. If you stalk somebody, you should do time. If we could prove it, because it's a slippery slope, we don't want people getting sent away to jail, accused of stalking, they didn't. But if we could prove it, that you're stalking somebody, you should go to jail at minimum 2 years with no violence. And if that stalking is connected to domestic violence, 5 to 10 years. We constantly see these guys showing us who they are. Look at me, I'm a monster. And we say, no big deal, nothing to see here. And then when people end up no longer with us, we say, what a tragedy. Wish there's something we could have done to prevent it. There's always something we could have done. And most often, we just did not care. Collectively, all of our hands are dirty. Let's keep going.
In June of 2018, he was charged with disorderly conduct for being intoxicated while cursing and yelling outside his home on Star Avenue. 4 months after that, police got a call that a man was drunk and trying to break into a house at the same address. Police said Jones had glossy eyes, was slurring, and had a knife. He was charged with disorderly conduct again and a concealed weapon. He was put back on probation and sent back to treatment.
Now he's caught again with a deadly weapon. A knife is a deadly weapon. He's caught with a deadly weapon. He's drunk. He's trying to commit a burglary, breaking into a residence he's not supposed to be at. What do we do yet again, ladies and gentlemen? Nothing to see here. Probation. What is probation? I thought probation was your one chance. How many different probations can they stack on top of existing probations? This is a failure of the criminal justice system. This is beyond soft on crime. This is just negligence. I mean, I don't even understand what people are even complaining about out there when they say that, oh, the criminal justice system is not fair and all this stuff. Like, what are we going to say? What, he had light skin privilege or something like that? Does he not count as African American? Because there's a black man who seems to be getting out of jail a whole lot, or rather, not even going to jail a whole lot when he should be. He gets caught drunk with the knife, and what do we do? Nothing. We do nothing. Big shout out to Lucy Dobman with a $2 super chat. Says incentives drives culture. Adam Frieded, 2019, man. I agree 1,000%. We must be tough on crime. We must be tough on crime. This is the only way we're going to protect ourselves from these horrible people. There's a difference between white-collar crimes and violent crimes. People should not be locked away for white-collar crimes, all right? A lot of times you send people to jail for white-collar crimes and the victim never becomes whole. There should be an option to let the person, like, let's say if you did let's say you embezzled some money and it's a reasonable amount of money that could conceivably be paid back. You're a bookkeeper and you embezzled $50,000. Well, you know what? If I'm the person who lost $50,000, I probably would rather my money than you be in a jail cell. So guess what? You go on probation. You have to get a job as a part of your probation, and I get 25 to 50% of your check because, of course, you need to survive. So I get maybe 25 to 50% of your check until your debt is paid off. That sounds a whole lot better to me than you pay me nothing, but you go to jail. And why am I saying maybe we should rethink how we sentence white-collar people? Because we need that space for people like him. Because I would much rather us be lenient with the white-collar person on the first offense, that is. If they keep doing it, then we send them back. We send them to jail and let them do their time. But on their first offense, why? Because we need space for people like him. He's been telling us for years, look at me, I'm a monster. And we just did not care. Let's keep going.
Jones was cited in May of 2019 for disorderly conduct. An affidavit states he was drunk on his 4th Street porch with a machete. He was also cited for threatening to shoot in the head the officer who arrested him. Then came the choking of his wife on the balcony in July of 20.
That one escaped me. Was that yet another one other than the one that he got caught outside the house with a knife? Was it another one? And this time he assaulted a cop? I got to bring it back. Let's go.
Then came the choking of his wife on the balcony 4th Street porch with a machete. He was also cited for conduct. An affidavit states he was drunk on his 4th Street to break into a house at the same address. Police said Jones had glossy eyes, was slurring, and had a knife. He was charged with disorderly conduct again and a concealed weapon. He was put back on probation and sent back to treatment. Jones was cited in May of 2019 for disorderly conduct.
It's another one. Another one. So they sentenced him to treatment. He comes back out, and now another one.
An affidavit states he was drunk on his 4th Street porch with a machete. He was also cited for threatening to shoot in the head the officer who arrested him. Then came the choking of his wife on the balcony in July of 20. Machete. He was also cited for threatening to shoot in the head the officer who arrested.
So then he says he's drunk, he's on his porch, he's got a machete, and he's threatening to shoot the cop that cited him.
Then came the choking of his wife on the balcony in July of 2019. The problems continued in August of 2022 when he was indicted by a grand jury for an incident at a daycare. He was found drunk with a crack pipe.
So they just glossed over that, but that's the one where they were describing how he's holding the lady over the ledge, choking her, and threatening to drop her over the ledge. They just glossed over that one. Then came the choking of his then girlfriend, and then he got in trouble at a daycare. What? A few things happened during that choking of the girlfriend. Some serious domestic violence happened during that situation, but we just glossed right over that. Let's keep going.
For an incident at a daycare. He was found drunk with a crack pipe in the parking lot shooting a gun.
He's doing crack.
He served several months in CCNO.
He's in the parking lot of a daycare, drunk and smoking crack and shooting off a gun, and he just gets several months in the county jail. That's it. That's all we got to show for that. That's all we got to show. He's in that parking lot like he in Fallujah, shooting it up. Maybe I should get my carbine. Carbine. It's not a carbine. It's a carbine. Say it correctly for the gun guys come after me. And I won't be mad at them because you better say that correctly. That is a nice Ruger carbine that I own. He's shooting it up like he's in Fallujah with an AK-47. Shooting it in the sky. I'm using my imagination. I don't know that's what he did. I hope that's what he did. I hope he wasn't shooting it straight at people. They catch him. And what do? They once again give him a slap on the wrist. They were asking for him to do this to Kamani. Our society was asking for this to happen to Kamani. What more could he have done for us? He did everything he could to warn us. He did everything he could to tell us that he's a monster and we needed to remove him from our society. Guess who did not listen? We did not listen. He did everything he could to warn us about him. He is not to blame, ladies and gentlemen. We are to blame. Let's keep going.
That was 3 years before the murder of his daughter, Kimani Lateague, and his arrest in Columbus.
What's your name? Kill me. Dude, show me your hands right now. Pull your hand out of your... I swear to God, pull your...
It's excellent tactics that the officer showed. Well, not excellent tactics. He could have shown a little bit better tactics by immediately going backwards and trying to get cover. But I loved how when they did shoot, he ran for cover behind that A-pillar in the back of the car. Excellent tactics. I love it. Actually, that'd be the C-pillar. It depends on what type of car it is. But anyway, excellent tactics. Excellent tactics when he's retreating for cover while they're shooting. That's good training. See that? To cover.
Shots fired.
Perfect.
Shots fired. Finish in a second.
I mean, they got the reflex sights on there and all that. I wish they had better aim and ended his ass. I mean, we don't get those reflex sights. They got reflex sights, optical sights on them bad boys, man. You can't miss, baby. Y'all, those bullets were supposed to be true. You're supposed to spare us the trial. You know what I mean? Listen, nobody cared about Kimani. Understand that. Normally, I would want this person to live so that the family could get the justice that they deserve, but nobody cared about Kimani. Grandma didn't care about Kimani. It's my opinion. Her mommy didn't care about her. All those people out the woodworks. Oh, I was trying. I was in her life, and I was doing this, and I was doing that. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Notice the pattern in all of these cases that we're covering. All of these cases that we're covering involving these little girls. The pattern is negligent parents. Rumors floating around the internet that the grandma maybe, I'm just saying allegedly, was pimping out Kimani. We look at pictures of Kimani. She starts out as the picture-perfect little girl with the bow in her hair and a pretty white dress. By the time she gets to close to the last moments of her life, she looks like a dude. Now, some people say, well, maybe that's how she was comfortable dressing. That's possible. Other people say, well, maybe she was going to grow into being a part of the LGBTQ community. That's possible, too. Some people say, well, maybe that was just a phase she was going through. She was just a typical tomboy and whatever. And some people could say that the reason why she was dressing like that is because she wanted to make herself not attractive to all the men who were abusing her. And if you think that the only man that was abusing her was her father, you are a fool. That house was allegedly stacked with ex-offenders. Allegedly. And Kimani was not protected. There's nobody that loved that little girl the way she deserved to be loved. So we don't need him to live for the family to get justice and go through the healing process. I wish, these officers did an amazing job. I wish they had a better shot. All those gadgets that they got on their guns that they don't let us have on our guns in my department, I wish those gadgets functioned and they would have ended us not having to deal with all of this drama because this smirking, bumbling idiot is alive and is smiling, talking to his attorneys in court. He thinks it's a joke. He can't wait. He's a lifelong career criminal jailbird. He can't wait to be found guilty so he could spend the rest of his life getting 3 square meals. So he could do like they did in the prisons that I worked at, so that he could become a Muslim. So he could become a Muslim and fast during Ramadan, and then they put all their money together and they get buffalo wings and pizza and Chinese food and chicken lo mein and all that stuff. When Ramadan is over, they can eat all that nice food that we eat on the outside. They get that. So he could get his tablet and he could watch basketball games on his TV in his cell. Because the activists won now. And that's humane. Just having them in their cells looking at the walls, that's not humane. The activists, the inmate whisperers, the people who care more about the bad guys than they care about us, they've won the conversation after George Floyd. So now they all got TVs in their cells in New York State. They all got whatever they want, cable television. Woo! How many of you guys tell me that my 99-cent membership is too expensive? Some of these folks here say, my 99 cents, well, guess what? You can't afford a 99-cent membership, but these inmates could afford Cinemax in their cells, the NFL Play Pack in their cells, Hulu and Netflix in their cells. That's what he's going to get for the rest of his life. Fully stocked gym so he could go and get buff. Fully stocked commissary so he could go buy shrimp, frozen shrimp, chicken, beef, all of that. That's what he's going to get for the rest of his life. You think he cares? He couldn't survive out here. The real world was a prison for him. Now he gets to go and live with monsters in a structured environment that he's always cold in the summertime and warm in the wintertime. Where if he gets a cough, there's a nurse that's going to see him within an hour. When you got to make an appointment and hope that your insurance is all paid up, guess what? It's all free for him. He get cancer, they're going to keep him alive. Give him everything that you can't afford. They're going to put you to death on the streets, but on the inside, they're going to treat him. If he decides he wants to be a lady, guess what? They'll help him with that transition too. I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings. I'm telling you the realities of prison. I'm telling you the realities of prison. That's what he gets to see for the rest of his life. While we're out here trying to do the right thing, suffering, day by day, check by check, trying to make a living in this cruel world, guess what? The whole world is going to be mapped out for him. All he has to do is live. That's all he has to do. And then when Ramadan is over, he's not a Muslim no more. He's going to now be a Jew. And then he's going to get the benefits of eating the kosher food with the Jewish folks, with my Jewish brothers and sisters. Well, brothers, because this is in the jail. And then when that's over, he's going to become a Christian too. Because you know what? They get that Christmas celebration. This is stuff that I've seen in the real life when I was working in the prison system. This is real. This is not me being funny. This is not me exaggerating. This is how inmates game the system to get those luxury items. And lastly, I'm going to tell you lastly how this is going to work, ladies and gentlemen. Because look at him, Look at this guy right here. Some lady's going to get enamored with his braids. I don't know. Let's see if we can let it play.
In the parking lot shooting a gun. He served care.
Oh, come on. There we go. Look at him. Some low self-esteem. Popeye's chicken every other day woman is going to fall in love. And I'm not body shaming. I'm telling you from my perspective. She's going to fall in love with him through letters. And so now he's going to have a companion over the phone. And guess what? He's not going to commit no infractions in the jail. And jails don't judge you by your crimes on the outside. They judge you by your conduct on the inside because everybody's got a bad record on the inside. So he's going to stay out of trouble for the next 5 years inside of jail. He's going to follow all the rules. He's going to be a model inmate. When the correction officer says, yo, I need you to mop that floor, he's going to say, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'll mop that floor. Make it shine real good for you, sir. Whatever you need, sir. That's what he's going to do. And in 5 years, he's going to marry that low self-esteem, inmate-loving piece of crap woman, and then they're going to get conjugal visits. So in the next 5 to 10 years, he's going to have a wife. He's going to have sex every 90 days. He'll be able to spend time with her and enjoy her pleasures. He's going to have all the commissary he wants, all the phone time he wants. And guess what? We're going to be paying for everything. And Kamani's still going to be dead. That's the reality of how prison works. Why do you think I want Stephen Stearns to get the death penalty so badly? Because some of you guys think that prison is punishment. Prison is punishment for you. I'm a little claustrophobic. Prison is punishment for me. Prison is not punishment for career criminals. It's not punishment for people who spend their whole life incarcerated, in and out of incarceration. Prison is safety. Prison is home for people like Jones. Let's keep going.
At a daycare. He was found drunk with a crack pipe in the parking lot shooting a gun. He served several months in CCNO. That was 3 years before the murder of his daughter Kimani Lateeg and his arrest in Columbus.
What's your name? Kill me. Dude, show me your hands right now. Bro. Pull your hand out of your... I swear to God, pull your...
Shots fired. Shots fired. Finish in a second.
Cat Eye says, I always wondered if it was a privatization of prisons that have made things into being what it is today. I don't think so. To be honest with you, all this stuff comes from state prisons and listen to activists and stuff like that. The private prisons have a profit motive, so they're not doing all the extra stuff that I just told you about. They're very bare minimum. That's real punishment. It's when you get into government-funded prisons, that's where you get all this woke stuff that's basically making prison a picnic for these inmates, all right? And when I say woke, I'm not doing it from a political perspective like, you know, if you believe in certain things, you're a bad person. I'm specifically talking about the policies for the prison system. I don't care what your stance is on immigration, sexuality, taxes, finances, international relations, whether they're liberal or conservative, it doesn't matter. I'm simply and specifically talking about the prison systems. And yes, it is progressive and woke, the stances that a lot of these prison systems are adopting for these inmates. And my thing is, like, just don't go to jail. Like, you know, once again, people make mistakes and that stuff is going to happen. We're talking about these people who are going to jail for 15, 20, 30 life in prison. They're there for a reason, okay? If you go to jail for a year or two, you don't need all these amenities because your focus is on home, and you got to, and home is right within your grasp. You made a mistake, you go towards healing and doing better, and you go out there in the world and you never make those mistakes again. You know how many people have been to prison and never go back? Those aren't the people we're talking about. We're talking about these violent offenders like this guy who keep committing crimes and keep getting chances. Why have we changed our system to benefit them? What about the victims? What about the victims? Why do I have victims coming to me telling me, you know, I thought about ma'am, can I just ask you a question? And I'm not judging you anyway. Why did it take you so long to come forward? I believe you. This happened to you. We're here to help you. To be honest with you, Detective Strategic, because I've heard and I've seen so many times that you guys will go get these guys. This is, I swear on everything. This is not me just entertaining you. This is what people have literally told me. I've seen and I've heard about people like myself coming forward with these allegations. And it's not that you wouldn't take this seriously, Detective Strategic. It's that I know that when they get found guilty, they're just going to get let out. They're not going to do any time. So what's the point of me coming forward? What's the point of me having this person know that I went to the police and told on them just so they could get out on probation or whatever, and now come hurt me for telling on them? That's sad. That's a sad state of affairs. When the victims don't even believe that the police aren't going to do their job. They don't have no faith in the cops. I mean, in the courts. Usually, it would be that the cops aren't. There was a time when the victims would say, I don't trust the cops to believe me. We've come such full circle in our society that the victims know that the cops are going to try their best to get the bad guy, but they don't trust the courts to actually punish the bad guys after they've been arrested and charged and prosecuted. That's a sad state of affairs. The victims they trust the cops. They don't trust the courts. They don't trust the legislatures that put in the sentencing guidelines. It's to the point where they're like, yo, I know that the jury going to do their job, the prosecutor going to do their job, the judge going to do his job, but they're all going to be hamstrung by the legislatures who are listening to these crazy anarchists who have forced them, well, I can't say forced them because they have choices, convinced them to enact laws that will basically be light on the bad guys, light on the punishment for the bad guys. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. And I've spoken to you guys about this 1,000 times, especially when it comes to like people violating you as you walk down the street. The amount of guys that I've arrested multiple times for grabbing women's vaginas, grabbing their butts, grabbing their breasts, all that crazy stuff, you keep arresting them, and what does the legislature do? Oh, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. It's not a big a deal till it's your daughter. Miss Legislature, Mr. Legislature, Miss Senator, Mr. Senator. But you know what? None of them have had their daughters grabbed. None of them have had their sons molested in public bathrooms. So it's not that big of a deal. So a guy could do this 2, 3, 4 times, and it has to be the 5th and the 6th time for it to be serious. You guys know how difficult it is to get that felony? You have to be convicted more than 3 times within the span of 10 years, I believe, for it to elevate to a felony. So that means you could go grab somebody's butt on the street. The first time, you get no jail time. The second time, you get no jail time. The third time, you get no jail time. On the 4th time, now it becomes a felony because you've been tried and convicted 3 times prior for touching somebody's butt on the street. Now it's finally a felony, and even though it's a felony, they probably won't give you 4 to 5 years. They'll just probably give you a year or 2. So why don't we just decriminalize grabbing people's butts on the streets? What's the point? Because it's a nothing burger 3 times. 3 times over, it's a nothing burger. We got to get to the 4th time for it to be something. Make it make sense. Let's keep going.
Hey, don't move. Don't move.
Having seen Jones' violent streak, his old neighbors on 4th Street aren't shocked.
I was surprised at first, and then I turned around and thought about it, and I was like, well, if he tried to kill one person, who's to say he wasn't going to do it again? But I didn't think it would be his own daughter.
They can't change their stripes. People can't change unless they want to.
Amen.
And I don't think he wants.
Some country bunking dude from a low-income community has more wisdom than all of these Harvard millionaire senators, representatives, and legislatures from the county level all the way up to the United States federal government. This dude got more wisdom than all of these people who think they know better than us. People who got their fingers on the nuclear button trigger. This guy right here has more wisdom than them. Why has he been able to figure out this basic concept in his 40, 50 years of life? Hard life, too. And these mother effers who supposedly are the leaders of our country and our communities, they can't seem to figure out what he figured out not too long ago. Listen to him again.
People can't change unless they want to. And I don't think he wants to.
Boom. He has showed us for years he does not care about our laws. He does not care about our rules. He doesn't care about our social mores. He does not care about our morality. He has told us for years that he thumbs his nose at our society. Yet, because like the activists say, we got to be the better people. We got to be the bigger people. We just keep giving him chances. We gave him chances all the way until he decided to grape and murder Kamani. Well, all that Kamani was going through, the constant sex assault, the constant physical abuse, the constant neglect, the constant violence against that little soul, she still went to school every day and got excellent grades. The day that she was killed was the day she was supposed to get her kindness award from school. She still managed to be an excellent person. She still managed to be a beautiful soul. But we cared more about him than we cared about her. His rights mattered more. Being lenient and being progressive with his rehabilitation mattered more. It didn't matter how many substance abuse treatments we sent him through. It never stopped him from putting down the beer. This is not beer, by the way. It never stopped him from putting down the crack pipe. It never stopped him from putting down the guns. It never stopped him from stopping the violence. It did not matter how many chances we gave him. He never changed because he didn't want to, no matter how much we wanted him to. But this dude figured it out. He figured it out. But we couldn't figure it out. Let's keep going.
Unless they want to. And I don't think he wants to.
That was Melissa Andrews reporting. Joe,
I'm stealing that, man. We got another genius in the chat. I'm stealing it. Skeleton with the migraine says toxic empathy. If there's a word or phrase to sum up what I'm talking about, that is exactly what it is. Toxic empathy. I'm going to tell you guys a conversation I had with a state legislature in New York State. And this is a bigwig here. I had a debate, and I was scared as hell because I didn't want this person to, I was in uniform. It was a community organized meeting, and I was there, and I was giving this guy my perspective as a law enforcement officer policing under the crazy ass laws that these people pass. And mind you, I am a centrist, and I do believe in forgiveness, and I do believe that if you are poor and destitute, it is not fair that you should be sent to jail without any type of reasonable bail, and a rich person would be able to afford that bail and be able to walk free for the same crime you committed. So I do believe that New York was due for bail reform laws. So I'm not one of those people who don't believe in bail reform. I actually do believe in bail reform. I don't think that you should have a bail if you go into a store and steal something. I think you should have a bail if you go and steal something 3, 4, 5, 6 times. If it's your first time doing it, of course you shouldn't have a bail. If it's your second time doing it in 10 years, you shouldn't have a bail. We should try and figure out why you stole 2 times in 10 years. What can we do for you? Do you need a job? Do you need counseling? You need substance abuse treatment? Sure. But when you got people stealing dozens and dozens and dozens of times, you need to stay in jail because you don't care. So I had a debate with the dude, and I said, listen, I agree with you. We should have bail reform. But I'm arresting guys who has literally stolen 4, 5, 20, 30 times in a month because they know that they're just going to be released on desk appearance tickets. We need to change the law because you guys went too far. He said, no, you don't know as much as me. You're just a dumb cop. He didn't say that literally, but that's basically what he said. He dismissed me. He was very frank with me and nasty with me as though I wasn't one of his constituents as well. But because I had the uniform on, I was the enemy because these are progressive lunatics who don't care about regular people. They care about bad guys. So then one of his employees, I'm not going to say what employee because I don't want the person to get in trouble because the show is getting big and I don't know if this person might remember me and know who I'm talking about. But they had many employees with them. And one of his employees pulled me to the side. And I'm also not going to say the gender of that employee to once again protect that person's job. And they said, listen, he knows what you're saying is correct. We see the data. We know that crime is going up because of the bail reform. I said, well, why don't you guys just modify it and change it? People like myself agree with the bail reform. You just got to tweak it. You just got to make sure that these bad guys aren't taking advantage of these new laws. And this person said to me, they're not going to change it. And I said, why not? They said, because they feel like if they change it, then the Republicans will say that they went too far. Look, they're changing because they went too far and they knew they were wrong, and they'd use it as political fodder against them. So I said, are you telling me that they're refusing to change this over politics? And then the person smiled and said, well, what do you think? And then they walked away. This is one of this super top level Democrat legislative person's employees told me that even though they knew that the change in law was hurting poor communities and businesses, that they refused to change it simply for politics. That is when I went on my descent to change my political views. That's what opened my eyes to start looking at this from a different point of view. Because up to that moment, I was a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat. But once I realized that none of these political parties truly cared about us, that they cared more about political expediency and more about their own power than they actually cared about the people that they serve. That broke my heart. It shattered my ideology. It shattered my beliefs because I was on the ground level and I was getting hurt fighting these crackheads and these meth addicts who were constantly stealing, They didn't want to go to jail. Why? Even though they were getting out in 2 hours, they were getting out in 3 hours, they were going through withdrawal. So they would much rather fight me and get away than sit inside of a precinct for 2-3 hours for them to get processed out while going through withdrawal. It made my eyes open as to how this world really worked. And look what we have here. We'd much rather let a guy like Darnell Jones constantly get out than acknowledge that we made a mistake and fix it. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot to this world that you just don't understand. And I hope that one day people will stop thinking, well, as long as I got a job, as long as I'm paying my bills, I don't care. As long as I got my health insurance, I don't care. That is the apathy of America. And these politicians feed on your apathy. That as long as your world is okay, you just don't care what's really going on. It's only a matter of time till their mistakes start catching up to you in your world, till that violence come to your suburban neighborhood. It's only a matter of time. That's why it's so important for us to pay attention and stop letting them put the wool over our eyes. I've seen it with my own eyes, ladies and gentlemen. They don't care.
Jones also served short stints in prison in 2012 and in 2022 for gun charges in Franklin and Lorain counties. In both cases, he scratched identifying information off of those guns. His next court appearance here in Lucas County is May 23rd.
So we got a comment from Christina Reynolds. She says, of course, some are just criminals and don't want to change, but the background checks on felons that are nonviolent makes moving on much harder. And I do agree with that too, guys. Like I told you, I'm a tough on crime guy, but I do understand people make mistakes, and we need to have empathy in our society to allow people to move on. And so, for instance, I give you an example. In New York, especially for New York City, you can't use a person's background to stop them from getting jobs for city government. So most of the people, when you go to New York City and you're riding the trains and you're on the bus, most of those people are felons. Not most, but a lot of them are felons. A lot of them are felons. And they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars. Anybody know anything about New York? That bus driver is making $120,000, $130,000, $140,000. That train operator is making $160,000. Why do you think all that money's disappearing in the MTA? These people are making good livings. We should not hold that against people if they demonstrated to us that they're living good. If you are a robber, an armed robber, a convicted felon of a violent crime, and you did your time, and now 5-10 years have gone by, and you've demonstrated that you've got good employment and that you have not hurt anybody else, and you're married with kids, we should wipe your record or seal it. But there should be a law that if you commit another crime, then that record gets unsealed and you pay the price of that new crime with the history of the crime that you did. But so long as you stay out of trouble, nobody should know that you're a felon. Why not? I'm good with that. I'm good with that. You're a convicted drug dealer and you've been out of prison 10, 15 years. You've done nothing wrong. Seal that record. Let you go and apply for a job and let them not have to know that you did that in the past. I'm okay with that. But for these people who constantly commit crimes, they have to be held accountable for what they've done. They have to. We have to lock those people away because they don't care about our society. We should have empathy for those who want our empathy. And for those who demonstrate to us that they don't care about our empathy, we should punish them. We should lock them away because they don't care about our morals. And so we should put them where they want to be, which is in prison. Let's get this new video up. Once again, happy Mother's Day to everybody who's entering the room and showing love. Appreciate you guys. All right.
Daughter.
So I'm going to show you a video of an evil mother who's going to get her comeuppance. You know what? You know what? I've seen that one already. We'll come to that one. I want to see one I haven't seen yet. React to it with you guys fresh. And And let's see what happens. This one's kind of sad. It says son beats mom to her ending, then acts like nothing happened. Wow. It just popped up. Didn't get to see it yet. We're gonna see it together. Let's do it.
Oh, that was yeah.
Big shout out to Daily Dose of Crime. This is the first time it popped up on my feed. They got 304,000 subscribers. Very successful channel. They're doing it. We can only hope one day we'll have 300,000 subscribers. We'll pray. We'll get there eventually. But big shout out to Daily Dose of Crime. Go check them out. I'm going to subscribe right now. Go ahead and do that so you can see me. I'm subscribing to it. And I hope you guys do as well. And, yeah, man, it's on fire. You know, when I see these houses, and some of you may have houses like this, and I'd encourage you to spruce it up. It's almost like it's an example of the insides, the feelings of the people who live there. Because there's absolutely nothing to go to Home Depot and get because this door will only take like a quart of paint, and go get a $15 quart of paint and just paint that door. It's nothing to take a washcloth and a sponge and some bleach and clean that door down. Get all that dirt and grime off that door, and then put some paint on that door. It's nothing to do that. It's nothing to go to Home Depot, because I do it all the time, and get the cheap window blind that costs $10. And every other week, the cheapest blinds at Home Depot, for some strange reason, they're always on sale. $7, $8. And buy a new blind, because this one looked like it was set on fire. And just change that blind. And so for $25, you could change the blind on that door, and you could paint that door, and you could have that door looking brand new without changing that door. But people won't do it. Why? Because it's a reflection of how they feel on the inside. I don't know how to explain it, but you don't have to live like that. You live like that by choice. Let's keep going.
Hey, come on with your hands up!
Sunday, November 6, 2022, St. Petersburg, Florida. Police receive a call from a concerned family reporting that they had lost contact with a relative and were unsure of her condition. They asked authorities to perform a wellness check on her. And according to the report, they had not heard from her in days, and the lack of response had caused growing concern. Officers were dispatched to the home to check in, but they had no idea what they were about to walk into. I'm Tyler, and this is your daily dose of crime.
Yes, come on. I'm giving y'all permission. Go ahead, go in. Open that door. That thing was locked too. How you lock that? Let me see.
It's a different key.
That's a different key, Sheikah. That's a different key.
Probably gotta go through the front.
Open it. Bust it open. I give you permission. You can't do that. Sheikah.
See if it opens the front door.
It depends on what information they have for being there, which will allow them to break the door down. So I don't know if they know that somebody's in imminent danger right now. If they're using a key to open up the door without a warrant, that means that they've already established that they have exigency. So the answer is yes, you can break that door down. You absolutely can. So if you have a warrant, you can break a door down. If you can articulate exigency that somebody's life is in imminent danger, you can 100% break that door down. The problem is a lot of police officers are not fully trained on the law of what they can and can't do, because a lot of this stuff is learned along the way. There is no course for you to take for a lot of this stuff. Policing is more like an apprenticeship than anything else. You guys know you could become a plumber from being an apprentice, right? You don't have to go to school for plumbing. You could go to school for electrical engineering, and then you have a fast track to get your electrical license, or you could go through an apprenticeship where you will gain the knowledge that you need to be an electrician, and you take a test, a licensing test, and then you become a licensed electrician and never went one day in electrical school. So there's more than one way to become a professional in things. And for a lot of police officers around the country, these agencies don't have a lot of money to send you to training. And so a lot of it is apprentice work, basically. You go to a basic academy, then you go out there and you're working with experienced officers and you're picking up along the way what it is to be a police officer. What are your powers and duties? What are your limitations? And a lot of times these guys don't know the law and they don't know what they can and can't do, when they can and can't do it. If you are using a key to open up a door without a warrant, then you've established exigency. You've gotten information that have told you somebody behind that door is facing imminent danger. You 100% can break that glass door down to go help that person. Let's keep going.
No, that's the only key she gave me. And I don't have to for any call the locksmith.
They won't do it, we will.
That's the only key she gave me.
No?
No.
On the map.
No, we're not doing all that.
Don't worry, we'll get on.
That's gonna make a bigger mess than we're gonna worry about at that point.
But she can be.
You don't know your law, bro. You don't know your law. Behind that door is a dead lady, buddy. You got to go to school. You got to educate yourself. Big shout out to DeLeo, who gave a 1 gift membership to a lucky person. In fact, you know, a big shout out to everybody who's joining me today. I really do appreciate you guys. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give a couple gift memberships to the Patreon. I'm going to give a couple gift memberships to the Patreon. So, guys, thank you for being here. You're definitely going to benefit for it. So, yeah, big shout out. Thank you. Yeah, that's great. And if anybody wants to give a Mother's Day gift membership like Delia to the YouTube channel, I will definitely appreciate it. That would be awesome. I think people here need to be rewarded for showing love on this impromptu live on Sunday morning, Mother's Day. You guys truly are the creme de la creme of people who support this channel. So we're going to make it worth your while, man. You guys are great. So I got to work on that because I got to go to Patreon and buy it and all that good stuff. Give me a second. It's going to get done soon.
Open it up. We'll wait all that long time for a locksmith. Oh.
As they tried to enter the residence, officers found that the key provided did not match the lock.
All right, big shout out to Erica Garcia with a gift membership to the membership. Thank you for showing love. If you are one of the lucky people who get these gift memberships, please say thank you to the people who bought it. They're literally spending money. It's not free. They're spending money out their pocket to show you some love. So please do show that love. Say thank you.
Every entrance on the home was secured, and officers debated how to proceed. Tensions rose quickly, and the family became increasingly distressed at the lack of answers. Harriet Owens had lived there with her son, but it seemed like nobody was home, and he wasn't responding either. What was it that was really going on?
I don't know how to break it down. Yes, you did. One in the glass where the door is at. We have to place our replacement.
Well, Russ will come out with their pry tool. We'll get it open.
Yeah, because this is the only key she gave me when she changed the lock. This is the only key she gave me.
Okay.
So I thought it went with both locks, like normally how it used to be.
So you plan on getting a pry tool, right? Which means that you now have established that you have the ability to enter the home without a warrant. You have exigency. Why is it better to get a pry tool than just break the glass? That doesn't make any sense to me. Either way, the door is damaged. It doesn't make any sense what these cops are thinking, man. Break the damn glass, please.
Lasers, normal 1246. How big is the brother?
Huh?
Is he a bigger guy?
Nah, he may be
No, he not.
70, if that.
Who?
Trail.
What is that?
How big is he?
Probably might be 160.
Yeah, 150.
Yeah.
He's small. small.
Yeah.
Okay. But he has mental issues.
Yeah, he's definitely smaller than him. How much you weigh?
I'm saying he about Caleb build.
Yeah, but he's smaller than Caleb. Caleb's
Yeah, a
bigger
little
than him.
smaller. And see, all her favorite people she talked to, they're here.
Yeah, I done talked to her Friday.
Everybody said they haven't talked to her since Friday. And she called Nell every day. Nell said she hasn't talked to her since Friday.
As the officers continued attempting to gain entry, Harriet's other children mentioned their brother Jontrell Collins. Something about the way they spoke would catch attention. The entire family said they didn't trust him and added that he had mental health issues. As the moments passed by, so did the sense of dread. Why was there still no response?
That glass is cracking a cold.
Ooh, that was me.
Yeah!
Hey, come on with your hands up. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Where I can see them. Walk this way. Walk this way. Walk this way. Now. Now. On your ground. On the ground. Where's your mother?
Do not move. Do not move. Do not move. Do not move.
Is anybody hurt inside? Is anybody hurt inside? You don't know. Get him in a car. Hold on. We need another guy to go with him to the car.
Is your mother in the house?
Somebody trying to kill me. Send me another. Back up. I need everyone outside of the...
All right. I know the action is going right now. I just got to say, I'm about to drop a link. So I hope you guys are ready. Right now, 5 people can claim this. I might come back with more. Let's see how this goes. Now, this link is for a month. You get to be a member for a month. This link right here. I might come back with more. Let's see how this goes. Get ready. First 5 people. Do it. 1 month free gift membership.
Is your mother in the house, yes or no?
Somebody tried to kill me.
Is your mother in the house? Where is she?
Once the officers finally got the door open, they spotted a man inside the house and alarms went off. With his hands raised, Jontrell walked out of the home and was immediately taken down and handcuffed. Family members began shouting and the level of distress exploded. Collins denied that anyone inside had been hurt, but the nervousness in his voice had given him away.
Stretch, go. You can stay here with me. I'm staying with you. Back up. Guys, back up.
Rescue in here.
Rescue! Let's go! Back up. No. Please, no. Please, guys, please, no. Back up. I will talk to all of you. Please back up. Please. Dude, I will, I promise. I promise. Dude, make a hole. In the house.
No, bro.
Come on, P9.
We see it now.
Yes. Hey, I will talk to you. Code 5. Yeah. Hey, go clear the rest. I'll stay. Please, buddy. Please, guys. Please.
All right. Very sad stuff. I see people like, hey, thank you, I got one. Well, guess what? You're not special. Because I'm about to drop 10 more free Patreon memberships. I hope you guys enjoy. I hope you guys, when you go into that Patreon, you see that we get the free, not free, but we do the live shows and all that good stuff and all the content that we put on our Patreon. I hope you guys appreciate that. And I hope that when you're done with your free 1 month membership, that you'll continue to support the Patreon because it's a very important part of the show. So like I said, we about to get 10 free Patreon gift memberships. That'll be a total of 15 that I give away for this show. So I hope you guys enjoy. 15 that I give away for this show. I'm not going to tell you when I drop it. I'm just going to drop it.
Not even thought. Whoever's first one here. I need you on the street. It's the west side of the house. Pull right up towards the driveway, please. We need to get him in a car.
Yeah, I know. Then he's got to go.
You want gloves?
No.
Now, I got a problem with Christina Reynolds. Christina said, I would join anything that you have at True Crime with Strategic Eyes. You're amazing and worth every penny, and I hope they pay you well at your job because I think police are underpaid. Now, the reason why I got a problem with Christina is because she's trying to make me blush. And you don't ever want to make a black man blush. We turn purple, man. There's nothing to see here. Appreciate you, Christina. Thank you so much. And yes, we are well compensated. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to shit on my municipality. For a long time, we weren't, but now we are. And I'm very happy with my compensation. And it feeds the family. It definitely does. You know, could we get more? Absolutely. Should we be paid more? Absolutely. For the type of work that we do? Absolutely. But we are being paid enough to survive and to feed our family, and I'm very gracious for that. And at the end of the day, you don't come to public service to be rich. You come to get a comfortable retirement, and our retirement package is world class. And I'm happy that I made the decision that I made to give my life to public service, my adulthood, and etc., so that when I'm old, God willing, I have a long a retirement life. I feel like I'll be comfortable with good health care, etc., when I'm an old man and I can no longer work for a living. So that's what you go into public service for, your retirement. You never go to be rich. My friends, I have friends I went to high school. One works for Goldman Sachs. One is a record producer. They make a lot of money. They are very wealthy people, and they deserve it because they work hard. That wasn't for me. My sacrifice is for when I'm old. So I'm giving you guys, society, everything I have right now as a young man, as an able-bodied man, so that when I'm old, you guys and my hard work will take care of me. And that is one thing that's world class. You know, you work for Goldman Sachs, they don't have no retirement programs. Like, you got to pay into that 401ks and all that stuff. I have a pension. And to me, that is more valuable than anything on this planet. So thank you so much, Christina, for your kind words and for your support. And thank you to everybody else who's showing love. And, you know, because Christina is so nice, I'm just going to drop that 10 membership right now. Boom. Go get it, people. 10 memberships, man. 10 memberships to the Patreon. Go get it. Go get it right now.
Hey, leave rescue in the house till I can get a car here to get him in the car. Okay. All right.
As the officers called for paramedics, the entire family broke down. Screams, insults, and uncontrollable sobbing would echo outside of the home, while Collins remained face down on the ground, motionless under an officer's restraint. Authorities still did not exactly know what had happened, but the reactions of John Trell's relatives said it all. They already knew what had gone down inside, and the grief became overwhelming.
All right, I have one pulling up. Let's go, get him up. Hold on, don't move. Stay right here.
All right. Yo, big shout out to Christina for sending me that Cash App, man. It just came in. Thank you so much, man. Once again, very, very, very kind, man. Very, very kind. Thank you so much for supporting me. It's not easy. I appreciate you.
In her car, she's new.
Definitely.
We're coming to you, okay? Everybody stand back. Get them back. Get them back.
Yo, this is the first time in my life I'm hearing people of my persuasion asking the cops to shoot the guy. Yo, did you guys hear that? I'm not making fun because it's not funny when people get shot by police or when police get shot. It's not funny, but it is it's like a little irony that you have Caucasian cops taking away a black man and the black folks are like, why didn't you shoot him? And obviously they're pissed off, and they have every right to be pissed off because this young man ended their relative, their mother, their aunt, their grandmother, etc. This guy's a murderer, killed his own mother. But it's very sad, but that's insane that we heard that. They said kill him. They gotta get him out of there.
Hey! Get in your car. Get in your car. Got it.
People, Ivana Saint says this family is insane, such a mess. I don't think so. I don't think this is a dysfunctional family. I don't think that they're doing anything wrong. I mean, maybe just popping in. Like, they didn't hear from the mother. They called the police. They did the right thing. They tried to supply the police with a key that worked. They have all just discovered that this young man, the son, killed the mother. He beat the mother to death. And they're just grieving. So, yeah, we've had these situations where we hear dysfunctional people going crazy. I don't think this is one of them. I think this is a very human moment. And they didn't riot. They didn't attack the cops. They didn't attack the suspect. They're screaming. They're upset. But they are maintaining their composure and they're maintaining their distance. And they're not being vigilantes. So I think we do have to give them credit for it. They are just having a very traumatizing and sad human moment. This is not dysfunction. This is just profound sadness, to be honest with you. And big shout out to Jamie MP with a $2 super chat. Says, you are an amazing human. Thanks for everything you do. No, thank you. That's very kind to call me an amazing human. And big shout out to, I don't want to say the name because a name was sent, but big shout out to, I'll say Anashia. I hope I said it correctly. We're not saying full names because it's CashApp. With the CashApp, thank you so much, Anashia, for showing that love. Definitely, if you ever send me CashApp anybody, I will never say a full name because sometimes CashApp gives people's real government, and we don't want to put anybody's information out there. But definitely, thank you so much for the love. Let's keep going.
Yeah, you slow down.
Oh, look at the little baby out there. Get that little baby out of there, man. Get that little girl out of there. She don't need to see all that sadness. Oh.
Hey, Press, come over here, please.
Oh, boy. You know, they actually had, I actually declined, my boss was even like, hey, strategic, I thought you'd probably want to go to the child side. You guys know I investigate children and adults, but the age where I start investigating children is 13 and up. And they had a lot of retirements and opening in the child abuse squad that investigates 12 and under for both sexual and physical abuse. And that squad is actually located closer to my home. And so when they were, you know, like, hey, we need some volunteers or we're going to draft people. Fortunately, some colleagues and one colleague of mine who is an amazing guy, man. He's a God-fearing man. He's a pastor on the side. He's a really good guy. We were partners for a while before I got sent to a different team. And then I partnered up with my current partner she's amazing. One of the best partners I've ever had. And she's such a kind and intelligent woman. So when we're working together collaboratively on these cases, beautiful things happen because sometimes when I don't see things, she'll see things and vice versa. So it's a pleasure working with her, and the victims are that much more well taken care of that we're able to work collaboratively on these cases. But the same way with him. I mean, one time a young woman was sexually assaulted and me and him went out and we were able, it wasn't even our case, but we went out to assist that detective on the case and we were able to catch the guy before he was about to sexually assault another woman. We caught him right before he was getting ready to do it again. We actually got medals for that, for our hard work in catching him before he did that. That was really awesome, to stop him before he got his next victim. And we got him from far too. I was like, yo, that's him right there. And he was like, yeah, let's go check it out. And I was like, yeah, let's go. That's him. I know that's him. And we went and we caught him as he was following the victim up to do the same thing with the same exact MO as he did with the previous victim that he had sexually assaulted 3 hours prior. And that guy volunteered. But my boss is like, yo, you know, I thought that you would volunteer because of the distance it is to your home. It's much closer. And I was like, man, I can't do it. I can't exclusively investigate children. And they don't just do sexual assault. Like, I've become numb to sexual assault. They also do physical assault. So now we're talking about infants with broken arms, beat up infants. I can't do that. I just can't see a little baby beat up. No sexual assault, none of that stuff, just beat up. I can't do that. And then to top that off, they got to deal with the infants who are victims of SA. I can't do it. 13 and up, I could deal with it all day long. I'm accustomed to it. I'm desensitized to it. My professionalism will guide me through the trauma. But when you start getting to these babies, oh, it's too much. It's too much. So big shout out to my former partner who's going to go over to the child side. I wish him nothing but luck. And we're going to miss him on my side. But I had that opportunity and I turned it down. I do see myself maybe going over there at some point in the future because I do want to get that experience under my belt. And it's also will be closer to home. But right now, I just don't see myself doing it. But it is what it is. Let's keep going.
That's what I'm getting. What's somebody wants to get a crime scene log. She's dead inside. Okay. And recording. She's dead.
In an effort to calm things down, officers quickly placed Collins in a patrol car and removed him from the scene. His presence only added fuel to an already chaotic moment. Soon after, authorities confirmed that Harriet Owens was dead. The family's worst fears had been realized, and officers continued their work as paramedics stepped in and a forensics team was called to determine whether this was the case of a homicide. They had to have evidence, and they needed answers, and they needed them fast.
Really?
Yeah.
So does he live there?
Yes.
What's his relation to her?
That's my brother.
What's what I want to put? Politically correct this. Does he have any mental issues?
Yes, I always told her he was gonna be the death of her.
Oh my God.
She always protected him. That was her baby.
Of course.
But I always said Montreal gonna be the death.
Officer, let her talk. All right. She doesn't need to be validated that the mommy protected him because that's her son. She understands that, but she's also saying something profound, that he has exhibited signs in the past of his ability to inflict this type of violence. So just listen. We need to teach these officers to start listening, okay? You guys see my interrogations. I talk and then I listen. I just listen. That we're not going anywhere. There's no timetable on this. Just listen, okay? Let's keep going.
And I hate, and look what happened.
Does he have? So I have no idea.
And then I just found out he beat his daddy and put his daddy in the hospital 2 months ago.
Man.
I didn't know that. I just found this out today. She never told me this. I would have told her come stay with me.
Right.
She never told me this.
Well, what's his name?
John Trell Collins. Y'all done been here several times.
John Trell. What's
Collins.
Collins.
Y'all done been here several times.
Name sounds familiar.
Cause one time I was gonna run him over with my car. Yeah, several times. My grandma is dead.
Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Just too much trauma. To get those kids out of there, there's too much trauma for these little kids, man. You hear that? This girl's like 8 years old. Too much trauma.
They better get him to check. I want to see my grandma so bad.
Oh my gosh.
I know it's
right here. Yeah.
One of Harriet's daughters and sister to John Trell told the police that her mother had always defended him despite his violent behavior. She said her brother had struggled with mental health and that she had warned her mother several times that he might eventually kill her. Just 2 months earlier, Collins had violently attacked their father, sending him to the hospital in critical condition, but still no one had taken action, and now it had all ended in the worst possible way.
All right, I'm gonna pull you out since I wasn't able to search you. I'm gonna pull you out of the car and I'm just gonna have you stand right here.
All right, first of all, you never put a perp in a car unless you searched them. I understand that they felt that there was an exigent circumstance where they had to put them in a car because maybe the family would hurt them or something. You have to search a perp. You have to before you put them in that police car. You have to. Let's keep going.
I'm gonna search you, okay?
What they do, just throw you in the car or something?
Pretty much, yeah. You have anything you want to do that will poke me, stick me, or harm me?
See? She pulling stuff out of his pocket that should have never been in there.
Nope. Keep facing the car, please.
It's the weakest search I've ever seen in my life. Why are you backhand searching him on his waist area? What are you doing? Grab, squeeze, make sure that you get a real good search going. She needs to be trained how to search. Let's keep going. The only thing you're supposed to backhand is if you're a man and you're searching breasts. That's the only time you backhand. And a female officer, you don't backhand breasts. You search those things because you're a female. Allegedly, you're not supposed to be turned on by that. I don't know. I would never be turned on by a female perp. You know what I mean? You're a perp. You're not a woman anymore. You're a perp. So your breasts do nothing for me. You are a perp. You're in those cuffs for a reason. But anyway, you don't backhand on a male. You don't do that. Let's keep going.
Can I have you widen your stance for me, please? Can you go ahead and step out of your shoes for me? Just go ahead and slide them off. Go ahead and lift this foot up, back towards me. Hold your balance.
And there's some socks he got on. What's the point of having socks on if there's holes everywhere? Big shout out to Music, who's a recruit member. Thanks for coming through, supporting the channel. He might as well just put them shoes on without socks. His toes is out, his heel is out. My man crazy. Let's see what we got. This numbskull. Oh boy. And this one boils down to what we talk about on this channel all the time, the need for mental health, man. The fact that we don't have adequate mental health treatment in America.
Showing no signs of remorse and no visible sadness. Jontrell Collins, age 29, would be arrested and charged with second-degree murder after allegedly beating his mother to death. According to his statement, he had used his fists and an unidentified object to strike her. He now faces years in prison, pending the circumstances of the crime and his criminal record.
Guys, there's a possibility this guy might be found to be criminally insane. He has a documented history of mental health illnesses. He might get off and just go to a mental health institution. So don't think for 1 second that this guy is going to be doing 25 to life. We have a problem with mental health in our country. We do not invest in mental health in this country. It doesn't matter who's in power, Democrat, Republican, Independent, it doesn't matter. Nobody spends on mental health. It's very expensive. And it's basically serving a niche community, a community that typically doesn't vote, a community that typically people don't care about. They don't care about it till it affects them personally. So there's no incentive, there's no motivation to actually address mental illness. If this guy needed to be in an institution, not in his mother's house. And we asked, well, why didn't they get help? Well, where are you going to get help? All right. Florida has a lot of great things that they do. They don't have a lot of money to spend on things because they don't have an income tax. Okay. I'm not saying you should have an income tax. I wish I didn't have an income tax coming out of my salary. But guess what? Far right is not good, far left is not good. Sometimes you got to meet in the middle. Because they don't have an income tax, there's not a lot of money to go around. What institutions is that mother gonna get her son to? They didn't look like they were rich people. They looked like they were just getting by. What money did they have to go put this loved one inside of a mental health institution? What state program was going to house him and spend $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year to house him in a mental health hospital? There's not that many opportunities for people to get help for their loved ones, so then they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do you kick the loved one out on the streets? This person that you gave birth to, this person that you raised, this person that you love, do you kick them out and put them on the streets? Now they're into drugs. Now they're sleeping on the side of a road. They're shooting up with needles. They're catching uncurable diseases. They're getting in and out of prison. They're getting victimized on the street. Or do you keep them in your home and you try and nurse them back to health? You at least give them someplace safe to stay. There's not that many options that people have when they're dealing with these type of individuals with serious mental health concerns, because our society does not value treating mental illness until what? Until something tragic happens. And we talk about it. We still don't spend any money on it. Big shout out to Galen with 20 gift memberships. So we gave away 15 Patreon memberships. I've given that away. And right now we got what? 22 memberships, 20 from Galen and 2 from other people who've shown love. This chat is lucky. Now, guys, you got to make sure that you turn on yes, that you're willing to accept gift memberships, because some people are like, well, I never receive a gift membership. Well, number one, YouTube does it at random. But number two, YouTube is not going to give it to you if you have not selected that you're willing to receive a gift membership. So make sure that you do that, because we give a lot of gift memberships away on this channel because we have a very generous audience. So Galen, thank you so much for supporting the channel and showing that love. I know that was very expensive for you. That was not cheap what Galen just did. It was very expensive for them. So thank you so much, Galen, for giving the gift of membership to all of these lucky people who are in the chat. I hope if any of you guys are in the room, you make sure you thank Galen, because that was very, very, very kind of them. Really awesome. All right. Do I have one more? Where we at? An hour and 29 minutes? I don't know. Maybe we'll do one more. Let's see. Police confront evil mom over horrifying crime. I don't think I saw this one. Let's see.
Don't do that. Okay, you don't need to touch me.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, let's do it.
That's another talk.
Thursday, August 11th, 2022.
All right, we're not gonna watch all of this. All right, so it's on the daily crime thing, the daily dose of crime. Sorry, I picked my nose. It's itching. We're not gonna watch all of it because I gotta go. So, but I'm gonna give you a taste of it. This is out of good old Florida again.
Flagler County, Florida. The county sheriff's
everything happens in Florida.
office received a call from a distressed woman crying as she reported that a co-worker was assaulting her daughter. Authorities were dispatched to locate the woman and get her side of the story. And as more calls began to come in, the situation started to seem truly alarming. A child appeared to be in danger. I'm Tyler, and this is your daily dose of crime.
How's it going?
Tyler, you really talk like that, or you just talking like that for YouTube? I'm strategic, and this is your daily dose of strategic stuff. I'm just joking. Nice channel, man. Good for you.
I'm here to check on, is it the daughter? Is Priscilla here?
Yes.
Okay, can I talk with her?
Yes.
For a second?
How are you guys today?
Not too bad.
All right, how are you? Who are you to Priscilla? Boy. You're Priscilla's boyfriend? Yeah. Okay. And
so, Rhiannon October, hope I said that right, says, can I get a free membership? I watch every video and have for a while now. We don't have any control over who gets a free membership. Unfortunately, it's totally at random. You have to make sure, though, that you have gone into your settings and you've clicked that you are willing to receive gift memberships. And also, obviously, you haven't done it yet. It may not be something that you can do, but I just want to remind you, we do have the most affordable membership on YouTube. That's 99 cents, guys. And you guys got to understand, YouTube takes 30%. So after YouTube takes their 30%, I'm just getting like 60 cents on the dollar, right? So, you know, after taxes is 60 cents on the dollar. So I'm basically selling my lowest tier of membership for 60 cents. That's what I get, okay? So 99 cents is the cheapest tier. So if you can't afford that, you can become a member on your own at 99 cents and be able to enjoy some benefits as being a member of True Crime Strategic. But if you can't afford that, and that's okay, please do go into your settings and make sure that you click yes so that you could be eligible to get a gift membership. And remember, I don't choose, and nor do the generous people who buy gift memberships choose. It is totally at random by Google with the people who have clicked yes that they're willing to accept gift memberships. Let's keep going.
Priscilla's daughter's here as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
And Foxy corrected me, but you didn't hear what I said, Foxy. I said after taxes. So it's going to be 70% because they take their 30, but then I have to pay taxes on that. So I'm only seeing 60 to 50 cents on that when you subtract taxes. Let's keep going.
40 Alpha Delta Lima 0 Foxtrot.
Hello. Can I help you?
So we're here. I guess is there an issue like your daughter or something?
Nope.
No? Is your daughter home?
Nope.
No?
Look at both of them. Both of them got their hands on their hips. They guarded. But the boyfriend ain't really doing anything. He's actually going to help to a certain degree, even though if I was on scene, I would make sure he'd have got far away. But he's not. He wants her not to act the way that we're going to see her act in just a moment.
All right. Do you want us to go any further with what we're doing? Nope. Okay. All right. Turn around for me. What's going on?
The suspect, identified as Priscilla Jocelyn Florentino, stepped out to meet the officers at her front door. Her responses were short, and she adopted a defiant stance in front of the officers. She refused to allow them to speak with her daughter and didn't seem willing to talk about what had happened. But how bad was it really for her to try and flee from the authorities?
Priscilla, don't do that. Okay, Priscilla, stop. Don't do that. You guys, okay. Priscilla.
Comes down.
I got her. Priscilla, can you stop? Are you kidding me? Baby, you're not under arrest. There you go.
Let me go.
Okay then. You guys, please don't. Please stop. Babe, can you stop?
Let me go.
No, we can't let you go.
They just want to talk. You don't gotta.
Alright, he don't need to touch me.
Okay, guys.
He don't need to.
Back out.
I want to stand up.
Volatile. I don't even know how people like build relationships with volatile people like this. Like, she is so volatile, man. I could never be with a woman like this. Never in a million years. Like, I'd run away immediately. The first argument, I'm like, oh, okay, this is not gonna work. Have a good day.
Stop touching me.
Okay,
please just let me go. Sugar it up alone. Look, okay, get up.
Stop touching me.
Okay, stop.
Let me go.
I don't have a choice.
Let me go.
Calm down and get.
Can you stop? Please stop. For me. I know, but for me, please.
Listen, if she catches,
They just want to talk.
So let me go.
Can you just for like 2 seconds? There you go. Now get up and talk civilized. Come, talk civilized.
Look at that. Put her ass in cuffs. That's what she need to do.
I'm talking.
Okay.
What's up?
It's too late, man. You chase after and you put hands on her, you got to put her in cuffs. Otherwise, you just use force for no reason. Well, that's considered force, what he just did. So you have to arrest her because you have to justify the force that you did. You grabbed her, she fell to the ground. So you can't rescind that now like it never happened. That's a liability right there. So another thing, guys got to really understand how the law works. You just use force on her. First of all, when she turned around and fled, that gave you probable cause to arrest her right there because she's running from you. You're sitting there, you're talking to her. It elevated from just you doing an investigative stop to an arrest because she ran. She just raised your suspicion to the point where you believe that she committed a crime because she decided to run away. She didn't even just turn around and walk away. She turned around and literally tried to run away and shut her door in the belief that the police would not be able to get her because they don't have a warrant. She's just a perp. Now you use force. You caught up to her. She fell to the ground. You holding her hands, pulling on her. That's force. you have to arrest her in order for you to justify the force you just used. They're going to end up arresting her anyway, but I would have just kept going. It's a wrap, you know, because actually he told her to put her hands behind her back. I just remembered. So he actually said he was going to arrest her. So there's no now taking that back. It would just keep escalating because that's what it would lawfully, that's what it would need to do. Now, some of you guys will look at it and say, well, strategic, look, all's well that ends well. You know, they stopped, they backed off. And so, you know, they did the right thing, I guess. But technically, they were trying to arrest her. She fled. She resisted arrest. They should have just put her in custody and kept it moving. But anyway, let's
I need to stand up. I don't need to stand up.
Can you guys tell me what's going on first?
Yes, we will. Stand up.
She's being detained. She's being detained right now.
Relax before you catch another.
All right, so it's good. They kept going. That's good. They kept going. I thought they let her go, but they kept going. They had to keep going. So I stand corrected.
You're not catching nothing, babe. Are you really Baby, baby, are you kidding me? Mi amor.
Reason to arrest me.
Baby, you're not.
Mi amor, baby, baby. You think he's the man of the house? He's talking to her like she's a child. You think this guy's the man of the house? See, I'm telling you, man, these ladies be looking for the right ones. They be looking for the right ones, these beta males that they could control and allow them to act a freaking fool. That's why she's out here beating on this little girl and doing all kinds of crazy stuff because nobody's checking her ass. But let's keep going.
Under arrest.
You're not under arrest.
All right, so let me go.
They're gonna detain you to talk to you, babe. Ellos no te van a llevar, no la van a llevar, ¿verdad?
Va a ser tú.
No, ellos van a venir. No, it's not. Ya.
Tú me la
They're
jodiste.
going to detain you, baby, and talk to you. Yeah.
Yo no te jodí nada. Mi amor, yo no jodí nada.
Porque tú bien sabías que no le tenías que
Y'all like that, ladies? Y'all like that, baby? Y'all like that, huh? So y'all not gonna like me. I don't got that kind of flavor.
Mi nombre.
Yo no le di ningún nombre.
Tú dices, yo no vivo aquí, yo no sé nada.
Tú no, mi amor.
Lárgate de mi casa.
Stop.
Lárgate de mi casa.
Listen.
Que yo me las tengo que arreglar ahora.
Now,
Lárgate.
I think somebody said in the end that what she told them is that it's your fault that I'm getting arrested because you let him in my house. Somebody translate what she just said. Translate what she said. I know we got a lot of Spanish speakers in the room. Translate what she just said.
Ya.
Tú me la jodiste.
Yo no te jodí nada. Mi amor, yo no jodí nada.
Porque tú bien sabías que no le tenías que dar mi nombre.
Yo no le di ningún nombre.
Tú dices, yo no vivo aquí, yo no sé nada.
Tú no, mi amor.
Lárgate de mi casa.
Stop.
Lárgate de mi casa.
She told him to get
Que
out.
yo me las tengo que arreglar ahora. Lárgate.
You guys, can you tell me what's going on,
Yes,
please?
that's what we were trying to do in the first place.
Please.
Okay.
Habla conmigo.
So,
talk to me.
Right now, she's being secured in
Just-
lieu of a criminal investigation. Okay.
No investigation de qué? Of what?
All right, we have
Ellos te iban
another
a buscar
deputy
no
on the
matter
way
what.
to explain,
Te
okay?
iban a buscar
Yo
no
no
matter
tenía que
what.
abrir la maldita puerta.
So she blaming him like, yo, so that's what they say in the chat. They also translated it there on the video too. So that's the translation. Big shout out to Daily Dose of Crime for translating what they said. That's awesome that they actually translated what she said in the English on the subtitles so we can understand what she's saying. That's freaking hot, man. I just noticed that. And so she's like, yo, you let him in my house. Get out my house. See, that's another thing. You messing with these women and they got all the power because you staying in their house because what it is, you ain't doing what you're supposed to do. A man should have his own ish. A man should always have his own ish. Well, that's a different conversation. This ain't one of those type of channels. Let's keep going.
Criminal, okay.
Okay. Let's go outside.
But criminal, okay.
Listen, she's not under arrest. Right
Okay.
now she's detained.
Okay, I know.
Touching me.
Okay,
Stand up.
just
You need to try
Don't
and relax.
touch me.
You need to try and relax. You're already caught an extra charge.
I'm gonna talk to you, okay? If she keeps
Please,
this up, she's got another
please.
charge.
Please.
My
Right
face.
now?
Stay looking for me. Now you.
She already hit me in the hand, so she's catching the charge.
Okay.
Boss, man,
Stand up.
please.
No, we're not doing that.
She
She ain't gonna
trying to
start.
get
Bro, they're doing you a favor. Get another woman, bro. I don't care what your situation is. I don't care if you felon bae or if you simp bae. It don't matter, man. Get another woman, bro. Get another woman. Don't be enamored by them hips she got and them leggings. She's not worth it. Get another woman.
We gave her plenty of warnings. We were being patient with her. She's still acting up. So this could have been simple. We could have.
I didn't want nobody to touch me.
You don't want to talk to me. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, I'm on it. Okay.
I have domestic violence issues and I don't like nobody touching me.
Okay.
All right, you wanna go? Then go touch me.
Who's the problem for the domestic violence issues? Is it you or the other person? Because it looked like you the problem. It looked like you the one who probably be beating on people.
Just
Okay.
I won't speak as long as you don't touch me.
Just step back before she does something.
okay, baby. No, she.
Bro, pack your stuff up and go. You got like 2-3 days before she get bonded out. You don't got to rush. You in the house. She going to go to jail. Take your time. Pack your stuff up. Get the hell out of here.
Look, she's angry. I get it, okay?
I don't like nobody touching me. You don't touch me, I speak like a civilized human being.
Oh, Lord.
Until you disobeyed the word coming back inside.
Oh, Lord.
That's where it escalated.
All right, why don't nobody touching me?
Okay.
I get that, but if you give me a reason to touch you, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
You don't have no reason to touch me.
All right. Okay. No reason.
I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to him. I don't want to talk to you. I don't like you.
Okay, do you want me to talk to you in front of your kids? Or you want to talk civilized
You can
outside?
talk right here.
Just talk to her.
Okay.
That's cool.
I'm talking. I don't know any of them.
This one.
I can't put money. I can't call you because I don't got money on my thing.
Spitfire. She is Spitfire. Mi amore.
Process, take her statement, and gather evidence, but things weren't going to be as straightforward as they had hoped since there were serious discrepancies between the accusations and the alleged events. They needed to find the truth, and Priscilla had the chance to
She messing with the Bone Thugs in Harmony. Don't he look like the Bone Thugs dude? He look like a Bone Thug.
defend herself in front of the authorities.
Take a seat in here, okay? Before I ask you any questions, I have to read you these. We'll go from there. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and have him with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, it won't be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. You understand each of these rights I have explained to you.
Yes, sir.
Have you previously requested any law enforcement officer to allow you to speak to an attorney?
No, sir.
With these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happened?
Calm now.
At the hotel. You can start me from the beginning.
I was at work. I left the hotel because I was going through my daughter's phone. Because yesterday was the first day of school, and she turned off her phone on me. She didn't come home till about 8:30. She's 12 years old. And I took her phone from her, and I went through it this morning. As I'm at work, I seen what was going on. I asked my boss to give me permission to go pick her up out of school. I picked her up out of school. I brought her back to work with me. I stopped here at home. I grabbed my clippers. And I cut her.
All right, so this, if you didn't hear, basically the little girl, she's alleged little girl didn't come home to 8:30. She's 12 years old. First of all, your parenting is what has a 12-year-old thinking she could do that. If I drop my 12-year-old off in the middle of wherever at 8:30, she's going to cry and call 911 because she wants to go home. Your parenting makes that little girl want to either be fast. I'm not saying she is. I don't even like to use that terminology, but it's the most expedient way of painting a picture for you. Is your parenting is making her fast. Is your parenting is making her not want to come home. Is your parenting is making her have problems at school. The little girl's having problems at school because she's probably a reflection of her mother. And so then she decides to take the little girl out of school early, take her to the job, and shave her head. Because the little girl loves her hair and she thinks her hair makes her look pretty. She decides to shave her head, and smack her upside the head and put a metal pole in her mouth, a metal option. The reason I'm fast tracking this because we got to go. We already at an hour and 45 minutes. And she puts a metal rod in her mouth and says, you want to suck pee-pee? Suck on this. 12 years old. You want to suck pee-pee? Suck on this. Puts the metal pole in her mouth. That's like some, what they call that thing? Guantanamo stuff. She basically torturing a little girl, and she calls that parenting. And she mad that she in cuffs now. So now all the employees is seeing this stuff happening. They start calling the cops like, oh my God, this is crazy. Like, we're being traumatized. And the manager is like kind of like on her side, at least that's from her perspective. Wouldn't doubt me, because I'm pretty sure not doubting that she's not smashing a manager. These type of people will do anything to get over. And so he's like, oh, come on, you know, maybe you shouldn't do that. It's all good. Whatever, manager should be fired if that's what he really was doing, in my opinion. If that's what he was doing, the way she was characterizing her interaction with the manager, should be fired. But anyway, they called the cops, and now she's in the situation she's in right now.
I told her, I said, do you understand why I'm doing this? She said, yes, because it's not the first time you do it. Okay. This is the third time I have cut her hair because she wants to be doing things that are not age appropriate for her age. That's what it really comes down to. I'm not going to beat her. I'm not going to punish her. I'm not going to lock her up. I'm going to take away what hurts her the most. Her hair. She loves her hair. Her hair is her thing because she knows it makes her look beautiful. So I said, guess what? Now you have no hair. That's your punishment. And that was it. And the people at the hotel, I know what it was. It was.
So this is a tablet of mine's. I use this for the show. I love this tablet. It's a very expensive tablet. This tablet is like $1,200. I didn't pay that amount of money for it. Because with Samsung, like when you are in their ecosystem, whenever they come out with a new device, they give you tons of incentives. And at some point, I paid $1,000 for the 3-year-old version. And since every year when they come out with a new version, they give me so many discounts that these tablets usually cost me $200. This is the newest one. This is the S10 Ultra. And this one cost me $80 because of trade-in and being a Samsung member and all. $80 for this. Traded in the S9, got this S10 with the trade-in and all the incentives. I paid $80 for this. My son got a tantrum. He's 6 years old. He broke it. You can't see. It's still usable. The screen is cracked. But I have a warranty. Did I go beat my son up? Nope. I told him he broke it yesterday. I didn't know. I just found out today. He's like, Dad, can you help me look for my Nintendo Switch? And we're looking for the Nintendo Switch, and I see this on the floor. And I said, oh my God, because I heard a big bang when he had his tantrum yesterday. And I go check it, and I said, oh my son. I said, son, he said, I didn't break it. I said, I know you did. And I'm disappointed that you did it, but we'll talk about it later. And I went and I contacted Samsung, and I'm going to warranty it, and they're going to fix it for $29. Really good deal. And I'm not upset. And I didn't go crazy on my son because that doesn't teach them lessons. If your daughter's doing these things and she's out of control, beating on her, putting metal poles in her mouth, cutting off her hair, that's not going to teach her that what she's doing is wrong. It's going to teach her fair. It's going to teach her that when she's angry, she should act like you. She's going to grow up and do the same things that you're doing to her children, and the cycle will continue. You have to talk to your children. You have to talk to them. You have to make them respect you so that when you say you're disappointed, that it means something to them. And then you have to teach them right from wrong. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk to my son. I'm going to say, hey, you know, as much as you love your Nintendo Switch, you know, I like my tablet. And it hurt my feelings that you broke it. And hopefully that'll teach him a lesson, not to do it again. Life goes on, though. I don't love this tablet more than I love my son. So I'm not going to abuse my son or hurt my son simply because he took something trivial and materialistic away from me. There's got to be a better way. What she did was abuse. There's no way around it. Corporal punishment doesn't fix things. They only make them more broken. At least that's my perspective. Let's keep going.
Monica, I don't know her last name, and I know where she lives. She came in to ask me a question. She said, oh my God, what are you doing? And I said, Monica, do me a favor, mind your business. And she said, oh my God, you need to pray, you need to do this, you need to that. I said, do me a favor. She's not your daughter. Mind your business. And she said, but you cutting her hair, you cutting her hair. Mind your fucking business. And she left, and then that was it. And then my boss called me. He said, what are you doing? I said, I told you what I'm doing. I picked up my daughter, and I'm cutting her hair. He said, from a parent's perspective, I understand what you're going through. He said, do me a favor, just chill out. I said, I'm not hitting her, because there's cameras all over the hotel. I said, I'm not hitting her, nothing. You could run them cameras and check. And he said, all right, just chill out. I said, yeah, I'm cool. I stopped. I cut her hair. I cleaned up the mess. That was it. She was sitting there. I was sitting there. And then the same person that called, she was like, you need to go because you're scaring everyone. I said, I just spoke to my boss. I don't need to go because of you. So I called him. I said, Daniel, you want me to go, whatever? He said, no, you're fine. She called someone else. I don't know who she called. At that point, I guess it was Daniel's superior. And he said, how about this?
Somebody said she probably jealous of her daughter. I see that a lot too, you know. I do see that a lot. I don't know why. You know, my son, he barely looks like me. He's handsome. You know, I ain't handsome. He's handsome. He got light eyes. He got the nice hair and all that extra stuff. I mean, all the stereotypical things we consider beauty in America. You know, I'm not jealous. I'm happy. Like, yeah, my son is going to be a lady killer. Good for him. You know what I mean? You know, I don't understand why some parents are jealous of their kids. You could tell. Look at her. She got the tats all over the tits and the, you know, multiple jewelries and the lip ring and the nose ring and all that stuff. And some of you guys may think that's fashion. I mean, I think like when you get a certain age, it's like, that ain't it no more. You know? I don't have not one tattoo on my body, and now that I'm 41, I don't have no desire to do it. It's like, why? You know? I just don't care. I just want to work, make money, and feed my children. That's my life now, you know? Teach them lessons, enjoy these moments with them, and prepare them for the world. I don't want to go to the clubs. I don't want to go get drunk and lit and all this extra stuff. Maybe I'm boring. Maybe I should be doing that at my age, like some of you guys do. I have no interest in it. I want to make money. I want to take care of my kids. I want to leave them a legacy that they can remember for the rest of their life. I want to be a role model for them. That's my life. Right? It is what it is. You got these people who have children and they still want to live the vida loca. They think they're missing out on something. That's what your late teens and your 20s are for. When you get to our age, 35 and up, it's time to now be an adult. It's time to now focus on giving back to society and raising children. That is your goal. That is your life. Not going to the bar, not going to the club and getting lit and getting super drunk and tatting up your body and all this extra stuff and getting fake butts and fake tits and fake abs if you're a dude because you still got to look good at 41. Listen, be healthy, absolutely. This sweater right here, my partner, she was my old partner when I was on the streets. She was a personal trainer and she started training me to, you know, get the weight off of me. And this is an extra small. I mean, not extra, an extra large. When we were training, I was wearing 3X and sometimes 4X. I've got this on now. Extra large. So there's nothing wrong with getting healthy. I lost well over 100 pounds in the last year and a half. Nothing wrong with being healthy. But I'm not going to be, I don't care about being sexy. You know what I mean? I'm working out. My body's getting in shape and all that good stuff. But I'm not thinking about the tattoo I could get on my back so I could look sexy when I walk around with my shirt off. That's not in my thought process. Like, oh, you know, it's not something I care about. I just want to be healthy. That's it. I don't want to be sexy. Does that make sense to you guys? Like, I just don't care about that stuff anymore, man. I don't care. You know, once again, I care about being a role model for that young man that's growing up with that testosterone. I care about being a role model for those beautiful girls who are becoming women. And I care about paying my bills. That's it. I'm not saying I'm right. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm looking at it from the wrong lens. Maybe you still should have a good time, strategic, you know. But I did that when I was young, man. I lived the vida loca. I did all kinds of crazy crap, you know. I can't run for president. You know, there are too many skeletons in the closet, man. You know what I mean? That's just real talk, bro. I'm 41. I'm not giving up on life. I'm not saying that I have to now, you know, act like I'm a grandpa. I just feel like there's more priorities out there than being jealous of your little girl because maybe she's pretty and you think you're not pretty anymore because gravity and father time is catching up to you. To me, that's pathetic. Let's keep going.
Go home, take the day off, relax, come back tomorrow. I said, all right, cool. That was it. As I'm walking out, the lady that called was like, you go suck, just the way my daughter sucked. And I walked out. And I guess that's what she did. So that's the story on what happened to me. So yes, did I pull my daughter out of school? Yes. Did I speak to the principal today? Yes. Did I speak to her guidance counselor? Yes. Did I tell him everything I told you? Yes. Did I ask for help? Yes. Did I take her to the hotel to cut hair? Yes. Did I beat my daughter? No. Did I touch her? No. The most I did was cut her hair and smack her on the back of her head because I didn't expect this behavior from her. Other than that, you could just strip her butt naked and will not find not one bruise, not one fingerprint, not one anything, because I did not hit her.
Priscilla was charged with domestic violence. According to witness statements, she had handcuffed her daughter inside a car in extreme heat, then took her into the hotel where she worked, where she allegedly beat her, shaved her hair, verbally abused the child, and forced a metal rod into her mouth. However, there were several gaps in her statements. She only mentioned cutting her daughter's hair, but
handcuffed her, brought her to the hotel, beat her up, shaved her head, stuck a metal rod in her mouth. We're going to be done soon. I want you guys to go and watch the rest of it on your own.
repeatedly emphasized that she never hit her. But exactly how true is this information? And could there be recordings to back up her version?
Okay, well, this lady is manic, man. She is nuts, bro. Like, this Mother's Day is not for you, ma'am. Mother's Day is not for you.
She got a scratch on her cheek that's fairly new.
Okay.
Okay. So what else happened? Because that's not the only thing.
That was it. I hit her over the head like this. I was like, the is your problem? And I grabbed the clippers and I cut her hair, and that was it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. We'll stop it here because I got to get out of here. I don't want to spend my whole day here. We're already at 2 hours. 2 hours I spent with you beautiful people, man. It wasn't a wasted 2 hours. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. But I do have other priorities in life that I need to tend to. So you guys are amazing. Listen, guys, thank you so much. Some of you guys are naughty too. Phil DeBertot. Whatever that is. DeBertot. She said, I'm 64 and I got my 4th tattoo last month. We all know how you get down, Phil. You're a bad, bad, bad person. Terrible. Who else we got here? We got Zophiliac says, I'm at my point in life where I'm okay with looking like a rat walking up next to my husband. He still likes it anyway. You do not look like a rat. Stop it. And yeah, you it's okay to be sexy for your husband. Don't forget that. We don't want your husband looking at anybody else. Keep up the good work. What else we got going on here? Whatever. You guys are great. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Sad stuff, man. But we had some good moments on the channel today, even though we were talking about some heavy topics. We got a lot of gift memberships. 23 new members to the channel. We appreciate you. And wow, 15 free gift memberships to the Patreon. Hope you guys enjoy. I had a good time. Happy Mother's Day, guys. Sorry I had to share with you some sad stories, but I mean, it's Mother's Day, but this is a true crime channel where we talk about horrible things. So I don't think that we get a break from those horrible things, right? It's just horrible no matter what day it is. But at least we spent some time together. You guys have been amazing. Please hit the like button on your way out the door. We actually had no moderators today. Obviously, it's Mother's Day, so my moderators are with their families, etc. So no bad behavior. No moderation needed. Everybody here was cool, calm, and collected and respectful, and I definitely appreciate that. And that's big. That shows you how mature my audience is. Somebody made a comment earlier on where they're like, yo, this is an underrated channel. I think this channel should have way more exposure, way more subs, way more Patreon members, etc., all that good stuff. I appreciate that. But I want to just say that I'm okay with our growth, you know. We have 86,000 people of true believers. 86,000 people who really want to support the channel and support the mission that we're under. I rather 86,000 people where I could do a live with no moderators and everybody is cool, mature, respectful, than have 300,000 people and I got to have professional moderators in there that's like pulling in a salary and all that good stuff because there's a whole bunch of trolls, negative people, PD files, and monsters who will get into that chat and try and destroy the ambiance and destroy the peace. So, like I said, there's always a curse that comes with a blessing. So yes, it is a blessing to be able to have 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 1 million subscribers, but know that it does come with its heartaches. It does come with its negativity. So we're growing at a slow, steady pace, but we're growing with people who actually want to come here. We're growing with people who watch the show and say, wow, this was very probative. This was very informative. I want to be a part of this community. And to me, that's a blessing in itself. Slow, steady growth, growing with people who actually want to grow with you as well. So I will not give that up for nothing. I don't want to get a one show that's going to get me 100,000 subs and those people don't know who we are, don't really appreciate what we're trying to do, and in many instances are negative people. We'll keep doing what we do. Every month, we get between 1,000 to 2,000 new subscribers. That's what YouTube tells me. And I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Hopefully by next year, we'll get 100,000 subs, 100,000 subs of true believers. Our mission is to give a voice to the voiceless. I haven't heard anybody else use that on YouTube. I hear some people trying to use it now. That's their business. This is what we really do. This is what we do on YouTube. This is what we do in the real world. No nonsense, real talk, giving a voice to the voiceless. And eventually, YouTube will catch up to what we're trying to do here. Anyway, guys, you guys are amazing. I'll see you guys on the next one. Let me set up that outro. Happy Mother's Day to all of you guys. You don't have to be a mother to enjoy Mother's Day. If you have nephews and nieces, you know, if you have friends' kids that you take care of from time to time, if you have any interaction, if you have no kids of your own, no family members you take care of, but you're a teacher, you're still giving motherly love to some kids. If you in any way touch the hearts and souls of children, then I'm going to say Happy Mother's Day to you. Because just as much as you could use that opportunity to touch those hearts and souls in a positive way, you could be touching those hearts and souls in a negative way as well. So if you are positively impacting children in some way and you have a vagina, I'm going to say Happy Mother's Day to you. So Happy Mother's Day to everybody out there, regardless of how you impact these children, so long as it's positive. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Strategic is out of here. Peace.
Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes.
Strategic back again. What's going on, beautiful people? Welcome to another edition of True Crime with Strategic. I appreciate you guys for joining me today. I am so excited to share this story with you guys. We're still looking for these missing, beautiful little girls. There's so many different feelings and emotions that's out there. I feel people's pain. I mean, I'm a very empathetic person. I see people from Canada, some people getting frustrated. I know the Canadian government has made their feelings based off of the media attention and social media. Specifically, the Canadians have gone after social media's coverage of this case. Then in turn, of course, the people are going to listen to what their government is saying. So you're going to get some people, not all, who are going to say, oh man, you guys aren't even from Canada. Why are you even talking about these kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Well, this is my response to that. Number one, everybody talks about American crime, right? Whenever we have a tragedy in America, everybody talks about it regardless of where you live and where you're from. So it's kind of not fair that now that there's a tragedy that Americans are trying to bring awareness to, that some people in Canada are having a problem with that. But we don't care what the naysayers have to say. We do what we feel is morally correct. And that segues me into my second point, which is the most important point. If you don't talk about these cases, they disappear. Take it from an active duty law enforcement officer. I can tell you without beyond the shadow of a doubt, I can tell you 100%, ladies and gentlemen, that when a case has media attention, more resources goes to that case. Full stop. I'll say it to the people in the back of the room. When a case has media attention, the case gets more resources and more attention from police agencies. So the fact that we're talking about Lily and Jack, we are bringing awareness to this case. We are helping to keep their names in the headlines because guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Those beautiful kids are still missing. Those beautiful kids are still missing and they're not found. But in our journey of trying to figure this out, trying to understand what happened to those little girls, because we're not there, our boots aren't on the ground, the best we could do is just keep our ear to these YouTube streets. An underlying similarity began to rear its ugly head. And we're going to talk about the similarities between the parents of Jack and Lily, Jack, however you want to say it. People usually say Lily first because she's the oldest, as it should be. And the Orson and Orrin West parents, Trezell and Jacqueline. So I want to play for you a little bit of Trezell and Jacqueline's interview, and then I want to play some of the interviews from the mother of Jack and Lily. And the father, the stepfather as well. Because they haven't done any interviews together that I know of. And it appears that Daniel, who's the stepfather, has done way more interviews than the mother. She seems to be missing in action. So I've avoided saying her name because I want to say her name correctly. I think it's Malaya, something like that. If I say it incorrectly, somebody please spell it phonetically for me in the chat. But I think there's some definite similarities between these two. The problem is, how did the Orrin and Orson West case end? We all know how it ended. It ended in tragedy, and it ended in the parents being convicted and sentenced to many, 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 many years in prison for taking these two beautiful young boys' lives away from us. So I hope that this is not the tragedy that we end up with, although I do believe that it's the most probable outcome of this situation. But unlike other channels, we don't mind being wrong. We actually pray to be wrong. I want to be wrong because if I'm wrong, that means two beautiful children will end up living. Unfortunately, just doesn't look like it's going to play out that way. So before we get started, I want to say that, number one, we're going to follow all of YouTube's terms of service to the best of our abilities. We're also going to say that what gives me the opportunity and the ability to come before you guys and talk about this tragic story with authority is that I am an active duty 18-and-a-half-year veteran law enforcement officer. If you don't know what active duty means, that means that I'm still working, still employed as a detective. This is what I do for a living. It's my expertise. And all statements that I make are my own statements. They do not represent any law enforcement organization that I work for. These are my own private statements. But I can tell you that I'm a detective because that is my career. That's what I do. So I don't have to hide that from you, okay? Lastly, we do not make any content for kids. All of our content is for adults only. So viewer discretion is advised when you watch True Crime with Strategic. That being said, the last thing I want to bring to your attention is that we need you guys to hit that like button when you are viewing this channel so that we can get into the algorithm. By you commenting in the comment section, wherever it may be, whether it's a thumbs up or an actual statement, idea, thought, question, whatever it may be. It could be an emoji or it can be actual words. It's still considered engagement by the YouTube bots. And that engagement will help us be sent into the algorithm where we can be viewed by a wider audience. And the last thing I want to bring your attention, so once again, hit that like button and hit that thumbs up and leave a comment when you come into the room. But the last thing is that we do have Strategic Eyes merch again. Yay! That's right. We are now opening back up the store. For those of you who don't know, we closed down our store for one reason: customer service. We were using Teespring, and Teespring took way too long to ship merchandise to you beautiful people. And also, when I got some of my merch, I didn't like the quality, ladies and gentlemen. So we decided to take the store down, take our time, do our research, and then introduce you guys to a store that can actually give you guys the customer service that you deserve, as well as the quality in the merchandise that Strategic Eyes expects. And so we have decided to fall back on TeePublic. Yeah, one more time. So we're using TeePublic. We got some good merch up. It's going to take us time to build out and put even more designs, but we got a few designs there as well. And TeePublic just lets you print on anything, man. So we got mugs, we got hats, we got t-shirts, we got tank tops, we got sweaters, we got everything, man. So please go check that out. But Teespring also has a separate store that you can set up called Dashery. So you guys have two options. You can either order merch from TeePublic, excuse me, not Teespring, TeePublic. You can order from TeePublic, or you can order from Dashery, which is a part of TeePublic, but it's kind of like my own personalized store on Dashery. So we have two stores, a general TeePublic store, and then we have a Dashery store. I would encourage you to order from Dashery. So that is going to be the link that we're going to push. If you happen to find our TeePublic store, order from there too if you like, but I prefer you to order from Dashery. So the Nightbot is going to be putting in that Dashery link. You can also find our link tree. We just set up a link tree today. The link tree is going to be in there as well by the Nightbot. The link tree is going to have links for everything. So if you click the link tree, you'll be able to find out how to join our Patreon, our membership, the YouTube channel, our Facebook channel, and our Dashery channel. So it'll be that one link that's going to cover all of these different links that we have that makes this show the show that it is and keeps us moving forward and builds out our audience and helps us connect as a family. All right. So this stuff is important when you're building a community. You have to have spaces where that community can meet exclusively and commune amongst each other. Hence the word community, right? So that's what we're building here. We're not just building a YouTube channel, we're building a community. So the membership is an aspect of that community where like-minded people can come and support the channel and be with each other. And the Patreon is the very same thing. A space for like-minded people to come and build with each other. And our merch is how we show our love for each other, by wearing the merch, by showing, hey, I'm a true crimer with Strategic. So that being said, let's get started, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start off with a quick synopsis of where we are real quick, just to bring people up to speed. And then we'll get into the similarities between these folks, right? Let's do it. So that's 238. We'll start over here. Perfect.
It's been 2 weeks since 2 young children vanished without a trace in rural Nova Scotia. Here's everything we know about what's happened since their disappearance. Around 10 a.m. on the morning of May 2nd, 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan were reported missing from their home on Gairloch Road in Lansdowne Station. The children's stepfather, Daniel Martel, told CBC the siblings were out sick and not at school on Thursday and Friday. He said he believed the children must have gone outside through the sliding back door sometime Friday morning.
When we noticed that the children were gone, immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there.
Nova Scotia RCMP said they believed the children wandered away from their home and there was no evidence of abduction. That morning, a vulnerable missing person advisory was issued in Pictou County, and the organized search for the kids began in the heavily wooded area surrounding the family home.
So real quick, I have no information on this, but I just wonder if there was some type of intoxication or drug use involved. It can happen. It can happen without any of these factors, but it's so difficult for such young children, I think a 3 and a 6-year-old, to get away from a home without a parent knowing. Like if it's one kid, that's different, but 2 kids, to be quiet enough to leave the home without permission, in a very densely wooded, sparsely populated area where kids are going to talk, kids are going to joke, they're going to laugh, they're going to make noises, they're going to scream, they're going to whatever. To not hear that, and I'm not even putting this against the parents, I'm asking a question, it's a little bit odd to me. These 2 parents could be in this mobile home, this trailer, and I'm not saying that in a negative way. We're not going to shame people for being poor. I grew up poor. It sucks. It's not something to be made fun of, but the fact that it's a mobile home, which means it's not that big, and my apologies, somebody corrected me, 4 years old and 6 years old. I apologize for that. It's these trailer homes are not that big. Their layouts are very compact. To not hear, it's not something I could wrap my head around, that these children are making these moves and you'd not hear it, at all. Right? Let's keep, but remember the mother's statement. She did hear them, but she thought they were playing in the other room, and that when they ceased to hear them, that's when they got out and started looking for them. So that's another question I have, right? How far could these kids get if you hear them playing, but you believe that they're in the next room, but it turns out they might have been outside, and then you said you got up when you stopped hearing them? Well, how far could they have gotten that they would no longer be heard or whatever when you got out the house, right? And it looks like the footsteps kind of like leading towards the main road. So it's a possibility somebody abducted them. The next question is, what is the probability, right, that in this densely wooded, sparsely populated area, almost at the top of the world, I mean, we're going to go ahead and bring this map in. Screw it, right? This is not their home. We're not posting their address. We'll see pictures of the crime scene later, which includes their home, right? But this is not their address that we're posting. We have to be careful with that because, we know how YouTube can be. This is the general vicinity of where they live. And so when we zoom out, I want you to just take note of where this is at. This is Maine in the United States of America. This is Newfoundland up here. Like, these folks are almost in the Arctic. They're almost in the Arctic, ladies and gentlemen. Like, they're in the southern, the northernmost part of where people actually live. Like, this is green and stuff, but there aren't that many people that live in these areas up here because there's a lot of permafrost. It's very cold. There are people up there. I'm not trying to make it seem like it's not, but these are very, very sparsely populated communities. So what is the probability that at the very moment that these kids start wandering towards the road, which is where they found some footsteps, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's where they went. Could have been footsteps from a different time, right? But what is the probability of a diabolically thinking ex-offender to drive up at that very moment, see these youngins, and then say, yep, my dream has come true. I finally found some youngins in a vulnerable position. Let me take both of them. Mind you, in this imaginary circumstance that there's no proof of, when he removes both of them, this stranger danger, neither one of them screamed. And we all know that high-pitched scream that the good Lord has blessed these youngins with as their defense mechanism. Not one of them screamed that bloody murder scream that would let the parents at least be able to tell us that they snuck out the house, they played, and then I heard a ghastly scream, and then they were gone. What is the odds of that? That it won't be a good Samaritan that drives by them. It's like, why are these kids playing on the side of the road? Let me get out and investigate and go bring them back to their parents. It won't be an apathetic person that's like, oh, those two kids probably know what they're doing. I'm just going to keep going, minding my business. It won't be a concerned citizen who would drive by but say, you know what? Maybe I should call the cops just to make sure. No, it wouldn't be none of those three, which is the most likely possibility of what would have happened. It would be the person's like, yes, I'm going to kidnap these kids and bring them with me and do diabolical things to them. That would be the person at that moment at 8, 9 in the morning. That would be the person that would meet them at the edge of that road, if in fact they went to the edge of the road where one of the footprints was found. It doesn't make sense. Anyway, let's go back to this update.
Volunteers searched through the night.
Not update, bringing us up to speed, rather.
More than 100 people were called in to help. Helicopters, drones, and police dogs were also part of the search. On Saturday, May 3rd, officials were optimistic the children would be found.
It's a huge wooded area with lots of potential. So we're just keeping all avenues open and ensuring we're covering off the entire area with a very structured search.
Around 5:30 that night, RCMP issued a wider alert to Pictou County and surrounding areas. On Saturday, the children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, spoke to CTV News. She said she was hopeful and that she just wanted the kids home. The search continued on Sunday, May 4th. The children's stepfather said he wanted authorities to monitor the New Brunswick border. And
so this is how part of the property looks. They got some wood there. Remember, these folks there's no gas lines that's going out there. So these folks are going to be living off of the land, not living off the land like they're not going grocery shopping. We obviously don't see any farmland here or anything like that. But when you live out that far out in the woods, you're often going to be a good fisherman. You're going to be, a good hunter. So you could, kind of get some game. And you're also going to need to chop wood. You're probably going to have like a pellet stove or a wood burning stove to keep yourself warm. And listen, there are some people who are in here saying that they're from Nova Scotia watching. We definitely welcome you and we appreciate you. And we love the support that you're giving our channel. But you could tell us better than I can. Let me go ahead and put this because it's making a lot of noise. Let me just go ahead and make this vibrate real quick. You can tell better than we can. Aren't the winters pretty cold up there? Like it gets pretty cold up there, right? I mean, you guys let me know. It can get very, very cold. So you definitely need all of this firewood that we see here. And, I see a propane tank here. So maybe they have some propane. Or this could be an oil tank, could be propane. It looks more like an oil tank than a propane tank. But I don't know if it's hooked up. But it definitely looks like an oil tank out there. But it gets pretty cold. So you definitely need quite a few forms of keeping yourself warm. And some people are talking about the way that this family's living. Once again, poverty is nothing to make fun of. It's very sad that at least by my Western standards, that some people live like that. Somebody said, look at the camera. But you're new to the show. I'm controlling all of this by myself. It's impossible for me to look at the camera. This is not that kind of show. This is where I actually keep the stream running. Like without this screen here, the stream is over. This is where the content is at, but that's not the most important thing. This is where I interact with the audience, which is something that we do very often on this show. I'm not coming at this person. I'm not being mean. I'm just explaining to you because you guys are used to a certain concept on YouTube, but this is not that concept. Every place is unique. And sometimes you have to learn to just appreciate what you're getting and not try and change it to suit your liking. So there's a lot for me to control here. I'm not a rich YouTuber. I don't have a staff and a producer and directors. This is all one-man show. And it's very overwhelming, but I make it work. So cut me some slack. Anyway, let's keep going. So I want to show you guys some pictures, some aerial pictures. So please don't make fun of these people or talk down on these folks. In no way does their poverty level inform us of their parenting. We only know about their parenting from what the evidence will show. But the fact that they live in poverty is not something that automatically means that they were bad parents, okay? So let me go ahead and bring that up real quick for you fine people. I just want to show you some aerial footage. Many of you probably already seen it already, but you know, for some of you who haven't, you get to see it. I think the best way of looking at things sometimes is from an aerial view. Let's check that out. So this is an aerial view right here. You know, they got multiple other things going on their property. And this is another one for you fine people. And this one I might have to correct it a little bit. So this is, I'm gonna bring it out just a tad bit. I want to bring it out so I could kind of correct it for you. Nah, that's actually pretty good. That's it. That's like a zoom in from the sliding door. So that shows that sliding door. Now, I don't know. I mean, once again, I'm not there. I'm not testing the door. So in no means am I in a position to discount what the mother said. But, you know, most of us who have houses or trailers will have sliding doors. Even some apartment buildings apartments have sliding doors. I have never found a sliding door that is completely silent. And based off of the condition of the home, I probably would not believe that this is a brand new sliding door. This is probably a sliding door that has been here for a very long time. And those type of sliding doors usually aren't silent. And even my sliding door, which needs to be replaced, to be honest with you. It actually does 100% need to be replaced, not fixed, not rehab. It just needs to be replaced. It's not good. That sliding door certainly is not quiet. Will you hear any screeches? No, they're sliding doors. They're not made to screech or jingle, but you will hear roof, roof, you know, this kind of like this friction, whatever. And even when I do put some WD-40, good point in the chat, you still hear it. They're just not designed to be quiet, you know? And when you're you're factoring in the fact that this is a sliding door that is a part of a very dilapidated structure, we're not expecting that premium, was Anderson windows, slide, you know what I'm saying? Sliding door glide. We're not expecting that, because that Anderson window sliding door glide, you guys know what I'm talking about when I say Anderson. That's like a big window and glass door company. You're going to be paying $3,000 for that glide, okay? I don't got that money for that glide, and I don't presume to know these people business, but I'm sure if they had that money, they would probably be living in a little bit better standard, so I doubt that they have that glide too. So they probably have the same type of sliding door I have, which is a not quiet one that needs to be replaced. So we both share that burden. We got to fix our sliding doors, right? So I just don't believe that it would be a silent sliding door. But anyway, that's just my opinion. You take it for what it's worth. You throw the rest away. I want to go ahead and keep this synopsis going so we can bring up the speed. And then we're going to start doing the similarities between these two parents, unfortunately, who lost their babes. I'm trying to be careful with how I talk because of YouTube.
Nearby airports in case the children were abducted. Meanwhile, 160 searchers were out looking for the children despite rainy conditions. On Monday, May 5th, police and rescue agencies continued searching, going at all hours. RCMP said searchers had located what could have been a footprint on Saturday and expanded the search effort in that area. That night, 4 drones with...
That's another good point. I think somebody in the chat made it. And it could just be because, like literally, I told you guys, my sliding door needs to be replaced. But it's not easy to slide my sliding door. Is it easy to slide your sliding doors? Like, is this something that like a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old can just open it without any issue, without struggling? Because my sliding door needs you to put a little bit of muscle in it to open it. You know, I'm wondering, is this something that, remember, we're dealing with a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. Are they going to be willing to open that sliding door that easily? Number one. And number two, when they go outside and people are saying that the temperature is between 40 and 45 degrees, you know, I'm not sure what the temperature was around that time, but my understanding is that it wasn't that hot. It wasn't freezing cold outside, but it wasn't that hot. Would they want to go outside in the cold and stay outside in the cold? But anyway, let's keep going.
Thermal imaging technology were used to look for heat signatures in the woods. Tuesday, May 6th marked 5 days since the children went missing. A Nova Scotia RCMP spokesperson said in an update that the case remained a missing persons investigation.
Police are pursuing all investigative avenues, and there's a variety of teams involved who are applying the tools and the skills and the expertise needed to locate and bring Lily and Jack home.
McCann wouldn't say if there had been any sign of the children. The children's stepfather told CBC that after the disappearance, the children's mother left the area to be with her family in another part of the province and blocked him on social media.
My mother had to kick some people off the property because they were saying that I did it. I had something to do with it. And I'm the only one here fighting for them, which is sad.
Now, this is interesting because he is the only one that we see like kind of like really talking up about these kids, even though there's a possibility he might have had knowledge of what happened to them or whatever. I don't know. I just anything is possible right now, but keep that in mind. But we don't see the mother. We saw one interview for the mother and then that's it. We've seen her on social media though, but we don't see her on the news constantly asking for her children to be found. We're now going on 3 weeks, ladies and gentlemen, and these babies still aren't found. And where's the mother? Wouldn't you expect the mother to be on every show all day long trying to keep awareness for her children, especially after finding out that the Royal Mounted Police and other agencies who are assisting in the search for these children have scaled back their search? You found out that they've scaled back their search, but yet we have not heard from the mother. Is that not a red flag, ladies and gentlemen? Let's keep going, though.
The children's maternal grandmother told the Canadian press the family was hoping and praying for the children to come home. On Wednesday, May 7th, Nova Scotia RCMP announced it would scale back the search for the missing kids.
We're not packing up, and we're not giving up. Our investigation is broad, and it won't end until we know where Lily and Jack are and can bring them home.
McKinnon said there hadn't been any confirmed sightings of the children, and survivability was unlikely.
If we thought they were alive right now, we'd still be out there.
He said the searchers covered a 5.5 square kilometer area, roughly the size of Halifax's downtown, that was heavily wooded.
I'm absolutely exhausted at this point after going through 6 days of virtual hell. It's absolutely crazy.
On Thursday, May 8th, the RCMP packed up its command center in Lansdowne Station and searchers left the area. Martel told CBC he spoke with investigators from the Major Crime Unit in Stellarton earlier in the week. He said he willingly handed over his phone to police and investigators searched the home. Martel said he also asked for a polygraph test.
I just want to clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations and everything else.
RCMP declined to say whether a polygraph...
All right. 3 things. Number one, we got a 5 free gift membership for the True Crime Strategic from Dr. Cataclysm. Big shout out to Dr. Cataclysm for showing that love. He always shows up and shows love to the channel. We do appreciate that. We never take it for granted. We never expect it, but we always appreciate it. So thank you so much, Dr. Cataclysm, for showing that love. So for those 5 people who are lucky enough to get that membership, make sure that you say thank you to the doctor. Number 2, we want to invite a new member who just paid for a membership herself, Daniel Work. Thank you for becoming a recruit. And number 3, I'm going to do something really special for you guys because I have not done a live in a couple of days. I've been so busy. It's bananas how busy I've been and how mentally exhausted and tired I've been. So I took a little bit of break for this weekend, a weekend that I had to work on. I had to work 13 hours on a detail that I was forced to work. So in love and appreciation of you beautiful people coming to join me yet again, I'm going to give 5 free 1-month memberships to True Crime with Strategic Patreon. 5 free 1-month memberships to the Patreon. The first 5 people to click that link that I just put in that chat, you will get access to that Patreon. So first 5 people, if you don't click that link, you don't get that Patreon. So let's keep going. All right? You guys are amazing. All right, so let's keep going.
Polygraph would be administered. Meanwhile, a makeshift memorial was set up at the nearby Stellarton RCMP detachment. In a news release on Tuesday, May 13th, Nova Scotia RCMP said they were continuing to investigate. Police said they were following up on more than 180 tips from the public and had identified 35 people to interview, including community members and those closest to the children. Police also confirmed that an underwater team searched lakes in the area but didn't find anything. On Thursday, May 15th, RCMP confirmed again that there's been no evidence to suggest the children were abducted.
All right, so there you go.
When someone goes missing...
Sorry, they said it. No evidence to show that the children were abducted. No evidence to show that the children were abducted.
It's been 2 weeks since 2 teams searched lakes in...
So we can basically write that off because that is what they were trying to tell us, that the kids were abducted. But there's no evidence that these children were abducted. So we could write that off because the police would not say that. That's liable right there. If they say no evidence of the children being abducted and it turns out that the kids were abducted, the police could get their butt sued off, at least in America. I don't know how it is in Canada, but that's a massive lawsuit in America because people will stop searching for possible and looking into that angle of an abduction. They're not going to talk about it. They're not going to be on the lookout for a strange vehicle. They're not going to search their dash cameras when they remember that they drove by that stretch of road that day. They're not going to search their dash cameras and say, well, let me look for a suspicious vehicle. Because the police have told them, don't bother, because it didn't happen. So I would dare say that it doesn't matter what Western country you're in. Specifically, I said Western, right? Places that have organized justice that's supposed to be reliable. It doesn't matter what Western country you're in. They're not going to say no abduction unless they have proof that there was no abduction. Now I'm hearing in the chat that people saying that the police believe that those children are no longer with us, but I wanted to point that out. Let's keep going.
In the area, but didn't find anything. On Thursday, May 15th, RCMP confirmed again that there's been no evidence to suggest the children were abducted. 2 weeks later, on Friday, May 16th, there are still no answers as to what happened to...
All right, so now I want to go over and bring the screen back to me real quick, and then I want to find the mother talking. All right, we want to find Mommy. We're going to play a little bit of interview. Well, you know, let's play one more interview of the stepdaddy. One more interview of stepdaddy. You know, as a father of 3 beautiful kids, I think all real fathers, when I say real fathers, I mean like biological fathers, not real fathers. You don't have to be biological to be a real dad. All biological dads, we all hate stepdads. They're like the bane of our existence because they're the guys who's willing to pick up the pieces if our women leave us. And we know statistically, most relationships or marriages end because a woman decides that she doesn't want to be in a relationship no more. Sometimes they have very good reason. It might be cheating, might be abuse, whatever it may be. But most relationships, whether it's I grew out of you or I don't want to be with you or I'm not attracted to you no more, whatever it may be, statistically, it's a woman that says, I don't want to be with you. So I think every guy hates the notion of a stepdad. All right, let me stop. Aki's giving me that face. She's like, wow, it's strategic. What are you talking about? We're talking about these missing kids. Don't you be talking about that stuff.
As RCMP combed through woods and fields searching for 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan, their stepfather Daniel Martel spends every evening conducting his own search.
As soon as I seen they were missing, I jumped right in the vehicle and I did every dirt road and searched every culvert.
The children are thought to have wandered away from their home in Lansdowne Station on Friday morning. Martel believes they were only gone for about 20 minutes before he and their mother noticed they were missing.
The very first day I wasn't around very much because I was just searching. I was running through the woods. screaming their name till my throat hurt.
Martel says the only concrete clue so far is a boot print found near the backyard of the property.
So I find it kind of interesting when he talks, and I'm sorry, you guys couldn't even see what I was playing. I apologize, but you guys could hear it. So I'll go ahead and put the screen up so that you can see me, what I'm playing. But first of all, I'm gonna address the chat because some good comments in the chats and some generosity as well. But like when he talks, I don't know, because I'm not there. So I don't know if the sun is in his eyes, because that might be a possibility. But he oftentimes, even when it's a cloudy day, I've seen it already because he's given multiple interviews, he usually puts his head down like he wants to hide his facial expressions from us. Normally, when I'm speaking to somebody and this is the type of behavior or just physical characteristics that they're presenting to me, I'm either going to think that this person is nervous or I'm going to think that they're being deceptive to me. And I'm going to be asking more questions to kind of try and flesh through whether it's nervousness or deception. But it's never really a good sign when a person is not looking at you and talking to you, especially when there's a very easy focal point for him. It's not an intimidating detective or investigator or police officer. His focal point really is the camera. So he doesn't even have to look at the interviewer, and the interviewer is not expecting him to look at them because they understand that, this is how show business works, right? The news is part of show business, whether you believe it or not. They want him to look at the camera. So he's not focusing on that inanimate focal point, which is a camera. He's still looking down. So can we really say that you're nervous? Can we, what is it? Because I can understand if you're looking at a person, that can make you nervous, but you're supposed to look at a camera and you still can't. So there's so many different factors as to why he could be doing that. I just want to figure out what it is exactly. So now let me go to the chat. First of all, big shout out to Hilson House. I can't see the rest of the YouTube name, but it says Hilson House of something sent a 10 gift membership. And that's very expensive, 10 gift membership. So they're very kind and very generous. So if you were lucky enough to get that gift membership, it behooves you to be a decent human being and say thank you. If you're in a room and you see that you've received this membership from Hilson House, make sure you thank them because they spent quite a bit of dollars to give 10 gift memberships. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Hilson, for the support. Now, Carol Johnson also made a very interesting statement. They said that there are conflicting reports about this footprint. Was it only one boot print, and which size, and the central trail ends where they got off the bus, so they would have had to been carried? Interesting stuff. There's a lot of interesting things about this stuff. I mean, to me, one boot print is not probative. It's something, but it does, especially on your property, it doesn't really tell me much unless you say that boot print doesn't belong to somebody who lives in a home. If I'm going to see a boot print from a kid, I also expect to see footprints from the perpetrator. And there's no footprints from the perpetrator. But the kid's footprints is supposed to be there because the kid lives there. You understand what I'm saying, guys? So how probative is that boot print? But the family, I guess it was put out there because the family kept saying that they believed that the kids was abductive. But at this point, first of all, the police doesn't even believe that they're alive, according to some of you guys in the chat. And second of all, the police have come out and stated that they don't believe that those kids was abducted. So it's either A, they're lost in the woods, or somebody committed foul play against them while in that home. Let's keep going.
Martel says the only concrete clue so far is a boot print found near the backyard of the property. RCMP haven't shared any additional evidence.
The officers and searchers on site are following up on anything that comes up that provides direction, provides specifics, and provides something that can be used to narrow the search.
Martel and the children's mother have been in a relationship for 3 years now. Malaya Brooks Murray told CTV News she's still holding out hope Jack and Lily will be found. She is now staying with family outside the county, and Martel says she hasn't spoken to him since. Hundreds of people have been searching for 5 days now. Martel is worried the children have been abducted.
Hardly any evidence at all since the first day. It's mind-boggling that Nothing else was found.
The RCMP would not confirm if Major Crime is investigating.
There's a variety of teams who are applying their skills and expertise in order to assist in the search. I can't comment on what any of the specific teams are beyond what's involved in the search on the ground here.
Every day the children aren't found is taking a toll on Martel.
All right, so now I want to go ahead and play Mommy Dearest, okay? And big shout out once again for the generosity of actually I missed one. I gotta shout you out too. I see we got a one gift membership from Leslie. Thank you so much, Leslie. Sorry I missed that. Appreciate you for the love and support. I want to go ahead. Hold on, give me 1 second. Sorry. Fan funding. Okay. Oh man, I missed quite a few. Big shout out to Julie with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Julie. She says thanks for all your hard work on these cases. Thank you so much. Now, big shout out. So back to Hilson. So Miss Hilson, because of your generosity, because I'm so happy and honored that you spent so much to support the channel, I'm now also giving 5 additional free 1-month memberships to the Patreon. I just put that in there. The first 5 people to click that link will get that. After those 5 people, the link no longer works. So enjoy. Thank you so much. You know, when people do nice things, sometimes you have to do nice things in return. All right. And big shout out to Marcia Klepper with a $5 super chat. Says, this case smacks of the Bobby Evelyn case, in my humble opinion. There's a lot of similarities to other cases that have ended diabolically. It definitely does have similarities. Leslie with another $5 super chat says, maybe Lily, what learned in school that she was being not treated right and was going to tell a mandatory reporter, then the parents panic. Maybe. And you can tell Leslie's voice typing with Google. It happens to me all the time, Leslie. None to be ashamed of. I'll be voice typing with Google. Google be having its own conversation with my keyboards. But I think what we understand what she's saying is maybe the school found out that Lily was being abused or something like that, and that the family found out that the school knew, and so they panicked and decided to end the child. The only problem with that theory, remember, there's no bad theories on True Crime and Strategic. We're big on that, but the problem with that theory is that we have received no reports of the school coming forward and saying, hey, well, by the way, we received a report of, abuse prior to these kids going missing. There's no evidence of that, to my understanding. So if we did get evidence of it, then that would definitely support your theory. But since there's no evidence of that, then it's kind of like, well, if this school has this information, why haven't they come forward with it yet? But thank you so much for your theory. I mean, listen, there's no such thing as a bad theory, man. 390 people watching the stream right now and only 190 likes. We got to definitely work on that, people. Please show love. Help me out. Let's get into the algorithm. So let me set up the mother's video so we can hear Mommy Dearest talk for a little bit. All right. Bring it back in. And we're going to see, after this, we're going to go to the Wests, Trezell and Jacqueline West, and let's see how they sound and if there's similarities between these two parents.
I want to hold them, and I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. All
right, hold on. I was just texting my daughter, my oldest. We are not going to let her statements go over our head. Let's go back. Because, I pointed these out. Actually, funny thing is, I should just go over to TikTok. Because, when I do a TikTok, I get 70,000 views. Because we just did... We posted our reaction to this, our original reaction to this on TikTok, and it's approaching 100,000 views right now. So please consider joining the TikTok as well. We'll go ahead and put those links inside of the link tree when we're done with this show. TikTok loves True Crime with Strategic. They really do. I don't know. But anyway, I want to go back because it's just so many inconsistencies with her statements. But let's go.
And we get up and I tell him my partner.
Hold on.
And they happen to just get out that sliding door and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone.
So before I thought that she said good-looking children. It is a little jumbled when she spoke, but I believe she says go-lucky children. And my original premise was that she was setting up why these children would be the perfect candidate to be abducted, because these folks often do this to throw police off. Look, they're very friendly, they're very go-lucky, and what I originally thought good-looking, which was a little diabolical if she really said that, it doesn't change my opinion at all. Whether she said good-looking or go-lucky, which I believe it's go-lucky now after listening to it. I read the chat, saw what people were saying. When people respond respectfully, I'm always receptive, because all the successes and failures, whatever life has thrown at me in life, I've always been able to either enjoy the successes or overcome the failures by doing one thing. Always being willing to grow, always being willing to acknowledge when I've made a mistake, always being willing to adapt. So when people give me constructive and respectful advice or criticism, I'm always willing to accept it. Just because I have this mic does not make me God, does not make me better than any of you. You're going to see things, you're going to hear things that I didn't hear. You might understand things and process things better than I understand and process it. And I want that knowledge. I want to be a part of the solution. I don't want to be a hindrance. So when people respectfully reach out and assist me on this journey, on this mission to give a voice to the voiceless, I'm always with it. I'm always with it, right? Unfortunately, we have some people who don't possess civility, and they may be making a good point, but their delivery and their lack of civility, their lack of class stops them from being heard. Whereas they just were nice and calm and respectful, they accomplish what it is that they want to accomplish, which is facts, right? We all want the facts, right? So people reached out. People said, I think she said go lucky. And I believe that she did say go lucky. I misunderstood what she said initially, but it does not change my original premise. This line of statements that she's making right now is basically justifying while she believes that they were kidnapped. And we pretty much know at this point they were not kidnapped. Why? Because the police said that they weren't kidnapped. We're not guessing. We're not speculating. We're not surmising. The police said that these kids were not kidnapped. So that's off the table until additional evidence comes forward that proves the police wrong. We're going to go with what the police said. And as a detective, I'm telling you right now, I'm not putting myself on a record and telling you, if I'm the lead detective, that kidnapping is off the table if I don't have the evidence to back that up. If this was my case, I'm talking about if I was the case investigator. And so I know that these Canadian guys who are practicing modern law enforcement practices, they're not going to put their reputations on the line either and say that kidnapping is off the table if they don't have evidence to prove that kidnapping is not off the table. All right? So go back and listen to her set up why these kids are the perfect candidates to be kidnapped.
They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate.
So you would think, as a loving parent, like many of you are, with your own young kids, and you see your kids in these beautiful kids, You know, some of your kids probably look like these kids. You know, the majority of my audience are Caucasian women between the age of 30 and 70 years old. So you might look at these children and you say, wow, these look just like my kids or my grandkids. And then you'll let your mind get clouded, because what she really told us is not how beautiful and awesome these little kids are, even though they are beautiful and awesome. What she told us was, those kids are the best kids to steal. They'll come talk to anybody. They're always smiling to everybody. They'll talk to anybody. They'll go up to a perfect stranger and say, what up? And as I told you before, all in a ruse and a plot to throw law enforcement off, so that law enforcement is chasing their own tail, looking for an abductor when an abductor does not exist. So now I want to go ahead and play the Wells. I want to play the Wells. Let's see where did I put the Wells? I don't know. They're over here. Listen to the Wells.
We just want to thank everyone in the community for all the support we've seen. We've felt so helpless.
All right, in true strategic fashion, after playing the first 5 seconds, of course I'm going to stop it and then talk for 5 hours. I mean, you wouldn't be on the show if you didn't expect that, right? I'm not going to talk for 5 hours. Just to bring you up to speed, for those of you who don't know, because we have an international audience, we also have a lot of people from Canada watching right now. They may not be in tune with this story. These two individuals, Trezell and Jacqueline West, they adopted a number of children. They had some biological children as well, and they adopted specifically 2 sons who, for whatever reason, it looks kind of shady as to why the state removed these children from their biological mother. And you guys know, like, I love to rail on bad parents. And some people think that I'm, howdy tooty. Like, I think I'm better than everybody else because I think I'm the best parent on the planet. No. I rail on bad parents because I had a parent that abandoned me, and I have tons of daddy issues that I need to sit on the couch and work out with a therapist, okay? So I take fatherhood very seriously. So I don't rail on bad parents because I think I'm better than every other parent. No, I rail on bad parents because I know specifically, personally, what the effects are on a child, especially a young man, when he does not have both parents in his life. I have my amazing mother. She did an amazing job, but I also needed an amazing father. And unfortunately, that was not in the cards for me, but maybe it was by design, because now I spend my life trying to make up for that by trying to be the best parent possible to my children. So maybe if I did have both my mom and my dad in my life the way that it was supposed to be, I would maybe take that for granted and be a different type of father right now. I don't know. We could get cerebral with this if we want, but this is not the time. The bottom line is they adopted these 2 children. I've done my research, and I don't think that they should have taken these boys away from their mother in the first place. And if they should have, I'd be railing on their mother. But I have never railed on their mother because I think it was fraud and it was misconduct when they removed these little boys from the mother. Was the mother perfect? No. But they could have given her resources to stabilize the home where these little boys could have stayed with their mother, because if they stayed with their mother, they would still be alive right now. But unfortunately, they gave those little boys to these 2 people who only wanted to collect a check. That's all they wanted to do. They did not want to raise these boys. They did not want to give these boys a safe home. They wanted to collect a check. And one day the boys went missing, and this is what we had to deal with in America.
And seeing everybody out here really looking and helping out really means a lot.
So, tell us what happened the night the kids went missing.
Okay.
From our yard.
Okay. It was cold. I was going to make a fire. There's a lot of wood in this area right here next to our house. I opened up the back.
As he talks, look at his mannerisms. Look at his body language. Listen to how he's delivering it. All right, it's time to tell you the story. It's time to read from the script. It was cold. When you read your favorite novel, how does it start out, right? It was a dark and stormy day. The winds were howling over the home. The candlelight glistened in the darkness. I felt the breeze come underneath the door and tickle my toes. And it was very cold, so I turned on the heat and went to bed. That's how your story starts out, right? Listen to how he started out his story. It was cold. It was dark. It was windy. And I went to the back to get some wood. Same exact way, right? He started out same exact way. And while he's doing that, what is he doing? What is this body language showing us? Ah! I'm so enclosed. I don't want to let nobody in. What could be more defensive? He's like protecting all of his vital organs. His armpits, where, you know, you get stabbed in your armpits, you know he's dead, right? His armpits, his chest, his heart, his lungs. He's covering it all up, right? Anyway, let's keep going.
Today we are talking.
Not you.
Answer to where are the boys
shoot.
is.
Where'd you come from? I screwed that one up. All right, let's go back.
Today we.
All right.
We just want to thank everyone in the community for all the support we've seen. We've felt so helpless. And seeing everybody out here really looking and helping out really means a lot.
So, tell us what happened the night the kids went.
Hold on here. Why Andy be looking at me like that?
People are hurt on your watch.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now...
We just want to thank everyone in the community for all the support.
I was going to crack a joke, but it fell flat on my face. I was going to say, why Annie Elise be looking at me like that? I'm married. Don't look at me like that, Annie Elise. But the joke fell flat on my face because I couldn't find a video. Anyway, let's keep going.
Support we've seen. We've felt so helpless. And seeing everybody out here really looking and helping out really means a lot.
So, tell us what happened the night the kids went missing.
Okay.
From our yard.
Okay. It was cold. I was gonna make a fire.
Check.
There's a lot of wood in this area right here next to our house.
Checking it off the list.
I opened up the back gate.
Back gate.
I'm throwing wood.
Throwing the
bringing it
wood.
inside the house.
Trying to bring it in the house.
My wife's inside. She was actually wrapping gifts, so we thought it was a good idea that our youngest two would go outside and play with chalk on the back patio. Do not let them go on the dirt in the backyard. We keep them close. So I was playing with chalk, and I came in the house. I saw them there. I went in the house. I came back out. I didn't see them now. I immediately went back in, asked my wife, did you see the boys? She said no, they should be outside.
Doesn't she look like Jen Soto too? The way that she rocks, the mannerisms, the eyes, the squinting, they're all the same. Squinting, both of them squint just like the couple over there, over in Canada. But listen to it.
Outside playing with chalk. I said, well, I didn't see them, so I came back outside and I started searching my backyard. I searched the whole thing.
We didn't hear the kids, so I hopped in my car and started driving around. I wish I had it set up where he talks about what he did, but I hopped in my car, started driving around, looking for them. Same thing.
Since the first day, it's mind-boggling that nothing else was found.
The RCMP.
See, this is the thing, ladies and gentlemen, and I know this has nothing to do with race, but I just want to make a point. It doesn't matter whether you're black, white, yellow, green, purple, whatever. We're all humans at the end of the day. And we're going to act the same because we have the same brain chemistries, that we operate the same, right? So look at his mannerisms. Look how he's talking. Look at mommy's mannerisms. Look how she was talking. The squinting of the eyes. Look, listen to this.
Playing in the next room beside us. And
listen how episodic her story is. Checking it. Just like how the West were checking it. I opened the door. There was firewood. I threw the firewood in. I brought the firewood in. We let the kids play out. We didn't let them play on the dirt. We kept them close. You see how he goes through the list, the checklist? This is interrogation 101, ladies and gentlemen. This is how we as detective dissect this story. This is how I dissect stories every single day. I go back to work tomorrow. I'm going to be using the same technique to dissect the criminals who's going to stand before me next week every single day. You're getting a free tutorial. You're getting $100,000 worth of training for free right now. Listen to how episodic her story is.
I want to hold them. And I want them home.
I want to hold them.
What happened
I want to
was
hold them
we
home.
woke up, I heard them playing in the next...
What happened was, who tells a story like that? What happened was, This is your missing children, and what happened was, but let's see her go through her list.
Room beside us.
Room beside us.
And I was drifting in and out of sleep.
In and out of
They're
sleep.
not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure.
They're not the type of kids we tell them to go outside on their own. Remember the Orin West? We don't let them play on the dirt. We keep them on the grass. We keep them close. Let's keep going.
That we're out there with them, watching them, and they happen to just get out that sliding door.
Out the sliding
can't
door.
Hear it when it opens.
Can't hear the door.
And they were outside playing.
They outside playing?
We weren't aware of it at the time, and the next thing we knew,
So how do you know they outside playing? How do you know that as soon as they walked out the house, somebody didn't just kidnap them? Or a bear didn't cart them off and they over there in the bear's lair right now playing with the cubs, hopefully. How do you know that? How do you know that the kids were outside playing? What evidence do you have that they were playing outside at any time? But anyway, we're going down the list. She's checking the list off. It's very episodic. It's very chapterish when these folks tell their stories, because that's how you remember your lies. Like chapters, like reading down a list. Like sometimes if you don't got a long list, you remember eggs, bread, potatoes, you name it. Mans, grants, the turkey, the jerky, the dirt, you name it. Just like that song, when you're going down the list of the food, that's how you remember your lies. You go down the list, you go down the chapters, you go down the episodes. That's how liars keep their lies straight, by memorizing the order by which the lie is told. That's why when an experienced detective like myself comes in and I start bringing them to the beginning and the end and the middle, and I'm bringing them around and I'm shuffling them around, they can't remember their lies because I'm taking them out of order. I'm taking them out of their comfort zone. Well, I hear you said that, but I want to start over here. What happened when that was? What did you feel? What did you hear? What did you see? What happened? It throws them off their game. Let's go back on her list.
Like, it was quiet, and we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them, and I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both
right, and then she has to justify the calling of the 911. I see that a lot, where they have to justify something that they're supposed to do. But the reason why, or not even justifying it, but they're projecting it. They're like, I felt like they're taking credit in doing their duty. You understand what I'm saying? Like when I wash the dishes, I don't say, honey, I washed the dishes. See, I got a type A personality, go-getter, strong-willed, strong mind, feminist type woman. She's like the opposite of me. So I just like making my life to harass her all day long. If I said, hey, I washed the dishes last night, she's going to say, well, what are you telling me for? That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to wash dishes. You're supposed to help me clean. She says, oh, I called 911 because it felt like I had to. It was something I was supposed to do. She wants us to say, oh, you're a good mother. Oh, yeah, you're a good mother. You called 911. But for most of us, that's not something you would celebrate. For most of us, that's just like you. That's what you were supposed to do. That was your duty. You got up, you saw your kids went in the house. As soon as you opened that door and you gazed that one gaze, I don't see my kids, 911, they're gone. Because we'd rather call 911 right then and there. The moment you get out that sliding door, that silent, that she got the premium deluxe Anderson sliding door that makes zero noise. The moment you got past that $10,000 Anderson sliding door, we know it don't cost $10,000. I'm talking on my booty right now. And you don't see your children, and you call 911, and then now you do your perimeter. Now you start looking for those kids, and you find them playing behind the house. It's nothing to say, hey, call off the hounds. I found my kids. I apologize. I called you guys because I didn't see them, but I found them now. Everything is good. We're good to go. I'd rather do that than wait 2 seconds more and have 911 take that much longer to arrive, knowing that the children are gone. But she wants us to celebrate that. That's how she said that. She wants us to celebrate. Why does she want us to celebrate it, ladies and gentlemen? Because she wants to throw us off. She wants to throw us off. She wants to make us think that she's a responsible parent. I don't know. So we got two things to address. We got a highlighted comment. I'll highlight that first, talk about that first, and then I'll go to Dr. Cataclysm only because I'm going to take a while on Dr. Cataclysm. Driftler says they were missing at 8 a.m. but called at 10. So that's something I look into. You know, I'm reading up on the story, but I'm not taking notes like I am with the Madeline Soto case. We're just getting into this, getting to the swing of this. So we'll take what Driftler says. For now, I haven't verified that myself, but that just makes it even worse because now she's lying to us. She's lying to us. She's not being honest, but she's also trying to make it seem like she's a great parent, but she's not being honest. And to big shout out to Dr. Cataclysm, we pulled that up real quick. With a $20 super chat says, when he spoke about where the children were not allowed to be, that was a red flag to me. His tone was rehearsed, and then he had a tonal shift into unnecessary detail, uncovering a more familiar pattern of speech. Yes, that's another thing that they do. And for those of you who don't know, Dr. Cataclysm, I believe that he's a clinician. He'll never admit it, but I do believe that he's a clinician, and I agree 1,000%. And he's going to be somebody, allegedly, if he is a clinician, who'd see stuff like that. And that's another thing that they do. And I appreciate Dr. Cataclysm for bringing that up. They will give us unnecessary information to fill in those gaps. Because real life is its own narrative. Everything kind of flows in real life when you're telling the truth. But when you're omitting facts and you're lying and you're fabricating stories, you have to fill in the gaps so that it feels real to another person's psyche. So they're narrating things that somebody who's telling the truth is not going to bother to say because it's not relevant. A distraught mother, father, who's looking for their missing kid is not going to tell you how the sun glistened through the windows on the patio, you know, and how, you know, the breeze tickled their nose. No, they're going to say, my child is missing. They're 5'5", 200 pounds. They They got a mole on their chin and their face and their eye, and they move around, and that's it. And they were wearing a purple jacket and a green shirt the last time I saw them. Go find them. Find them now. That's what they're going to do. That's what a concerned parent is going to do. Now, when you've done additional interviews, now you're going to get a little bit more because they're calming down, you know, this initial interview, you're not going to get the sky is purple, 78 degrees, partly cloudy with a chance of rain, 76%, but no precipitation, how you say it, fell on the ground. My brain knows the words, but my lips just won't speak it. There's no rain. There's no rain. You're not going to get that. All that as a part of the rules and the deception. The rules and the deception to basically distract you from the facts that you really need. And the facts that you need is that this person is most likely lying to you. Let's keep going.
I realized that I left the gate open and I panicked, came inside the house, searched the house, me and my wife. Once that hadn't panned out, I got in the van. I looked down the street, most directions. It was getting dark, getting cold, and I got in the van and I hit a bunch of corners. I went down this street. I turned my light on. I searched. I called their names. Talked to a gentleman on the street on the other side over there. He didn't see no one. So then I came home and I told my wife we need to call the cops. It's getting dark and I need help. We gotta get going. So I called the cops. Cops came. First thing they did was tell us to stay in the house so they can get a hold of us. And they had us just sitting there, and we wanted to keep searching. But everybody came out in droves, and I wanted to thank you guys that night, but we couldn't go outside.
The cops told us the best are out here.
The best are out here searching. And we appreciate it, and nobody ever could tell, we could never talk to anybody. And that was the issue.
We just want to thank everybody.
We really want to thank you guys.
Please, if anybody has seen them, please call, let somebody know.
Call the cops. Call California.
Another thing, right? We look at these people, there's not a tear in their eyes. There's not a tear in their eyes, right? Let's go to mommy. Let's see if mommy is crying.
Both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search up for
We gotta go back.
playing in the next room, drifting in and out. They're not, tell them not, we're out there with.
That's another thing with the news. Like, they like to play like, because once again, it's show business. I told you guys, right? I said the news is show business. Some of you are like, show business. Like, you're showing these children these nice, beautiful collages while mommy is talking, when in actuality, we need to see mommy. We want to see mommy because we want to see if mommy's telling us the truth. Now, I get it. You want to show the kids because you want to bring awareness. You want people to know what to look for. I get that. I understand that. And that might be the methodology. That might be the thought process. Maybe I'm thinking of it too much as a detective that I know what the kids look like. I want to see what the mommy's doing. But this is the most important. We need to see mommy. So tell me, you see the redness, you see that she's under stress or duress, or at least she's trying to project that she's under stress and duress. Do me a favor. Show me her tears.
And they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up.
Listen to her tell her story. Do you hear any emotion right now? I mean, seriously, guys, do you hear any emotions? Listen to them talk, especially Chazelle. Listen to them talk. She's forcing emotions. He don't even give a damn. Listen to him talk. Listen to mommy talk.
The city police department. Call them and let them know what you've seen, if you see anything. Our boys, they are going to be rambunctious.
Listen to mommy.
Up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids?
And when she paused and said, my partner, I know we from different countries and different cultures. But if you're in this level of duress and this man, you're sharing a home with him, you shared a child with him, her pause meant that partner was not natural for her. And we find out that they basically broke up. They've basically broken up. So there was anger with that, my partner. She did not want him to be identified as her man, as her husband, as her boyfriend, as her lover. She didn't want him to have that title. But there's so much to explore with that. But let's just keep on this idea that we had. Listen to her voice. Listen to her voice, right? And listen to convicted murderers, Trezell and Jacqueline's voice. Listen to mommy's voice and her tone and the energy and the emotion in her voice. Listen.
Quiet, and we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids?
Okay. They are going to be here in this area, and I really would like to go in the houses, but it's not because I want to invade people's privacy. I just want to know if make sure. That's it.
And he says no, and we get up instantly. We're looking outside, we're looking everywhere, yelling for them, and I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call.
These people, they both sound the same. They're emotionless. They are emotionless. We know why they were emotionless. They were emotionless because they're murderers. They are convicted. They are now spending decades in prison. Let me look that up real quick for you guys. Let's see here. 15 years to life. They got 15 years to life. I think that was too light of a sentence. They were both sentenced to 15 years to life. These are convicted unalivers. Listen to how they sound. The question is, will this young woman here?
We can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing.
Will she end up being a convicted unaliver? I'm not saying she will be. I'm not saying at this point that I'm aware of any evidence that implicates her in foul play. What I'm telling you is we are human beings and we have patterns. And unfortunately, as sad as it sounds, because it brings me no joy whatsoever to implicate a mother of 2 children that are still missing and have not been deemed no longer with us. Even though the police are saying low key, we read it on the show, we listened to the news, we read it, they said that these children are most likely not alive anymore. Even if they were just wandering inside of the woods with no contact with wildlife, predators, or anything like that, or even pedophiles. You got the predators that are animals, and then you have the pedophiles who are their own form of animal, which we should put them down. We know how I feel about that on True Crime Strategic. Those kids can't survive this long without food and water. They can't survive this long without food and water. So unless they are with a person, they are no longer with us. So I have no evidence that this lady had anything to do with these children no longer being in her custody. But the question we have to ask ourselves is, why does she sound so much like these 2 convicted unalivers?
Because I don't. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. If you got any questions.
Oh no, you're good.
Oh, okay.
I was just gonna say, this is the first time we're hearing from you guys, and I can't imagine what you guys are going through. I can't even fathom it. For you guys, for people who are thinking that there's some kind
of... The cameraman deserves a Pulitzer Prize. He knew what he was doing. How often do we ever see cameramen on the news zoom into people's faces as close as this cameraman zoomed into his face? There is a reason this cameraman has been on thousands of these type of scenes. This is his job. This is what he does. And he's seen this before. And he said, I need to see this guy's face. The world will want to see this guy's face. We see you.
Foul play involved. We just spoke to the biological mother. She says she had a conversation with you guys, and that she thinks there's some kind of foul play involved. That she thinks you guys did something.
And that's understandable.
What's your response to that?
That's understandable. I would think the same thing.
Yep.
I mean, that's exactly the point. And if we can find our babies, then guess what? That's no. And that's all I want is to find our babies. That's it. And I talked to her this morning, and I really wanted to tell her that I am completely sorry because we were entrusted with her children, and they came to us, and they became our children. And we named them, and they are our children. And so
they should have never been your children. And that's not even just for the obvious reason of the fact that you took those kids' lives, but there's really has never been released a good reason as to why the state of California removed those children from their mother's house. There was never really a good reason given as to why those children were removed. And I believe the mother has a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against the state of California for stealing those children. Offered a suggestion to somebody in the chat. I'm going to see if this young woman, Gannon Starch's stepmother, has a similar affect. She's also a convicted unaliver, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see.
I am Tisha Stout, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20-some death threats already.
Now, Letitia, we all knew what you looked like. So what was the point in doing this interview with your back to us? What sense did that make? But anyway, listen to her voice. I mean, that's all she's going to give us is her voice, right? Listen to her voice.
2, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home, and of course I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, and in doing the investigation I was told I wasn't compliant. And can I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes, so I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, said I still wasn't complying, or said I was, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time, correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
All right, big shout out to Carol Johnson. Aki highlighted her. Let's see what it says. Mr. Strategic Eyes, Jacqueline's mother worked in the CPS office for many years, and multiple children were adopted out with disabilities, given $2,500 per month per child to the new parents. Yes, and I said that that all they wanted was the money. I said that in the beginning, absolutely, and you just verified that. They wanted the money. Everybody who knows anything about that case, we know that it was about money. They never loved those kids. They abused those kids, and they forced their own kids to help cover up the crime scene. They made their children a part of the crime so that those kids would be afraid to cooperate in the fear that they would be implicated. Isn't that so sad? They unalived those two boys, and then they made their biological children help them get rid of those boys' bodies so that those kids now felt like they had ownership in the ending of their brothers, because they legally adopted those boys. I dare say that it was illegal in what the state did to the boys, separating them from their biological mother, but by all accounts, it was a legal adoption. So those boys were the brothers of those biological kids. It was very sad. And this case was cracked. Remember, it took months before this case resulted in an arrest. This case was cracked because those children decided that they wanted to do the right thing. They rose up beyond their fears, and they said, we understand that our parents are going to be taken away from us forever, but we have to do the right thing for the legacy of our brothers. And we're going to tell the truth. And those boys and those girls that were the biological children of Trezell and Jacqueline told on them. I believe that when stuff like that happens, there should be a special fund. I mean, listen, I'm not about spending money like crazy, all right? I do believe we need to be conservative with our money and as taxpayers, etc. But there should always be exceptions. There should be a special fund set up for those kids, so that when they turn 18, they have full scholarships to whatever college and grad school they decide to go to. And if they decide not to go to college, then that fund can be used as a down payment on their first house. Because those kids really are American heroes, because that case would have never been solved if it wasn't for those children coming forward and telling the police what their parents did. If they'd have made that a family secret, it'd have been a family secret that the West would have went to the grave with, and we would have never got justice for Orson and Orwin. So yeah, that big shout out to those kids. If I was a multimillionaire, I would definitely send them some money. Let's keep going.
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives, and so I'm not, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, they're detectives, they're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with, and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering.
All right, big shout out to Gorgeous George with celebrating 8 months membership as a patrol member. Says, thanks, Strategic. It would behoove everyone to be a member. Man, that's really nice, man. I love the SAT word, behoove. I love it. It would behoove everyone to be a member. Yeah. For those of you who don't know what behoove is, it'd be in your best interest. It'd be a good idea. That's what they're basically saying, to be a member of True Crime and Strategic. Thank you so much. And Jesse Venezia, did I say it correctly, Jesse? Jesse Venezia with a $2.49 super chat. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Let's listen to more of this starch chick. Let's listen to some more.
Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have, and see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye, because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. You know, there was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to.
All right, so we got a better interview. A Obsidian, I don't know if, what's up, Aki? When you gonna have this conversation? You know what I mean? Cause I like A Obsidian. I'm vouching for you, A Obsidian, but it's up to Aki. If Aki don't let you in the fold, blame Aki. I like A Obsidian. She be on point with it, man. We got to bring her in the family. Come on, man. What's happening here? Aki will get mad at me. You guys know I'm just joking. So Obsidian just sent a video. She said it's going to be the Staunch's biological mother's plea for help. This should be interesting. So let's see. So the biological mother had nothing to do with the ending of these little of this little boy, right? So now let's see what. So I would imagine this would be an example of what the mother should sound like, right?
I'm
So let's
Landon
see.
Hyatt, Gannon's mom, and I encourage you guys, I know many of you mothers and fathers, I encourage you just to find him. I'm so thankful for all the outpouring help that this case has brought. My son is a very loving kid.
Wow.
He wouldn't want harm on any.
Look at this. This is what a mother's supposed to look like. You think this is her first time crying? She been crying since that little boy been gone, but she not empty. Her tank not empty now that she's talking to the news. Look at this. Look at her face. Look at the horror and despair in her face, right? Let me fix this. Let me fix this real quick. We got a lot going on here, but we're going to fix this. Look at the horror and despair that's in this lady's face. And look at this lady's face.
But we weren't aware of it at the time.
Look at her face with the sun in it versus this mother's face. Can you not read that despair? That's not fear. That's not anger. That is despair. Despair.
Anybody at all. And it's so hard to just think, why is this happening to him? I have no clue, but my kid deserves to come home. My kid has a purpose. My kid has a life. And it's important to me, and it's important to everybody that's standing in this room. Gannon, Bubba, little man, mommy's hero, wherever you're at, mommy and daddy's here.
Wow.
And we're begging and pleading for you to come home.
You hear that? That's a mother. That is a mother that did not end her children. That is a mother who cares. That is a mother who's suffering.
I know that's your biggest wish, was to see mommy and daddy standing here. We're here, Bubba. We're here for you, and I can't wait till you're found, because I have hope that you are going to be found. You are my hero. You are the reason why I have life. He's so special to me. I don't think many people can understand. My child was a 1 pound, 6 ounce baby. He had a 10% chance of survival. If he survived, he would be profoundly disabled.
Wow.
None of that is accurate.
You see that? You hear that story, how that makes sense? It's not he used to like to go to play in the park and look around and all that stuff, and the door slides, but it's silent because it's a $10,000 Anderson Cooper door frame, whatever. That's a story we can relate to. That's a story of love. That's her explaining something pivotal in her child's life to show how her child overcame adversity and how important his life is to her and how much he's special to her. Didn't that resonate? That small little story, did that not resonate with you as a person, as a human being? Did you hear that from this woman? Did you hear that? She's talking about 2 kids. And all she got for us is that, they're social butterflies. They like to laugh and talk to people. They're kind to everybody.
I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store.
You're telling the world that your children are missing, and we want to know something special about them that's going to make us motivated to get off our couches. Well, really, we should get off our couches. The moment we heard the word missing, the whole community up there should be off their couches looking for these kids. But this is your plea to the world, not just to Canada, not just to Nova Scotia. This is your plea to the world. And all you got for us is that, they'll come up to you and say hi inside of the supermarket. But what does Gannon's mom have to say?
He will be profoundly disabled. He had a 10% chance. Many people can understand my child was a 1 pound, 6 ounce baby. He had a 10% chance of survival. If he survived, he will be profoundly disabled. None of that is accurate. He's gifted and talented. Do anything for anybody. So I'm begging, I'm pleading, if anybody has any type of lead, put yourself in my situation. Ask yourself, what would you do? My Savior is a great Savior.
Right.
And I know
Amen.
I have hope and that my son's going to be here.
Right. You should have did a better job, buddy, than bringing that psychopathic chick into your son's life. I know people don't like when I do that, but I'm a blamer. I don't care. I embrace my blamitude. Okay? I don't have an attitude. I got a blamitude. You should have did a better job. Because one thing I've learned in my 41 years on this planet is people always give you red flags. Now, some of you out there be like, no, strategic, you're being too harsh. You're being too judgmental. No, sometimes people hide their true colors. No. There's always a red flag. He saw those red flags, but he probably was having too much fun with her in the sack to embrace those red flags. She had red flags. You brought that monster around your child and you robbed this woman of her baby. I said it. I don't care.
I'm thankful for the churches, the pastors, the outpouring support from this community, from Albert's military, family, everybody, the detectives. It was you that was sitting at the table, and you told me that 90% success rate, and you told me that I'm going to find Gannon. I believe that.
Oh.
It's the first time I had hope since I got that call on Monday.
Oh, I'm sorry. If this is stepdad, my apologies. I was talking about the real father of Gannon. My apologies. This may be the stepdad. I'm not sure. I have to look that up, but don't mean to disrespect this guy. If this is her new man, he had nothing to do with anything. I'm talking about the father of Gannon. The father of Gannon. The biological father of Gannon, who brought that chicken, that crazy lady. So somebody said that's his real dad. So I was right. Somebody made me second guess. I haven't watched this in a long time. I looked at this as out of curiosity as a true crime connoisseur myself, but I never covered it on my channel. So it's been a while. So somebody said that's a bio dad. That's the guy that I want to talk about. That is the right guy. So I was correct. Somebody made me second guess myself in the chat, but I'm correct. He should have did a better job of making sure that his child was around a mentally stable woman that was going to protect and help raise that child and not take that child's life. Let's keep going.
I have hope. So please have hope with me. I'm begging. Bring my baby home. Bubba, I love you. Mommy loves you so much. Nova loves you. Lena loves you. This room is filled with people that love you, and this community loves you too. So please come home, baby. Please come home.
Wow. So there we go. There we go. Is he going to talk? I don't know. Yep. You want some of that crazy poem.
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate what Layden said that.
Listen, that crazy poom leads you astray. You know what I mean? Some dudes can't handle that crazy poom. There's a reason why the poom crazy. You can't just have fun in the sheets, bro. They're going to bring crazy into your life. You was messing with that crazy girl because she's probably doing crazy things, and she took your child life, man. You got to be smarter. You got to be more discerning. You can't think with the little head. You got to think with this head. Unbelievable.
What an incredible community we have. I mean, everybody.
Aki said, stop it. Aki getting at me again. I'm sorry. Listen, if you guys don't know by now that I'm insane, I don't know what to tell you, okay? So if you're going to come on this show with me, we're going for a wild ride, okay? We are going to go for a wild ride. I'm sorry.
Incredible team that, I came out my front door, I think it was Tuesday, and there was 300 people out there searching my neighborhood. It blew me away. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Man, I'm sorry. Look at that. Look. And guess what? Those tears are real, man. This man is looking for his little boy. He lost his child, man. Very, very sad stuff.
Again, and Daddy loves you so much.
Oh boy.
Please come home.
Oh man. It's something about seeing a man cry that's it's unbearable, you know, because you know that we don't want to cry. We don't want to cry, and when it comes out, it's powerful, bro. It's like it's a lot of different things in there. And I said this before, and there's a bunch of ladies in the chat like there usually is, and you're like, no, he's just sad. I say, you don't know what the hell you talking about. When a man cries, it's not just sadness, it's rage, it's regret. It's a lot of different things. It's like I'm blaming myself. Like, why couldn't I be there to protect my son? You know, how could I let this happen to my son? It's not just profound sadness. Oh, my son is missing. Maybe that's how women feel. I don't know. I'm not a woman. I'd never even try and think about what a woman would feel because I don't know. But I'm a man, and I'm telling you, this guy's not crying because he's just sad. He's crying because he feels like he's a failure. He's crying because he felt like he couldn't protect his son. He's crying because he felt like he could not trade places with his son and take whatever happened to his son to happen to him instead for his son to live. There's a lot of different emotions when a man cries, and rage and anger is a part of it. It's a part of it, and it's something you cannot understand unless you're a man, man. It's very, very sad stuff. All right, let me bring it back over to me. I've been talking you guys heads off for an hour and 35 minutes. I think I've done enough. What do you think? You guys still want more? You still want more? You greedy. Come on, I'm only one man. I got other things I got to do. You guys are amazing. I hope that I presented to you guys in a respectable and informative manner the similarities between these different stories, man. I hope you guys picking up what I'm putting down. I appreciate you guys immensely for supporting the channel. For everybody who drops super chats and all that good stuff, you guys are amazing, man. I love you so much. And for those of you who are supporting the channel, who become members, those of you who got free memberships, whether it's the Patreon or membership, I hope you enjoy. And I hope after you've taken the time to watch the content for the memberships, etc., that you consider continuing those memberships when those free trials are up so that you could become part of the family. And lastly, for those of you who just showed up and watched and engaged and hit that like button and maybe said a thing or two in the chat, man, you are appreciated. You're just as appreciated as everybody who donated to the channel in those other forms. You are all equal to me, all right? And I thank you so much for supporting me on this journey. Remember, our mission is to bring a voice to the voiceless. There's a lot of people who claim that that's what they want to do, but this is what we do. This is what we do on YouTube. And fortunately, by the grace of God, this is what we do in the real world too. So understand, when you come here to True Crime with Strategic, you're not just watching a YouTube personality. You are watching somebody who puts boots on the ground and who lives what I preach, all right? So I encourage you to live what you preach. If you are watching this content and you believe in giving a voice to the voiceless, I want you to be a right fighter out there too. I want you to make sure that you're paying attention to your loved ones, that if somebody comes to you and tell you that they're being victimized, that you do the right thing and you call 911, you notify social services. You have to be a voice for the voiceless too. You can't just watch this stuff and say, oh, I feel bad. Oh, this sounds so sad. Oh, here's a $10 super chat. Oh, I'm going to be a member and join that show. No, if you're going to be here and be a part of this family, I encourage you, I demand from you that you be the same way in the real world. Protect the children, ladies and gentlemen. They can't protect themselves. Go out there and protect the children. Don't do false reports on people you don't like. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, when you see legitimate wrong happening, you do something about it. You call the authorities, you make people aware of it. You just don't stay silent and allow new victims to come into existence. So that being said, please make sure you hit that like button on your way out the door. Please consider becoming a member of True Crime Strategic. We would love to have you as a part of our family. Please consider becoming a member of the Patreon. At this point, the Patreon and the membership are separate entities with different content. I do tons of live on the Patreon. Now that Patreon allows me to do lives, you're going to get 2 separate experiences if you join the membership and the Patreon, or either or. You decide. And lastly, that merch store is looking real good. Go hit the link. Go to our merch store. They're reasonably priced. It's decent. It's a much better experience than Teespring. We're rocking with TeePublic. Go in there and Dashery. The store is going to be on Dashery.com. When you hit it, Dashery is powered by TeePublic. They're the same company, so don't be alarmed. Hit the link. Go get yourself some merch, ladies and gentlemen. Our merch is tasteful and respectful, and that's what we're bringing to this platform. Respect. I'll see you guys on the next one. Strategic is out of here. Peace.
Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes.
Strategic back again. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another edition of True Crime with Strategic. Got an interesting story for you guys today. An update on this Lillian Jack case. A lot to talk about, a lot to go through, but I'm here for it, and I'm trying to follow this case and give you guys as much information as I can get in the time that I have to give it to you. So big shout out to everybody who's going to join me today on this impromptu live. We do appreciate you, and I hope that you will hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Few things. Number one, I am feeling under the weather. For those of you who are part of the membership, I think I told the membership that my son got sick and we had to go to the hospital. He's good now. He's good. He's good. Turns out he just had like a version of the rhinovirus, which is the common cold, and I caught it too, man. So my energy feels decent, but you know, when you have that cold and it's up here, it kind of weighs you down. So my voice is gonna be a little bit off, but I'm gonna try and make sure I keep my energy up so I can relay to you guys these new facts that are coming out. So just bear with me. I might have to clear my throat every now and then, but just know that, you know, I'm here for it. I'm here for you. So if I'm here for you and I'm not feeling well, I definitely appreciate you guys being here for me. And, you know, just cut me some slack if I'm not the usual overly excitable strategic, right? Big shout out to everybody who's in the room. Aki's in the building. Thanks, sis, for coming through as usual and showing love, moderating. So guys, please be good to the little sister. Don't, you know, say things inappropriate. Don't make her work too hard. You know, express yourselves in a respectful manner as we go through this topic and talk about this sensitive story. If we have time, this is not going to be a super long live. If we have time, I might come back and do another live on another serious topic, a different case, before I go to work. But we may not have time. We might do that show tomorrow instead. All right. So if you guys are new to the channel, I'm an active duty sex crimes detective, 18 and a half years so far with law enforcement experience. Most of my experience has been being a sex crimes detective and investigator in various law enforcement agencies in the state of New York. I'm still actively working. I have a caseload. When I leave here, I'm going to be dealing with victims of sex crimes. So I'm bringing to you up to date, right at this moment, expertise in the field of these type of heinous investigations, right? So if you're here and you're joining us, please consider joining us and hitting that like button. Before we get started, I want to share with you something interesting that, like, a stranger kind of figured me out. A stranger figured me out on the internet, and I love it so much I'm going to share with you. And Aki's going to get mad. She's not going to get mad. So I was trolling the internets, right, on the Reddit. And I kind of try and stay away from Reddit. Reddit is a very interesting place, but there's a lot of things on there that I just want to stay away from. And I went into a room and people were discussing me. And one person said, I love Strategic. He's a really good channel. You know, I really appreciate the expertise that he brings to the platform. And another person says, yo, I hate Strategic, man. I don't like his style. I'm not feeling him. He yells too much. Totally okay. You can't be for everybody. But why am I telling you a story? Because another person came on and then they said, you know what? I don't know. I kind of like Strategic. He's a nice guy. He reminds me of a big kid who finally found something that they really enjoy, and now they're having a whole lot of fun with it. And then another person came after them and says, and he really likes his new computer. And that really expresses exactly how I feel about YouTube. Yes, I am a big kid, man. And that's what keeps me sane in the insanity of my life when I have to deal with all these different horrible circumstances that brings people to me in my day job. Being a big kid, continuing to smile, trying to find, you know, the lighthearted part of a situation. I'll be talking to a victim, and sometimes, often, I'll make them smile. They've just experienced so much tragedy, but we could sneak in a little joke that just put a smile on their face. And not always, I mean, I've never had a bad reaction, but not always, but sometimes, weeks and months later, a person will come back, because these relationships that we have, these professional relationships, when we're doing sex crimes cases, sometimes last months and months, sometimes years. I just told you guys I wrapped up a case that took 2 years to finally get an indictment. Sometimes a person will come back and say, I remember when you made me smile, and I needed that, and thank you. And the other one I got recently is, it wasn't even my case. The person was sitting in the waiting room, and I said, I'm going to get some coffee. Do you want some coffee? And I was like, yeah, I need some coffee. There's a person who just was a victim of a heinous crime. And I went, and they were in the middle of the interview with my colleague, and I knocked on the door, and I brought them that coffee. They were crying, and they said, thank you so much. And they mixed the coffee up, and I left, and I don't know their name. And then weeks later, I walk in, and that person is in a waiting room, because sometimes it's a multi-step process when we're interviewing people. And they said, you're the one who gave me the coffee. And I was like, and I almost forgot. And they're like, I was like, yeah. And they're like, thank you. I needed that. So yeah, that person summed me up perfectly. I am a big kid, and I love doing YouTube. I love this community that we're building, and I love spending time with you guys when I have the time to have these conversations. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for giving me your time, giving me your confidence, and giving me your trust that when you listen to my show, you know that somebody is trying to authentically present to you the facts as best as he knows it. I'm not always going to get it right. My expertise and all my experience does not make me God. I'm going to get things wrong sometimes. But all I want you as the audience to know is that I'm coming to this space from the right place. And if you trust me with that you believe that I'm coming from the right place, then I'm doing my job. And I just wanted to say thank you. And when I read that, it really touched me in my heart, because it's just such a small, benign statement, but the person actually figured me out. I'm having a really good time spending time with you guys and building this community with you. So thank you so much for joining True Crime and Strategic. Thank you for allowing me into your homes, into your life, into your sphere. And let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. All right. Before we go, let me just read this highlighted comment. Dog and Cat Lover says, I named my kitten Strategic. I love it. I love it. Now, Dog and Cat Lover, you know what you got to do, right? You got to send us a picture of your kitten. You got to send us a picture of your kitten. And if you give us permission, I want to put that kitten on a shirt. You got to give us permission because we ain't giving you a cut. But if you want to and you send us a picture, I want to see the picture, period. But if you want to and you give us additional permission, I'd love to put that beautiful kitten on a shirt. So thank you so much for naming your kitten Strategic. I'm sure it's going to be the best kitten in your litter. All right. So guys, what are we here for today? We're here for Lily and Jack, guys. I want to talk about a few of the updates that have come out. Some of you guys may have heard this stuff before. I don't know. We don't break news on this channel. You guys know, once again, I'm out there fighting a good fight in the real world. So I can only do this show when I have time, which means I don't have time to break news like some of the larger YouTube channels. God bless them. So we'll get to the information when we get to it with our own spin, with our expertise behind it. So we're going to go through this information. Hopefully it's going to be probative for you. And, you know, we'll keep the discussion going in the comments section. So let's get started with this little press conference that they gave, just a small one, where they're asking for more information. We're going to talk about the lie detector test. We're going to talk about some of the video footage that they've gotten. And then we're going to talk about the Canadian government's kind of perspective on what we're doing here on YouTube. I think it's going to be a really good show. Let's get into it, guys. Let me go ahead and make this big. Boom. All right, let's do it.
As the missing persons investigation into the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan continues, we are appealing to the public for additional video footage. Investigators have collected hours of video from areas surrounding Lansdowne Station. Based on details gathered so far, we have confirmed that Lily and Jack were observed in public with family members on the afternoon of May 1st. Investigators are now asking anyone who has dash cam footage or video along Garlick Road between noon on April 28th and noon on May 2nd to contact Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit. Investigators remain committed to exploring all possibilities surrounding the children's disappearance. To date, more than 355 tips have been received, and we are following up on the information provided. RCMP officers have also formally interviewed over 50 people, with more interviews planned in the coming days. Investigative work is ongoing following the large-scale ground and air search that began immediately after the children were reported missing on May 2nd. Hundreds of searchers, multiple dogs, a variety of drones, an underwater recovery team, and several aircraft scoured a heavily wooded 5.5 square kilometer area before search efforts were scaled back on May 7th. Additional searches took place on May 8th, May 9th, May 17th, and May 18th. Any future searches will be determined based on the course of the investigation. RCMP officers from various teams are fully engaged in finding out what happened to Jack and Lily. We're using all tools and resources to determine the circumstances of their disappearance. Anyone with information on the whereabouts of Jack and Lily, or who has video footage to share with police, is asked to call the Northeast Nova Major Crimes Unit. To remain anonymous, you can also contact Nova Scotia Crime Stoppers.
All right, interesting stuff here. They're asking for more information. Before we go deeper into this, big shout out to Luna. Was it Luna? Yeah, Luna 111. She says, can you look into the 15-year-old missing girl in Utah who's still missing? I think she's still alive. We actually had a meeting on this, me and Aki earlier, and I told her, hey, listen, let the research crew know that we need more information on this because I want to cover this because I think she's still alive. You guys know I'm usually correct when I say who's with us and who's no longer with us. I think she's still with us, but she's just on the run with the PD file with one of the PD files of many that she either met or she was planning to meet. There are many of them that she met or was planning to meet, but she's with one of them out of that many that she met, and they're probably traveling the country right now trying to stay out of sight, out of mind, so that pedophile can have, you know, his wears and tears before he eventually gets caught rather. I don't think that she's no longer with us. I think she is alive, and I want to cover this because I want to bring awareness to this, so hopefully we can find this beautiful little girl. Unfortunately, there's stuff that was going on with this young woman long before she went missing. There's stuff that was going on with this girl. I'm telling you right now, as a professional who has dealt with these children, okay? I investigate 13 all the way up to to senior citizen, all right? There is a a squad that investigates 12 and under. That's actually the child squad. I'm not a part of the child squad. I'm the adult special victim squad, but I investigate 13 and up, okay? And dealing with teenagers, which is my specialty, okay? They usually act like this when they've dealt with a ton of trauma. So I'm asking you guys to please get into that inbox, strategiceyes@gmail.com, and drop me any links or any documents or any information that you have on this young woman, Alyssa Petrov, so I can cover this. And we're going to have our research crew doing what they do anyway. They're going to do an excellent job, but I'm all about, sourcing. I'm sourcing, because there might be stuff that the research crew might miss, that I might miss, that Aki might miss, that you guys might know of. Facebook pages, Instagrams, X's, drop those links inside of the email, because this is the next case I'm going to be covering, man. I appreciate you guys. All right, so let's go to the next one here. Let me bring it back to me. Let's get to the next video. So this one right here is them talking to the neighbors who have like these hunting cameras. I forgot what they call them, the official name. I don't hunt. This kind of like trail cameras. That's what they call them, trail cameras. And so they're talking about the trail cameras that they were able to get from the scene. And we're going to get into some of these articles about the lie detector tests, etc.
Melissa Scott's trail cameras might contain clues about the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan. RCMP asked her for days of footage as the investigation into the missing children approaches the 3-week mark.
It's scary, especially not knowing what happens. We definitely keep our kids a little closer to home now.
The 4- and 6-year-olds were reported missing from this home on May 2nd, launching a massive search of the woods surrounding the home. No trace has been found, and RCMP haven't ruled out the case is suspicious. This is some of the footage Scott gave police. She says RCMP major crimes officers came to her home this week, asking for everything on her 7 cameras, starting April 27th, 5 days before the kids were reported missing. 2 of Scott's neighbors were also asked to provide footage to RCMP. She says the officers also asked about her family's vehicles to rule out local traffic in the footage.
Possibly they are wondering if they didn't go missing earlier, or maybe somebody who isn't local to the area was around beforehand.
This road is the most direct path from Scott's property to the home the kids went missing from. We drove between the 2 places. It's about an 18-minute drive down rough dirt roads. Straight through the woods, it's about 5 kilometers.
I did mention to them that I was very happy to see them and glad that they were canvassing a little further and looking at trail cam footage. And they did respond saying that they probably should have been around earlier.
RCMP would not.
So basically she's acknowledging that the police are actually acknowledging that they're kind of dropping the ball a little bit. I personally believe listen, I'm in America. We go by a different standard than Canada. We're going to talk about that because the Canadians apparently have a different standard on how you can conduct yourself when you are critiquing or just looking into and advocating these stories on social media. That's a different country. I don't fall under that country's jurisdiction. One thing I agree with is that we should not be using these platforms to bully people. We should not be doing that. We should not be using these platforms to incite any type of harm on anybody. I will speak out against that. I've said that for Jen Soto, one of the big cases that I cover, and Stephen Stearns. Specifically for Jen Soto, I said if anybody is harassing, haranguing, following, whatever, stalking, whatever this person, they should go to jail. We have a criminal justice system for a reason. It is our duty to allow the process to play itself out and to respect the criminal justice system, not take justice in our own hands, all right? I'm not a fan of that at all, right? But we come here on these platforms because we want to bring awareness to these children. Because if we don't talk about it, I'm telling you right now as a professional, if you don't talk about it, it disappears. The pressure goes low because you got to understand, every single day a new case comes up that's going to be demanding the same or even more attention. And you only have but a limited amount of resources to put out there to work these cases. So the cases that have the most media attention are the cases that are going to get the most resources. If we stop talking about Lily and Jack, which is what, the RMCP, what do they call themselves? The RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the Nova Scotia officials, if we listen to them and we shut our mouths, the pressure is off of them. With all this pressure that we have on them, they still took too long to canvass this far out, to look for the cameras that they're looking for. How do we know this? This lady told us. She just told us that they admitted that they should have done a better job canvassing. So for the people who live in Canada and maybe grow up in a different culture and society and have different views and values on these things, you might look at the YouTubers and you might say, oh, you guys are doing too much, man. Like, this is a Canadian issue. Stay out of it. Well, number one, I have an international audience and I have a lot of Canadians that are following the American cases that I'm covering. So it's not fair that you can follow our cases, but we can't follow yours. But that's a juvenile argument. I'm not going to make that argument. The argument the only argument I'm going to make is that we care. It doesn't matter if it's a kid in Zimbabwe. It doesn't matter, because I'm going to cover a story in South Africa where a mother and her boyfriend were given life sentences because they sold their 6-year-old daughter to a witch, a warlock, or whatever. And they still can't find the kid. And some people are thinking that the kid was sold for body parts. It doesn't matter if you're in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Ukraine, Canada, or good old US of A. A child is a child, and we have a duty as good people to advocate for them. And so, yes, a total stranger that lives in New York and not in Canada, I'm going to advocate for that child, a child that doesn't even look like any of my kids. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, we're all human beings. And that's the only thing that matters, our shared and common humanity. And that's why we're going to advocate for this child. So I'm sorry if some of us YouTubers are hurting these Canadian sensibilities of saying nothing on social media for fear of whatever sanctions these folks do to each other in their country. No disrespect. But that's not how we do here in this country. And we're going to keep fighting for children regardless. So let's keep going.
Not answer CBC's questions, including why they are seeking trail camera footage from before the disappearance and why they are identifying local vehicles. Nicola Sagan, CBC News, Glengarry Station, Nova Scotia.
All right, perfect, man. That's a really good video right there. So what I want to do is now this one is interesting. This one talks about something we talked about yesterday with the fact that the children were observed the day before. We covered this already, but within this article that I found, it has some interesting facts, something that I personally did not know before that really elucidates to me just how unlikely it is to me that these kids wandered off in the woods and are now gone in the woods. Because if they're in the woods by themselves, at this point, they're no longer with us. We're approaching a month. That's just reality. But I don't think that they wandered in the woods. They were either placed in the woods or they were abducted. But the problem that we have with this case is that the police have already ruled out abduction. And there might be good reason for that, because my understanding is that they collected a lot of camera footage and ring footage, etc., that are along this road. And you don't need to have an entire road covered to know who traversed the road. If you're able to get a camera from the house a mile down and there's no other outlets after this house, then you know that every car that went past this house would have to go past Lily and Jack's house, because there's no other inlets or outlets past that house. So this is the house right here. After the house, it's just a straight road. So I'm giving an example. I'm not saying that this is exactly how Lily and Jack's situation is. I'm explaining to you as a detective how we would be able to determine what cars went along a specific road. So if you're canvassing and you have the house on, this is Lily and Jack's house in the middle, and you have the houses on either side of the house, and there's no outlets and inlets to those roads in between these houses, you're going to be able to tell, okay, the house, there's a car that goes past at 3:15 here. And then we see that car go past that last house at 3:17. And you measure the distance between house A and house C. Because A is the first house, B is Lily and Jack's house, and C is the last house. Lee and Jack house being in the middle. And I'm sorry, guys. Once again, if you're just popping in, I am a little bit under the weather. That's why I'm jacking myself up with caffeine. So I'm sorry if my voice kind of goes in and out. Judging from the times that you see this car going from point A to point B, number one, you know two things. You know what car went past. And number two, you know how long that person was traveling on the road. You know if that person stopped. Based off of, you actually put camera footage into certain computer systems that can measure how fast the bit rate of the camera, the frame rate, the whole nine, and then it can calculate how fast the car is going as it goes past that camera. And if the car is going at 40 miles an hour, and just throwing out a number there, it would take 1 minute and 30 seconds for it to go from house A to house C, and you see that car come past house C within an average time of what you expected it to come, you know that most likely that car didn't stop. You know that car didn't stop. You also can maybe, if you're lucky, get a license plate from that car. And now you can investigate that person who's in that car without them even knowing that they're being investigated in many instances. And that's how you rule people out. My understanding is that they're doing that. They're getting the footage from various houses along that road to know what cars traverse down there. So maybe that's the reason why they're saying that they're ruling out abduction. Maybe they have proof that there weren't cars driving past that road at that specific time that could possibly be an abductor. I don't know, because in Canada they keep a tight lip on this information. But in the absence of me knowing, I feel that it's a little premature to rule out abduction, because it limits the options that we have. So the Canadians don't want us to speculate on whether the parents had anything to do with this most likely tragedy it's going to be. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves here, right? But you've limited the options that we have. And this article is going to show you just how limited our options are, right? So real quick, big shout out to Stony Baloney Barb with a $1.99 super sticker. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Let me just respond here. Sorry, that's an important message that I was sending there. So big shout out to Stony Baloney Barb. And you know what? I was on another screen, so I don't know if somebody else sent some love. Let me just go over here before I get into the article. That's it. Just Stony Baloney Barb. You're the only one that showed me love. No, just joking. We're not like that on this show. All right. So now let's go to that article, right? So let's go up here. Sure, we'll read it from the beginning. RCMP and Nova Scotia are looking for more video footage of two young children who vanished nearly 4 weeks ago and are now confirming the siblings were seen in public with family members the day before being reported missing. Lily and Jack Sullivan, aged 6 and 4, were reported missing from their home in Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia on May 2nd. In a Wednesday update, RCMP said they confirmed the two were observed in public with family members on the afternoon of May 1st based on details they've gathered. They later clarified that confirmation was made by both video evidence and eyewitness accounts. Okay. This is excellent because we now have a timetable. We've narrowed it down to 24, 26, 28 hours, right? Depending on what time they were seen on that day prior to them going missing. Because before we had a couple of days because they didn't go to school. Now we know that these two beautiful angels were alive and well at least a day prior to being reported missing. This is good. It's excellent for the investigation. So let's keep going. Police said investigators have collected hours of video from the area surrounding Lansdowne Station, We're now asking anyone who has dash cam footage or video along Gerlach Road between 12 p.m. and April 28th and 12 p.m. on May 2nd to contact us. RCMP said investigators have received and are following up on more than 355 tips. They've also interviewed in excess of 50 people and have more interviews planned in the upcoming days. Now, 50 people is a lot for a community that has just a couple hundred people. So they're definitely pounding the pavement, putting the boots on the ground, and they're canvassing. They're trying to find witnesses. Let's keep going. Police said they've committed to exploring all possibilities when it comes to this case. Which means in American speak, they're not American, but if that was said in America, that means that the parents are suspects. Now listen, being a suspect does not mean that you did anything wrong. It's just that you're the last two people to see these two people. And because you're the last two people to see these young folks who were in your charge, who were 6 and 4, unable to care for themselves, yes, questions should be asked about you. Questions that will exonerate you or questions that may lead us to justice. Let's keep going. RCMP officers from various teams are fully engaged in finding out what happened to Lily and Jack, and we're using all tools and resources to determine the circumstances of their disappearance. We understand people's desire for answers and updates. However, as this is an active investigation, we're unable to discuss details of our ongoing work. Okay. Now, I want to see where that... this is actually what I wanted to read. I thought it was on that article, but this is what I wanted to read. Yes. Lily and Jack face unbelievable conditions, search review. This is why I'm perplexed that the Canadians don't want to release any information. I'm not saying Canadians like it's all Canadians. Come on. Canadian citizens are here with us in this chat. They want to find out what happened to Lily and Jack just like the rest of us, okay? It's not Canadians. We're talking about RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, okay? They don't want to give us information. They don't want to tell us what's going on. They don't want us to talk about what's going on. If you're in Canada, they can't tell Americans what to do. But yet they give us information that gives them less space to operate as far as public perception. They box themselves in a corner by saying, this is not an abduction. So now check this out. This is not an abduction. That's what the Canadian officials have told us. But read what this says. Missing children Lily and Jack Sullivan and the people searching for them are facing unbelievable conditions, according to the Nova Scotia Ground Search and Rescue Association. Lily, 6, and Jack, 4, went missing from their Nova Scotia home on May 2nd and are believed to have wandered into the heavily wooded area surrounding their home. Let's keep going. Sherry Vernot, president of the Nova Scotia GSRA, told Newsweek that this area is almost impassable, not impossible, but impassable, due to fallen trees from Hurricane Fiona in 2022. Royal Canadian Mounted Police told Newsweek they are assessing and reviewing their search from the weekend of May 17th and 18th in order to plan future steps. Did you guys understand what that person just said? This is the person whose their specialty is searching for people in rough terrain. And they've just told us that this terrain has unbelievable conditions and is almost impassable for the adults that are searching for these kids. So basically what you're telling us is that it's highly unlikely that Lily and Jack could get far in this terrain. So the Royal Canadian Mounted Police told us it's not an abduction. The president of the GSRA, which is the Ground Search and Rescue Team, is telling us the terrain is almost impassable around that house. So where's the kids? Where's the kids? If nobody took them, and if they can't get but a couple of feet into the brush without getting stuck, where's the kids? But we can't look at the parents. We can't look at the parents, says the Canadian officials. We can't ask questions. We should not be accusing people of anything. That's not cool. I'm not saying that, but we can't talk about what do the parents know that we don't know. Even though the officials who have all the information, who are the gatekeepers to information, who are constantly telling us, we're not telling you anything, we're not giving you anything, be quiet, stay in your lane, let the pros do their job. They're telling us though, but by the way, nobody abducted these children. And also, it's almost impossible for these kids to get deep in these woods. So where's the kids? So now that we're asking ourselves, where's the kids? Let's talk about the polygraph. Stepfather says he's taken the polygraph test. The disappearance has sparked rampant speculation on social media, much of it targeting the children's mother and stepfather, Daniel Martel. In an interview Wednesday, Martel reiterated he offered to take a polygraph test, which he says he has now taken place. I do have results, and I don't know if I can share those results, but they were good in my favor. I'll say that, he said. So basically, he shared it with us. He said that he took the lie detector test and he passed it. Okay? I don't know if I could tell you. I'm not going to tell you, but I passed. Okay. We gotta get the other soundboard up. What's wrong with me? That definitely is a classic. Does that make sense?
Does that make sense?
Perfect. It makes perfect sense. Let's do it. We fix this over here and get back into this. I'm sorry, guys. Oh boy, whatever. All right. So, let's keep going. I do have results, and I don't know if I can share those results, but they were good in my favor. I'll say that, he said. He said he is glad police are seeking additional footage and is urging the public to step up and help find the children. Despite not having had contact with the children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, since May 3rd when she left the search area, Martel said an RCMP liaison has been assigned to keep them both informed as the investigation progresses. So the stepdad took the test. He passed it. We don't know what questions they asked him. We don't know to what degree he passed. Was there ever deception in any of the questions? Did he sail through with flying colors that he's absolutely telling the truth? We don't know, but we're going to give him grace and we're going to say he passed. At any time, RCMP could say he didn't pass. We don't know. This is what he's telling us, okay? But who's missing? Where's mommy? Where's Malaya? We keep seeing this guy. We keep seeing this guy's mug all over the internet. No disrespect. I don't mean to disrespect him. No disrespect about his mug. We see this guy all over the internet. Whether you think he has something to do with this or not, what is he doing on the internet? What is Daniel Martel doing on the internet? Who's smart in the chat? Everybody should raise their hand because I got the smartest chat on YouTube. What is this man doing on the internet? Whether you think he has something to do with this or not, what is he doing? 3, 2, 1. No takers. He's advocating. He's advocating for those missing children. Somebody said sharing this propaganda. Indiana Sunshine, stop it. Be nice. He's advocating. He's raising awareness, like Nina says. Whether you think he has something to do with it or not, his constant interviews, constant coming forward, constant talking, what is it doing? People want to talk about it. I just covered the fact that he said he took the lie detector test. I'm talking about it. Other people are talking about it. Larger channels are talking about it. Canadian news is talking about it. Lily and Jack's name is still in the news. What is mommy doing? What is mommy doing, ladies and gentlemen? Where is mommy? Where's Lily and Jack, ladies and gentlemen? From our understanding, from what the RCMP told us, is Lily and Jack is in the woods. The search and rescue team is saying, well, I'm not telling you they're not in the woods, but I'm telling you it's hard for those kids to get around. Our adults barely can scale over these massive trees they got knocked down in a hurricane. Man, them trees got knocked down 3 years ago. They still didn't clean it up. Those adults with protective gear on, hiking boots, climbing sticks, helmets, reflective jackets, food in their backpacks and water on their shoulders, they could barely get over those trees. But we supposed to believe that a 4 and a 6-year-old is over there, Dora the Explorer, climbing over these trees and swinging on vines and just having a grand old time building a tree hut out there like Naked and Afraid. That's what we supposed to believe. But by all accounts, they're telling us those kids are still in those woods. But where's mommy? Why mommy not out there in those woods looking for those kids? Mommy's not even in the town anymore, ladies and gentlemen.
Does that make sense?
Mommy's not even in the town anymore. Now, there's nothing that says that mommy can't have a falling out with this stepdad. Mind you, she has a child with this stepdad, so how they have zero contact, I don't understand, because isn't he supposed to see his kid? But there's nothing that says that she has to stay in contact with this guy. They can break up. They can have, this is a very stressful time. People could be blaming each other as to whose fault it is, whatever. People could know things about each other that they don't want to share. Who knows? I'm just throwing it out there to the universe. I'm not accusing anything of anybody of anything. But wouldn't you stay close to your kids? Wouldn't you stay close to your kids? Wouldn't you stay close to where these kids could possibly be found? If they find these babies and these babies are no longer with us, wouldn't you want to be first on the scene to bring those babies home and lay them to rest? Wouldn't you want to be a part of that command center and get those up-to-date information on what's happening with those babies? Mommy's gone. We don't know where she at. So my question is, did she get a test? What's the result of her test? Because I'm getting the feeling, my personal opinion, based on no facts and no information from the RCMP or anybody who's on the ground, I'm getting the feeling that I'm playing Uno with Jen Soto, and she just did a reverse Uno and she transformed into a Malaya. That makes sense? I got to do better with these sound effects.
Does that make sense?
Does that make sense to you guys? It seems like she's a reverse Uno Jen Soto. There's a possibility, in my opinion, that she's the Stearns. Instead of the Martell being the Stearns, she's the Stearns minus the other stuff that Stearns was doing. It's always a red flag when a mom doesn't act like a mom. There's some constants in this world. We expect the sky to be blue. It's a constant. And another constant is we know what a good mother is. Not everybody lives up to the bar. But every single person on this planet, whether you had a mom or not, you still biologically know what a good mother is. If you had a bad mother, you can look at your mother and say, that was a bad mother. My mother's a bad mother. I know what the standard of a good mother is, and my mother was a bad mother. We know that we expect certain things from people because it's built into our society, and Canadian society is not foreign to American society. It's not like we're looking at some small village in Timbuktu and we're kind of gauging our Western culture versus this small tribe that has barely had outside contacts culture. No, we're talking about Canadians and Americans. We got the same darn culture. Different constitution, yeah, different rights. You can't talk on the internet with the Canadians. We got freedom here in America. But same culture. We know what a mother is supposed to do. And right now, we've got a mother that's AWOL. We got a mother that's AWOL.
Does that make sense?
Where is Malaya? I'm not saying go find her. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying harass her. I'm not saying that. You leave that lady alone. I'm asking a question. Why isn't she out there looking for those babies? Because the stepdad that came on TV and said, these people are accusing me, he came out and said it. I'll take a lie detector test. He took that test and allegedly he passed it. He's out there saying his piece. Where are you, mommy? Where are you? I got questions, man. That's what I get paid to do. I get paid to ask questions, whether I'm on YouTube or I'm in the real world in an interrogation room. I just ask questions. That's all I do. So let's hear what the Canadians have to say about asking questions, because I don't think they like when people ask questions. They're not feeling questions. We'll wait till this ad goes by and then we'll see what they got to say about questions. Big shout out to everyone in the room. We got 500 people watching the live stream right now. Please hit that like button, guys. That is paltry. Like, that literally means that you guys think that I'm the worst YouTuber that ever came on the platform when you have 500. There's 299 people who are watching this and they're like, nah, I'm not, I'm listening to him, but I'm not convinced. I'm not hitting that like button. We're not asking you to hit the like button because you agree with everything I say. This is a channel about us having different theories, and my theory is no better than your theory, right? We all can have our own theories. The like button is just saying, hey, I appreciate the fact that this guy has the courage to show his face on the internet and talk about these sensitive topics. And I want to help him get into the algorithm so he could be shown to a wider audience. That's all the like button does. It exposes the show to the algorithm and gets us to a wider audience. So we really appreciate it if you'd hit that like button and you show your support for the show and you help us get the word out there. Okay, so let's bring it back a little bit. And
Ealer's disappearance in 2020 instantly sparked despair and concern amongst the public, as many took to social media to speculate on what could have happened to the boy who had seemingly vanished mere seconds of being left alone in his grandmother's yard. But online theories quickly spiraled into unproven information, some users going as far as accusing his parents of killing their child. Ealer's parents have never been charged in their son's disappearance and filed a civil case against 2 Facebook users that ended in a court settlement. But 5 years later, as another missing children's case rocks the province, widespread speculation has returned.
Similar to what we dealt with on the Ealer case, there are a lot of online rumors that I'm noticing online, and a lot of accusations against the parents.
6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan were reported missing from their home in Lansdowne Station on May 2nd. A police investigation into the missing children is ongoing, but that hasn't deterred the public from launching an unofficial investigation of its own on sites like Facebook, Reddit, and X.
With respect to the spread of misinformation, inaccurate information, and speculation, I just want to say that That's harmful. It's harmful to the families and communities who are trying to work their way through a traumatic event. And so I really want to encourage people to be kind.
There's a lot.
Yo, that is so Canadian. Be kind. I'm American. We don't talk about kindness. We talk about guns. Let's keep going. I'm joking.
Of information, and the police have to follow up on every lead. But when a lot of it ends up being rumors, it's taking away from valid calls that they're getting and valid information that they would like to follow up on.
And the average social media sleuth could be risking far more than a slap on the wrist.
If it rises to the level of criminal harassment or threats, the police will certainly get involved, and there can be criminal charges laid.
I mean, listen, as far as what she's saying there, I totally agree with that. I mean, that'll happen in America. You know, if you're out here, you know, making threats against people, their personal safety, their lives, etc., you're encouraging people to go track people down and stalk them and harangue them. That's unacceptable. And like I've said that 1,000 times on this channel, especially when we talk about sensitive topics like the Madeline Soto case. I've said it time and time again. If you go and you bother these people, you know, the Stearns, the parents of Stephen Stearns, you bother Jennifer Soto and her family, you need to go to jail. I've heard people say mean things about Jennifer Soto's mother and father, Madeline Soto's grandparents. And you guys know I rail against everybody that does not reach the bar of the expectations of them being a parent, because that's your job. You chose to lay down and make children. You have a duty to protect these kids. I've done a deep dive into, as a respectful dive, that is, you know, I'm not looking at people's personal life, but I've looked at the evidence, and it just looks like the grandparents of Madeline Soto loved her and treated her great. And the auntie loved her niece and treated her great. You know, when I look at the evidence, the only person that appeared to be negligent was Jen Soto. So that's why I localize my criticism to the person we actually have evidence of, right? We have her saying, well, you know, the ex wasn't bad, but the murder was. You know, like, who says that? What kind of mother says something like that, right? So, you know, but for some reason, people just want to blame people just because they happen to be in that sphere when the tragedy happens. That's not where you do business, right? You don't do business like that. You don't just take collateral damage, right? You focus the criticism on the people who deserve it. So I've always been a proponent to say, you know what? I may not like some of the things that the Stearns say on these phone calls that we've listened to, we cover on this channel, but leave them alone. And even Jen Soto, she has not been charged with a crime, so leave her alone. We could critique her on YouTube, absolutely, but don't ever threaten and harass her, right? And the same thing goes for Lily and Jack's parents. We have questions, but we don't have any facts that says they did anything wrong. So don't bother these people on the internet or in the real world. Because whether you're in America, Zimbabwe, South Africa, London, or Canada, you should be charged if you are making people feel unsafe without any evidence that proves that they even deserve that at this point. But I certainly believe that it should be okay for people to ask questions. Because like we said before, excuse me, I said cold again, my throat is getting congested. As I said before, if you don't bring awareness to these cases, they disappear. They disappear. I know that. You guys know that. If you don't bring awareness to these cases, if you don't talk about these cases like we're talking about them right now, there's no urgency to solve them. The next case will come, and this one will be placed on a back burner, and we'll never find out what happened to Lily and Jack. If those children are in those woods in whatever condition, it's going to take 100 people out there searching to eventually find them. Do you think what's the probability of us finding them if there's 100 people out there because there's media attention on this case versus 5 people out there, or none, or just a hunter out there minding his business and now he stumbles upon them? What is the odds? Well, listen, quite often it does happen that hunter is the one that finds those missing people or remains or whatever it is. But you have a higher probability if you have 100 people out there looking. Anyway, let's keep going.
On a civil side, the victims of these bullying posts do have some avenue to get justice. So they can file an action in Supreme Court for a cyber protection order, and a judge can order the people that are posting to stop, to take down posts, to remove groups from online, and even to the extent that, depending on the harm that is done, damages can be awarded against the offending party.
And for anyone who is experiencing cyberbullying or is worried about information that's circulating about themselves, they can reach out to CyberScan to get supports with that.
Ella MacDonald, Global News.
All right, so I just want to point out, just to be accurate, this is for Canadian citizens. This does not apply to any of the international audience, but I do think that it's best practices to be respectful in the way that they're asking for us YouTubers and social media folks to show respect. So I agree with them. We should have a level of civility and a level of personal accountability to make sure that we're doing our best to be respectful with the content and with the people involved. But I do not agree that we should not talk about this. I'm sorry. Maybe it's because I'm American and we're very skeptical of our governments, period. That's why us Americans, we need to have our guns. We never know when we got to take our country back, you know what I'm saying? Or defend it from people from the north. I'm just joking, guys. I'm not going to trust the government to always do the right thing. And I'm a government worker, and I'm telling you, don't always trust the government to do the right thing. And that's why I feel like we should have the right. Well, I have the right, but I pray and wish that my Canadian brothers and sisters up north would have the right as well to talk about these cases without fear of censorship from their government or retaliation from the people that we rightfully should be able to question. Because remember this, guys, and we'll leave it here and call it a day. Remember this, and I don't want to sound cruel and callous or mean-spirited, but a fact is a fact. And I also take into account that any one of us could be in this position. But a fact is a fact. We're only talking about this situation because to some degree, only a court could determine that degree. But to some degree, these parents were negligent. Because at the end of the day, regardless of whether you're in bed or not, it's your responsibility to be responsible for your children. So we're only here talking about these kids because these parents did not properly monitor their children. In a home that's not big, and that's not me throwing any slight at them due to their living conditions, not at all. You guys know, I grew up in poverty. I don't even know if these people are poor. I don't know their culture. They may have more money than anybody watching this stream, and they just choose to live off the grid. Living in a trailer off the grid does not mean that you're poor. I don't know these people, and I don't pretend to judge them. What I'm saying is, by square footage, pure science, forget about people's feelings, by square footage, that's not a big dwelling. And they had one job, ladies and gentlemen. We all have one job. And that job is to protect the children. And we're only talking about this because they failed. They failed. Mommy detailed to us how supposedly she's sleeping, supposedly she's laying down, supposedly she's not. I don't freaking know. I don't know. All I know is that this lady gave an interview where she's talking about she's in the bed with her baby daddy and her infant, and she hears the kids, and the kids sound like they're in the next room, but then they go through the sliding door. How does she know they went through the sliding door? I don't know. And then now they're outside playing, and now there's nothing. Well, at what point are you going to get up out of your bed to figure out what's going on? Are 4- and 6-year-olds supposed to be leaving the house alone, especially when you tell us that these aren't the type of kids to leave the house on their own? So some people say, well, you know, my kid grew up in a homestead and they're out there driving tractors. That was a really cool comment. I loved it. I engaged with them. It was one of my viewers who has a farm and is raising their children on a farm. And their kids are around the age of Lily and they're driving tractors and stuff like that. Well, guess what? Malaya told us that that's not her kids. They don't do that. They're not homestead kids. They're not outside kids. They're not wood kids. They're not Dora the Explorer kids. It's uncharacteristic of them to leave the house on their own without permission. So if you have children where it's uncharacteristic of them to do these things and you're in your bed and you hear these things, wouldn't you get up and go figure out what's going on? Wouldn't you say, hey, I can't hear the kids. Let's go out there. Or they sound like they're outside. That should be enough right there to get you out your bed. When they sound like they're outside, like she said, that should have been enough for her to run outside because these kids don't belong outside unsupervised. According to mommy, they're not those type of kids. It's not a normal occurrence. It's not what they do on a regular basis that mommy's like, who cares? We live in the boonies. Where they going to go? So don't anybody ever forget, the only reason why we're here asking these questions is because they did not properly supervise their kids. If they did, well, we'd be talking about something else. Since they didn't, we're going to do our best as collective human citizens of the world, of planet Earth, of collective humanity, and bring awareness to these children until they're found and we get finality, whatever that may be. Whether it's a tragic accident, whether it's foul play, whatever it may be, we're going to bring awareness until these children are brought home. I love you guys immensely, man. I hope you guys had a great live. I hope it was a little bit informative and you learned a couple of things. I appreciate you guys for supporting the channel. Let me go ahead and make sure I didn't miss any super chats or anything like that. Oh, quite a few. Stony Baloney Barb with a $5 super chat. Subscribe and like, everyone. Strategic works hard to share his expert perspective. Thank you so much, Stony Baloney. That's very kind of you. And Marcia Klepper with a $5 super chat is showing the love. Thank you, Marcia. Appreciate you. That's very kind of you as well. You guys have been great and very patient, and I really appreciate you donating your time to me because I'm pretty sure there's more precious things you could do than just staring at a screen and listening to my sultry voice talking about true crime. Jamie MP celebrating 7 months as a White Shield member. She says, take care, everyone. All right, guys, let me set up that outro. Remember, we do have a membership. You've seen a whole bunch of the members inside of the chat. I'd love to see you join them. Hit that join button and become a member of True Crime Strategic. We do exclusive live shows for the membership. We also drop videos oftentimes for the membership first before we give it to everybody else. So consider supporting the channel and joining the membership. Also, we have a Patreon. And on that Patreon, we have Strategic Eyes Uncut and Raw. You get to see the gangster side of me. Now, I don't play those games. The gangster stuff. That's stupid. So ignorant. I'm a cultured man, okay? I'm an educated professional man. I do get gangster sometimes, though. But anyway, you get to see the raw and uncut Strategic Guys. We do have some very, very tough conversations. Sometimes we go beyond true crime. We talk about social issues. We talk about a little bit of politics. Nothing that's polarizing that's going to make people lose their minds. I know people are very serious about their politics. We don't try and offend anybody, but we do have a more overall show that you can get more of my opinions on life as well as true crime. I think it's awesome. It can get a little contentious and heated at times, but I think people like it. People are here for it. So we can only do that on the Patreon. We can't do that on the membership, unfortunately, because YouTube likes to censor, and I don't like censorship, okay? So all the uncut, raw stuff, we bring that over to the Patreon. So consider becoming a member of the Patreon as well. And lastly, we do have new merch that we're dropping that's inside of our store. You can hit that link for Dashery that you'll see from the Nightbot. Hit that link, go on over there, get some merch. The merch is awesome. It looks really nice. We are taking submissions from anybody who wants to send us any designs or anything that they want to see in the store. Send it to us and we'll gladly put it in our store if we like it. And one last thing before we go, guys, we have some people who are in the chat that work very, 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 very hard. And that's my moderators. Erica B, Aki, David, and so many other people, A Obsidian, etc., Jules, the whole nine. We have so many people, Susan, so many people who are a part of our mod team. Many of them have been with me for many years. Many of them have been new. They work very, 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 very hard to keep this chat civil. We don't stop people from having freedom of speech. You don't have to like what I'm doing here. You don't have to agree with your fellow chat members. We just ask people to be civil. And so many people tell me that this is one of the most civil chats where they feel safe to express themselves. And it's not because of me. I'm busy hosting this show, delivering this information to you guys. It's because of the moderators. So please consider giving some coffee to those folks for their hard work. And many of the mod team and people who are not a part of the mod team are part of our research crew. So the research crew shares in the coffee as well. So they do really good work, the research crew, and we definitely appreciate them. So show love, give some coffee to these folks so that they can be rewarded for their hard work. So that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let me cue up that outro. I'm exhausted because I'm not feeling well. I can't even go yet. I got to give a big shout out. I was just about to get out of here, but Shanitra Speaks, and I got to give a big shout out to Shanitra Speaks. My nose is all stuffy. Sorry, Shanitra, my nose is stuffy, and I'm trying to show you love, and I can't even get your name out. I should just go blow my nose, but the show is almost over. Shanitra Speaks with a 5 gift membership, but I appreciate her gift membership. But there's more important things to talk about when it comes to Shanitra Speaks. I really like the work that Shanitra is doing, advocating for these kids. I don't even know if that's her mission to advocate for these kids, but that's what I see her doing. And I really like the hard work that she's doing. She's really good at gathering stuff on social media, you know, putting it together in a really good narrative. She's got a really good YouTube channel. You know, I don't have the biggest platform, but I definitely would say with what little people subscribe to me, that I would definitely recommend that you go and you subscribe to Shanitra Speaks. I personally believe she's going to be a huge YouTuber. And when you've got your 1 million subscribers, Shanitra, don't forget Strategic when I still got 87,000 subscribers. Let them know that there's a silly old cop in his little small corner of YouTube that just wants to bring awareness to these little children. She's got something special going on over there. Just keep going, Shanitra. You know, keep going. Keep pushing out the content. Keep staying true to yourself. Stay out of YouTube drama and beef, and you're going to see your show grow very, very big. There's always space in this world for people who are advocating for the children. And so I'm here for it because that's what I'm trying to do. And they need as many voices as possible. So thank you for the love, Shanitra. Thanks for coming to my channel, breaking bread with me, and giving 5 people the opportunity to become a part of my membership. And I really do wish you the best. And I hope to see you more. And I'm always watching your material. I'm always watching your material, so keep up the good work. That being said, guys, I'll see you guys on the next one. Strategic is out of here. Peace.
Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes.
Strategic back again. I am fired up, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'm rested. And since I'm rested, I'm fired up. Last night at around like 2 in the morning, we did a live. We covered this whole arrest, everything. We went through a lot of material, but there's still a lot of material for us to go through. And I'm so happy to be able to join you guys today. And I'm so humbled that you guys are joining me for us to discuss some of this material. There's a lot going on in this case. And like I said, there was a title I had on this live before I changed it to what it is now. And at the end of that title, I said, this case is just beginning.
Does that make sense?
It's just beginning, right? We're just starting on the road. All right. First of all, we haven't found baby Harold yet. And that's something that will always loom over this case, even though I don't believe we'll ever find his body, to be honest with you. I don't believe he'll ever be found. All right. All the evidence that I see so far points to the fact that Jake and Rebecca got rid of this evidence and possibly dismembered this child. That's my theory. Okay. My theory is I don't have any evidence. Well, I think there is evidence of it. I don't have any concrete evidence of it. I'm not a part of the investigation that's going on out there in California. But from my investigative experience that's ongoing, those guys are working this case out there in Cali. And I'm working very similar cases here in the state of New York. Okay. With this investigative mind, I believe that that body is gone. It's been dismembered into small pieces and it has been scattered about that desert. And with all that wildlife out there and all those predators that exist in deserts have a lot of predators. It's gone. That's my opinion. If I'm wrong, then great. I'm wrong. I want to be wrong, because if I'm wrong, that means that this beautiful angel gets to be laid to rest with dignity if I'm wrong, all right? But I don't think I'm wrong, but only time will tell. Now, first of all, I want to thank everybody who's joining me today. Already, we have almost 500 people in the room. It's huge. Number two, we are just getting a lot of love from other creators. And I don't want to let that go over my head or anybody else's head. We're not entitled to any one of your views, first of all. So the fact that you're here humbles me. There's a lot of other people out there with information. There's a lot of trusted people out there that you could trust with your time and with the handling of this case. The fact that you decide to come here means the world to me. And the fact that my peers are showing me love means the world to me. And I want to thank all of the creators out there who are showing love to this channel. In some instances, sending their people to this channel. I read in the chat what it says, Bullhorn Betty sent people over here. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Some of these creators I've never heard of, and yet they're watching the show and they're showing love to the show. And I want to tell you, thank you from the bottom of my heart, okay? Because not too long ago, we would set up a live and we would talk about the things that we're talking about right now. And only 20 people would be in the room. But I had a dream. And I'm not trying to Martin Luther King you guys, even though he's a great man. But I had a dream that if we kept pushing and we kept giving a voice to the voiceless, that one day somebody would listen. And look at us now. People are listening. Not to me. There's nothing special about me. I just have the courage to pick up a mic. Some of you guys would probably be a whole lot better than this if you just had the courage to pick up a mic. You should do it. Pick up a mic. But just because we're trying to do God's work. And that's why I respect all YouTube creators. Yes, I'm a detective. Yes, I have a lot of experience doing cases, high-profile cases. It is what it is. But when we all get on this platform, we're all equal. In my opinion, you be the judge. But to me, in my opinion, we're all equal. Why are we all equal? All true crimers who come on this platform. Why, regardless of our backgrounds and our experience and all that stuff, we're all equal. Why? I'll tell you why. Because we're all doing God's work in our own way. We're all doing God's work in our own way. And what is that, ladies and gentlemen? It's giving a voice to the voiceless. Because I'm telling you, as a law enforcement officer, and I'm sorry to go on this tangent, but it's important. This is some inside information as a law enforcement officer. Every single day, bad things happen to good people. Let me say that one more time. Let that soak in. Every single day, bad things happen to good people. Every single day, bad things happen to innocent people. What makes these cases take precedent over others, because yes, this case right here that we're watching has taken precedent over probably dozens of other people, children, etc., who have suffered very similar fates. It's the media attention. The media attention is what dictates how much resources are allocated to a case. So if we weren't talking about baby Harold, there's a good chance maybe there would be no justice in this case. If we didn't talk about Madeline Soto, there's a chance there would have been no justice in her case. If we weren't talking about Naziah Harris, and please go look up Naziah Harris and the horrible circumstances of her life. We talked about it on this channel, but there's other channels you can find who talked about it too. If we didn't bring awareness to Naziah Harris, Jarvis Butts, who is probably one of the most prolific serial child PT files, would probably still be on the streets victimizing kids right now at this moment. It is this attention that we bring on these platforms that helps bring justice. Whether you talking about something probative and you breaking news, or you're just giving your commentary with no experience behind it, you are doing God's work because you're giving a voice to the voiceless. Let's give another cheer for that one. So, to all the YouTubers out there, thank you for the support and love that you've been giving me, and keep doing God's work. All right, so now let's get started, ladies and gentlemen. Big shout out to all the members who are in the chat, and big shout out to all my Patreon subscribers who may not be members on YouTube, but you are a supporter of the channel. I do appreciate you. I wish there was a way of identifying you and showing love to you, because you are just as important as my YouTube members. I want to go ahead and jump into this bad boy. We're not going to be here for a super long time. I always say that, and then we end up doing a 2-hour live. But I only have one day off this week because I worked overtime on my other day off, which was yesterday. Still gave you guys a show at 1 in the morning. I got to spend time with my kids, man. So let's get into this. Let's get to the meat of it. Let's give you a great show. And then let's keep it pushing. So let's jump into this. Let me go ahead and cue it up. You guys are amazing, man. I'm so happy to be a part of this community and to help build this community, hopefully into something even better. Let's keep going. All right, let's start it. I wanted to play this one because I wanted to show you guys what the community is doing, how the community of people of all different walks of life. Look at this lady. She has tattoos on her face. The other lady looked like a mom. You usually got that mom face. Just people, and I'm not making fun of this woman. I'm just telling you the diversity of people who are coming out there to support baby Harold. And it's beautiful. I love it. But that's why I wanted to show you this particular. I wanted to lead off with this video where one of the YouTube / TikTok / Instagram sleuths, and I'm not saying that negatively, I'm just saying difference between them and law enforcement, who was out there doing a great job recording the scene, was made aware by other folks that the Harrows went and bought burner phones. Now, they were kind of saying burner phones like it was something salacious. I don't know how probative it was, because if the police confiscate your phone, right, the phone that you bought, your Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra or your Apple 16 or 15, whatever, you still need a phone. So people are going to go purchase another phone, right? So I don't know how probative it was, but they did find the phone, the box of the phone, and they found a receipt in the trash. I just don't know how probative it is, because every time I see somebody's phone as arrest evidence, we get search warrants and we get into that phone, the person doesn't get it back ever. Really. I mean, if they do get it back, it's months and months and months later if the case is dismissed, or if the case is found, if they're found now guilty, it could be months or years later. I expect them to go buy another phone. But I'm going to look more into that to see if there's a deeper meaning to it and if there's something probative to it. But them buying track phones makes perfect sense to me. Their expensive phone was probably taken by police, which we know it was. We know that their electronics was seized. Now they don't have money to go buy another $2,000 phone. That's how much these phones cost. So they're going to go buy a cheap track phone. You know, it makes sense, right? But let's keep going. Let's get that out the way so we don't get all discombobulated.
Little Emmanuel Harrow disappeared in Yucaipa. San Bernardino County deputies arrested his parents today for his murder. KCAL's Nicole Comstock is live in Cabazon, where a vigil was held for the 7-month-old boy, and tonight the search for his body continues.
Yeah, it's another one on a vigil I wanted you guys to see. Let's check this one out. This one is how the vigil's kind of growing in the nighttime. But we're going to be jumping deep into this. I just want to show you guys community before, because, you know, I don't like being gloom and doom all the time. All right. Which I end up being gloom and doom all the time, because this is what we talk about on this channel. But I want to show you guys community first, because after I show you community, we're going to talk about some other things. Let's keep going.
Many people who've been watching this story unfold tell me they just had a gut feeling from the beginning that something very bad may have happened to this baby and that maybe his parents had something to do with it. And so there are so many people who are really invested in Emmanuel's story. That's why dozens came out here tonight to hold a candlelight vigil for this little boy on the same day and in the same place at his home in Cabazon, where earlier today that little boy's parents were arrested for murder.
I don't know what people get in their head just to hurt the baby. It's just so sad.
Tears from strangers for a baby they never even knew. Tonight, community members organized a candlelight vigil at the home of 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro, who investigators now say was murdered by his own parents.
I had 2 miscarriages. When I had those, it broke my heart. So to see that somebody was able to hurt this little boy, it's not okay.
Earlier this morning, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department showed up at the home in Cabazon with an armored vehicle to arrest Emmanuel's parents, Jake and Rebecca Haro.
See, I just love first of all, that's very sad that happened to that woman. I'm so sorry that she got that miscarriage. And you can see the pain in her face that just losing those babies before birth hurt her. And she's right. You know, how do you hurt a child? But yet we see it happen time and time and time again. But what we got to realize, guys, is that I believe at least that this baby has been gone for at least a month. I don't have any evidence of it, okay? But this is what I believe. That's a long time to get rid of a child. And what people got to understand, other people are saying like, well, why would they dismember the baby over the carpet? It's not that literally they did this deed. If they did it, it's just my opinion that they did it. But if they did it, it's not like they did it on the carpet. It's the transport, it's the splash, it's the specs from, from if they were using a power tool, you would have splash. It's also the lack of sophistication of these people. These are not master criminals. People oftentimes think that these folks clearly think these things out. They don't. Most people who engage in this type of behavior are not smart people to start with. They think they're smart, like a Stephen Stearns. Stephen Stearns thought he was the smartest guy on the planet. Yet the guy who thought he was the smartest guy on the planet had the dumbest alibi and the dumbest story on the planet, right? So think about it. Like, how many really diabolical criminals actually were smart about their crimes? That's why we catch them. We catch them because they're not that smart. We're people of average intelligence. We're not dumb, but we're of average intelligence. We're not rocket scientists. Otherwise, we'd be doing rocket science stuff and making rocket science money. No, we're normal people. Normal people are catching these people who proclaim themselves to be megalomaniacs. They're not. They're not smart. So do you really think that these folks are really going to think it through? Did you really think that they thought through the actual unaliving of the baby? No, they're just violent, ignorant, angry people, and they hurt this baby. The baby, in my opinion, over a course of time, I don't think there was a singular event that ended the baby. I think the baby went quietly in its sleep, to be honest with you, over weeks and weeks of being abused by Jake. That's Jake's MO. That's Jake's past. When Carolina, who's now named Baby Promise, when Carolina was abused by Jake, it wasn't a singular event. It was Jake conducting that abuse over the course of weeks, to the point where, as I said in my original interview, he heard the crackling. He heard the crackling when he pushed down on her chest. And as I said in that original analysis, it's not my words. That was the words of his statement. So it was through an extended period of time. We call that in our business, we use it for sex assault cases, but I'm going to use it in this abuse case. We call it course of conduct. That means that it's happening over an extended period of time. So it's a course of conduct crime. Now, we have that language in New York State for X crimes. You know, I got to speak funny because of YouTube. We can't say the word, right? So we use that in X crimes. When you're X abusing a minor over extended period of time in New York state law. That's called a course of conduct case. Well, we're going to use that here for physical abuse. These are course of conduct cases for physical abuse. And I just think that they had a long time to kind of figure out what they wanted to do with baby Hara, how they wanted to do it. And you know what? If you're dismembering a body, many of you guys never had any training in this or experience in it, and thank God you haven't, because it's not something that you really want to be a part of unless you're getting paid to do it and you have a sense of duty to serve. All right? If you're not, basically, if you don't want to be a cop, or you don't want to be a forensic, mortician, whatever they call those people. Sorry. You don't want no part of this stuff because it's heartbreaking, traumatizing stuff. Unless you have that experience, you don't really understand just how much of a mess a body makes. You won't understand just how much DNA and evidence we leave as we just walk. We leave that DNA, we leave that evidence. If just walking and standing and talking and interacting with another human being is going to leave so much what's called trace evidence. That's called trace evidence. Just touching this mic and me talking in this mic and my spit is flying into this foam here. And I'm touching this frame of this mic here, and I'm touching the computer. I'm just leaving trace evidence everywhere. If a crime scene technician comes in here, I'm like, the extension of my body is everywhere. That's just normal interaction. Think about when you commit a crime, when you're cutting into a body, when you're, So I believe it's definitely possible. They had a whole month to get rid of this baby. And I do believe that through the course of it, you're going to get a ton of evidence all over that house, such as blood in the carpet. Let's keep going.
Claimed that Rebecca was knocked unconscious before their baby was kidnapped during a diaper change in a Yucaipa parking lot last week. Investigators now say they have evidence proving that alleged kidnapping did not occur and that baby Emmanuel is likely dead. Moving forward, they're focused on finding his remains.
Bring him back, please.
Within days of the kidnapping story, investigators publicly announced there were inconsistencies in Rebecca's statements.
It made my heart drop, because then it's like, okay, now it's completely off of what was said, what really happened.
And many who watched the couple's initial media interviews say they didn't ring true.
I didn't really believe it. Just from the get-go, the mom, just you could tell.
How Rebecca said she couldn't turn around to see what the kidnapper looked like, but was somehow punched in her eye. How she sounded like she was hyperventilating on camera.
I got up off the floor and I didn't see my child. Someone took him from me.
But many noticed there were no tears.
Yeah, those were crocodile tears.
The Haros also said their baby was always happy and smiling, but many think the photos they shared in an attempt to find him didn't reflect that.
No, it didn't.
As people
that baby looks so fearful in the previous photo, and then this photo popped up, and I told you guys, man. I told you guys days ago. Baby's not alive. The baby's gone. This is a post-mortem photo. That is a post-mortem photo. I don't care what anybody says. You got to prove to me. They got to fly me into California, put me in a Uber XL Unlimited, drive me down to San Bernardino, sit me in a police station, and bring me evidence that this baby is alive. Then leave me in a room for 5 hours so I can look over the evidence for one purpose, to prove to me that that baby is alive right now at that moment. That baby is dead. That is a post-mortem photo. People probably was asking, like, where's the baby? I haven't seen the baby in a long time. Where's the baby? And they're like, oh, let's pose this baby. And this is going to be our proof that this baby's still here. I'm a father of 3. Many of you got 10 kids. For those of you who are professional baby makers, which is nothing wrong with that, we need more humans in the world. Please, you tell me your professional experience. Do you think that that's a picture of a baby that's alive? Look at his skin. Look at his eyes. Look at his hand in the corner. Look at his hand right here, lifeless. Look at these lips looking purple. Look at the darkness under this lip right here. He looks gone. And if he's not gone, y'all going to get mad at me because I'm too raw, but I can't help it. I'm desensitized. It's what I do for a living. If he's not gone, he's going. If he's not gone, he's going. But believe whatever you want. Let's keep going.
Around the world mourn the loss of this innocent infant. Those gathering here are praying that justice is served.
I love that everybody's here and able to be his voice because he don't have one.
Oh, that's so nice. Look at that.
Well, court records indicate that both of the Haros have now been booked into the Riverside County Jail for murder with malice. They have no bail set, and their first court appearance is supposed to be next Tuesday. Now, another thing, we reported earlier in the week that the baby's father, Jake Haro, was previously convicted of willful cruelty against a child for another case involving another one of his children. And while Jake's attorney has told us that he did his time for that, he completed parenting classes, and he believes he was a changed man, many people out here say they believe the system failed Emmanuel and they think they should have done much more to keep Jake away from children.
Yes.
Reporting live in Cabazon.
That flew by me because I was reading the chat. What she said did much more about keeping children away from Jake. Let me play that back real quick. And in a second, I'm playing another video. But in a second, we're going to do a call-in show today, too. I want to hear from you guys. I'm going to defend Jake's attorney in a second. Because we're not here to play on people's emotions. We're here for justice and we're here for righteousness. And when I see the world, not necessarily this community, when I see the world doing something wrong, I'm going to speak up against it. So I'm gonna watch me defend Jake's attorney. People can get mad if they want, but right is right and wrong is wrong. But let's keep going. We're gonna get there.
Man, many people out here say they believe the system failed Emmanuel and they think they should have done much more to keep Jake away from children.
Right. I like that. So I missed this part, played it back. I 100% agree. The community is saying that that Child Protective Services basically should have did a better job protecting the children from Jake. Now, somebody made a good point to me. And they made a good statement and I answered it. Somebody said, well, I guess this was a CPS professional. If that person is in the chat, this is not a knock on them at all, right? This is just me explaining why I think the person was wrong. First of all, we have 2,157 people in the room and only 800 likes. If you're new to the channel, please make sure you hit the like button and make sure that you're subscribed to this channel because all we do is try and give a voice to the voiceless, all right? We don't do fundraisers. We don't beg you for money. We don't try and sell you things. We have products. If you want to get a t-shirt, we have that, but we don't push that in your face every day. We have a members. You want to join it. Exclusive content. But our mission here is to give a voice to the voiceless, okay? So if you want to be a part of that movement and that community, please make sure that you subscribe to the channel. And please make sure you hit the like button so we can get into the algorithm so that our show could be shown to a wider audience, all right? That being said, I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry. Let's keep going. It'll come back to me. I'm getting old. All right. Sorry. All right, so the next video I want to play for you guys is an update. It's going to come back to me. Don't worry about it, guys. But it was a good point. But somebody will remind me what I was talking about. Oh, yes, I got it. This is a really good point, so I'm happy that I remembered. All right, so the person said, because I said that after you commit such a heinous crime against a child, which is like the crime that was committed against Carolina, right? You're not supposed to be able to get custody of any children in the future, right? Like to get there, you literally have to like go through all types of like counseling and supervision and all that stuff. Like when you do have a child, maybe if they want to do like family reunification, it's supposed to give you tons of like supervised visits and stuff like that before you could finally be able to say, I'm a parent without any supervision. I could take part of my child's life. They didn't do that in this case. Jake was arrested and he was convicted by way of his guilty plea of felony cruelty against children. He was never supposed to be able to have unsupervised visits with a child in the future unless he put in years and years of work to prove to the system that he's no longer a danger to children, which he did not do. He did not do that, right? So a professional said, hey, what is the hospital supposed to do? Magically know that Jake has this case and then keep the child away from him? No. There's no magic involved here, ladies and gentlemen. There's no magic that we're talking about, all right? What we're asking and what should have happened is there should have been better synergy between all of these various agencies. There should have been synergy between the courts, family court, synergy between criminal court, synergy between probation, synergy between child protective services, where all of these different institutions were talking to each other to let them know, A, Jake exists, right? We need to know he exists. B, Jake likes to make babies, right? And C, Jake made a baby, 2 babies at that, after he did what he did to Carolina, and those babies are in imminent danger. If you think Jake did not beat that 2-year-old who's now in foster care, you're nuts. You're crazy. Just so happened by the grace of God, and we don't even know if there's anything wrong with that little girl because they're not going to tell us because she's a minor and they don't report on minors unless they're gone. For all we know, that little girl could have some damage to her. But if you think that he didn't put his hands on that 2-year-old, you're nuts. The difference between that 2-year-old and Emmanuel and Carolina is that their bodies could not take what Jake was doing compared to what that 2-year-old. Maybe she's just a little bit more resilient. It's crazy. So what we're asking for is synergy. What we're asking for is for God. If you're going to be in people's lives, right? Be in people's lives correctly. Protect these children from these monsters. That's what we're asking for from these police, from these CPS agents, from these courts, from these judges, from these prosecutors, from these probation officers. Protect the children. So that's the point I wanted to make. I apologize for that, guys. All right, so I want to go ahead and play this update. Aki tells me that this has updates, and other members of the research crew said this has updates. I haven't watched it because I want to react to it raw with you guys. Let's see what updates is available. All right, let's do it.
Has been set in this case for October 30th. The parents of a missing 7-month-old baby in Southern California have now been arrested on suspicion of murder. The couple reported the baby missing last week, claiming he was kidnapped from a parking lot. But as Fox 11's Nick Garcia explains, detectives now believe that never happened.
Rebecca and Jake Haro in handcuffs as the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says detectives believe 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro is dead.
You know, I had some people were saying that they were cracking jokes like this guy is walking on cactus. And I thought this was just being mean. I was like, yeah, screw him. Let him walk on cactus. But really, there are cactus here. And he's barefoot, and there's literally cacti everywhere, and he's literally walking on cactuses. God bless the men and women of law enforcement in this county. They took that animal, and yeah, I called him an animal, out of his house in his prison-issued boxer shorts. Who wears boxer shorts like this? Striped boxer shorts like he's in prison. They took him out in his ill-fitting T-shirt. He's got some nice boobs. Sorry, people gonna get mad at me. His ill-fitting T-shirt, his prison boxer shorts. I had him walk to the police car barefoot, stepping on cactus. Let's keep going.
San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says detectives believe 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro is dead. It's been just over a week since he was reported missing. His parents said he was kidnapped from the parking lot of this Big 5 in Yucaipa. Detectives have determined that did not happen.
Please don't harm my son. Just feed him, please. Please protect him and bring him forward. I'm begging you.
That was Emmanuel's mom, Rebecca, 1 week ago on August 15th. Now detectives are accusing her and her husband, Jake, of doing just that, hurting their own son. Friday morning, both were arrested at their Cabazon home. The arrests, a relief for those in the community who've been following the updates closely and, like detectives, were suspicious about Haro's story.
I haven't been able to sleep, honestly, for the past week because it's here in our community, and the answer that I want to know is that he's okay.
Goosebumps. All up and down my arms, my legs, goosebumps, because I had a feeling. Yeah, I knew.
The Haros stopped cooperating with the investigation last weekend. Their lawyer told Fox 11 Tuesday that wasn't true, but would not speak with us on camera today.
You know, now we just need to know where he's at. Just where is he at? It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking that a 7-month-old is missing.
The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department confirming they are still searching for Emmanuel's body.
And that was Fox 11's Nick Garcia reporting tonight. Court records show that Jake Haro pleaded guilty to child cruelty charges in Riverside County in a separate case in 2018. He's currently on probation after he was convicted of those charges and jailed in 2023. Now to Colorado, where the governor called on the Pueblo County coroner to resign after the discovery of apparently mishandled remains at the funeral home.
Hey, what's up, guys? My apologies. Give me 1 second. Aki let me know that Bullhorn Betty is in the building. I don't know if she's still in the chat, but we do appreciate you for rating this channel with your viewers and supporting us. Thank you so much. So I haven't checked out Bullhorn Betty's channel yet. I'm very honest, guys. I don't play games. I'm definitely gonna check her out. I really appreciate her showing love to the channel. So definitely go check her out, see what she's working with, and show some support, because obviously she's definitely got the character to show support to others, and we appreciate that. We are one community that are all trying to give a voice to the voiceless. And like I said, it doesn't matter where we come from. It doesn't matter what our experience is. It doesn't matter. When we get on this platform, we're all equal and we're all doing God's work, giving a voice to the voiceless. Big shout out to Bullhorn Betty. Appreciate you. Let's give her a chair. All right. Let's jump back into this, ladies and gentlemen.
That he operates. Officials say 20 bodies were found behind a hidden door at the Davis Mortuary, owned by the county coroner, Brian Cotter. He reportedly told inspectors that some of the bodies had been awaiting cremation for 15 years. New laws that were passed last year now require routine inspections of funeral homes following the discovery of dozens.
All right, sorry about that. They went on to the next subject. So now I want to go to the Facebook, where we're going to see like the attorney. I want to talk about the attorney now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about the attorney. So let's watch the first one. This is the attorney walking on the scene here. I want you guys to listen.
Mr. Hughes, are you fine? Innocent or guilty? Mr. Hughes, any comment?
Any comment, Jake?
Are you representing
comment?
Rebecca as well?
You ain't got nothing to say about your clients?
Are you defending baby killers?
How does it feel to defend a murderer? Does that give you a good rep?
So inappropriate.
What you got to say now? They're going to arrest him for murder. I know arrested. I said I know.
You know, these folks are out here doing a really good job. I'm not out there. I don't have the opportunity to get this type of footage, man. I respect people who are putting boots on the ground, trying their best to figure this out. But that doesn't mean that even if you're well-meaning, that you can't be inappropriate, unprofessional, and cross a line. This is a defense attorney. As I tell you guys time in and time out, listen, I go against defense attorneys in real life. I go on the stand, they try and tear down my investigations. They try to prove that people that I know to be guilty because I've done the investigation are innocent. In many instances, these are, well, in all instances, because that's all I investigate, these are rapists of young people and old people, sometimes even elderly people, the whole gamut of the human experience, except for 12 and under, because I don't investigate that. But sometimes, like if the assault happened when they were under the age of 12, but they reported above the age of 12, I got that case. So there are times that I'm investigating a case where the incident is for somebody who's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, but I'm investigating it because they came forward when they're 13, 14, 15, 16, 20 years old. and I know this person is guilty. I've done all the investigative steps, which I'm not going to talk about, obviously. I want to help the bad guys, that prove that this person is guilty. And here's a defense attorney trying to tear down every single thing that I ever did in that case. And I still have respect for them. Why? Because they're not representing them because they're pedophiles or sympathizers of baby rapists or beaters in this case. It's because that's their constitutional duty. You don't go for a defense attorney. They're doing their job. The scummier they are, that means the better job that they're doing. Their job is to represent the bad guys. Their job is to give them a competent representation. Why? So that when we lock their arses up, nobody could say they didn't have the opportunity to be defended well. We need them to prove that our system works, because these perpetrators are going up against the full weight of the U.S. government. When I do my investigations, I don't ever ask, how much is this going to cost? I don't ever ask, what resources we're going to get. Whatever I need, I get to solve the case. You don't get that on your side. You don't. All you citizens out there, you don't get that. If the government comes for you, you got to pay your own bill. You got to put that bill up. You got to pay for yourself to defend yourself. You don't have the resources we have. So that's why the framers of this Constitution made it very clear. In the Constitution, there's nothing about prosecutors. There's nothing about your county DA. There's nothing about your town attorney or your district attorney. The Constitution talks about defense attorneys because they understood how important they were to keeping our liberty safe, to make sure that our government does not railroad us, does not commit tyranny against us. So you don't go against a defense attorney. With this guy, whoever's doing, I don't know if it's the lone wolf guy or somebody next to him. I'm not going to attribute to him. And I appreciate him being out there, whoever's recording this. But what they did was unprofessional. Unprofessional. Let's keep going.
I don't have any comments.
Do you have anything to say about this?
Yes, until proven guilty. We'll figure it out when this case starts to move forward. Where's that baby at? Why don't you tell your clients to tell where the baby's at? Where's that baby at? Where's the baby at?
They asking a defense attorney where the baby's at. I mean, listen, I feel for these people. These people are definitely emotional and they're sad about this, but I'm trying to educate you guys. I'm not trying to shame these people. These are good people who are hurt. These are good people who just are concerned about where baby Emmanuel is. I get it. This is not the right way. Reserve that for the perpetrators. Keep going. All right. So I want to get you guys another angle. We do have other angles. This one's short, and then we actually have the interview, because while he was walking, the interview was being conducted with him. So we have the interview too, and we're going to play that and see what he had to say. Let's see here. This is a short one, but I want to get you a different angle.
Mr. Hughes, any comment? You want to make any comment on behalf of your client?
I don't have any comment.
Are you representing Rebecca and Jake Harrow?
Your client just got arrested.
Mr. Hughes, any comment? You want to make any comment on behalf of your client?
I don't have any comment.
Are you representing Rebecca and Jake?
Like, what this guy is doing is definitely professional, and this is a citizen journalist who's doing it. But he's doing it very professionally. It's all about the case. Do you have any comment from your client? Remember, the defense attorney is representing the client. Do you have any comment from your client, and are you representing both of them? The answer is no to both, because you know they're going to try and say, just like he did with Vanessa Haro, his second wife, he's going to say that Rebecca, his third wife, is the one who ended baby Emmanuel. He is not going to take accountability for what he did. But let's keep going. So now this is the actual interview that was conducted with the attorney. Let's do it.
Friday morning.
Innocent until proven guilty. We'll figure it out when this case starts moving forward.
An attorney for Jake Harrow was seen walking outside of the house during all of the law enforcement commotion and activity. He did not answer reporter questions, but did make those comments. Back here live outside the family home, a candlelight vigil for baby Emmanuel is happening right now. Father Jake Harrow has a criminal history
He pleaded guilty to child cruelty involving a little
There's
girl.
a lot of firewood on that property. I don't know how people live in the desert. For those of you who live out there, how do you do it, man? Like, I like green grass.
Girl 2 years ago. He was sentenced to jail and also given probation, but investigators say he later violated that probation by possessing a...
So people keep saying this, and we explained this on the chat last night. People saying that the reason why Jake took so long for him to be charged, we really don't know, but I could assure you that Jake was not snitching on anybody. He wasn't snitching on anybody. Jake was not being spoken to because Jake has an attorney. And you can't speak to Jake while he has an attorney. Furthermore, if Jake is willing to cooperate against Rebecca, that would come down the line. He hasn't even been charged yet by the district attorney. The police have charged him and arrested him, but he hasn't been, arraigned yet. He hasn't been grand jury. None of that stuff has happened yet. All right? They're going to wait until that's done. So this is how it's really, okay, check this out. This is how the process really works. And somebody put a really good idea in the chat, and I think I want to take advantage of it. What's up, buddy? You all right? You up? Okay, give me a second, okay? I'll be right up. Love you. I love you. I love you. Love you. All right, cool. Sorry, I was talking to my son. This is how the process really works when it comes to cooperation. There's no way on this green earth that his attorney is going to have him cooperating at the instance of his arrest. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how it works. If Jake is not the person who ended Emmanuel, and he has evidence to prove that he's not the one who ended Emmanuel, but it was in fact Rebecca, and of course he probably helped her dispose of the body or whatever. If he has material information, the attorney is going to wait. Once again, the attorney is going to wait until after he has been formally charged. Then he's going to get, once it's been assigned to a DA, it hasn't been assigned yet. The DA, the last statement we had was from the county attorney saying, if we decide to press charges. Did you guys hear that? The county attorney says, if we decide to press charges. We know that they're going to press charges, but they just gave a blanket boilerplate statement saying, if we decide to make a to press charges, it will happen on Monday. There's not even an assigned DA for his attorney to talk to. There's no snitching. There's no statement. The police got nothing from Emmanuel Haro, dad. Nothing from Emmanuel Haro's mom. Nothing. You know how they got nothing from the moms? Because the mom invoked an attorney too. So whether she has an attorney or not, you still can't talk to her. Once a person says, I want an attorney, you can't talk to them. You cannot interview them. The only thing you can ask is for pedigree information. What's your name? What's your address? Your date of birth? Are you hungry? Do you need to use the bathroom? That is it. You cannot take a statement from people who have invoked the right to counsel. So there's been no statement taken. I can tell you that with absolute certainty. There's no statement that was taken from the Harrows yesterday when they were arrested. Zero statement. And if there is going to be cooperation between one of them, whether it be Rebecca or Jake, that cooperation is not going to come until down the line, until after they've been charged. They both now have either paid attorneys or assigned attorneys. We know Jake has a paid attorney, but his attorney has made it clear to us multiple times that he's not representing Rebecca. So Rebecca has to get her own attorney. She had to get her own attorney anyway because they'll both be charged and they both need separate counsel. After that, that's when we're going to see whether these conversations are going to be had. So don't listen to anybody who's saying, I'm not saying this in a negative way. I'm not telling you, I'm not besmirching any other creators. You know, we don't do that here. We support creators. But I'm telling you from a professional point of view that those conversations did not happen. Whatever the reason was that delayed the arrest, which could be a ton of different reasons, like the arrest process, for all we know. Sometimes I could get a perp in and out within 2 hours. Sometimes it takes me 6 hours. There are all types of things that can happen that could prolong an arrest process. Shoot, sometimes a fingerprint machine is not working. Sometimes people resist an arrest. Who knows? Sometimes they're like, no, I'm not printing. I don't want to print. And they're just being a douchebag. They're just being a DICK. I'm not printing. Do whatever you want. And then you got to negotiate with them. Like, I give you some Chinese food. Really? General Tao's chicken? Okay, I give you General Tao's. Will you print? Yeah, okay, I will. You give them the General Tao's chicken and they print. Sometimes you got to do that. Okay? But it's not because people were snitching. That is a fairy tale. That's not how the law works. Both of them invoked the right to counsel. One of them actually got an attorney. Whether you have one or not, once you invoke the right to counsel, it's over. And all you have to invoke is one time. Police have it on record that a few days ago they invoked counsel. That still stands. It doesn't go away. It doesn't disappear. That counsel, that invocation is still in effect. So that means that the only thing they ask Jake and Rebecca is, what is your name? What's your date of birth? What's your address? Name of your kids, ages of your kids. Are you hungry? Do you have to use the bathroom? Let's keep going.
Firearm and ammunition. He was scheduled for a court appearance in that case in September. We will, of course, continue to follow this breaking and developing story. For now, reporting live in Cabazon, I'm Chris Wolf, KTLA 5 News.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, so now let's go to the last video that we have, and this is basically just reiterating what we played last night, which is that the state of the crime scene. And after that, I want to get this call-in show started. Unbelievable. What a whirlwind week, ladies and gentlemen. This started out with you. You guys made this start out. A person I never heard from before emailed me and say, hey, Strategic, you might want to cover this. Can you look into this? There's something fishy about it. And I searched it up, and there were like maybe 2 local news that was covering it. And I said, wow, this lady does seem pretty suspicious to me, and her black eye doesn't look like it's recent. Then I did another search, and I saw that there was nobody on YouTube talking about this. The only entities that I saw was maybe the 1 or 2 local news sites. Now, I don't know what was happening on Facebook, and I'm pretty sure the local community was looking at this from minute 1. But when I looked on YouTube, I didn't see anybody. And when I looked on these other, the Google, there are 1 or 2 articles. And so we covered it because that's what we do here. We give a voice to the voiceless, and a lot of the shows that I do are not shows that people watch a lot because there aren't national news. I'm taking these obscure cases and I want to bring it to your attention. And if 2 people watch it, then my mission is done. My mission is complete. And lo and behold, look how big this case got. And we're so happy that that's what happened because this baby deserved it. And I think it was the 2nd or the 3rd show I did on this. What do you guys remember me saying? Please, other YouTubers, bigger YouTubers, people with the 1 million subscribers, 500,000 subscribers, please cover this case. Please give this baby awareness. This is not my case. This case doesn't belong to anybody. This case belongs to all of us. Please cover it. Please, please, please. And they did. And we're grateful. And we're happy that now, less than 2 weeks later, we're finally on the road to justice. Finally. Because people are doing God's work out there. Everybody who lives in that community that's out there in that vigil, you're doing God's work. All of those folks, even though sometimes you may do things inappropriate, but those people who are out there with their cameras on the street, putting boots on the ground, you're doing God's work. And everybody like me who's just sitting here at their tables, aggregating this information and presenting it to the rest of you guys, we're doing God's work. And I want to say thank you all for doing God's work. Let's do it.
We begin tonight with a grim update out of Southern California. Police thought something didn't add up, and now the parents of a missing 7-month-old baby are under arrest, facing charges of murder. Good evening, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Vargas. Police continue to search for the body of 9-month-old Emmanuel Harrow tonight. Sources tell News Nation that police believe the father killed the baby, and they say it happened inside the home. Sources tell us a substantial amount of blood was found on the carpet inside.
Wow.
The baby's mother, Rebecca, first.
Substantial amount of blood found on the carpet inside. Substantial amount of blood. Let's keep going.
Reported Emmanuel missing 8 days ago on August 14th. She said that around 7 p.m. she was changing his diaper outside her truck in a retail parking lot when a man came up behind her, attacked her, and knocked her out. When she woke up, she said, Emmanuel was gone.
I woke up right here on the floor, and I didn't see Emmanuel. If you know anything, please come and bring my son back. Please, I'm begging you. If anyone knows anything.
Police reportedly found inconsistencies in Rebecca Harrow's story almost immediately and confronted her about it. From there, everything went south. Police said Rebecca stopped talking. Investigators searched the parents' home, took their car, and issued warrants for all their phones and electronic devices. Child Protective Services took custody of their 2-year-old.
All right, somebody just called, and unfortunately, I didn't have it set up. So now it's set up. So you can now call again. So my apologies for that. We didn't have it set up. It's set up now, so you can now call if you're interested in coming on the show. So we're looking forward to hear from you. We do apologize that we didn't have it set up and your call was not able to be answered. Let's do it. Talk to me.
Child. And Jacob Harrow's criminal history quickly came to light. He was convicted of child cruelty, a felony over serious injuries to a 10-week-old baby girl back in 2018.
Or maybe I got the
In
wrong
fact,
one.
a journalist told our own
browser.
Ashley Banfield last night that the baby girl was hurt so badly she can no longer see, talk, or walk to this day. Let's bring in our panel of experts now. Kim Degonia is the former assistant district attorney for Riverside County, California. Bobby Chacon is a former FBI special agent, and Lauren Mathias is a journalist and hosted the Hidden True Crime podcast. Great to have all three of you here. Kim, I'd like to start with you. They've not yet
All
found
right, let's
the
see
baby's...
if this is working. Hey, caller, welcome to True Crime Strategic. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Is it working?
Hi, my name's Ari. I'm calling from Massachusetts.
Perfect. So it's working. All right, I think everybody can hear us. Say something, Ari.
Yeah, so
Perfect.
I
So
don't
it's
know
working.
if you
Okay.
covered this.
No, I wanted to do a sound check. All right, so welcome to the show. What do you got for me, Ari?
Yeah, I didn't catch the beginning of the live, but I have a
Shame
theory.
on you.
I know that in one of sorry.
I'm teasing you. Go ahead. What's your
I
theory?
have a theory
Mm-hmm.
that so baby Emmanuel, maybe the parents kept saying that he was 7 months old instead of the correct age because maybe he never got older than 7 months old, and that's when they ended him.
Right. That's possible. Now, there are people, it's not set in stone. There are people, some people are watching that video because I only saw a piece of it, and they're like, that there was a different person who was saying that they didn't see the baby till November. They were talking to somebody else, and somebody else said, oh, no, it was Rebecca who asked that question. I don't know. We could totally be wrong about the age, but it's still something interesting that I want to flesh out. But that's a good theory. I do appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. What's going on, caller? Welcome to True Crime Strategic. What's your name and where you calling from?
My name is Erica, and I'm calling from Wisconsin.
What's up, Erica?
My question is, first of all, I appreciate everything you do. You are doing the Lord's work. And
Thank
God
you so
bless
much,
you
man.
and your family.
Thank you for watching. I appreciate
my
you.
question.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're awesome. You're a true blessing. My question is, since I don't know how this works, since they're married, do they have to testify against each other?
They don't have to
And do you
testify
say
against
what?
each other, but they can if they choose. So there's no law that prevents married couples from giving testimony against each other. But there are laws, of course, that prevent them from being forced to, right?
Oh,
So I think in this case, though, if we look at history, because it looks like in this case specifically that history keeps repeating itself, such as Jake destroying Carolina. That's what he did. He destroyed her. And now we see that there's a possibility he destroyed Emmanuel. I think as he did in his previous case, he's going to try and blame Rebecca just like he tried to blame Vanessa.
Right. I agree. And I just pray justice for Emmanuel.
Amen. Thank you
and
so
all the
much.
missing kids. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
God bless.
God bless you, too. What's going on, caller? Welcome to True Crime Strategic. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, my name's Julie, and I'm calling from Alaska.
Wow. You know, I went to Alaska before when I was young, to Anchorage. People don't seem to understand that Alaska is one of the most beautiful states we have in America. Thank you for watching.
And cold.
It's very cold, too. But, I mean, I went bobsledding down a mountain. It was amazing. So what you got?
I've been to Anchorage. I live in Fairbanks.
Fairbanks? Okay. So what you got
I
going
have a
on?
question.
Sure.
So I think the sister, I just keep thinking about the sister making the video and taking it down.
Right.
But did she make a comment about a white vehicle pulling up?
I believe so.
At the store. So then she takes it down, and another YouTuber, I'm sorry, a TikToker, that store video with the white car that shows up and nobody gets out. I just think the correlation is odd. She made the comment before that video even came out and then took it down. And then all of a sudden, a white vehicle, nobody gets out of it, shows up in his video. Could there be a correlation with that?
Could be. I think I heard that, and I could be wrong. People will probably attack me if I'm wrong. But my understanding is that Rebecca was driving a white vehicle as well. So
the white truck that we didn't see, but then another white car pulls up and nobody gets out, and it looks like a small SUV, and it pulls away. But she makes a comment, and I thought I do think she knows a little bit more than what she's saying.
Maybe.
I do think so.
They'll have to figure it out, but I don't know. It's all alleged, but there's no such thing as a bad theory, for real.
True. All right. Thank you for taking. Appreciate it. Thank
you. Of course. Have a great one. What's going on, caller? Welcome to True Crime Strategic. What's your name and where are you calling from?
And another YouTuber.
My name is Amanda.
Hold on, Amanda. Hold on, Amanda. You got to put your TV down.
Let me turn. I'll mute it.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mando. So, where are you calling from and what do you got?
I'm calling from Mississippi. I actually have a lot of thoughts on this case, and I just wanted to say, my question is, do we know when that picture was taken?
No.
No. Okay. No. And then, okay, that's what my question was, and I just wanted to let you know that I respect your show and I love your show, and I found it about 4 months ago.
Oh, thank you.
I've been binging it ever since.
That's so kind.
And that's just it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your work on the streets. I respect you so much. Getting these monsters away from here is amazing.
Appreciate you, ma'am. You have a great day, okay?
You too. Thank you so much.
Okay, the lines are open. I know some people were trying to call in, but it's open now. There we go. Welcome to True Crime. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Erica, and I'm calling from Huntington Beach, California.
Nice.
I grew up in Palm Springs.
Okay,
so
cool.
I'm familiar with the Cabazon area, and I guess my question primarily, what I would want to add to the show is, I'm really curious to where does his sister come in? There was a video that she posted repeating the story. And I'm a mother of 2 children. So obviously for me, this story is horrifying.
Right.
Right? So my question is, and then the grandmother also gave an interview. I don't know if it's his mom or her mom, but she also gave an interview and said that they would never have hurt this baby. So where does at this point, I don't know how the law works, so where does it step in where you become an accomplice at this point?
Well, certainly not in repeating a narrative that was told to you by the subject. To be an accomplice, you've got to like materially affect the case, like assist the person materially. So if they're telling you, hey, this is what happened, and then you parrot what they say, you're not an accomplice. You're just, a family member, basically.
You're
So
just repeating then.
pretty much, yeah. So at this point,
Interesting.
I don't see
Okay.
anything that they could charge the grandmother or the sister with, unless they develop more information that they actually helped them during either the commission of the crime or even the planning of the crime or the cover-up of the crime. Just repeating it, not a crime.
So it's just okay. I mean, and again, I just like I never call on the shows. Like my boyfriend's big on true crime and stuff, and I'm not. I like Dolly a lot. I love you guys. Like I never call, but I just like I hope that I said a very big prayer to Jehovah God, to God last night, that they find this little baby boy and bring him like peace. And I hope that he is just a little baby angel in heaven.
Well, we're all praying to whoever we believe in to have the same thing. And I think that's a beautiful thing that's uniting us all right now.
I think so too. Okay, well, I'll let other people call in. Thank you for taking my phone call.
Anytime. You have a great day. All right.
Okay, you as well. Bye.
I was just about to press answer and you hung up. Welcome to True Crime Strategic. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Mandy. I'm from North Dakota.
All right. What's going on, Mandy?
I have a theory
What's the theory?
that unfortunately Emmanuel has been gone for longer than 2 weeks at least.
Okay.
And I think that Jake has done something and she was witness or tried to stop him and he attacked her. And she, to me, seems like she is suffering from basically being abused by him. If you notice in their interview, she stands away from him. She's hugging other people, not him.
Okay.
She won't like touch his hand. They're not holding each other's hand, nothing.
Interesting. Okay.
It's just weird to me.
I mean, I think I've been saying for a while, I think we agree that there's a possibility she's a battered woman. And that, this is as much as it is a infanticide case, it is also a domestic violence case, in my opinion.
I agree.
But unfortunately, we had this discussion a few shows back, and I also had this discussion in the members only section. I'm not going to give her a pass for what she did to this child simply because she's a victim of domestic violence. It's what, I
definitely not.
I understand the psychology of domestic violence, and I sympathize with victims of domestic violence. But when it involves a child, whatever you got going on mentally, you got to rise above to protect that child.
You need to put the child first.
And she failed. She failed.
She failed. And one thing I hope that they're doing with protective services have taken the 2-year-old and have a full medical examination done on her, x-rays, all that stuff, because I can guarantee if he's done it to his 10-week-old, he's done it to every child that's been in his path.
Right. Agreed. Well, thank you so much for calling. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. What's going on, caller? Welcome to True Crime Strategic. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from California. My name is Angie.
What's up, Angie? Talk to me.
Alrighty. Okay. Let me tell you what's happening here in California.
Okay.
I think the reason this child was brutally killed, well, allegedly, and the other child is because California gives thousands and thousands of dollars to people that have handicapped children, even if they don't live with them.
Wow.
Thousands of dollars in services. Agencies get money
so you think
from
it was
the
about
kids
the money?
that are handicapped. Of course.
So you think
where's
they
she
were
getting all that money from?
making them handicapped to get the money?
Yes.
That's diabolical.
Yes.
Wow.
It is. Look at what they're doing. Those people are scammers.
I mean, listen,
person.
Can we say that your theory's wrong? I mean, look what he did to Carolina. Look what he did to Emmanuel. Look at all his comp cases that he had and all these various jobs that he's working at so he can sit home and collect a check. It's definitely, we don't have no evidence of it, but it's definitely a viable and interesting theory. I'll give you that.
Yeah, they're scammers. There's like they have so many traces of being scammers. And the system, where did he get that attorney? With all these people getting all these attorneys, how they afford that house where they live? That area is super cheap. It's like where can they afford an attorney to go and defend the person that what he did, what he got charged for? 180 days. Come on.
Yep.
How?
Yep.
You know, I have a friend that her brother was trying to be adopted by his caregiver.
Yeah.
His caregiver, because his mom died, and he has 6 sisters. And the judge is saying, why you want him? He has 6 sisters. Because they get money.
Wow.
They get money left and right. Thousands and millions of dollars are going through those poor children. Those children are handicapped forever.
Yep.
And they get services and money forever. And that, I think what they were trying to do, from allegedly from what we saw, is that they were trying to make this child handicapped, and they kill him.
Wow.
Allegedly.
Interesting.
Anyways, thank you for taking my call.
Anytime. Thank you. Welcome, caller. How you doing? Welcome to True Crime Strategic. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yvonne from Iowa.
Hey, what's up, Yvonne? What you got?
So I'm calling. Let me mute this. I'm calling because I've been down a rabbit hole with this case. I used to live in California all my life. I am an ex-battered woman, and that's where I draw the line.
I'm sorry to hear that, by the way.
You know, I've protected, thank you, I've protected my exes, but if they ever hurt my children, that's where I draw the line. I think your last caller was incorrect, because I have seen them hold their hands.
Okay.
In the news episodes.
Okay. All right. Got anything else for us?
No.
All right. Well, we appreciate your call, and we definitely commend you for your bravery getting away from your abuser. And we appreciate you supporting this channel, ma'am. Thanks for calling.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You got it. All right. Let's take like 2 more callers, and then we'll call it a day. Oh, shoot. Hey, what's going on, caller? Welcome to True Crime Strategic. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, good afternoon.
What's up?
Let me mute my TV. I am calling from Boston.
Okay, Beantown.
And yes, and I want to say thank you for what you do on the streets. I can't even imagine the things you see, things you saw. Oh God, I just want to say that I think the mother is just as guilty, regardless if she was a battered woman. She has thought this through. She thought every word she was going to say in front of that camera, and she stood there and just made it all about, oh, the baby was kidnapped. I got hit. But, I just think that they've had plenty of time to think that they can get ahead of law enforcement. God knows if there's, like, and I don't even like saying this, but if they found so much blood, God forbid you dismembered this little baby.
Right.
Where are these pieces? Why are they looking in drains? Why are they, I think she's just as guilty.
Right.
I don't care if she sings. I don't care if she cops a plea. She stood next to him, and that last caller, yes, she was holding his hand sitting down on that fence. She protected that man over that baby, and I think she deserves every single thing she got coming to him, him and her. And then the 180-day things with poor little Promise Faith. Oh my God, one day, and then 179 of work release.
That's right.
What is going on in California? I mean, Massachusetts has some pretty effed up cases, with the Harmony Montgomery, and it's been, and that's close to me. That's like really close to me, where they think that the father put her body, but save that for another day. But these two, that man, she slept with him. She opened her legs. She produced 2 children with him, knowing his background. I mean, that isn't a woman that has any empathy for children. She's all about herself and about that and child, okay? So I don't know. I'm very angry, that poor baby. And the other day I was watching your show, and it's been haunting me since. You had it nailed that picture of that baby laying on that ground with his skin coloring, his lips, that baby has not been around. So they're just, I think they were just trying to save face and be like, oh, look, yeah, he had this. Where's the timestamp on that picture, on that photo? And if it's a substantial amount of blood, tell me she didn't know what the hell he was doing and didn't help clean up. Nope. I think she's just as guilty. And as a mother, I also came from a domestic violence past, divorced now. But if that man ever which he's a great father, thank God. But if he ever put his hands on my child, that's it. Like, I caught a case because he spat at me and I retaliated. Okay? So I caught a domestic. And you know what? After almost 4 years of it, he deserved it. I'm not proud of it, but I got away from it. But you cannot be in the same house with somebody and, like, not know what the hell this guy has been doing.
Right.
Like, she allowed it. Didn't take him to the doctors. I mean, he's 7 months old. By that time, he should have had at least, the 3 DTPs,
All right. Caller, you know we got other people we got to get to.
No, I want to stay on the phone with you all day.
You can't stay with me all day. What's wrong with you? But no, you made some really good points, and we do appreciate you. And yeah, and I'm so happy that you were able to get out of that domestic violence situation. And yes, sometimes in DV, victims do fight back, and unfortunately, sometimes they do get arrested. But listen, if he was doing what you say he was doing, then I don't endorse violence. But you had to do what you had to do. Caller, I appreciate you. Okay.
I sure did. And thank you so much. And thank you for everything you do. Again, love your chat. Love your mods. Keep doing what you're doing, sir. And thank you for your service.
Thank you so much. Peace. All right. What's going on, caller? Caller, 1 second. First of all, mute your screen and give me 1 second. One thing that I'm happy to hear is these domestic violence survivors, and of course they're not speaking for all survivors, but at least the ones who have called up, that they're not defending Rebecca. Because when I first talked about Rebecca possibly being a DV victim, but there not being an excuse, people were disagreeing with me. They're like, oh, but what if she didn't know how to get out of it? And I'm like, listen, that flies if it's just you. But in my opinion, it does not fly when you have children involved. But as a man, there's some points it's probably hard for me to make, because it's like, well, you don't know what it's like, because, but to me, there should be like a set standard of morality that we should all have. And to hear these DV victims come in and say, listen, I was a victim and there's no excuse to not protect your children, I love it. It really, really, really gives me some faith in humanity. Caller, how you doing? What's your name? Where you calling from?
I disagree with all that. My name is Gemma, and I'm calling from Florida.
Okay.
And I wanted to give you a little bit perspective of what I think, my theory. Well, the baby could not get his shots updated or didn't have them updated. So I'm thinking that the man, Jake, probably abused the baby. He should have been watched. Probation should have known about it. And I feel like he probably abused the baby because it's in his background. I don't know. It's a theory. It's a, what's that called? Alleged. And then, so she being the mama type she is, because she's 10 years older than him, she probably knew that he didn't want to go back to prison. He knew that if she took the baby to the doctor would know. And if he didn't want to go back to prison. So she protected him, I feel. And they did it together. I do feel that way. They knew, because the baby, I don't know, it's terrible. And as a mother, she should always protect her child before anybody else. I do agree with that.
All right. Well, thank you so much for calling. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
All right. All right. What's your name, caller? Where you calling from? It's True Crime Strategic.
I'm from Auckland, New Zealand.
Oh, man, we got an international caller. What are you paying, like $80 a minute for this call?
Oh, feels like it.
Well, what do you got for me?
I was just wondering, what exactly is murder with malice, and what sort of charges are they looking at?
Well, it's basically a murder charge that says that, you were cruel and indifferent. Like you had evilness in your heart, to like use plain common terms, like the victim gave you no reason for you to do what you did, and yet you did it. And that's why when I explained it in last night's show, I loved that charge so much that California has, because it really is a charge for helpless people, like disabled people and children. Because what could a 7-month-old or a 10-week-old 10 weeks old, of course, referring to Carolina, his daughter that he assaulted in previous marriage. What could they possibly do to motivate you to do something horrible to them, which is what he was doing? And that's where the malice is. So it's basically, it could be a first or second degree murder, which are the two highest charges we have in America, but it's about mindset. It's about evil, basically, right?
Anyone that hurts animals, old people, or children is evil.
Pretty much, and that's pretty much in the law. Mm-hmm. But not animals,
Okay, what sort of
animals are property
crime
in
are they?
America. Look at it.
Oh, okay. That's it. The weakest people or weakest things, anyone that hurts them is cruel. What sort of time are they looking at if they get convicted? Would that be
life?
Because California's got the death sentence.
They could get the death penalty, but California has a moratorium on the death penalty. So there's like two layers of the moratorium. There's a judge order that says no death penalty will be enacted, and also the governor, who has control over whether the death penalty is carried out, says no death penalties in the state. So as long as that court order is in effect and that particular governor is still governing the state, there'll be no death penalty. So basically they're looking at life without the possibility of parole, the rest of their natural life in prison.
Okay, no, that's great. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you for calling. All right, that was a very expensive call. She's calling from New Zealand. We appreciate you. So caller who's on the phone right now, you are going to be the last caller. So welcome to True Crime and Strategic. What's your name and where you calling from?
My name is Rita, and everybody knows me on the YouTube streets as Rita from Dexter.
From Dexter?
Rita
TV
from
show?
Dexter, Missouri.
Oh, I'm scared. I thought you was that Dexter.
No.
So what's going on, Rita?
I came over from, I did get recommended by Dolly, but I come over from Dolly's channel. I normally am on Dolly's Vision.
Okay.
But he's actually out there. He's been out there. He's one of the YouTubers that's out there.
Okay.
And he's been covering this case from the very beginning. He went live at like 5:30 in the morning when this first broke.
Okay.
And I found you from the algorithm, actually, because whenever YouTube, shares, basically whenever you follow true crime, it'll show you who to watch. And that's how I found you.
Okay.
So you're right about the algorithm. And I just membered up today. So I wanted to let you know, I just found you like the other day, just from your YouTube suggesting your channel.
Appreciate
you. That means people are sharing your videos. That's good.
Beautiful.
That's what they should be doing.
We appreciate that.
But I wanted to weigh in on the part you were talking about, the Constitution. You're right. We have to have defense attorneys. Without defense attorneys, we don't have a fair judicial system. And we need that for transparency in these cases, so these people fairly get locked up. So later on, they can't come back and try to get themselves an appeal, on not having proper defense. And I'm sure you know about the Kohlberger case, and he can't. So basically, it's basically like that. They have to have defenses so that doesn't happen. So they don't try to get out of this later on by saying they did not have a decent defense.
Right.
And these people need to be locked up for what they've done. But the mother, I mean, you can suffer from abuse, but you still, at the end of the day, there were so many times she could have spoke up and said she could have did it at the news conference. She could have told one of the reporters. They would have called the police. They would have put her in protective custody. She could have told anybody. They were out in public settings. If she was really an abused woman, like everybody is saying, and I'm sure she was abused. That's probably what happened to this baby. They were probably fighting and something bad happened to this baby.
Got you.
And with his history, no telling. And that black eye was old. And I've seen enough black eyes in my day. I'm 50 years old. I've been around the block. I've seen some black eyes.
Gotcha.
That black eye was old.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Cole. I appreciate you. Thank you.
But I just wanted you to know that, you're doing a great job. Thank you for being here.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much for calling, caller. We'll take this last call here real quick, though. Listen, I'm not trying to, because I'm picking up what that call is putting down a little bit, and I really appreciate her watching the show. I'm not here trying to say I'm the first person to cover this. We're not playing that game. I did my search. I didn't see any of these other channels covering this story. We covered it. It is what it is. So there's no competition. Don't call the show saying, no, this guy's covered it first, that guy covered it first. We don't play those games here on this channel. It is what it is. We're all here doing God's work. It's all love, all right? I just want to throw that out there because, YouTube is crazy. I've been around for a while. People love starting YouTube beefs and stuff. Oh, Strategic said he was first, and you should be offended about that. That's not what we do here. Anyway, big shout out to you, caller. You're going to be the actual last caller, and then we're going to call it a day. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hi, I'm Kaylee from Georgia. How are you?
Appreciate you, Kaylee. What's going on?
So I just kind of want to get your opinion on who you think is going to break first. Is it going to be Rebecca, and is she going to get immunity because he does have a lawyer, or what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I really don't know. It depends on the type of evidence that they have against her and him. But listen, my belief is that Jake is the one who did it. So I think they're probably going to be looking. So I think they're going to be looking to kind of flip her, but they're not going to give her immunity. It depends on how strong that case is. I think most likely she would get some type of reduced sentence. That's what I'm thinking.
Gotcha.
All right. So you're the actual last caller. We're going to go to super chats after this. Appreciate you. And then we'll call it a day. Thank you so much, caller. Have a great one. All right, so I'm closing the application now. No more calls. Really appreciate you guys. All right, so now let's go to Super Chats real quick, and then we'll call it a day. All right. Aki actually hates when I do live call-in shows. You never know who's going to call, but I love it. This is a very important part of the show to me, and I just want to hear from you guys. So let's go to Super Chats now, and let's see what we have going on. All right. Wow. So we got a ton of members. I can't name them all, otherwise we'll be here for a gajillion years, but we do welcome you to True Crime and Strategic, and we do appreciate you. All right. Now, at TryWanty 2870, 199 Super Chat says, dirty diapers and garbage from Emmanuel Still. Lisa Bollyways with 199 Super Chat says, bringing some love and thanks to Strategic and the research crew. Thank you so much. The research crew is awesome. We do appreciate you. Dahlia X gave 1 gift membership to some lucky person, so I hope they enjoy that. Jojo Beans with a $4.99 super chat. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. True Crime Aussie with a $5 super chat with a little emoji dropping the mic. That's pretty cool of you to show us that love. Generic White Female. You changed your name again. It was generic female. Now it's generic white female again. I told you there's nothing generic about you, white female. I love generic white female. She's really awesome supporter of the channel, but I always make fun of her name. There's nothing generic about you. She gave 1 gift membership to 1 lucky person, so I hope you enjoy that. Jen T 3007 gave 5 gift memberships to 5 lucky people, so we do appreciate you for doing that. Angela Turtle Girl 313 is now a recruit member, and we appreciate you. Welcome to the family. Ariel gave us a $1.99 super chat, super sticker, whatever. Appreciate you. Let's keep going. So many nice people. M. Ozzy Claire upgraded her membership to Patrol. H. Polston, celebrating 5 months as a Patrol member, says, thank you for everything you do, Strategic. And True Crime Ozzy, celebrating 5 months as a Patrol, says, Jake should get life without parole. No more chances. Petra Tyson with a $2 super chat says, in my opinion, baby with special needs. I fear he was beaten. We actually read an article where statistics clearly show that special needs children are more likely to get abused and hurt than normal, or we shouldn't say normal, but children that do not have special needs issues. Let's keep going. $5 super chat from Hello says, I missed it. Got to scroll up for it. There's so many. Where did you go? Where did you go? All right, it says for a timeline, when is the last pick in the phones? Parents take pics almost daily. Last pick can give approximate date. Yeah, well, police will figure that out. Absolutely. We'll get that timeline through court as, the paperwork comes out and all that good stuff. While you're alive with a $5 super chat says, I think she got the black eye the same time Emmanuel met his end. That is 100% possible. Sheila Savor Savan Sivadra, Shayla. Let's just say Shayla. Shayla, one of these days you got to call in so you can tell me how to say your name. But we'll just call you Shayla for now. Or Sheila. We'll call you Sheila for now. Sheila says, with a $1 super sticker, that hopefully no dirt under the bridge on this case. Sheila obviously been around when we were talking about the Stephen Stearns case. Where are we at? Where's my soundboard? We got to bring it up for Sheila. What are we talking, Sheila?
Dirt under the bridge.
There we go. One more time for Sheila.
Dirt under the bridge.
And even you know that was the district attorney for Osceola County, the infamous William J. Dirt under the bridge. Let's keep going. Jonathan says, with a $5 super chat, you think the flyer is indicative that Emmanuel has been missing for a while due to a lack of details. That's a good point. Diane Cat, who was a great caller, we appreciate you for showing love from Boston. She didn't want to leave it alone. She wanted to hear my voice all day long. With a $5 super chat, she says, I was the Boston caller. I need more talk time. Mr. Strategic, I could pick your brain for hours. Take a chance on me. Listen. You're not going to be my Katie Couric over here interviewing me, getting in my brain and deep in my soul. You had your 30 seconds, and you better learn to live with it. We appreciate you for calling in, Diane Cat. That was very kind of you. And lastly, Deborah Mason with a $5 super chat says, in the death penalty, even if they do not get the actual death penalty, they are tried for it. Do they get the appeals? Anytime you get sentenced to death, you get your appeals. So that would answer your question. There's no time that you are not entitled to getting an appeal when you've been sentenced to death. All right. Let me give it a yay. You guys be taking a lot out of me, man. You guys be exhausting me. Big shout out to everybody who called in, everybody who gave a super chat, everybody who's a member, everybody who's a Patreon member, everybody who just subscribed and liked to the show. We do appreciate you. On your way out the building, please hit that like button. You guys are amazing. We do appreciate you. Remember, we're asking for your like so that we can get into the algorithm. All right? So we can get into the algorithm. Nothing more, nothing less. We'll see you guys on the next one. Strategic is out of here. I'm trying to be smooth with the outro, but it's not working. Peace.
Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes.
Strategic back again. Yes. We had a crazy night last night. Who was with me last night, man? Who was up with me last night? 3:30 a.m. Eastern time, covering this case, man. For those of you who are with me, I see Eastern Girl Crafton is in the building. She was with me last night. Tornado Granny was with me. Granny, it was past your bedtime. What were you doing up that late? You were with me last night. Last night we had a crazy show, guys. And it was an honor for me to share that information with you because that information really, really rounded out this case. That information really showed us what Jake Harrow was capable of. Like, that's it. We saw his MO. We saw his modus operandi last night. This guy is a monster, guys. Well, we got a full show for you guys today. A really, really exciting show where we're really going to get to the bottom of this case. And it's my honor and pleasure to share it with you. So before we get started, ladies and gentlemen, a few things. Number one, thank you very much for joining us today. We do appreciate you. Number two, if you can and if you don't mind, we are trying to get into the algorithm so our show could be shown to a wider audience so we can grow. Our goal is 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. And the only way we're going to get there is if you hit that like button, you subscribe, because some of you guys are watching and you're not subscribed, and then you engage in the chat. That's how we get into the algorithm and we get shown to a wider audience. So ladies and gentlemen, I have a really good show for you guys today. So stay tuned, do your part if you can, and help this small YouTube channel grow. Now, let's get serious, man. A lot has happened in the last 12 hours, I guess. I mean, I started reading all these different articles, videos, links were sent to me by people like you who are watching this show of fires and clothing found in dumpsters, and the attorney speaks and all that stuff. We have all that stuff to cover today. I don't like holding on to things. I don't like dragging things out. As I get it, ye shall get it, okay? We don't sensationalize these cases. We have a good time because, listen, I'm a detective. I'm desensitized to this stuff. So I have a good time. I put a little comedy, a little fun into what we cover, but we don't sensationalize, and we certainly don't drag it out. So as I get the information and I tabulate it, I'm going to bring it to you. So we're going to try and cover as much of that information as we can today. And then I got to go to work. So we do have a little bit of a constraint on time because I got to get dressed and I got to go to work. I'm not going to go to work with this blue suit. I like darker colors when I go to work. So anyway, guys, once again, thank you so much for joining us today. And let's get started. So one thing that I heard, I want to just throw this out there into the ether. We're hearing that the video that was shown to Rebecca was video surveillance footage that was taken from the liquor store across the street with a camera that pointed towards the parking lot. Now, we covered this a couple days ago. We had some really awesome viewers who elected on their own. I did not coerce or in any way make these folks go do this because your safety is the most important thing to me. But we had some really cool viewers who said, listen, we live in an area and we're going over there. So would you like for us to share our video with you? Would you like for us to share some pictures with you? So they went out there to the area, to the incident location, and they searched for cameras and they pointed out the cameras that are on these various businesses. One of those cameras, one of those areas that they pointed out was that liquor store. Now, we want to see that video. We want to see the video that the police showed Rebecca. My understanding is she is observed throwing herself on the ground and then picking herself back up and then going to the store. And just like they're able to see her throw herself on the ground and pick herself back up, allegedly, I'm pretty sure they didn't see anybody next to her. But an imaginary tipster, I think an imaginary tipster sent me the video. So let's watch the video together. Is this Rebecca? Oh, is that what happened in the parking lot? Oh my gosh, this is a Strategic Eyes exclusive. Look how she just fell on the ground. Look. Oh. Okay, I'm doing too much. Is it hitting? Is it hitting? Or am I just laughing at myself right now? She's doing NBA flops out there, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who know, you know. Look at this one right here. Right in the head. Anyway, let's get back to business. Let me stop. Serious stuff here. Serious stuff, okay? Get it together, Strategic. We got serious stuff to talk about. All right. Let's get to business. When we do get that video, we will show it to you, the real video, okay? All right, so where do we want to start today? We got a few things. I think we should start with the fire because we're going to get to the attorney. We're going to play his interview. What do you guys want to do? You know what? I'm going to leave it up to you guys. We can't take too long because I like my show to flow. But I'm going to leave it up to you guys. We're going to take a quick poll. Which one you guys want to start? Do you want to start with the fire or do you want to start with the attorney's statement and see what's happening in basically the defense's mind? So let's see here. Fire or attorney? Let's see here. Fire, attorney. Let me know what you guys think inside of the chat real quick. All right, we do have a super chat that we want to acknowledge. We appreciate you. Big shout out to Patriot Lady. Been with me for a very long time. Do appreciate you, Patriot Lady. Been with me for a couple years. She gave a $9.99 super chat. Says, this live will be fire. Strategic has been hot at covering poor baby Emmanuel's horrible treatment. Allegedly, let's keep going. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you for supporting the channel. All right, we have a few members I want to just welcome in before we get deep down into this. We'll give that poll just a second for people to respond to it. Blessed One, 1981 is now a recruit member. Welcome to the channel. Don Brennan, 1689 is now a recruit member. Welcome to the channel. Jerry Wilson, another member, recruit. Thank you so much for joining us. Empress 711, recruit member. Welcome to the channel. Teresa 015 is a patrol member. It's a higher tier. We do appreciate your support, Teresa. I hope you enjoy that membership. You are amazing. Lau Perez is a recruit member. Appreciate you for joining us. And May 5150 has just upgraded her membership to patrol. Thank you so much, and we really appreciate you supporting the channel. All right, so now let's see what that poll is telling us. We have 145 votes, and 67% says we're going to do the fire. That's what we're going to do. Let's start with the fire. So I said it last night on my live, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't seen that live, check it out. A lot of people is choosing to watch that live, and I'm very humbled by it. I never take for granted the fact that this channel is nothing without you guys. I'm not entitled to anything from you. Without you, I'm just talking into the void, and I did that for a long time. We started the show for many years. We'd have 20 people watching us live. Patriot Lady was one of those people, and now look at it. We have 664 people right now. I told you before my live last night, I don't believe in coincidences. I don't believe in happenstance. I find it hard to believe that we are covering a national, I'll even go on a limb and say international. We have people from the UK, from Australia, from Canada in this chat worrying about baby Emmanuel Haro. I find it hard to believe that in this international case of the disappearance and possible unaliving of Emmanuel Haro, that just out of coincidence, two vagrant individuals will set a fire of a mobile home, a Winnebago, across the street from the parents of Emmanuel Haro, a fire that would end up being so large that it would engulf and literally destroy two homes. Two homes. Probably the only reason why it didn't destroy the home of the Haros, thank God, we don't wish anything bad on anybody. All we ask for is justice. We're not vindictive. We just want justice. It's probably because the wind didn't blow in the direction of their house. There's a lot of people who are saying different things. This could just be totally random. I have no evidence to say the contrary. There are people out there who are putting out their theories that maybe these folks were paid to burn down a structure and they burned down the wrong structure. I don't know, but I find it hard to believe that there's a coincidence in this, that this is a coinky-dink. So now let's watch this video. Big shout out to Action Eye News, who pretty much broke this story. Big shout out to Action Eye News. Let's play this first video where he's actually chasing. At this point, he states that he witnessed the fire being started by these two vagrants. And he's saying now that as he's recording, he's chasing them down the road. Let's get a good look.
Go down there and get a picture of them. I'll follow them all the way down the freaking road. Guys, we are over here. These homeless guys just set a huge fire out here by Jake's house. Hey, you guys will seen starting a fire back there. Y'all want to tell me about it? Do what? I got you guys on live. Guys, these are the guys that...
You know, this is a funny thing. Like, when I watch stuff like this, I always have to forget that I can't look at these things like a cop. Because when you're a cop, you end up becoming a little bit fearless, a little reckless, a little fearless. You have to be, because if something goes down, society expects you to run toward the danger, not away from it. So like, I see this guy who's doing an amazing job recording this and documenting these guys. I mean, he gave us more than what we would have got if they weren't there. And I'm like, why is he so far away from him? Why is he, walking so slowly behind him? Why don't he just run up on him? I'd be assessing them, see if I see any weapons in their hands, and I'm running up on them, and it's like, dude, he's not a cop. He hasn't run up on 1,000 people. He hasn't probably been in 1,000 fights. You know what I'm saying? He hasn't been punched in his face a quadrillion times, all right? And he hasn't punched people in their face a quadrillion times. So you can't hold the dude to the same standard that you have. But yes, I would have probably got a whole lot closer with him, but he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do because he's just a civilian. Keep a good distance and record as best as he can. But this is excellent work, so let's keep going.
It started the fire right here. Why don't y'all turn around so people can see you? All right, I got a little bit of view of them. Right here across the street from the PD. Look at that. I'm gonna go down to the fire in just a second. Noe's on it right now. Right here at the sheriff's department. They're going across the railroad tracks. Look at that. Well, we got video of it, guys. I'm gonna go back down here where they started the fire. This is crazy. But there they are.
I mean, question is, what Aki's asking in the chat, why would they do this? What would be the point in doing this?
Boy, news comes to us, guys. It is full of smoke down here. Oh shit, is that the house on fire? Turn around, they started a structure fire. All right, go.
Listen, I've met many drug addicts in my life, and, they don't just start fires. They don't just say, hey, we're high. Let's just go set this thing on fire. It'd be cool. I don't think that somebody said a walk of shame. I don't think so. I think they were purposefully walking away. I think there was purpose in their mission. I believe that they knew exactly what they were doing. Maybe they were mistaken in what they did, or maybe not. See, people are saying some of those rumors that they may have burned down the wrong house. I don't think they burned down the wrong house. I'm just gonna mute him for a second. We don't know the demographics out there. We don't know the culture out there. We don't know the vibes, the issues, the whatever down there. We don't know how these neighbors interact with each other down there. We don't know who lived in that house where the first fire was started at. We don't know the condition of that mobile home that the fire started in. We don't know none of that. We know nothing of that. How do we know that that mobile home wasn't abandoned and that the Harrows did not put something in that mobile home that they would want to get rid of? How do we know that? We do know that police, at least to our knowledge, we could be wrong, but we do know that police doesn't always have an eye on where the Harrows are. We know that. Could it be that something was put into that mobile home to hide it? We know that the police under our Constitution can't just go searching everybody's home. You can't just go searching everybody's home. You can't just say, oh, this baby's missing. We're searching everybody's home, everybody's garage, everybody's shed, everybody's mobile home, everybody's car. Look at all these abandoned structures on this property. You need a search warrant. You need probable cause or reasonable suspicion. You need something. You can't just jump in there. So the police are searching the Harrows left and right, 1,000%. They're searching. But can they search next door? No, they can't search next door. And if they don't have any tips that anything is happening next door, then they're not even going to know to even want to search next door. So if you put something next door in an abandoned You don't pay somebody, ask somebody, call in a favor or whatever to have that property or that evidence or that thing destroyed.
Yes.
Blue shirt. Shorts?
Yes, he's wearing shorts. I have to end my live stream and pull it back up, guys. I'm going to end my live so I can pull their description up for the sheriffs, guys. We'll be right back.
That's nice of him because a lot of people would not even end their live stream. All they see is that money. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Oh, justice can wait. Finding these bad guys could wait. I'm happy that, you know, he had the fortitude to end the live stream and give the information that was necessary to the police officers so they could go find these bastards. But anyway, let's keep going. I'm over here getting all salty. All right, let's watch some more. You know what? I want to scroll up here to the interview that he did with, he did an excellent job. Excellent job, Action Eye News. Excellent job, man. Thank you so much for doing the work and getting this information out to us. We do appreciate you. So it's an interview that he did with the battalion chief, apparently. Let's go ahead and listen in on it.
And title?
Alright. You want to start mine and then you get yours?
You can just say and spell your first last name.
Matt McDonald, MattMcdonald.
And title?
Battalion Chief with Riverside County Cal Fire Department.
You can look about right here.
Okay, perfect.
And just kind of give us a little bit of what we have.
We were called out today for a reported structure fire in the 50,000 block of Ramona Street here in Cabazon. Our first arriving engine reported one structure with a trailer well involved with a fire starting in the neighboring structure. Firefighters with an aggressive fire attack were able to keep the fire to the main structure itself and keep it out of the additional exposure.
Any update on whether two other people seen anything has been found? Or
We have no updates on anybody that was in the primary structure or them leaving the area. Currently our arson investigator in coordination with Riverside County Sheriff's Department are investigating the fire at this time.
And none of your firefighters were injured. I know it was pretty hectic there for a little bit.
There was definitely a lot going on when we got here, although our guys were able to aggressively get in there and put the fire out, and there was no injuries reported for us.
The second structure, about how much damage? The resident was telling us about whose exterior on.
Yeah, the secondary structure fortunately only suffered exterior damage and potentially could be habited tonight by those residents.
Good. It's going to smell like fire, though, man. I don't know if any of you have ever been in a structure that had a fire in it. It's gonna have that smoke smell, which sucks, but at least they still have their home. So God bless them. Let's keep going.
All right. Do you know about what time the fire came out?
I believe the fire was reported. I believe the fire was reported around 1600 this evening.
Okay. And how many firefighters and fire engines did you have on staff on this call?
We had 39 firefighters assigned with 9 fire engines, a breathing support, and a battalion chief, along with 2 arson investigators.
Mutual aid between.
We also have mutual aid from Morongo Fire Department.
Anything else you could add?
No, I think we're good.
Thank you so much.
No problem, guys.
All right, before we move on to the next video, I want to definitely ask you guys to remember to hit that like button. I do see some folks who are in the chat engaging, and we appreciate you. And they're saying, hey, you know, they released this the other night, and all this stuff is stuff we've covered already. So what that tells me is that you're probably not subscribed to the show, but the algorithm is sending you my show because you've watched it a few times. It's not enough just to watch it. You have to subscribe so that we can get in that algorithm and we can be shown to a wider audience. So please do. Anybody who's enjoying this, if you're not enjoying it, you don't want to subscribe, that's perfectly fine. It's okay. It's no love lost. But if you are enjoying what we're doing here, you want to help us reach a wider audience, make sure you check in and double check and make sure that you are in fact subscribed to True Crime with Strategic. Anyway, let's get to that next video. And yes, we covered the photos that were released of Jake's daughter that he so brutally injured. We covered all of that, man. All of that last night. We did that at 3 a.m. Let's keep going. It was terrible. It was a very heart-wrenching show. It affected me, and not much affects me in this world. Let's keep going.
The sun set right through the smoke. I know. That's where we were at. We were actually working that story. Yeah. When they started the fire.
This is beautiful right here.
Oh, I know it. The sun set right through the smoke. All right, guys, we are back live over here on Ramona Street, where these tweakers set a house on fire and caused the whole street to catch on fire. So sheriffs moved everything down. Got units all the way down here. Can't even see on this street anymore. It's so smoky, guys. We're all the way down there is where the house started at, and it spread a fire all the way down to about 4 or 5 houses.
All right, once again, big shout out to Action Eye News. I like giving credit where credit is due. If you're going to use somebody's material, the right thing to do is to shout them out. That's called courtesy. It's called honor. It's called respect. So this guy is out there in the ish, breathing in smoke, weathering all of this danger, feet away from probably a young person ender. You know, we got to speak funny because of YouTube. He's out there. We want to give him the love that he deserves. Action Eye News Live. That's who got this footage. Let's keep going.
Someone come back up here. God, this is smoky alley right here, y'all. This is where the fire started at. They started this RV on fire. I'll show you guys in a second. I'm going to come over here where Noe is.
Look, it burned it all the way through, guys. Look at that. That house is gone. It's gone. It's a total loss. This is the frame. This is not siding. These are wood planks that are holding up this, whatever you call this. I'm not an architect. That's it. There's nothing on the inside. It's done. Wow.
The RV was on fire, caused the house to be fully engulfed. We caught all that. Then it came over and caught this house on fire.
There you go. Somebody said roof trusses. Thank you.
And then the fire jumped this house, went through their yard, hit the palm trees on fire. Fire jumped across the street. And now we have a vegetation fire down there on the other side of that house. And it all happened right when we were here. There's the rainbow. There's the... Well, RV just burnt slab up.
Wow.
Hey, how's it going?
We're doing good. We're doing good. Eric. Oh, okay.
Eric, is this your property?
Yeah, this is my
okay.
property, yes.
What about the house?
I don't know.
All right, guys, listen, because this guy apparently, this is his property here, but he said the house is not his property. He says, what about the house? He said, I don't know, which is a weird answer. It's either yes or no, it's your property. But it's not his property. So let's listen to what he has to say based off of being the owner of this land here. Also, look at it. There's so many different places that you can hide a small human being if you really wanted to. Places that people probably wouldn't check for years. So let's keep going.
I don't know who lives there anymore. Okay. Yeah, good friend of mine there used to live there, but he passed away. And,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, somebody else. They came over and knocked on my door. It was, to introduce themselves. Right. We're doing neighbors. That was, I don't know, about a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad they weren't home. They're going to come home to nothing now.
So he said that the previous owner passed away and he doesn't know who took over the property. Some people are there. He's acknowledging people are there, but he doesn't know who they are. It was very hard to understand what he was saying. Let's keep going.
It's like they started it with that little RV that was parked right here.
Yeah.
And then it pushed forward, burnt that house, and then it burnt the house next door to it.
So you seen it when it started then?
We were here when it started.
Oh, wow.
I was down the street with Fox 11.
Oh, okay.
We're working on the story where the police found the kids' clothes and
that's
stuff.
what I heard. Yeah.
So Noe was here. He saw them leaving the property when it started, and he tried to stop them. They kept going. He called me. I caught him at the little stop sign right here. And I chased them, and they went across the roadway on the railroad tracks and right in front of the sheriff's department.
Oh, wow.
So I got them on video. We got ID on them. So
Oh, I see.
they'll catch them.
Yeah. Well, that's just weird. That's just weird. You know, it's a bunch of drug addicts. I don't know what it is, but it's just not good. This is dangerous.
I thought Hemet was bad. They said Cabazon's worse.
That is crazy, man. Well, I'm glad you got all that in video.
Yeah, we
so
did.
as soon as you saw the smoke, you called 911?
I think Noe. Who called 911? Noe? The guy across the street, I guess, did. Because as soon as it started, Noe called me to alert me to tell me they were headed down that way, so I intercepted them down there. And that's when I went live on my news page to get ID on them.
Yeah. And then you say, you know, smoke coming out of your trailer?
Huh?
Or not yet? The smoke was coming out of the trailer when they left?
Oh, yeah, it was already coming up.
Oh.
Yeah, you could
And
see
they didn't
it.
even do anything. They just walked off.
You know, they're the ones that set the damn thing.
That is
That's why they took off the way they did. And just lucky, Noe was standing right here, and he just caught it.
But that shit took off. Like, look.
Oh, it went.
All right, so there's a video. I got to find it. If not, I'll just tell you, because I'm not going to sit here for, another 6-7 minutes just watching them putting out the fire. It has to be probative for us to see it. We don't just watch things just to watch it. But there's a video, but he did an excellent job. And I'll just tell you, because it's not like he showed it. He said that he came out there with other news agencies because the sheriff's department and the local PD was actually searching the area, and that they actually found clothing for baby Harrow inside of the dumpster. And that's what they were there to film. And he was trying to get a look of the material that they were moving from the dumpster. But unfortunately, that's kind of like when the whole fire thing happened, which is kind of crazy. So that's huge. That's huge. Why would you put your missing son's clothing in the dumpster? Now, somebody actually sent me a video. I think we're going to segue into this before we go to the attorney, where apparently somebody went to the Harrow's house. And listen, I believe in the system, man, and I believe in justice. I will report on this stuff because that's what we're doing here on YouTube. We're reporting on this case. But people should not be going to the Harrow's house, should not be going to anybody's house. Notice we saw the phone numbers for the Harrows on their wanted flyer. Those phone numbers are now disconnected. Was there any moment in all of this tragedy that True Crime Strategic ever said, you know what, let me call them phone numbers and see if I can interview these folks? No, because it's not the right thing to do. We have to operate with ethics. We have to operate with honor. We have to operate with integrity. Otherwise, we're no better than the bad guys. During an active criminal investigation, going to harass people who are subjects of investigation is not the right thing to do. Now, you can say I'm a hypocrite because I'm about to report on it, and I'll accept that I'm going to use the material. But I don't think it's the right thing for you to do. Please do not go to the Harris house. Do not go to anybody, the Buchhausen's house, anybody who's connected to this case. Let the police do what they have to do. They're not dumb. We are not dumb. We know these people had something to do with this. Those police are all over it. They're just building their case, and cases take time. They do take time, but they do come to a head in most instances. Justice will be had in most instances. So just have faith in the system. But hey, these people did it. So now let's see something. The reason why we're covering this is because apparently there was something very probative in this video that continues to tell the story of how callously the Harrows think of this baby in our opinion. All right, let's see if it's there. Come on, let's do it. Oh, my apologies. I don't believe JLR did this. JLR did not record this, but JLR is the one who posted this. Big shout out to JLR, boots on the ground. That guy's frequent flyer miles is probably insane. He probably got like 20 million frequent flyer miles because wherever there's a tragedy, JLR is there in the face, in the flesh rather. All right. So he posted this. Let's see what's going on.
Look here, right in front of the home. Lights here on the side. Hey, are you Jake?
You guys are trespassing. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I just wanted to see if we could help you in any way, talk to you about what happened.
Man, if you're going to knock on the dude's door, show his face. I mean, he's got his camera pointing down to the man's meats. Like, what are you doing? If you're gonna knock on his door and go through all of this, at least catch his face. You got your camera in his face. Like, it's not like you hiding it. You got your camera in his face. You holding it up with one hand. Show his face, man. Anyway, let's keep going.
You guys are trespassing.
Okay, that's not a problem. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you.
Hey, bro,
Appreciate
that's
it.
a cool shirt, bro. I'm into Pokemon myself, bro. I collect as well.
You're trespassing.
All right, guys. He will refuse to talk. But there you go. You heard Jake. He clams up and refuses to talk. But at least he opened the door.
Yeah, I thought somebody said that there was like a car seat on the deck, but I do feel this is a little bit sensationally. This is not JLR. I got much respect for JLR, but I'm talking about the people who went there. I don't like this. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of it. Do not do the police's job. Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane, because all you might do is hurt the investigation. So what did JLR say? He says, people knock on the front door home of Rebecca and Jake Harrow yesterday, offering help in finding missing 7-month-old Emmanuel Harrow. Jake answers the door. Jake tells them they are trespassing. All right, so what we got with that? Okay. All right. I want to go to the Uvalde Foundation's newest statement that they gave. Apparently, this is a different statement that we heard before. We're going to go ahead and read that out, and then we're going to segue into the attorney. So Yucaipa, California, Uvalde Foundation for Kids is once again urging the parents of missing 7-month-old Emmanuel Harrow, let me get that out the way, to step forward and join the effort to find their son, issuing a bold public statement on August 19th, 2025. Join the search and you will be protected. That's what they said. Well, how would they be protected? I'm just curious. Because you can't protect them from the wrath of the law. Oh, hell no! Uvalde can't protect them. Nobody can protect them. No one will protect you from the wrath of the law. But we hear that. We hear them. They're just trying to get these people to cooperate. But, I mean, if you say something, it has to mean something. How are they going to be protected? Because they did something to that child. So what exactly are you saying, Uvalde Foundation? But let's keep going. The national nonprofit formed in response to the Robb Elementary School shooting had previously withdrawn from the case and rescinded its reward offer due to what it called a series of disturbing red flags. Very interesting. These included inconsistencies in the family's account of the alleged kidnapping and a complete breakdown in communication from Emmanuel's mother, Rebecca Harrow. Daniel Chapin, founder of the Uvalde Foundation for Kids, spoke publicly when the organization pulled out of the case earlier this month. We cannot in good conscience utilize our team and resources when so much is missing in this case, Chapin said at a press conference in Central Texas. Of particular concern to us lies within the inconsistencies in the details and the sudden decision by the mother to end communication with law enforcement and our team originally prepared to help. Tell me, what parent would do that who was missing a child? Something is not right in this whole picture. We hope law enforcement will continue to pursue the case so that this precious child may be found and placed in a safe environment. Despite that decision, the foundation said new developments, specifically a statement released by the father's attorney, have prompted a conditional re-engagement. So it seems like they're coming back in the fold because of what the attorney says. Okay, well, we're going to see what the attorney says, and maybe that might change our minds. Maybe the mother didn't do anything. Maybe she didn't do an NBA flop on the concrete outside of the Big Five. Big Five? You know what they call the Big Five, right? It's like basketball terms. Whatever, let's keep going. I doubt it. Listen, you don't get swayed by what a defense attorney tells you. It is their job to defend their client and spin the truth. So if police tell you that the family's not cooperating and that they are suspects and that they can't rule out foul play, which means that the family did something to the baby, that's who you go with. You don't go with what an attorney that is hired tells you. This is the same attorney. He's a hotshot attorney, by the way. By the way, this guy is a hotshot attorney. You want to know why I say he's a hotshot attorney? Because this guy, we saw last night on my show at 3:30 a.m. Eastern time what Jake did to Caroline. If you don't know who Caroline is, you need to go in the archives and you need to watch my video from last night. We know what Jake did to Caroline. We saw with our own eyes what Jake did to Caroline. The jury saw what Jake, well, he pled guilty. The prosecution saw what Jake did to Caroline. The judge saw what Jake did to Caroline, yet they still gave him probation and a suspended sentence. They gave him therapy. They said, go to domestic child abuse therapy where all these jerk-offs can sit in a circle and go, oh, yeah, my name is Frank and I beat children. Oh, my name is Johnny and I beat children. And they'll go, you're so brave. Thank you for admitting you beat children. Good for you. Yay! We saw what he did to Caroline, and his attorney is such a hotshot attorney. He won. He took an unwinnable case and won. He got the prosecution to agree with a deal that gave this man no prison time. No prison time. He got a little jail time, but no prison time for what he did to this child that would affect this child for the rest of their life. That baby's a vegetable. She's got 3% of her brain function, ladies and gentlemen. Her cousin, who's now her mother, has to clean out her throat every couple of hours so that she doesn't choke on her own mucus. That's what Jake Harrow did to his own blood daughter, 10 weeks old. You don't listen to the hotshot attorney, my friend. You listen to the police, but let's keep going. Well, we have stood by our original decision to withdraw our search support out of Los Angeles, along with the original reward money, following a release today from the attorney from the father of this child. Oh my gosh, we got the truth now, huh? We're prepared to give the benefit of the doubt in this case. Will you keep your benefit of the doubt and you shovel where the sun don't shine? I'm not donating to these guys. No disrespect, that's just how I feel. According to the attorney, the Harrow family withdrew from public search efforts after receiving threats, and they have fully cooperated with investigators. In response, the foundation extended a challenge to the family. Join our search and you will be protected. A community seeks answers. You say that you do, prove it. Our foundation and most assuredly community will follow. Earl added, if you have nothing to hide, step forward and you will find you have more support than you ever could imagine. Finding a manual should supersede everything else. All right, I'm gonna be nicer to them. Let me not be nice. I will donate to them. Let me not let my emotions take control of my logic. They're doing their best. The Uvalde Foundation is good. Let's keep going. The foundation said it is ready to send members of its volunteer teams directly to the Harrow family's residence to provide assistance and protection should the family choose to re-engage in a search for Emmanuel. All right, so we don't need to read the case background. Let's now listen to this attorney because apparently he's very convincing. This hotshot attorney, like this guy's got it. So let's see if he can sway True Crime with Strategic to now be a supporter of the Harrows. Let's do it.
In past cases and is speaking on Jake's behalf today. Hey, Vincent, thank you for doing this today. Big question. Why have Rebecca and Jake stopped cooperating with the police if they're desperate to find the baby and the police are looking for the baby?
All right, I got to show love. My apologies. I'm using somebody else's content. This is News Nation. This is Ashley Banfield. I love Ashley Banfield. Apparently, she's interviewing the attorney of Jake Harrow. All right, let's keep doing. She asked a really good question. She always asks great questions, Ashley Banfield. And she wants to know, hey, why are you not cooperating? Let's do it.
I don't know where the statement that they stopped cooperating came from, Ashley. I spoke to the detectives yesterday, offered for Jake to continue to speak with them, have not been made aware of any requests today to speak with Jake. I don't represent Rebecca. That needs to be very clear. But I have not been asked to produce Jake.
I don't represent Rebecca. Now, we talked about this last night. This follows a pattern. First of all, y'all need to be nice in the comment section because this guy is not a member of Big Pun's terror squad. He's not a member of the terror squad. He's not from New York. He's not from Washington Heights or the Bronx. Anyway, let's keep going. I'm being a dick. So somebody made a comment. I think it was one of my mods last night. I think somebody said, well, why isn't he representing the wife as well? And I think my mod was like, that you can't represent two defendants. They're not defendants. They have not been arrested. They have not been charged with a crime. This man could very well represent both of them. They're married, but he's not. And why is he not representing? And my mods do an amazing job. I'm just using them for content because it helps further the point. So big shout out to my mods. The reason why he's not is because this follows Jake's pattern. We went over this last night at 3:30 in the morning when Jake got caught and he was facing criminal charges. He hired this attorney right here. And then he went out there and he said that he wasn't the one who hurt Caroline. He said his wife was the one. Vanessa was the one who hurt Caroline. He put everything on Vanessa. He said Vanessa was the one who hurt the baby. So it looks like that pattern is being followed. My understanding is that the wife hasn't gotten an attorney yet. She asked for an attorney. She stopped cooperating, but she hasn't hired one yet. But he has an attorney. Jake has an attorney. And his attorney's making it clear, I don't got nothing to do with Rebecca. I could only talk about my client. My client has been cooperating. He's throwing Rebecca under the bus right now. Let's keep going.
I offered to produce Jake. They voluntarily turned over all of their electronic devices, including the passwords. I think that's something that's huge that nobody has been made aware of.
Let me just stop you for 1 second. I don't want to interrupt you, but you just said you don't know where the statement came from, Mr. Hughes. I'm going to read you the statement the police sent to us. Investigators interviewed multiple individuals, including Emmanuel's parents, Jake and Rebecca Harrow. During those interviews, Rebecca was confronted with inconsistencies in her initial statement and declined to continue with the interview. So the statement came from the police themselves.
And I can't speak to the statement that was sent to you. I can tell you, I have personal knowledge. I reached out to the assigned detective and made Jake available. Jake wants to cooperate. Jake doesn't like the fact that nobody's listening. Court of public opinion is already out. Even yourself, it sounds like you guys already have your mind made up. Jake has voluntarily provided the electronic devices that there was a search warrant for, including the passwords. The vehicle that you were saying is breaking news that you brought up at the beginning of this broadcast is not something that is new. They haven't had their vehicle since Thursday night when this alleged kidnapping happened. So it's not new that you're saying at the beginning of it.
So real quick, Panica, the discourse with a $2 super chat says she doesn't need attorney if she has immunity. Well, we don't have any information that she has immunity. And if she did have immunity and she was a cooperating witness, I would suspect that they probably have an arrest warrant out for Jake by now, because she would be telling them, hey, you know, I know that Jake did it. Furthermore, even if you do have immunity, you usually do have an attorney, because that immunity deal is usually worked out between your attorney and the prosecution. I've never actually heard of an immunity deal that was struck with somebody without them having some form of representation. By the time these type of talks happen, you usually do have an attorney. But I'm wondering, do you have some information that we don't have? But let's keep going. It's a good point. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you.
This broadcast, that it's new information. The vehicle is gone, and make it sound like they just took the vehicle today. The vehicle's been gone since Thursday.
Yeah, I haven't made my mind up, but I will say this. This is a case that is definitely different than most missing children cases I cover, and I've done this for 38 years. When the police send me out a statement saying that foul play is potentially afoot, and when we get reports that they brought
Okay, somebody said I missed some super chats. Don't worry, I'll get back to them. My apologies if I missed a super chat, but we never forget about super chats. We will eventually get to those super chats. So keep them coming if you have a question you want me to answer, because I will answer the question. It just may not be as fast as you like it, but I appreciate the support, guys.
Dogs to the house. and that the parents aren't cooperating, then yeah, spidey senses go up. I was actually very concerned when Rebecca referred to Emmanuel in past tense as well. Are you aware of that?
I saw the video like anybody else. I can't speak for Rebecca. I can tell you that she doesn't have a master's degree, bachelor's degree, any other degree in public speaking. So I can't speak as to that. Same thing for Jake. The thing that I don't understand, and like you're saying, this isn't like a normal investigation. Why has the sheriff's department not even released a missing persons flyer? Let's put the onus on. There's not been one search party.
No,
organized.
they did. They released
If
the
you can
missing
provide that
persons
to us,
flyer.
we'd
We
love to
showed
see
it. Yeah, we're showing it right now on the air.
That's actually provided by mom and dad. Look at the phone numbers, Ashley. Let's be clear about that. Mom and dad
so
did
that's
that.
the parents'
that
one?
Has mom and dad's phone numbers.
Let me ask my control room. Let me ask my. I got you. Vincent, I got you. Let me ask my control room if they can also find a picture of the flyer that we were told by the police that they had released because they
did release one because we had it all over our page. Every YouTuber was showing the one that the police released. The reason why this one was basically circulated the most is because it was the dumbest missing person flyer we've ever seen in our life. First of all, dad is capitalized and mother isn't. He's on the top. And then it says missing baby goat. We know a kid is a baby goat. It has Emmanuel Haro, 7 months old. No information on what the child might look like, no description, no clothing that he was wearing, no nothing. Nothing descriptive about him. Just, hey, missing kid, Emmanuel Haro, 7 months old, please contact dad. And if you really want, you can contact mommy too. But if you call her phone, I'm going to pick up anyway. That's why we all covered this. You see this out there the most because this is the most ridiculous missing persons flyer we've ever seen in our life. But the sheriff did release a missing person flyer. That's all over the internet as well. But let's keep going.
Could not invoke an Amber Alert. Vincent Hughes, I know you know as an attorney, you can't issue an Amber Alert unless you have a vehicle and a license plate. Otherwise, there'd be Amber Alerts going off pretty much every 5 minutes of every day, and nobody would respond. So I'm just being told by my control room we don't have a picture of the police flyer, but the police told us they released a flyer. Can you tell me this? KTLA is reporting that the Harrow's 2-year-old has been removed from the home. Is that true?
That's what everybody's stating. I mean, Mr. and Mrs. Haro have not been
he's your
alleged
client.
to
Has your client told you? Do you know from your client if he's lost his 2-year-old child
He
from
told
the
me that
home?
he doesn't have that the child has been removed and law enforcement wanted them to produce the child. Yes, he did produce the child.
Oh.
As far as is the child in the home, no. Mr. Haro does not have his 2-year-old and is not being allowed access to his 2-year-old, even though no criminal filing has taken place. They had the children before this alleged incident with no criminal case filed. So I don't know what changed. There's nothing here that's been provided that they did anything unfoot to these children. The 2-year-old.
First of all, he should have never had access to children after the crime that he committed against his daughter, Caroline. That's the thing. Like I don't know how they do in California, but in New York, if you do something like that, you forfeit your ability to be a parent. You can make babies, but if you make babies, immediately CPS will come and remove that child. If you're the mother, as soon as you give birth, they remove the baby. They don't even want the baby to bond with you. They just remove the baby. If you're a father, then there's a no contact order. You're not allowed to be around the child. So I don't understand how you could permanently disable a child, leaving them with 3% of their mental capacity, and still be allowed to make tons more children. We have more information on that too, because people are talking about a son that may have been disabled. And I think I have a theory on that because the research crew, as amazing as they are, got me some information. But let's keep going.
7-month-old baby Daniel. The reason I'm on this show, to be very clear, is they're begging for the public to help. They're begging for people to provide information. There was a missing tip that was not provided previously, or it was provided to law enforcement. Law enforcement did not provide it to anybody else. And until I started speaking with media this morning, now law enforcement acknowledges, oh, yes, we were aware of that tip. Law enforcement is being very tight-lipped about the situation. That's what's concerning. No search parties have been organized. These parents don't have a vehicle. Like I said, they voluntarily gave up all of their devices after a search warrant was issued. They gave passwords and everything. How can they assist in this? Their home is in a very remote area, in an area where it's over 100 degrees during a heat wave. They have no reliable transportation. They don't have phones or internet to contact people because their devices have been taken. So how can they participate? Everyone's made their mind up and saying that they're refusing to do anything. They can't.
Hold on. I think that let's just jump in right there. How you asked the question, how can they assist in this? Well, they could assist by continuing to be cooperative with the police. That would be the number one starter. Don't you believe that?
I'm telling you right now, Ashley, on national news, if the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department would like to speak with Jake Harrell, we can make that happen tonight. I'm telling you that right now.
What about Rebecca?
Unequivocally. I don't represent Rebecca, so I can't make a statement for Rebecca.
Bam.
Okay. Did Jake tell the police and Rebecca that she couldn't take a lie detector test?
Good question.
I was there. I can't confirm or deny that story.
Wow.
And in any event, I think most
You don't know that
attorneys,
from
most
your
defense
client,
attorneys,
though? You haven't spoken. Let me just ask you, because he said we need an attorney present, and the reporting is from the police is that Rebecca refused to take a lie detector test because Jake, her husband, said no unless there's an attorney present, and you are his attorney.
Right.
Did he not discuss that with you?
he asked for his attorney to be present, from my understanding. As far as the lie detector test, no attorney in their right mind is going to say yes, submit to something that's not admissible in court. You find a case where somebody
but if my child is missing, Mr. Hughes, I would take any test you asked me to. I would cooperate. You could lock me up for the rest of my life, and I would cooperate with the police.
Right.
I'm glad you said that, but it's easy to say something, and it's a different sort of walk in somebody's shoes. There is not a normal for how you handle these situations. It's easy for everybody to state what should be happening and what's normal, but there's various situations for what's normal. We have everything from how John Walsh handled the situation to how Casey Anthony handled the situation. What is normal?
Yeah, well, there is no blueprint, as you say. This is an alarming situation for everyone involved, and it is awful. I will say to you tonight, it is awful if they truly are victims of someone taking their baby, and half the world believes, or maybe more than half the world believes, that there's something afoot with them. I can't.
Let me run this by you guys, right? Let's be realistic, because I like to be realistic. Big shout out to everybody who's watching the channel right now. Please make sure you hit the like button if you can. Let's be realistic. Your child is missing. Slowly, you feel the tides of social commentary blaming you for possibly being involved, right? You start feeling like, are they trying to pin this on me? Are they trying to say that I had something to do with the disappearance of my child? Good question, good feeling. You don't want to be falsely accused. You don't want the attention taken off of finding the child and put on you. The police are being aggressive towards you. The police are trying to poke holes in your story. The police are making you feel uncomfortable, unsupported. I get that. But if they ask you to take a lie detector test, an independent test that could dispel all of these rumors, forget about everything else. They're showing you videos, they're showing all this stuff. They're trying to make it seem like you had something to do with your child. But then they say, with your child going missing, but then they say, can you at least take a lie detector test from us? And that would help us dispel these rumors that you may have been involved in the disappearance of Harrow. Wouldn't one say to themselves, you know what, I'm going to subject myself to this because I have nothing to hide. And once I pass that, there's nothing they can say to me. There's nothing that they could accuse me of, because I will definitively, at least, it's not admissible in court, but at least definitively to these officers, prove that I had nothing to do with the disappearance of baby Harrow. Why would you say no to that unless you have something to hide? Why would you say no to that? The polygraph is the very least that Rebecca could have done. Rebecca didn't do it. Rebecca didn't do it because Jake told her not to. She probably didn't want to do it herself, but Jake is the one who verbalized she's not doing it without an attorney. And now there's an attorney that's involved with the family, but that attorney's only representing Jake, and that attorney is kind of, in my opinion, throwing Rebecca under the bus. Because what he's saying is, my client is willing to do, but I can't speak for whether Rebecca's willing to do. He's saying it under the guise of, well, I don't represent her, so I can't speak for her. But just because he's representing Jake, first of all, it is not normal that he would just be representing Jake. If both of them were charged with a crime, then they would most likely get separate attorneys. There has been situations where one attorney represented both people, but they had a team of attorneys. and some attorneys will focus on others, whatever. But most instances, they would have separate attorneys. But right now, this attorney is just functioning as a spokesperson because they have not been charged with a crime. So there's nothing that says that this attorney could not say, well, you know what? My primary client is Jake, but I can say that both of them are willing to cooperate. There's nothing that says he can't say that unless he's implying to us that my client is willing to cooperate. What? I can't speak for that other person. What are we going to think subconsciously when we hear him making those implications? Subconsciously, we're going to say, Jake good, Rebecca bad. That's our primate brain, our Neanderthal brain. Jake good, Rebecca bad. Jake want cooperate, Rebecca don't. That's what he's putting in our brains. I deal with attorneys on a daily basis. I deal with defense attorneys. I deal with prosecutors. I have lunch with prosecutors. I shake hands with defense attorneys. I got cross-examined the other day on a case, and when it was over, shook the defense attorney's hands. He was like, yo, you did good. I was like, yeah, you did good too. You got some really good questions, man. You really had me on my toes. He was like, thank you. I was like, yo, you're a professional. You've done this a lot. I could tell. It's not personal for us. That doesn't mean that me and the defense attorney are cool. That just means we're professionals. I got a job to do. He has a job to do. These folks are very intelligent and they're trained in human psychology. That attorney is sending us subliminal messages. The subliminal message that he's sending us. And if you're not in the business, you don't know this, but now you know it because you're watching True Crime with Strategic. Now you know. Now you know. Because I'm telling you how it works. He's sending us subliminal messages and he is telling us subconsciously his client is ready to cooperate, has always cooperated, will continue to cooperate, but Rebecca isn't. The problem is Rebecca, not Jake. That's what that attorney's doing. Anybody who's new to this channel, if you haven't figured it out, I am an active duty detective. I work in the state of New York. It's a pretty big state. And I am a specific type of detective. I can't say it on YouTube because the words are salacious and YouTube will chastise the channel. But everybody in the chat pretty much knows what I do. So if you don't know what I do, just ask the chat and they'll tell you exactly what type of crimes I investigate. Let's keep going.
Imagine being in their shoes at all. Could you just confirm, because I'm not sure I'm 100% clear, Mr. Hughes, could you just confirm that their 2-year-old child has been taken from the home now?
The 2-year-old child is not at their home. I can confirm it.
Taken from their home by authorities?
Based on my understanding, that's a potential. I believe that the 2-year-old was removed, but I cannot tell you 100%.
That's
I can tell you the 2-year-old is not at home. It's troubling that there's no allegations and the 2-year-old was removed.
Well, listen, there's more than allegations. Your client, has a rap sheet including child cruelty. So there are some reasons why they might have done that until they are thoroughly investigated to make sure every child is safe in that home. I really appreciate you being on. This is not an easy interview for you to do. This is an awful situation for everybody involved and certainly for your client and his wife. It could go either way. I don't know if she's telling the truth, if he's telling the truth, and I don't know if they are horribly victimized in all of this. But Mr. Hughes, I do appreciate your time and I appreciate your candor.
The only thing I'm asking, Ashley, this is one message Mr. Harrow wanted me to make sure I get out. If anyone has any information, whatever your belief is about Mr. Harrow or his family or anything like that, please provide that information to law enforcement. They're begging for the return of this child. They're begging for any information leading to Emmanuel's whereabouts. So if you have any information, please provide it. He's begging for that information. He feels like no one's listening to him. That's the key message from today. Not to debate his criminal record, not to debate anything else. He's begging that anyone provides any knowledgeable information to law enforcement. That's what we're asking. I really appreciate you for the platform to allow me to send out that message.
I appreciate that as well. And I'll just tell our viewers, you can call the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children any hour of the day with information on baby Emmanuel Harrow. Again, thank you so much, Vincent Hughes. I appreciate this.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashley Banfield. She's really awesome. One day I'd love to meet her. I think she's awesome. I like her. I like her a lot. 3 people I want to meet: Ashley Banfield, Plunder, and Grizzly True Crime. Those 3 people I want to meet separately. Just pick their brains. I like them and I look up to them, and I think they're awesome fighters for justice. 3 people I want to meet. Keep that in mind, all right? I always say these people because I believe it. I don't have to, but I say it because I mean it. I don't blow smoke up people's butt. That's not my style. I'm a straight talker, as you can tell. If I say I like you and I respect you, I like you and I respect you until, of course, you make me feel otherwise. I like and I respect these people. These people are fighters for justice, and I respect them. Ashley, I respect you. Grisella, I respect you. Plunder, I respect you. Let's keep going. All right. Before we go any further, I want to read out some super chats. And then we still got more for you guys. We still got some more for you. You guys are amazing. All right. Let's keep going. So we got 1 gift membership that was given by Edward Arnstad, 1680. Thank you so much for that gift membership. That's very kind of you. Rosemarie gave a 99-cent super sticker. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Vanessa joined the patrol level. You are amazing. Diane Cat is now a recruit member. Cindy from Sunny with a $5 super chat says, strategic may not always be first, but he's the best, most real life professional experience and relatable. Thank you so much. I should make that a commercial or something. This lady's my PR agent. She's awesome. I love her. All right, that's awesome. Dunky the Bear, who's now a recruit member. Welcome to the channel. We appreciate you. Alexis Montoya with a $2 super chat says, like this video. We on that ass. I love it. Yes, yes, yes. Idiocracy who just gave a 1 gift membership. Thank you so much, Idiocracy, for being generous and welcoming somebody else to the membership. Truckin' All says, what will it take for the FBI to get involved? Well, you have to violate interstate commerce. You got to do, the crime has to go over either electronically over the internet or via telephone, or because the telephone, the internet is routed all over the country and all over the world, or you have to transport the body or commit the crime over state lines or something like that. Right now, this is just a local case, as it should be. I think that the local PD is well suited to handle this case. I don't think this is the crime of the century. I think the only holdup is that they're trying to locate the body, and they're working on cracking the mother, because I think the mother is that Achilles heel. Yeah, Rebecca, I know you're watching this. Just give it up, Rebecca. Tell them what happened. We know what happened. We know what happened because we know Jake's history, all right? Allegedly, in my opinion. I have no evidence of this. Just give it up, Rebecca. Give it up. Tell the police what happened. Get yourself an attorney so you can get yourself a nice deal, all right? If you're a battered woman, they'll have a lot of mercy on you. You may not get any jail time. I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I'm not the prosecutor down there. But Jake has a sufficient past of evil doing and evil conduct that they're going to want him more than they're going to want you. So just give it up. That's what the police are waiting for. They're looking to find that body, and they're waiting for one of them to spill the beans on the other. I believe that Jake did something based off of his history, but I could be wrong. Jake could be innocent. It could have been the mother who did something. It's possible. But I do not believe that some unknown assailant rolled up on this woman, hit her in the face, in the back of her head, whatever, had her doing, backflips on the concrete ground, no other injuries on her other than this small healing black eye, and took the baby. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. It is what it is. And apparently the police don't believe it either. And apparently, allegedly, the video that they showed her doesn't show that happening either. So let's keep going. Panica, the Discord says $2 super chat. She doesn't need an attorney if she has immunity. I think we addressed that already. Ma'am 7755 with a $5 super chat says, my cousin allowed her boyfriend to do something similar to my 2-year-old cousin, and he passed away. Justice for Braxton Lopez and baby Emmanuel. Absolutely, man. I'm so sorry that happened to your loved one. I hope that your cousin went to jail along with her boyfriend. Shame on her and shame on him. Let's keep going. Lasagna Lemonade with a $1.99 super sticker. Thank you. Generic female. She changed her name a little bit because her name used to be a different name. And I told her there's nothing generic about you. It used to be generic white female or something. And I said, listen, generic, there's nothing generic about you because you're part of the True Crime and Strategic family. So I see you changed the name a little bit. All right, well, appreciate you. We're going to change that. Number one generic. Let me stop being corny. Whatever. Generic female 30 gave us a 1 gift membership. We appreciate her continued support of the channel for joining us all the time that she does, and we do thank you. And lastly, Ms. Dizzle Dinger. You guys have crazy names. I'm getting exhausted just reading these names. With a 199 Super 6 says sightings of baby Emmanuel in Kern County per KTLA. Okay. Let's see what we got. We'll go ahead and send me that link if you can, because I'm running this show. If you send us the link, we'll definitely cover it. And listen, at the end of the day, guys, I've told you guys a million times that these are my theories. I could be wrong. I want to be wrong. Once again, I want to be wrong. Because if I'm wrong, that means that baby Emmanuel is alive. And there's no shame in that. I'm not here just to be right. I'm not here to be first. I'm just reporting what I see. And the evidence that I've seen so far shows foul play, which is what the local police is saying. But if baby Emmanuel ends up being alive, then God bless. That is excellent news. All right. Ducking Felonies is celebrating 5 months as a member and as a patrol level. All right. So let's get back to this. And let's also look for that KTLA video. All right. This one's gonna. All right. The research crew is awesome as usual. This is crazy. Like, this is real time. You know, if this show ever gets huge, which we don't know, it all depends on what you guys. If you guys like what we're doing here, we'll grow. If you don't, then we won't. Wow. I could imagine having a team of people, because like my research crew is amazing. Like, in the middle of the show, we talk about things and they go out there. They're not enjoying the show. They're working. They go out there and they find the information. So we just heard that super chat that there's allegedly a sighting of baby Harold in Kern County, and the research crew is on it. Now we got it. I want to bring it over to you guys real quick. We'll come back to that video, but this is the most up-to-date information on this sighting.
Else with another local case now making national headlines, many asking, where is baby Emmanuel?
Tomorrow marks 1 week since that child's mother claimed she was attacked in a parking lot and her child taken. Investigators said there are inconsistencies in her story, though.
Hold on here. Like, I don't know. I'm asking a question because I'm a small guy. I don't want to get too big for my bridges. But is there any other channel that you see this kind of up-to-date, on the moment updates during a live? Like, I don't know. And I'm a true crime connoisseur. Like, a lot of times our favorite true crimes, they have the things laid out how they want to and they go through it. Here, this research crew is so on point. And you guys too, who like, bam, we're getting information on the fly. Let's keep going.
Now, new this morning, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says it is aware of a possible sighting of Emmanuel in Kern County. We're also now learning the vehicle of the child's father, Jake Harrow, was seized by investigators, and he turned over his cell phone. His attorney issued a statement last night saying Jake Harrow is fully cooperating.
Oh, one more thing. I'm sorry for stopping. I don't want to come off like, you know, big-headed. No, I was just saying a testament to you guys. This is not me. I'm not doing anything. I'm just a talking head. That's it. I'm just a talking head. I just like to talk a lot. This is all you guys. So I don't want to ever make it seem like I'm not humble. I am. I'm nothing without you guys. I just want to throw that out there. All right, let's get back to the material. I won't disturb it again, but I want you guys to know this is all you. This is not me, okay?
With law enforcement and investigators.
And all this happening as a massive fire breaks out at a home on the same block as where the Harrows live. At this point, investigators say there's no connection to the missing child, and the location appears to be a coincidence.
All right, let's go
We're
back.
also now learning the vehicle of the child's father, Jake Harrow, though. Now, new this morning, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says it is aware of a possible sighting of Emmanuel in Kern County. We're also now learning the vehicle of the child's father, Jake Harrow, was seized by investigators, and he turned over his cell phone. His attorney issued a statement last night saying Jake Harrow is fully cooperating with law enforcement and investigators.
And all this happening as a massive fire breaks out at a home on the same block as where the Harrows live. At this point, investigators say there's no connection to the missing child, and the location appears to be a coincidence. But CAL FIRE arson investigators are now working the scene.
All right, so let's check out another one that was sent to me by our research crew. All right. We got to wait till this commercial goes by. My apologies, guys. The Sandberg, but I think they did release a statement. Well, let's see. 5 more seconds, and then we could listen to the actual recording without me having to read it out. Okay.
The abduction of a baby outside a store in Yucaipa are intensifying their focus on the child's parents. It has been 4 days since 7-month-old Emmanuel was reported missing. The boy's parents insist they are cooperating with investigators.
KTLA Sandra Mitchell spoke with an attorney representing the boy's father, who says the family is being unfairly judged and they just want their son back. Sandy?
Cher, you're right. Increasingly, it does appear that investigators are focused on the family. The attorney for the child's father tonight told me that they are frustrated, that they're getting death threats, and they want investigators to expand this search.
We just want him back.
He is not a monster, and he is not a murderer. That's the message from the attorney for Jake.
All right, so we cannot confirm that he's a murderer yet. And we hope that he's not a murderer. We hope that baby Haro is found alive. So we can't confirm that. But what we can confirm is that he's a monster. He is a monster.
Does that make sense?
All right? You cannot run away from what you did. That baby is a vegetable for the rest of her life because of you, you monster. So let's keep that real. Even if you had nothing to do with what happened to baby Haro, even if you're just as much as a victim as the rest of us who are experiencing this mystery and seeking justice and hoping for justice, you still are a monster for what you did to Caroline. But let's keep going. I'm sorry, I had to set the record straight.
Haro, the father of a missing baby.
Jake is willing to do anything he can to get information about Emmanuel. He has been begging and pleading. He was emailing the detective from the date that this happened, asking for updates.
Tonight, attorney Vincent Hughes updating KTLA on the search for 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro. The child's mother, Rebecca, reported him missing last Thursday, saying he was kidnapped outside a Yucaipa store. And the father's truck was seized as evidence in the case.
Law enforcement has not even made an attempt to search other than searching the home of Jake and Rebecca and the immediate area around their home and the areas that Jake and Rebecca told them that they were at. I haven't heard of anything that they've done anything above and beyond that to conduct this search.
Cell phones, iPads, and Xboxes also were taken from the home, and deputies used cadaver dogs in the search and insist he had nothing to do with Emmanuel's disappearance.
What is this guy hiding on his body? Like, is he a special kind of human or something? You guys are like, what the hell are you talking about, Strategic? Look at this dude. It's 115 degrees out there. They all live in a desert. Mind you, there's some abandoned mobile home behind them. Wasn't a mobile home set on fire? I don't know. What is this guy hiding? He must be hiding some tattoos, some scars, something. There's no reason why this guy should have a hoodie on in the desert. In the desert. Let's keep going.
They don't care what the public thinks about them. They want their child to be found, and they want him home.
All right.
I did ask the attorney if Jake Haro would be willing to talk to me, and he said, not right now.
Okay, let's do this. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department confirmed Wednesday morning that they are aware of a possible sighting of a missing 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro reported in Kern County. Investigators are aware of the reported sighting. No information as to where in Kern County was provided. A spokesperson for the Sheriff's Department told KTLA in an email. Haro was reported missing on August 14th after his mother said he was taken from the parking lot of the Big Five. There's no more information here. Let me explain something to you guys that you may not know, but I know this intimately. You get a big case, you put a wanted fly out there, you get the news involved, you got a tip line, you're going to get a whole bunch of knuckleheads trying to call in fake tips. A real tip is, I saw him at this place at this time at that location, and then the police will be able to say, yo, we're following up on that lead, and they said we've seen him in Carroll County, but we don't have no further information. That means it's a bullcrap tip. It's a bullcrap tip. You got to understand, there's sick people here. There's sick people who hit me up via email and in the comments section. The world is filled with weird, odd individuals, weird and odd hombres. Understand that. Not everybody has your sensibilities.
Not everybody has common sense. Not everybody has class. Not everybody has dignity. Hence, we're missing a 7-month-old baby. Hence, a 10-week-old baby got beat so bad they got 3% of their brain function left to them for the rest of their life. Not everybody is normal. So yes, there are people who are going to pick up their phone and say really weird and odd things, and then they're going to hang it up and they're going to go back to their normal life. And there's people who are going to think they're really nice people, and they're going to go play with their sons and their daughters, and you're going to say, if you could be like God and you could just overview look at it, you'd be like, why would this person do that? That person's a doctor. That person's a cop. That person's a lawyer. That person is a garbage man. That person works at the local deli and they're the nicest person to make the best sandwiches on the planet. Why would they do that? But people just do stupid things. I don't know why. It just happens. So it could be a real tip, but right now it looks like there's nothing backing up that tip. But police have to take all tips seriously. So they will have to investigate that tip. And that's the really messed up part, is that it drains resources because you have to go out there and follow up on that lead. You can't just let it go in the wind like that. You have to follow the lead. Big shout out to Rooster Joe with a $5 super chat. Says, if she left the kid in the car because he wasn't vaccinated at the football game, why would she take him into a store at Big Five? That's a good question. It's a good question. Problem is, the majority of people who have knowledge of this case, who are witnesses, said she never went to the football game with the kid. And if she's at the football game and they see her with Jake, but they don't see the kid, but the kid is with him, that means there's child neglect, because that means she left the kid in the car by herself. So it's a lose-lose situation no matter how you look at it. Either A, you went to the game with your husband and you left your kid in the car unsupervised. And then B, the kid was never there. Either way, you got a problem. Either way, you have a problem. All right, let's keep going.
7-month-old detectives are not ruling out anyone's involvement. KCAL's Jasmine Veal spoke to the father's attorney, who is pushing back on investigators. He says the family is cooperating.
So it's another perspective from the attorney talking.
Find Emmanuel. That's what we need. That's all we're asking for.
Defense attorney Vincent Hughes is speaking on behalf of Jake Haro, the 32-year-old father of 7-month-old Emmanuel, who has now been missing 5 days.
Nobody is searching for a 7-month-old child. That's the big issue here.
Jake's wife, Rebecca, says someone punched her and took her baby as she was changing his diaper in a Yucaipa parking lot around 7:30 p.m. last Thursday. Hughes says since that night, San Bernardino County Sheriff Department investigators have turned their focus on the couple, including Haro's criminal past, and accusing them of not cooperating in the investigation.
But there was a conviction for child cruelty, which Jake is not running from. He's not hiding from his record. It's publicly available information.
Records show Haro had a 2023 conviction for willful child cruelty from a felony complaint filed in Banning in 2018 that lists him as a co-defendant with his then wife Vanessa. Hughes represented him in that case.
There is no nexus between that case and this case here, and he should not be judged based on his past.
Hughes says he's a good father and loves his 2 children with Rebecca. Social workers did remove a 2-year-old from the couple's Cabazon home. This after they say they confronted Emmanuel's mother with inconsistencies in her account of what happened, and they have not ruled out anyone's involvement.
Not one thing has been cited as an inconsistency. Law enforcement is being extremely tight-lipped about the situation.
Hughes says they are both willing to talk to detectives and have handed over their vehicles, cell phones, and passwords and allowed detectives with cadaver dogs into their home.
So they've searched the home, they've cut holes in the ground in the home, they've dug holes in the backyard. They've done everything and nothing's been found.
Haro's attorney says that detectives showed the couple some security video that was taken from a liquor store across the street of when Rebecca says the baby was taken from her vehicle.
Something falls, gets back up. That seems to corroborate exactly what Rebecca's story was in the beginning.
I think the surveillance video is going to play a big role in this.
Defense attorney Lou Shapiro, who is not involved in this case, says the sheriff's department is keeping all their options open by now calling this a critical missing child case instead of a kidnapping.
What's unusual, though, is it's very rare, especially these days, for a random person to go and snatch a child from parents.
Yes.
And I think that's what's troubling law enforcement here.
The department says they are even aware of a tip that the baby was spotted in Kern County, something Hughes would like them to keep investigating and hopes the public will step up to help.
Jake wants answers. Rebecca wants answers.
In San Bernardino, Jasmine Veal, KCAL News.
Okay. Interesting stuff. All right. All right, this is a neighbor saying about is suspicious from the get-go. I want to go ahead and Aki said that this is very probative. I haven't watched it for myself. Let's watch it together. I just want to definitely reiterate a few things that I said before. Number one, do not go to anybody's home. I think I was very clear about that. I see people sending me emails saying, don't encourage people to go to people's house. I never said that. I never said that. I'm not encouraging anybody to go to anybody's house. You are hurting the investigation if you go to somebody's house. You're invading their privacy. You open yourself up to possibly getting hurt. If somebody comes to my house, I'm a YouTuber. If somebody comes to my house, I have guns. I'm a law enforcement officer. You might get hurt. I would never encourage anybody to go to anybody's house. Do not do that. After we watched that video, because somebody told me that there was items of the baby on the porch, which I did not see. But after we watched that video, I also clearly said that I think what they did was wrong and it was just for sensationalization. And if I didn't say those exact words, I'm saying it now. Those people were trying to sensationalize this case by going to the Harold's house. Shame on them. Shame on them. We should not give them attention if that's what they want to do. It's dangerous. So please do not go to the Harrow's house if you are not a reporter who works for a legitimate reporting outlet. You're endangering your life. You're endangering the life of the Harrows, and you are impeding justice. You are working in favor of the defense, not the prosecution. You are not working for justice for baby Harrow. You are working for your own self-interests. You want to go to that community and report from there? You could do that. That's fine. What the Action News guy did was nothing wrong with that. This is a public street. You could go out there. But to actually infringe on somebody's property and go knock on their door, you are an a-hole. I would not do that to my worst enemy. I would not do that to people like the Harrows, who I have belief in my gut did something to that baby. Let the justice system work. Let it work. Okay? Now, I'm also going to ask you guys, please, so we can get into the algorithm. We have almost 2,000 people watching us right now. It's a lot of people taking time out their life. Some of you are watching this show and you have not subscribed to the channel. I'm going to ask for you to please subscribe to the channel right now. Support us. Some of you actually like this show and you get notified every time I drop a show, but you're not subscribed. We need you to subscribe. The algorithm is feeding you a show because you watch a few shows, but that does not mean you're subscribed. Make sure you subscribe. And lastly, we need you to hit that like button, because hitting the like button is part of what allows YouTube to know that the show is worthy of being shown to a wider audience. There's so many people's like, I just discovered your show yesterday, or I just discovered your show a few days ago. Oh my God, you've been doing this for almost a year and this is my first time seeing your show? Well, over a year? That's just in true crime. We've been here for a long time. We've been here for like 4 or 5 years, but we've just been doing true crime for a year. The reason why is because the likes. When you hit that like button, that's when YouTube will take that total stranger from across the world and say, what do you think about this show right here? You want to watch it? And that's how this channel grows. So please do hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and engage in the chat. Even if you have nothing to say, put a thumbs up, put a smiley face, put a sticker, put whatever you want in there. That's engagement. All right, now let's see what this neighbor has to say about this case.
By telephone is Heather Walker. She lives in San Bernardino County and went to a vigil for Emmanuel Harrow on Sunday night. She says the parents were not at that vigil. Heather, thanks so much for joining us and coming on the show. What's been the community reaction to this mother's story and the police investigation?
The initial reaction was shock, because that doesn't happen out here in Yucaipa. It's very safe, and if we see something, like, people will step in. But now everybody once we saw that firsthand, her interview, everyone was very suspicious from the get-go, and it wasn't adding up. I personally saw the mother, Rebecca, at the day of they were hosting a search party, and I went to do the search party with them, And I just thought it was very strange that she was walking to her car just fine, or a car in the parking lot just fine. And then the news vehicles started coming in, and then she limped away. So at that point, I kind of had a very bad feeling that we weren't searching for a child in the area.
Did you have these suspicions before police went public with their suspicions?
Yes, I had it from, it was a big red flag. Like I said, it just doesn't happen where someone walks up behind you out here, knocks you out, and takes a baby, and no witnesses, and it's a very busy street.
Yeah, apparently, I know you've spoken to some people who were working at these stores at the time. Did anybody see Rebecca Harrow, or more importantly, see the baby?
From what they told me, nobody saw the baby.
They saw her, but not the baby, because that's what we've heard about people who were at the football game that she had been at previously. She said she had left the football game to go buy her other son a mouth guard that he needed to play. That's why she was at the store, she said. But nobody at that football game saw the baby either.
No.
So tell me about the vigil and why it was so important for you to go.
It was important for me to go to be his voice because he couldn't, and his parents obviously weren't. Since they didn't even attend that, which I thought was very strange, but a lot of our community showed up for the same reason, and that was, to pay our respects and support him, Emmanuel, and be his voice.
Yeah, a 7-month-old baby. It's really, really heart-wrenching. Yeah. Heather Walker, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download.
All right, so we do have the video of when they were given the wanted flyers. I'm gonna bring it over here. Actually, it's coming up right now. So he was just given the wanted flyers.
I've seen he falls asleep on the car ride. She got paper missing a mouth guard here. This one when she was in the back of the car getting the baby. That's the only symptoms they had. That's the only thing they had.
All right, so a subscriber, not a part of the research crew, just somebody who wants to help find justice, sent this to me like 5 minutes ago. Actually, 30 minutes ago. Sorry, looking at the time. And yeah, this is probative. Thank you so much. But this is when they actually received the box of wanted flyers with the missing kid wanted flyer.
Inside. Why did they put missing? That's what they put. They made it for me. Yeah, but you should give us a that. Yeah, I did tell them that, but they take your photos of like in bed. I was production last night here in Ukipe.
All right. Whew. It's been a long day. I got to go to work. I got to relax. I got to do my thing. I got to finish Alien Earth. I started it, but I couldn't finish it because I had to come do the live. I got to eat some lunch, the whole nine. You guys are amazing. This was a really good show, very probative. All right. Tomorrow is my day off, but I elected to do some overtime because that's what pays the bills. So it's in the afternoon though. So if you guys send me some stuff, if the research crew sends me some stuff, looks like Aki just sent me something that well, she said play this. So she doesn't want to let me go. See, Aki, let me free. Was it Amistad? Let us free, Aki. All right, one more video. Aki said for me, play this. It must be important. Let's do it.
Developing tonight in the search for a missing 7-month-old. Detectives are not ruling out anyone's involvement. KCAL's Jasmine Veal spoke to the father's attorney who is pushing back on investigators. He says the family is cooperating.
Find Emmanuel, that's what we need. That's all we're asking for.
Defense attorney Vincent Hughes is speaking on behalf of Jake Harrow, the 32-year-old
Aki said it's an important video, so she's usually spot on. Let's see what's good.
Father of 7-month-old Emmanuel, who has now been missing 5 days.
Nobody is searching for a 7-month-old child. That's the big issue here.
Jake's wife, Rebecca, says someone punched her and took her baby as she was changing his diaper in a Yucaipa parking lot around 7:30 p.m. last Thursday. Hughes says since that night, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department investigators have turned their focus on the couple, including Haro's criminal past, and accusing them of not cooperating in the investigation.
But there was a conviction for child cruelty, which Jake is not running from. He's not hiding from his record. It's publicly available information.
Records show Haro had a 2023 conviction for willful child cruelty from a felony complaint filed in Banning in 2018 that lists him as a co-defendant with his then wife Vanessa. Hughes represented him in that case.
There is no nexus between that case and this case here, and he should not be judged based on his past.
Hughes says he's a good father and loves his 2 children with Rebecca. Social workers did remove a 2-year-old from the couple's Cabazon home. This after they say they confronted Emmanuel's mother with inconsistencies in her account of what happened, and they have not ruled out anyone's involvement.
Not one thing has been cited as an inconsistency. Law enforcement is being extremely tight-lipped about the situation.
Hughes says they are both willing to talk to detectives and have handed over their vehicles, cell phones, and passwords and allowed detectives with cadaver dogs into their home.
They've searched the home, they've cut holes in the ground in the home, they've dug holes in the backyard.
All right, so the attorney's saying that they did dig. We've seen multiple videos of no evidence of digging, but the attorney's saying that they did dig, and they've also cut holes in the house. So they've been looking, and they have not found baby Haro yet, but let's keep going.
They've done everything and nothing's been found.
Haro's attorney says that detectives showed the couple some security video that was taken from a liquor store across the street of when Rebecca says the baby was taken from her vehicle.
Something falls, gets back up. That seems to corroborate exactly what Rebecca's story was in the beginning.
I think the surveillance video is going to play a big role in this.
Something falls and gets back up? Something falls and gets back up? For real? He's describing the video of something falls and gets back up. Okay.
Defense attorney Lucian
We'll run with that. We'll run with that.
Piro,
like I told you, he's a hotshot attorney, man. Listen, don't sleep on this guy. Look what Jake did to Caroline, and look at what he got. Look at the deal that Jake got after what he did to Caroline. Do not sleep on this attorney. He's a hotshot, man.
Not involved in this case says the sheriff's department is keeping all their options open by now calling this a critical missing child case instead of a kidnapping.
What's unusual, though, is it's very rare, especially these days, for a random person to go and snatch a child from parents. And I think that's what's troubling law enforcement here.
The department says they are even aware of a tip that the baby was spotted in Kern County, something Hughes would like them to keep in.
Carolina, my fault. You guys know I talk fast, man, and there's 1,000 things running in my head. You guys know what I mean. I don't mind being corrected either. I'm just saying, you guys know what I mean. It's not easy doing a YouTube show. It's like borderline insanity. I'm literally talking to myself in my basement right now. With tons of lights on me. But you guys know exactly what I mean. Let's keep going.
Investigating and hopes the public will step up to help.
Jake wants answers. Rebecca wants answers.
In San Bernardino, Jasmine Veal, KCAL News.
All right. This is crazy. Last thing I want to give you is people have been saying that there's a son that was severely disabled because allegedly of the actions maybe of Jake. And like we're counting all the kids he has, and the kids that we know of don't add up to the amount of kids that is said that he actually has. And I think we may have found the answer to that. I'm not going to give this person's full name because they're not involved with this case, but it's a very common name. Apparently, his first wife, apparently Jake has been married 3 times. 3 times. And the first wife was Isabel, where they shared a child. We don't know nothing about Isabel. The second wife was Vanessa. That's the one where he had 2 children with. And Vanessa's also the one who was his co-defendant in the abuse against Carolina. And then the third wife is Rebecca, who he has 2 kids with. A boy and a girl. 2-year-old was removed by CPS. 7-month-old is currently missing, presumed
possibly, allegedly, to no longer be with us. He also has yeah. So 3 wives. The first one, the rumor is that is the one with the disabled son who he was never charged for. But what happens when you don't nip this in the bud? When you don't cure a cancer, what happens? It grows, right? And becomes deadly. Most cancers are treatable. Most, not all. Most cancers are treatable if you catch them in an early stage. Cancer becomes a problem when it grows, when it goes unchecked. People like Jake are cancers. Even if he's innocent in this case, he's still a cancer. Look what he did to Carolina. Never forget Carolina. All right, we're going to end it there. Anybody who sends me any additional information, we'll cover that on another show. If we get enough new information that's probative, we don't just put out shows to put out shows. I hope you guys are noticing we're not here trying to just clickbait you. We don't do that. That's not even in our lexicon. We only do shows when we have something probative to share. So if we get something probative, you guys keep sending me information to keep the research crew keeps being awesome like they have been awesome since we started this show. You guys keep being awesome by sending me information. If we have something to talk about, we will come back. We'll do a show tomorrow before I go do my overtime. If we don't have nothing to talk about, you won't hear from us. I'll take a break. I'll do my overtime. We'll come back. We'll do a show on Saturday. And if there's nothing to talk about in this case, there are other cases that we have updates for that we'll talk about. We have some updates on the Stephen Stearns case with the Madeline Soto case. I also like to cover cases that nobody talks about. Sometimes they get no views. Sometimes they get a lot of views. I don't care. I'm going to give a voice to the voiceless regardless of who decides to watch it. So I encourage you to support these victims whose cases aren't national news. Give them a voice. Don't just watch the salacious and the popular stories. Watch the stories that nobody's talking about as well. It's just my suggestion. You do whatever you want. So keep sending in your tips, and we'll keep covering it if it's probative. Remember, we have a membership. We got a lot of new members that are joining us today. Thank you so much for joining. We also have a Patreon. All of those links can be found in the Linktree link that's been dropping in this live the entire time. You can also find it in the description of every single video that we drop. Lastly, we do have merchandise. If you want to go get yourself a Strategic Eyes t-shirt, that's cool. If you don't worry about it. It's all good. We don't sell people things here. We just give you suggestions. If you want more of my show, I offer you more. If you just want to join us in these live shows, the only thing we ask that you do is you subscribe, you hit the like button, and you comment in the chat, and that's free. Other than that, you guys stay safe. Keep your children close to you. Stay honorable. Stay honest. We'll see you guys on the next one. Strategic is out of here. Peace.
Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes.
Strategic back again. Well, we had an interesting day today, ladies and gentlemen, and I hate to be a bearer of bad news, but I think people are misconstruing what we actually got today. This is good news. I mean, I'm happy. We all know that they could have dropped the charges. We spoke about this last night on the possibility of them doing what's called a deferred prosecution, where they could say, hey, we're going to let you go, but we are still working on this case, and there's a possibility you might be arrested at a later date. But I think people are kind of excited for nothing much.
Oh, my God.
Okay, all right, okay. So basically what happened today, ladies and gentlemen, is that these folks' constitutional rights was not violated. Now, what am I talking about here, right? Well, they've been in jail for a couple days now. I think like almost 5 days. I don't know. You know, I'm working. I got a whole life outside of YouTube. Correct. Close to 5 days, if not 5 days, with no formal charges against them, right? So what we were hearing is that the county attorney may not charge them because they don't have enough. So it's a possibility they would walk today. So then here comes today, right? And they were supposed to be in court by 11, right? Then they're going to be in court by 12. Then we're hearing if they don't make a charging decision by 12, that they'll be released. But then we hear, no, they pushed it up to 4. And then they were eventually officially charged. But guess what? They weren't. They weren't indicted, which requires a grand jury, which is an option. It's not sacrosanct. You don't have to go through a grand jury. But they also weren't arraigned. So what actually happened here today, guys? Basically, a judge said, hey, there's an accusation of murder in the first degree with malice.
Oh my God!
But the official arraignment where they'll officially be charged, officially be presented with the charges against them, is not going to be until September 4th. Now, we know already that this county attorney is not going to pursue an indictment against them. An indictment is for a grand jury to actually say that there's a true bill, that there is enough probable cause for this to go to a trial, which is what would happen with felony charges. They're not going to do that because they're not going to take the chance that a grand jury will come back with a no bill and say, nope, not enough. And then they'll probably be dead in the water. It'd be hard for them to pursue charges against these folks. So they're just going to go straight to arraignment. They're going to do a summary arraignment. They're going to just say, you know what? I'm the prosecutor. I think that there's enough here to charge these folks, and they're going to arraign them on September 4th. Maybe. Why maybe? Because we're no farther than where we were yesterday when we were debating this. Because the county attorney is saying the same thing that they said to the news, that they leaked to the news before, that they don't have enough. They don't think they have enough. So they basically told us in plain words, we're pushing this arraignment back to September 4th because we need more time to get more information from law enforcement. Ladies and gentlemen, everything I told you last night, I believe that to be true. I believe that the local law enforcement rushed the arrests for political reasons. I don't do conspiracies. Well, sometimes I do, but when I do conspiracies, I put my tinfoil hat on. I don't have my tinfoil hat on right now. So that means I'm not talking conspiracy. This is what I truly believe, guys. This is not conspiracy theory. The sheriff of San Bernardino is running for governor. This is the hottest case. And it just so happened to have dropped right in his county, in his jurisdiction. I wholeheartedly believe that they rushed this case and they did not confer with the county attorney. Why would the county attorney need another week and a half to confer with law enforcement before he actually takes this case to an arraignment if he was working hand in hand with the sheriff? Now, apparently there's going to be a press conference tomorrow with the sheriff and the county attorney. I look forward to see what they have to say, but this doesn't look good. Now, I believe it's going to work itself out because at the end of the day, everybody wants justice for this baby. The county attorney is going to make it work. The sheriff's department is going to get it together and hopefully get that county attorney what they need because everybody wants justice for this baby. But I think that politics has infected this case, ladies and gentlemen. I wholeheartedly believe Jake and Rebecca probably shouldn't be in jail right now. That doesn't mean that they're not guilty. I think they're guilty. I think Jake killed that baby. I think Jake killed the baby. But there is a method and there's an order to this thing we call justice. Everything happens in its time. You have to get the evidence. You have to get the probable cause. I'm sure they had probable cause because they had an arrest warrant for these people. But what I'm saying is you build the case. The case is like a baby. Maybe it's too soon to use that kind of analogy since we're talking about a baby who was taken from us. But yeah, I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it. A case is like a baby. You have to nurture it. You have to raise it. And then you watch it grow. And then, or rather it's like a flower, and then it buds, and then opens up, and then I got it. I don't think they had it yet. And I think they're rushing right now. And I hope that this mad dash to the finish line, because they put the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse, whatever the saying is. You guys know what I'm saying, man. They move too fast. They put the cart before the horse. That's what it is. I hope it does not end up biting this case in the butt and withholding us from justice. I don't want to be the bringer of bad news. This is not bad news. This is just what I think is going on. But then again, it's just my opinion. I've only been doing this for 18 and a half years and counting, ladies and gentlemen. Big shout out to Jen T, 3007 with a $20 super chat. Says, great insight. Much respect to you. I'm so glad that I caught her live. I'm usually sleeping. Well, thank you so much for supporting the channel. We're going to get to the other super chats in a minute. I want to go ahead and start playing some of these news clips for you. Hope you guys see some of the pictures that we've been playing in the background. You see how beautiful, how vibrant in some of the pictures Emmanuel Haro is. I know I also had pictures of his sister, his half-sister. But look at Emmanuel. Look at that baby. Does that baby look like the pictures that we've seen in the later photos? No. Something happened to that baby, ladies and gentlemen. Something happened to that baby. Let's get into some of the news sources so we can get caught up to speed. Let's do it.
Right now on your
son. We're down from California, where those two parents accused of killing their 7-month-old son just did face a judge for the first time since they were arrested last week. And the bail for Rebecca and Jake Harrow was set at $1 million each. Their son, Emmanuel, has been missing now for nearly 2 weeks, but family members say they haven't seen the baby in about a month, long before his mother reported him to be kidnapped. The update now from News Nation West Coast correspondent Nancy Lewis, live in Riverside. What's the latest, Nancy?
Well, Connell, it was just an initial court hearing. It lasted less than 5 minutes. Both Jake Harrow and Rebecca Harrow in the hearing in their prison jumpsuits. This is video just in, the pool video from the arraignment. It wasn't an arraignment because it's been postponed until next week. It's been pushed to September 4th.
We were expecting an arraignment today, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we were expecting today, an arraignment. We did not get that. What we got was basically a continuance. What we got was, let's appease the people. And I want to say this. I said this on my members only. Big shout out to Jay Maker with justice, a $1.99 super chat saying justice for baby Emmanuel. And big shout out to Janet Mason, who's a 5-month White Shield member, saying hit that like button. Before we go any further, guys, please hit that like button, support the channel. We need that. We need that. We need that to help the channel grow. Now, that being said, what we got today was I need more time. That's what we got today. I need more time. That's not what we were expecting. I don't understand. Maybe people don't understand the system and how this works. I don't understand why more people don't see this as problematic. And I'm not saying this in a negative way either. You know, you got to be careful. People misconstrue things on YouTube. It's all love. This channel is about love. I'm just talking from a professional point of view. This is problematic, ladies and gentlemen. You guys understand they'll also have another opportunity at bail. This is just a placeholder. This is just a placeholder. They're going to get another opportunity at bail when they're arraigned on September 4th. That bail might be reduced. It might be increased. We don't know. Now, I said this in the chat, and we're going to continue in a second, but I said this in my members only section, and I told the members, I said, guys, I'm going to repeat this on the live show. In covering this story, I've called out many instances where I believe that the California legal system has failed the children, how they failed Emmanuel Haro. But I got to take a moment to big up the citizens of California. I feel like the prosecutor was pressured to do what they did today. And they weren't pressured to do what they did today because of the sheriff. They weren't pressured because of the governor. They weren't pressured because of the news. They were pressured because of you, California citizens, because of the citizens and the community of Cabazon, of Yucaipa, because of the citizens of California who are putting boots on the ground and letting those people know we want justice for baby Emmanuel Haro. And then by extension, third, fourth on that list, everybody else, including us YouTubers. It's not us who made this happen today. It's your perseverance that made it happen. It's the care, it's the love, it's the community that exists out there in the desert that fought hard for what happened today. Because I really don't have confidence in what these folks are working with. Now, I had somebody hit me up with the hate mail because, you know, you get that as a YouTuber every now and then. They're like, I work for the county and I know a lot of these folks and they do an amazing job and I trust them more than you YouTuber. Why would I trust you, a YouTuber? Well, that's okay. I mean, I respect it. I get it. Right now, I'm a YouTuber. But I'm not saying this stuff to give you guys doom and gloom. I'd rather have a message of hope. I'm telling you this stuff because I got experience in it. I'm not just a regular YouTuber. 2 hours ago, I was in my office and I was working on cases, huge cases. I clocked out, I got in my car, I drove home, and now I'm here with you. I'm giving you 18 and a half years and counting of experience working with the criminal justice system. I'm telling you guys, I'm not telling you this is a bad case. I'm not telling you that they're not going to get a conviction. I'm not telling you this is not going to court. What I'm telling you is that it's problematic what I'm seeing so far. I'm telling you, we need to be cautious. With this knowledge, we can now go there and hold these folks accountable. Who? Not Jake and Rebecca. Hold the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department accountable. Hold the Riverside Sheriff's Department accountable. Hold the Yucaipa Police accountable. Hold the Riverside District Attorney accountable, County Attorney accountable. That's why I'm telling you this information, so that you're well equipped to make sure that you're holding these people accountable, that they don't hurt this case. That's it. No other motives. Don't blindly listen to me. And certainly, just because you work for a county, don't blindly listen to your local PD, your local sheriff. When I tell you something, trust but verify. Same thing goes for your local county sheriff. I'm telling you, as a seasoned professional, there's some problems here. There's some cracks in the armor. It's problematic. Let's keep going.
And that's when they will face murder charges. The charge is felony murder with malice. They are both represented from by a public defender. You heard from him earlier. The pushed arraignment to September 4th because they need to gather more information from law enforcement. But
oh my God!
They sat on opposite sides.
Let's listen to that one more time. Big shout out to Queen of Hypes, $4.99 super chat. Appreciate you for supporting the channel. Listen to that.
They sat on information from earlier. The pushed arraignment to September 4th because they need to gather more information from law enforcement. But in the courtroom, they sat on opposite sides. Jake in a red jumpsuit. He had glasses on. She was in a blue jumpsuit. And you can definitely see that the black eye that she has faded quite a bit. Both of them chained at the arms as well as at the ankles. They did not appear to look at each other at any point. And Connell, they also both face a misdemeanor charge of making a false police report. That, of course, linked to that initial claim 2 weeks ago now of a kidnapping at a sporting goods store. She had claimed that someone knocked her out while she was changing the baby's diaper in the parking lot of that store, and when she came to, the baby was gone. And then the sheriff's department then determining that this is a case of murder based on evidence. We have not heard much yet about that evidence. There is a news conference planned tomorrow with the sheriff as well as the DA, so we possibly could hear more. But the bottom line, Connell, also is that the remains of baby Emmanuel still have not been found. So where is baby Emmanuel?
Is it usual, because on the complaint is with them together, so is it usual to split them apart to give them different attorneys, or because I would assume they would have had the same attorney for one case judged by the DA's complaint, but you're saying that's not the case?
No, if the factual situation calls for one or more individuals than one to be charged with a crime, then they'll all be on the same criminal complaint. It's just they will all have different attorneys.
Were you consulted on that $1 million bail?
All right, real quick, just a few people, I think maybe one person about the sound, no disrespect. I just don't have any control over the sound. Some of these channels, they'll upload with a better sound quality than others, all right? So that's why the sound is going to fluctuate. Just, maybe you have to be a little proactive and increase your sound when it sounds a little low, and then bring it back down when it sounds a little too loud. I know it's a lot to ask for, but we do appreciate all the support that we get. Real quick before we get back to this, we have 1,200 people in this live right now. We only have 416 likes. We're going to ask that you guys to please hit that like button, support the channel. We're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. And the only way we're going to get into the algorithm is if you hit that like button. How do I know this? Because this is exactly what YouTube has instructed me to do in their tutorials for creators. You have to ask your supporters to hit that like button. If you don't, they won't. They'll forget, and it will stop you from being able to grow. So we're asking you to help us grow. That's why we're asking for that like button. All right, let's keep going.
So how did it arrive at that determination?
The bail is set by schedule. So for now, because count one is a charge of murder, the schedule, which is a predetermined amount, is set at $1 million.
How did they seem to you? Did you talk to them together or separately?
I can't really get into that. You saw them as well as I did in court. So hopefully that satisfies a little bit of what you need to know. I have another matter on the fifth floor.
This dude looks like he does not want to represent them. I don't presume to know that for sure. I'm just reading his body language. He's court appointed in many counties, especially small counties like this or spread out counties. I don't know if it's exactly a small county. I'm not talking about my booty butt, but counties that are spread out, like these counties, they won't have like a public defender's office. They'll have an attorney pool. So every single defense attorney that has a law license in the area is mandated to be a part of the pool, and they're just randomly assigned a case. Usually the pools sometimes have tiers, like if it's a homicide, then this group of more experienced attorneys that have done homicides before, they'll pick only out of that pool. If it's like, theft or something of a lesser crime, then there's a wider pool that they could pull from. I doubt that this guy was volunteered for this. I doubt that he volunteered for this. I think he just was pulled out of the pool because he's an experienced attorney. He looks like he wants no part of this case. I do have a problem with that. And if I'm right, I have a problem with it because I want people to get a vigorous defense so that when we find you guilty and we lock you away, there's no excuse. There's no appeals. There's no nothing. We got you. It's done. You got to go to jail and pay the price for what you did. But he looks like he's not happy.
The bail amounts for what case? The $10,000 and the $35,000?
There's trailing cases out of the Banning Court, minor matters that Mr. Haro had. So those simply are continued behind the murder case, and then we exonerated the bail bond.
Because he was on probation.
So somebody said he's a supervisor that he said, I don't know, maybe I missed it, but somebody said that he said he's a supervisor, he'll probably not handle the case. But once again, this is not an arraignment. So you will see lawyers sometimes switch up like that because this is not an arraignment. This is not the official court date. The
The county attorney pulled a fast one on us. The county attorney pulled a fast one on us and said, okay, I charged them. I didn't let them go. I need another week and a half. I need more time to get more information from the cops. What do you mean more information from the cops? You guys got to understand, the county attorney's supposed to have all information right now. You guys get what I'm saying? Right now, they're supposed to have all the information. How are these people being charged with murder, with malice, and the county attorney doesn't have all the information? This is problematic. Doesn't mean that it's not going to be worked out. It's just problematic. Let's keep going.
Tell you the truth, I don't know all the details about that, but when exonerate the bail bond, meaning that he's not on bail in those cases.
Do you expect him to show up for the felon in possession of a firearm hearing on September 2nd?
So that's information I don't know. I'll have to dig in, depending upon which individual we keep, right? But for now, the main case, the controlling case, is the case you're here on, and that's reset here in Riverside. All the other cases will be on the same calendar here. It should be in Riverside.
Do you know why these private attorneys kind of faded away?
I don't. I can't speculate on that.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below.
All right. Big shout out to Rockman with a $2 super chat. Says, thank you for your dedication. Much love from Florida. I really appreciate it, man. Thanks for supporting the channel. That's amazing, man. Let's keep going. All right. So this is a nice article. It's going to give us some good information. Jake and Rebecca Harrow formally charged with murder and filing false police report in death of baby Emmanuel. Let's keep going, man. Wow. Look at him. Cute little baby. Cute as a button. Riverside County, let me go ahead and blow this up because you guys know I'm getting old. My eyes are not what they used to be. Riverside County District Attorney's Office has officially filed murder charges against Jake Mitchell Harrow, 32, and Rebecca Renee Harrow, 41, in connection to the death of their 7-month-old son, Emmanuel Harrow. Let's keep going. The couple is also being charged with California Penal Code 148.5, making a false police report. Damn right, because we know what they did, pretending like some guy. I want to show you guys like this funny thing I saw on the Abby Blabby ladies page, where it's like this fake Mexican guy runs up on her. It's like an AI generated image, hits her in the face while they're playing like mariachi music. And she falls to the ground, and he goes and takes the baby and runs off. But I'm like, that's too much for YouTube. We're not going to do that. But it's hilarious. It's on my Patreon for free because it's not mine, for people to just go check it out. But definitely, Abby Babby, put that on her page. Go check out her page. We get a lot of interesting stuff from her page. She's cool. I really like what she's doing out there on her TikTok page. But anyway, let's keep going. According to I don't know her. I'm just saying, I've checked her page, and it has some interesting stuff on it. And that's why I'm telling you to consider going and look for yourself. You got to be careful who you endorse on YouTube. But I really think she has an interesting page. But anyway, let's keep going. All right. According to the felony complaint filed Tuesday, August 26, 2025, prosecutors alleged that the murder took place sometime between August 5th and August 14th, the day Rebecca Harrow falsely reported that Emmanuel had been kidnapped in Yucaipa. Let's keep going. Officials believe August 5th may be the last confirmed day Emmanuel was seen alive. And some people, even myself, believe that he may not have even existed prior. He may have been passed away or been killed, whatever, however you want to frame it, before that. Let's keep going. The couple is expected to appear in Riverside County Superior Court this afternoon for their arraignment. Prosecutors are recommended a cash bond of $1 million for each defendant. If granted, that would be the amount each must pay to be released from custody while awaiting trial. Both remain in custody, and at this time, both are being held without bail. The criminal complaint filed under case number blah, 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 states that the Harrows willfully and unlawfully murdered baby Doe, Emmanuel Harrow, a human being, in violation of California Penal Code 187A. You know what? Let's bring up the legal documents right now. Screw it. All right, so these are the legal documents. Big shout out to the research crew that was able to get this. I don't know how they got it, but I know that they got it because they're awesome people. So these are the actual legal documents, ladies and gentlemen. Superior Court of California, County of Riverside. The case number is FER I-2504808-1, People versus Jake Mishuharo, felony, Hall of Justice, Department 61. Status is active. All right, let's keep going. In custody active, $1 million bail. Arresting agency, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Let's keep going. Co-defendant information, Rebecca Renee Haro. Felony in custody arraignment, Department 61. I hope they just broadcast it on their page. I don't understand why they won't just record this like they do every other, because they actually have a history of recording their court proceedings. I don't know why they have not done that with this one. They actually had reporters in the courtroom, and that's how we got that stock image. But they actually record their own court hearing, so why not do that so that everybody has access to review it? Big shout out to Cakes Boo with a 5-gift membership. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. We appreciate you. And one more, Catherine is now a recruit member. Thank you so much, Catherine, for joining us. Let's keep going. All right. So what are the charges we got here? 187A, murder, no degree. Penal Code 187A, first degree murder. And Penal Code 148.5, false report of a crime to police, which is a misdemeanor. Let's keep going. He also has separate cases, which is his violation of probation. He's got a trial readiness conference. And he also has new child abuse allegations that's been lobbied against him. That's in family court with restraining orders that were also lobbied by his ex-wife, Isabella. Wow, a lot going on. Judy with a 1.9 super chat says, may they both live in HELL hockey sticks. I've heard people say that on YouTube before. I'm going to adopt it so that we don't trigger the YouTube gods' wraths. Their wrath. Let's keep going. Felony custody arraignment, 1:30 p.m. in Department 61. Notice of case reassignment to department. What else we got going on here? California, filed by the people of the state of California. Case arraigned to Department 53. All right, so their next court date is going to be September 4th. We know that from reporting. I want to go ahead and go to the next one. The next one is going to be Miss Rebecca. Looks like she got 2 shiners that are healing up. 2 black eyes. Looks like it to me that she had gotten 2 black eyes. I think that Jake was very abusive towards this woman. Just my opinion. You don't got to believe it. Let's keep going. $1 million bail, same thing. Not getting out unless she pays $1 million. Wish it was $1 billion. Her 60-day waiver has not been taken. Felony custody arraignment, Part 61, or Department 61. In the state of New York, we say Part. Part 61 is the same thing as a Department 61. Let's keep going. Same charges. 187, murder in the first degree. That's the active charge. The arrest charge was murder no degree. The active charge is murder in the first degree with malice. And 148.5, which is filing that false police report. Same deal as the other one. People in the state of California has filed this complaint. And that's the end of that. Now let's go back to this article. The criminal complaint filed, we already read that. Authorities announced the arrest of Jake and Rebecca Haro on August 22nd, following an intensive investigation led by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Couple was taken into custody at their home in Cabazon and booked into a Riverside County jail on suspicion of murder. The Sheriff's Department later revealed they believed the kidnapping report was fabricated and that the child was already deceased by the time the authorities were called. On Sunday, August 24th, a coordinated search was conducted along the westbound shoulder of the 60 freeway near Gilman Springs Road in Moreno Valley, where Jake Haro was seen on scene in shackles and a prison jumpsuit, accompanied by a detective. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department confirmed that cadaver dogs were also used in the search. According to an official statement from the department, the search has concluded and Emmanuel was not located. The investigation to find his remains continues. This is a developing story. Check it out. All right, let's go to the next video that we have. It's KTLA 5. Let's do it.
Now at noon, breaking news. Murder charges have been filed against the parents of 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to speed it up a little bit because I think they might be copywriting people, which kind of sucks, right? We'll speed it up just a little bit just in case.
Thanks for joining us for the KTLA 5 News at noon. I'm Lou Parker.
And I'm Lauren Lister in for Glenn Walker. It has been nearly 2 weeks since baby Emmanuel was reported missing after what officials call a bogus kidnapping in the Inland Empire.
And today, his parents are expected to appear in court to face murder charges. KTLA 5's Gene Kang live at the courthouse in Riverside with an update. Gene.
Hi, good afternoon, Lauren and Lou, to both of you. Well, I've been in close contact with the DA's office, and they just filed those charges formally against Emmanuel Haro, that baby's parents. Well, both of them are now in jail. They're being held on $1 million bail each, so $2 million total. We know that arraignment is going forward at 1:30 this afternoon. That's going to be here at the Riverside Hall of Justice. Take a look.
So that's wrong. Arraignment is not going forward. They just got formally charged at 1:30. All right. And for those of you who are just joining us, the reason why we're speeding it up is they're copywriting some people. KTLA, Tribune, or whatever. So we're definitely speeding it up to make it transformative. Let's keep going.
Look at this, though. If you haven't seen this, both of them were arrested on Friday, as you see in this video. The parents of Emmanuel Haro, that 7-month-old baby, they were arrested at their Cabazon home. Court documents filed today reveal prosecutors believe the baby was murdered between August 5th and the 14th. That's new information. Up to 9 days before Rebecca claimed her baby was kidnapped from a Big 5 store parking lot in Yucaipa. The couple is also charged with filing a false police report on August 14th. That's the same day they reported the alleged kidnapping of their baby. The mother made an emotional public plea at the time for his return, even doing TV interviews. Baby Emmanuel supporters today, here by the Hall of Justice, demand justice for that child.
I wanted to come out here and just show support for the baby because I feel like he doesn't have a voice right now. So, you know, it seems like he didn't have a lot of love in his life. And so I just felt like it was important to come out here and just show him, you know, that people do care.
All right, that's what's up. So I want to go ahead and play a different one just in case these guys are acting up. Let me go ahead and bring this over here real quick.
Parents of a missing 7-month-old baby in the Inland Empire have been officially charged with murder as the search for the infant's body continues. Fox 11's Nick Garcia was in the courtroom for the couple's first appearance. He joins us now live in Riverside with the latest. Nick.
Well, Susan, that appearance was very quick but significant at that. This was the first time we've seen Rebecca Haro since her arrest on Friday, and the first time we've seen Jake since he was spotted with detectives in their search for baby Emmanuel's body over the weekend. Take a look. And Rebecca Haro sat in a courtroom in downtown Riverside Tuesday afternoon as their public defender asked for their arraignment to be continued to next week.
We have limited information. All we have is a felony complaint at this point. We don't have police reports, anything of that nature.
The public defender's office is also legally only able to represent one of them, so they need the extra time to determine which one they'll choose. The judge granted the request, setting bail at one.
Yo, that's deep. Huh? Really? That's their rules out there? Because, guys, they have to have separate attorneys. They can't have the same attorney. Oh, that's why. Is it because there's a conflict of interest or something like that? I think what will end up happening is a public defender from outside of the county will have to come in and represent the spouse that the public defenders from this county doesn't choose. I think that's what's going to end up happening. It's a conflict of interest. Okay, interesting. This is very probative. I like Fox. Thank you, Fox, for giving us this information.
$1 million each and pushing the arraignment to next Thursday, September 4th. That's when the two will answer to the charges of murder and filing a false police report. Neither of them looked at the audience, which was packed with people demanding justice for Emmanuel.
I feel really disgusted still because I don't feel like they should even have a bail because Emmanuel can't, he can't do anything, so they should not be able to do anything.
We want justice. We want answers. We want to find him. He's our baby. He's our baby now. Everybody from all over the place has been on this case. I've been on it since day one when I heard.
Jake and Rebecca Haro reported Emmanuel had been kidnapped on August 14th, but the criminal complaint filed by the Riverside County District Attorney's Office accuses the Haros of killing the baby, saying it could have happened as early as August 5th, more than a week before the kidnapping claims.
Wow.
Now, something worth noting, this has certainly crossed county lines, so Riverside County is handling this. Worth noting, and remember that Yucaipa incident, the investigators say that kidnapping never happened. That was in San Bernardino County, but investigators say the actual crimes that have happened in Riverside County, which is why it's being handled here. Live in downtown Riverside, I'm Nick Garcia, Fox 11 News.
All right. So we're going to do the call-in show today. Before we do that, though, I want to read something interesting for you guys, right? I'm going to say it right now, though. I'm going to read something interesting that might be Rebecca. I'm not sure it's Rebecca. But when we do the call-in show, Aki hates when we do the call-in show because we don't know who's going to call up, all right? I had one person hit me up who didn't like the fact that we were rushing yesterday, and they felt that that was rude to some of the callers. And I listen to feedback when it's constructive and it's respectful. I did tell you guys yesterday that I was rushing because I had to go to sleep. I had work. So understand that on True Crime Strategic, it's never our intention to be rude or in any way dismissive of the audience. We love you guys, all right? We're here to give a voice to the voiceless. We're not here to be mean to people, okay? Another thing is, I also understand that I'm speaking to people from all over the country, from different backgrounds, different cultures, different religions, different everything, all right? Understand that you don't know me and I don't know you. I'm a fun guy. I like to joke with people. I'm going to joke with everybody. So it's my show, so that's the tenor of the show. So I'm going to joke with you. Don't take it personally. Like, for instance, I think the guy who complained he called in. I was trying to put him on hold so that I can go to the next call and say, hold on, call. So I was like, hold on. And that was me joking. Like, hold on. I think he took it personally because he hung up. And then he hit me with some hate texts later. It's not personal, okay? I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I'm not trying to be mean to anybody. Even when I talk to you, I may challenge you on some of your beliefs. I may challenge you. That is the whole point of this show. You're talking to a professional, so sometimes I might challenge you on some of your theories. It's not because I want to embarrass you or I want to be mean to you. I'm trying to get a deeper understanding of what you're saying. Like we say all the time on this channel, there's no such thing as a bad theory. So on this channel, I'll never tell you, beat it, all right? Or I don't agree with you, you're wrong, or screw you. Well, that'll never happen, okay? And lastly, there was one caller who was saying that there was a medium that was channeling Emmanuel Haru's soul. I'm not into that stuff. That's a bridge too far. We're not talking about that stuff on this channel because that's a little bit against my religion too. So leave that alone. I don't believe in that stuff. So let's not do that. And I gave that call an opportunity to talk about something different, but she insisted about talking about that. And that's why we parted ways on the phone. So I still believe in the call-in show and I want to hear from you guys, but I've taken this time to give you guys the ground rules. It's a fun show. We're having a good time talking about true crime. Nothing is personal. Let's do it. Now, before we get to the call-in show, before we do it, this came across my inbox by one of you amazing people. I don't know if this is Rebecca Boschhausen or Buschhausen, however you say her name. Rebecca Haro. I don't know. I have no idea. But I think that Rebecca Haro, the research crew's going to work on this. They're going to see if there's a connection between these two people, if they're one and the same or two separate people. But I'm going to read this article for you because if it is Rebecca Haro, then it kind of gives you some insight of what she's capable of. Somebody says not her. If you guys have said that this is not her and you guys can, then I'm not going to go into it. So, all right. So, okay. So that's why I got the smartest chat on the planet. You guys stopped me before I dived into this black hole. I know Rebecca is spelled differently, but sometimes people will spell their names differently. She was under fire. Sometimes articles get it wrong. It is what it is. But you know what I'm going to do? We're going to do more research on this. This is why I say alleged. There's nothing to apologize for. It's alleged. We're going to do some more research into this and we'll come back to it, okay?
if it's the same person, we'll come back to it. But it was very interesting that this person faked the pregnancy for attention, and then we have this young woman who's pretending like her son was kidnapped. Very interesting stuff. All right, so very interesting stuff. All right, so what I want to do is I'm going to get up for this call-in show because I want to hear from you guys. Let's get that out of here. Let me set everything up. Let me also check my email. Make sure I didn't receive anything from you guys or the research crew before we segue into the next segment of this show. All right. Somebody just sent me a printout of all the police calls that were made to the Haro's address. 19 in 5 years. That's a lot. 19 police calls. We'll use that in another show, but 19 police calls in 5 years. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. I'm setting it up right now. Give me a second, people. Apologize for the delay. But we're working on it. We're going to get it done. All right. Almost there. All right. Turn that off. Perfect. All right. We're squared away. All right. So this is a call-in number. I'd love to hear from you guys. Oh, man. You guys are on it. You got that number on speed dial. Welcome to True Crime Strategic. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Jerry. I'm calling from Pennsylvania.
All right, Jerry. Jerry, do me one favor. Just hold 1 second. And I'm going to tell this person who's calling to hold so they're not disturbing us while we're talking. All right, Jerry? All right.
Okay, I know the drill.
All right, sounds good. All right. Hey, caller, how you doing? Just hold on 1 second, and we'll get back to you, okay? All right.
Okay.
Jerry, what's going on? What you got for me?
I just have a question for you. It seems as though up until about 48 hours ago, we didn't know when the baby was actually born.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm still not sure about it, to be honest with you.
Has it been confirmed that he was even born in a hospital?
I have not received any information that can confirm that statement.
Okay. And I was wondering if that's why they were using the excuse of him not having vaccinations.
The only person who said that is the grandmother. I can't confirm that either. If that actually if he was getting his vaccinations.
Okay. And I know at one time you had mentioned, and I don't think you were able to substantiate, but the grandmother, was she a narc? Has that been confirmed?
It has not been confirmed. We just saw it in some documents, but it hasn't been confirmed yet.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to eat up your time then. You answered all the questions I had, and thank you for your time and your expertise.
All right, man. Thank you so much for calling. We appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
All right. Hey, what's going on, caller? Welcome to True Crime Strategic. What's your name? Where you calling from? Hello? All right, we'll get back to you.
Oh, sorry, I had you on mute. So I didn't accidentally.
No so just hold on 1 second.
Sorry, I'm
no worries. Hold
Chloe
on 1 second.
calling from Illinois.
All right, Chloe, just give me 1 second. Let me put the next person on hold so they're not disturbing us, all right? All right.
Okay.
All right, hey, caller, how you doing? Just hold on 1 second. We'll get back to you, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, so I'm looking for a better system, but the only systems to manage calls are very expensive, and they're for enterprises. So if anybody knows any software that we can use to manage these calls, so I'm not doing this back and forth thing, let me know, man. We're indie small program, so we're open to suggestions. Now, my friend from Illinois, what's going on? What you got for me?
Oh, hi. No, I wanted to call, and you might have covered this. I did have to step off the live for a bit, but in regards to Jake's lawyer, I do know information came out today that in California, at least in the county that they're in, to represent someone with such a high charge, such as, malice, I don't know if you could say the M word on your live or whatever, but you have to be certified, almost like a board certified lawyer, not just a regular attorney. And that's why he can no longer represent Jake.
Okay. That makes sense.
So there's certification or something, like you said, experience, but there's some sort of like certification that they have to pass before they can take on cases of that, I guess, higher felony.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah,
perfect sense.
right.
I mean, every state can certainly make these rules and regulations. So maybe California. Well, California definitely has that. That makes sense. This is This could possibly be a capital case. You definitely want.
That's the word, right? Yeah. Capital. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
No problem. All right. Thanks for calling. Hey, what's going on, caller? Welcome to True Crime Strategic. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, my name's Esme, and I'm calling from California.
What's going on?
I did want to ask you, in terms of the police stating that they had the date from August 5th, do you believe that was them kind of indirectly telling us that they have some evidence to support that the baby was either seen at this date and they verified that date, or they had some video or something in the phones of Jake and the mom? Or do you think that the date was probably a rough estimate of the last time he was alive, or the date do you think that they believe that was the date he was killed, August 5th?
Well, we can't say that was the date that he was killed. I think it's just simply that is the last time that they have verification that the child was alive. So they have a witness or a video that says baby alive on that date. I think that's all that means. All right?
Oh, okay.
All right. Got it. Thanks a lot for
you.
calling. Appreciate you. All right. Sorry, actually, I accidentally pressed the end button too quick on that caller. I apologize, caller. Did not mean to hang up on you that quickly. How you doing? Welcome to True Crime Strategic. You're the next caller. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey there, it's Angelina calling from Las Vegas. Spoke to you yesterday.
Okay, cool. What's going on?
I have a quick theory that I want to run by you. I think that they should go back to the night of the football game. Have you heard the rumor that the grandmother said she's never met the baby or never seen the baby?
I heard that rumor. Let me put you on hold real quick, just so I can get
Sure.
this other caller on hold so we can talk without interruption.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Hey, caller, you're going to be the next caller. Just hold on 1 second. We'll get right to you, okay?
I heard that rumor. Let me put you on hold real quick.
All right. So go ahead. I've heard the rumor.
So
go ahead.
So I think something spooked these guys into doing this kidnapping story so quickly. Me as a grandma, if I never met my grandbaby and I just came back into the picture back in March, I would want to meet this grandbaby. So if I was there at the football game and the Rebecca said, "Oh, the baby's in the car, I don't bring him out because he's not vaccinated," I would want to say, "Hey, I want to go and see the baby." So I think something happened.
Was the grandmother actually at the football game? I don't know if she was at the football
Well,
game.
she said that Rebecca kept the baby in the car because the baby wasn't
I
vaccinated.
think she was parroting what Rebecca told her. My understanding is that the grandmother and Rebecca have not had contact in a long time. This is what the internet streets are saying. It's not sacrosanct. It's not verified. And that when the missing happened, the alleged kidnapping or whatever, she contacted the mother, and the mother rushed over at that point, and then the mother was basically just parroting what her daughter was telling her. But I have never heard.
So
that
she wasn't there?
No, she wasn't there. I've never heard that she was. Only people I heard
because I thought something spooked them to go and run off and do this kidnapping story. Because if they had known something to the baby before, and they would have just kept quiet, nobody would have ever known. Well, I mean, eventually, but not this soon.
That's a good point. Well,
So I think something happened that night.
It's possible. It's possible. But thanks for calling. I do appreciate
Just wanted to run that by you. Bye.
Thank you. All right. What's going on, caller? Welcome to True Crime Strategic. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Michelle from Ohio.
All right. What do you got going on, Michelle?
I have a question. California has the 3 strikes rule.
I think so.
So why couldn't they charge him for that?
Well, I don't know if he got 3 strikes. Usually you have to be convicted of three serious crimes for it to happen. I'm not in California, by the way. We don't have a 3 strikes law in New York. But my understanding is you have to be convicted. So, for instance, like we have something called like persistent sex abuse. And in order for you in New York, in order for you to qualify to be charged with persistent sex abuse, which is basically like you do like a misdemeanor forcible touching or misdemeanor sex abuse 3 times, you have to be convicted of 3 misdemeanor forcible touching or sex abuse in the thirds within the span of 10 years for it to now qualify on the 4th time to be a felony. And the mandatory is 5 years. So that's like our version of a 3 strikes for a sex crime. So now he has numerous cases, but those cases are still ongoing. So far, it looks like the only one he was truly convicted of is the actual assault on baby Carolina, aka Promise. So the other ones are still pending. So technically, he would not qualify for 3 strikes because he has not been convicted 3 times.
Okay. Now, do you think they'll do his other cases before they do this one?
No, because this case is a life sentence case. It's in itself. You wouldn't need to resort on 3 strikes in order to get a lengthy prison sentence. You just convict him on this case, and that's it. He'll go to jail for the rest of his life. This is a death penalty case if they were still executing people out there.
Yeah, but it's California. That's what scares me.
So they get life without parole. California, they do get. I think there's a lot of ways to stay out of prison in California, but once they get you in there, they have a reputation of keeping you in there for a very long time. It's just that there's so many chances that they give you because of the work of these activists. And I'm not gonna lie, activists are important and good, but when it comes to criminal justice reform, I just don't agree with half of what they do because I see the consequences of it. You know, where I'm going out there in New York, I'm not talking politics, I'm just telling you my experience. But in New York, you know, I'm picking guys up that are, you know, for sex crimes because that's all I investigate. And like, this is like their 3rd, 4th, and 5th one. And it's like, damn, like how many, I mean, all right, so that maybe they're not raping people, you know, but how many butt and breast grabs can you do to random strangers and causing them stress and trauma before we finally say enough is enough? You need to go to jail for a very long time. Like, obviously they don't care.
Right.
So why do we care? You know? Like, you know, I really think these second chances belong to people who just make mistakes 1, maybe 2 times in 20 years, and then you're lenient. But if you keep doing stuff, you need to pay. Anyway, appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, peace. I'm sorry I went on that tangent, guys, but it's like I'm putting in a number right now. My apologies, guys, but it's like there's so much leniency given to the bad guys and nothing given to the victims. Like, you guys gotta really understand, like, a lot of these reforms, they're to the benefit of perpetrators. They're not to the benefit of you. They don't benefit you. There's no criminal justice reforms that helps victims. All criminal justice reforms helps bad guys. Now, if you steal a loaf of bread, we should not throw you away. You're not a throwaway because you steal a loaf of bread. But if you're raping somebody, there should be no mercy for you. What's going on, caller? Welcome to True Crime Strategic. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh my goodness, how lucky am I? Hi, it's Diane from Boston, your co-host.
Hey, what's going on, co-host? How you doing? Aki, is this an approved co-host? How you feel about this, Aki?
No, Aki humors me. Hi, Aki. No, you know what? I was thinking, I was just doing something else, but it popped in my head.
Okay.
You know how they're calling him Baby Doe because there is no birth certificate, all right?
Wait. Hold on.
What?
You said there's no birth certificate?
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing.
Oh
that's
my
why
God,
the
that means that baby was not born in a hospital if there's no birth certificate.
Exactly.
Oh my God, this was like a shadow baby.
Right, and supposedly the family, I guess she was trying to hide it from the family. I mean, think about it. She's with this monster, right? Knows what he did to his previous child.
Well,
right?
first of all, I do have to say this is a rumor. I have to be accurate.
So.
Well, I want you to continue. I don't mean to cut you off, but just for the sake of my show, just let me say this real quick. Guys, these are just allegations. These are not founded facts, okay?
Yes.
All right, so please continue.
Absolutely.
This is interesting. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, so this is why I've been watching like all different, and I'm trying to piece things together. But I'm thinking, in my own, allegedly, in my opinion,
Right.
that yeah, maybe it was a home birth. She was hiding it from her family, supposedly. And now the grandmother's saying that she has never met the baby, and she showed up at the house. Maybe she did. I don't know. But and then I was watching. Do you think? Remember, I asked you yesterday if there's more to this. I think. And do you think they were bringing him out there because of maybe like cell phone data pinging in that area, and maybe to get a response out of him to see if they were in like the right area? So he wasn't out there saying, "Yeah, this is where it is." Maybe the cops had, some things and said, let's just bring him out there.
Nah,
Don't you guys do
I'm
that?
gonna tell you right now, it doesn't work that way. They wouldn't do that.
Oh, it doesn't?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's
Oh,
only
okay.
out there because he's agreed to cooperate in some capacity. It's the only reason why he's
Right.
out there.
But maybe it wasn't about baby Emmanuel.
And
See
I
what
said
I'm
that
saying?
too. I said that the day that he was out there. I said,
Yeah.
we don't know. He might be out there showing them where other bodies is at for the cartel or where the drugs is at. Could be a lot of different things.
Because do we know if he was a gang member?
I don't think
Remember
so.
we
I
were
don't
trying
know,
to
but
look
I
at
think
his
so.
tattoos or something? Yeah. Well, either way, yeah, I don't know. So yeah, allegedly home birth in my mind, and she just tried. She was trying to hide it. And I mean, think about it. How are you going to tell your family that you're pregnant again? With no.
Well, thanks a lot, Boston. Because if I don't stop you, you're gonna be here forever. You're gonna want a salary. I don't know. You're gonna start cooking me dinner.
No,
I don't know
I'm not
what's
going to
going
want
on.
salary. No salary. I'm the co-host in my mind and in my heart. And I love Aki. Thunder after me. It's okay. No, because I love your channel. You're just honestly true. You're real. You know it. And thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you
Bye,
so
guys.
much. All right. Okay. Next caller, you could call back in. Was just about to switch over to you. I saw you call twice. You was like, "Let me in. Let me in, strategic." Well, we waiting for you. Here we go. Welcome to True Crime Strategic. Caller, what's your name? Where you calling from? Put me on
Hello.
mute. Put me on mute.
This is Dawn from Boston.
Don, put me on mute.
On mute?
Yeah, but I heard my echo in the
I
background.
did.
Okay, good.
Oh,
Great.
sorry, I did.
So what you got going on?
Okay, so what I wanted to tell you is today
Wait, didn't you just call?
No, that was Dawn. What was her name?
Is it Evil Twin? You're Dawn. She's
no,
Diane. What's
I'm just
going
from
on
Boston.
Yo, so
Diane and Dawn. Yeah.
See, all
Hi,
y'all
Diane from Boston.
See, all of you Boston people sound the same. Hey, I'm from Boston.
Ah, that's so funny.
Yo, I was out in
go park
Boston the other day. I had to go interview a victim, and I had what they call it again? Wahlburgers. Pretty good.
Oh, is it awesome?
Yeah,
yes,
man.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
What you got
that's
for me?
pretty
I'm
good.
sorry.
Okay, so what I heard today when they were outside the courthouse and one of the guys was interviewing, they said that on those documents that you have, that you were just showing,
Yeah.
it says where it does say Baby Doe, but it also does have his birth. He was born December 21st, so he would have been around 8 months and a few days, like 6 days. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
So I just wanted to let you know that.
And I
Yeah,
said that this kid was 8, 9 months old, and I got attacked in the chat over that. Like, not in this chat, but
And
like,
you know what?
the comment section. I was
And
like,
you know what's crazy is that in their eyes, they were thinking he's 7 months because he hasn't turned 8 months yet.
right?
Right?
They killed
And
him.
so when they killed him, so that's why they said that he was 7 months.
Right.
Because in their eyes, he was 7 months.
I agree. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
Good
So
point.
just want to let you know, I love you guys.
Oh man, we appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
Yes. All right.
Talk to you later.
Dawn.
All right.
Okay, bye.
All right, so we'll take one more call. Guys, please hit that like button. We have 998 likes. We'd love to get a good, cool 1,000. We do appreciate you guys. And if you're watching the show and you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. Sometimes YouTube unsubscribes people. Please subscribe to the channel. What's up, caller? You're the last caller of the show. What you got going on?
What's up, caller? You're the last caller.
All right, you got to mute me in the background. Perfect.
You're muted.
Thank you
You're
so much.
muted.
Go for it.
This
What do
is
you got?
Lisa from Nebraska.
All right, Lisa from Nebraska. What do you got going on?
Well, just a couple of points I wanted to make.
Oh, we're gonna be here for a while.
I find it very curious that Mary said she'd never met this grandson.
Yeah.
Because
definitely.
when my grandbabies were born, I couldn't wait to have them in my arms.
Yeah, I agree with
I
you.
would
Mhm.
I would have flown across the country if that was necessary. So I kind of object to that. I don't know how true that is. Okay, and that's just something I find probative. And the other thing is, there are people saying that there's questionable about the DNA for baby Emmanuel.
Okay.
Well, I know for a fact the state of California has newborn screens that must be done in the first 24 to 48 hours after a baby is born, and that would be on record.
Well, what you mean? They'd have your DNA on record?
They do what they call genetic testing, and it's on record. Every state has it. They do the little heel prick, and they do it on a card, and they do for genetic testing because there are a lot of genetic tests that need to be done.
This is the thing, though. You can't use DNA profiles from stuff like that in criminal cases. You can't.
Got it.
So
well, I'm
they
just
have to be
saying that they would
separated.
have it if they needed it. If they needed it,
Depends.
It would be done.
A lot of times with that stuff, there are legislatures that make you destroy it because they don't want the government to be able to categorize all of us and have a record of all of us. It's almost a violation of your constitutional rights. It's crazy that we had to fight hard in federal court just to keep the felons on record. But that was one, and that's why you have felons, with their DNA on record. But like, for instance, if I take a control sample from a victim because I need to exclude them from the evidence, which is done in almost every case that I have DNA in, that DNA that they give me is going to be destroyed after their case is done, and it cannot be used for any other case. So if my victim goes and robs a bank while I'm currently doing a sex crimes case with them, there's no way that I'd be able to know that the DNA that another detective got from the bank robbery matches to the DNA that my victim gave me as a control in the case that they have with me. That's how walled off these things are. And I'm happy about. I don't want my child's DNA in some data bank. That's crazy. So, I don't know about that in New York. That might be a California thing. I'm certainly not debating with you because you said for a fact, so I assume you work in some capacity. We have this information. But if they ever tried to do that here in New York, I'll be the first one marching. Hell no. Listen, I work for the government. You don't want the government to have too much power. We have more than enough power at this moment. You don't want the government to have too much power because in the wrong hands, that power could be used against you. But good point, man. I really do appreciate you sharing that with us. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that there would be a record of this baby also.
Oh, well, that's
even
a different story. Yeah.
Birth.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought we were talking about using DNA to match. But yeah, you're right.
Well,
there
I'm
would
just
be
saying
a record.
People are saying that there would be a record of this, so they would know that he existed.
Oh, okay. Now I'm picking up what you're putting down now. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point. But what if they never took them? Like you said, it's mandated. You have to, but mandate doesn't mean people have to do it. What if the baby was born in the home and they never brought the baby to the hospital, and maybe the midwife is a friend or something, not some professional midwife with a license or something that they care about?
I can't imagine those two. I can't imagine those two not being on the dole. I can't imagine them not having that baby registered. I just can't imagine that.
Have you ever seen the movie The Hills Have Eyes?
They scam people for workman's comp. They're going to get every penny they can.
Yeah, that makes sense too. Get some welfare, get some stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man. Only time will tell. Like I say all the time, there's no such thing as a bad theory because anything is possible when you're dealing with these psychopaths, man. Well, thank you so much for calling. I don't want to. Do you have anything else, or was that it?
That was it. It was just a couple of things that I knew that there would be a record of this baby someplace in the California health system.
Yeah.
And that grandmas go and they know about a new baby and they want to hold that baby in their arms. It killed me during during the 2020 when I couldn't hold my grandson who was born in 2020 because of certain things. Because I didn't get the jab. Yeah.
They didn't put you in a concentration camp? No, I'm just joking. Stop.
Well, I'm trying to do it without getting the YouTube gods upset here.
I know. They're very punitive. Let's just leave it at that. But yes, I'm joking. All right. Somebody said don't start. We're not starting. Thank you so much, man.
No.
I really appreciate your call.
Okay, thank you, dear.
All right. You have a great
bye-bye.
day. All right. That's a good caller. I like her. All right. Let's go ahead and end the calls. We do appreciate everybody who called in today. You guys were amazing. Really good points that were made. I hope I was nice because I was accused of not being nice, even though I think I'm a nice person. But isn't that what a bad person would, like a mean person would say? I'm a nice person. Yeah, all right. We'll be the judge of that. Anyway, you guys are great, man. I hope I gave you something probative to think about. I think that this case is going to be fine, but I think that there are some problematic things that I've observed from my professional opinion, but hopefully they'll be able to work through it and we can move forward with a prosecution and head in on that train of justice, right? Get on that journey, on that road to justice. That's what I'm hoping for, okay? So you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead. Oh, we got a highlighted comment. Flying Hawaiian says the blood could be from a home birth. That is possible too. It's definitely possible. It could be from a home birth. Could have been from the unaliving that happened there from the brother. Could be from a lot of different things. Let me go from fan funding, make sure I didn't miss anybody before I get out of here. Friedman is now a recruit. Welcome. Judy says, may they both live in HEW Hockey 6. We already covered that. Cake Sabu is now a recruit member. Thank you for joining the family. Friedman upgraded their membership to patrol. Thank you so much. I'm just saying in Connecticut with a 199 super chat says, what up, chat? Welcome. And what up to you too. Darwinin is with a 199 super chat says, anyone actually seen them with the baby in person? That's the $1 million question. The literal $1 million question, because their bail is set at $1 million. Touche. Okay, that was corny. Anyway, that's $1 million question, man. I don't think anybody's seen that baby recently, and I can't even verify that anybody has seen that baby at all. But let's keep going. There appears to be pictures of the baby, so unless they're AI generated, baby horror existed. Nina Jewel with a 99 super sticker, and Kimberly Men has now joined us as a recruit member. You guys are amazing. I had a great time with you guys. I'm going to end the show now. Don't be sad. Just see me on the next one. I see you guys on the next one. Strategic is out of here because I'm tired. You see me crashing? I'm crashing right before your eyes. I'm literally crashing right now. I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes.
Strategic back again. Yes. I got a crazy show for you guys today. My voice is slowly getting back, but it doesn't stop this train because Celeste, she has a voice that needs to be heard. And what do we do here on True Crime with Strategic? We give a voice to the voiceless, and Celeste, her voice needs to be heard. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to get justice in this case. It's going to take a little while. LAPD doesn't always have the best track record, but this case is so bizarre, and there's so much ancillary type evidence out there that shows just how deeply depraved this guy, in my opinion, D4 VD, was. And I got to tell you, before we get started, we're going to address a lot of things. Number one, we're going to show you a video of Celeste arguing with some neighbors. It's a little bit disturbing. It's going to have some kind of racial undertones and stuff like that. Ignore that. Please remember that Celeste is a victim and she was also a young girl. We're also going to talk about whether Celeste was pregnant or not. We got a lot of evidence for you guys, but I had to start the show with this. I got a theory. Ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to lie to you. Please hit that like button, support the channel. And if you see a hype button in the chat, if you see a hype button on this show, that is YouTube giving me an opportunity to be shown on to a wider audience on the recommendation page. Hit that hype button like your life depended on it. It doesn't always appear.
It appears when YouTube wants it to appear. Sometimes it doesn't appear at all. But if you ever see a hype button on my show, you smash that hype button, and you hit that like button right afterwards. But I got a theory for you guys. As I dive deeper into this case and discover more materials, and a research crew is sending me more stuff, please also support with the coffee with that link up top, right up there. Whatever, this way. I don't know my left from my right, whatever. It's all opposite when you're on camera. I'm starting to feel like D4VD envied Celeste. I'm starting to feel like D4VD was so obsessed with Celeste that he wanted to be her. He wanted to be Celeste. He wanted to literally personify the femininity and everything that is Celeste. And I'm not just talking out my butt, guys. We got proof. He obsessed with her so much, it wasn't just about having her right here, physically next to me, controlling her movements. It was, I wanted to be like her. I don't know if he's bisexual. I don't know if he is interested in transvestite, transgendered. I don't know if any of those words are derogatory. If they are, then I apologize. You guys know we're not here to offend anybody. Drag queens, whatever. I don't know the proper terminology. I turned 41 and I'm like going on 70. I feel like I'm old and out of touch with times. But it was on that level. It was on that level. We're going to get back to this poem, very disturbing, or these lyrics he wrote. But look at this. It's beautiful little girl Celeste, probably between 12 and 14 years old when this picture was taken. That's Celeste. This is D4VD. This is Celeste. This is D4VD. Now, the title of this live is not clickbait. We don't do that on this channel. If you don't like what we got to say, don't watch it. We're not here trying to attract you here to give you nothing. We're trying to give you everything. We're trying to give you the information that we have. I called him a sadomasochist. What is a sadomasochist? It's somebody who derives pleasure from the suffering of others or the infliction of pain on themselves. BDSM falls under that category. People who are into snuff falls into that category. D4VD told us about his alter ego, Itami. Remember this? Remember that? That's how he depicts himself in art. Bloodied shirt, long knives as fingers. In a fit of rage, chopping off the girl that is supposed to look like Celeste's arm. Then impaling her and watching her slowly passing away. That is D4VD. He's into that stuff. Listen to this poem right here. Run away from me home again. I'm carving these notes into bloody arms. I'm carving these notes into bloody arms. Let me move this out the way so you guys can see what I'm actually reading. Alone with my soul impaled. Looks similar to the artwork of what looks like Celeste being impaled by D4VD. Run away from your loving arms. Why am I so afraid? Sounds like obsession, right? I don't care. I'm not coming home. Similar to what Celeste was doing, right? Not going home. Why am I crying if this is what I wanted all along? D4VD. Then he says on his post, notes, I love this song with all my being. Hashtag D4VD. This is Celeste. This is D4VD. He envied her. He wanted to be her. This is purportedly a heterosexual male who's dressing like a 14 or 13-year-old girl. Celeste, D4VD. I got to tell you guys something. This kind of gives me vibes of Buffalo Bill from The Silence of the Lambs. You guys remember Buffalo Bill? Buffalo Bill was a serial killer who would abduct women, entrap them down in a pit, an old well, and he would psychologically torture them. Then he would end them and skin them, and he made a suit, a coat out of their skin. This was part of his transformation from becoming a man to a woman. This is Buffalo Bill. You remember this? I'm getting D4VD
It
vibes.
rubs the lotion on its skin. It does this whenever it's told.
It rubs the lotion on the skin. It rubs the lotion on the skin. I get D4VD vibes with this. Lotion on the skin. It rubs the lotion on the skin. D4VD envied that girl, in my opinion. He envied that girl. He wanted to be like her. All right, let's keep going, ladies and gentlemen. Big show for you guys today. So we're going to watch the TMZ video. TMZ was able to obtain this video of Celeste arguing with her neighbors. Let's jump into it.
Times in early 20 before the video was taken from a liquor store. What happened was Celeste's sister came to the liquor store. It's near the bus stop where Celeste would catch the bus to go to school, and the sister was trying to find her. Celeste had already run away a few months earlier, and ultimately police found her in Hollywood, brought her back home. So this time, obviously, the family feared she was running away again. So the sister went to the liquor store owner,
knowing that the bus stopped outside that store every day.
And they wanted to track her to see, did she jump on the bus? What did she do? And the sister then looked at the surveillance video and says, that's my sister. She's not on the bus.
Correct. And the thing that it's great footage, and obviously you can see her coming in, walking down the street and walking around, but there's just, it's obscured a little bit, so you can't totally tell where she goes after it goes out of the line of sight. So I don't know if the sister then went to other businesses to try to trace her steps, but at least they knew, okay, she went right, she was going down this street, and it's kind of a...
All right, so let's get the 3-minute mark.
Spoke to the liquor store owner.
This is basically the interview with the liquor store owner. After that, I apologize, we're going to go over to the video of her arguing with her neighbors. But I do want us to watch this first, where the liquor store owner is going to be interviewed by TMZ.
And it turns out Celeste and really her whole family had gone to this store. It's near where, it's near the family home. And he kind of painted a picture of Celeste.
She's beautiful, quiet, shy girl. It's not like from the wild girls. And I shocked when I find out first time when she ran away or missing. It's hard.
And you've been interfacing with her family in the years that she's been gone, right?
Yep. For when she missing first time, her sister come in here, asked me, and we start looking at the camera to find out where she go and if we can find anything to get her back.
There is something else that has come out that I find really interesting. It has to do with the car where Celeste's body was found.
Tesla, David's Tesla, where her body was found, and what a private investigator has uncovered about that car and when it was towed. We know what we've known up to this point, that the car was towed on September 5th and that it had been sitting there on the street.
At least 3 days.
At least 3 days. Now we know from these records that the PI dug up, it was there much longer than 3 days.
It may have been there 2 weeks, possibly even longer, because the car had not just one, but 2 tickets on it before it was actually towed. August 26th was the first ticket.
It was someone called in that it was abandoned on August 26th. So someone came in the following day and ticketed on the 27th, then again on the 3rd, and then on the 5th was when they came and towed it to the tow yard.
So the car is sitting there for a long time.
For a long time, at least probably more than 2 weeks.
Now, we can't say for sure that the whole time it was there, that Celeste's body was inside the car. But even if let's say it was, now you're starting to get a better window of when she would have been killed.
So David went on tour in early August.
Yes.
So that would be before that car showed up. By the way, I lived on that street.
And
on
you know that-
Doheny Drive, and I know that street. And they do street cleaning every week. And if you don't move your car on the street cleaning morning, that's when they ticket you. So I think these tickets were issued because of street
Because
cleaning.
if it would have
days.
been there longer, which it might have been, then they would have ticketed it then, right?
So
All right, this is good, very good information as to how long the car was there. I think we broke down in a previous video exactly when we believe that this young woman had her life taken, when her and D4VD flew back. I forgot the date, but when they flew back together while he was on tour, they kind of like flew back at some point. I think that's when she lost her life. A big shout out to Pris DP with a $20 super chat, says, for a lotion sticker. We got to do that, Aki, a Buffalo Bill sticker. It puts the lotion on the skin. And Jolene Rain with a $5 super chat says, my daughter is going to New York next week. Glad you're there to keep her safe, even though you don't know her. I appreciate everything you do. Thank you so much, Jolene, for being so kind, supporting the channel. Big shout out to Sam I Am Texas with a $4.99 super sticker. Says, good job. Thank you. Appreciate you. And thanks for celebrating 14 months as a White Shield member. That's very kind of you and generous to stick with the show for so long and support us, because you guys know there's been so many times that we're not monetized, that they'll demonetize a show, chastise a show, we get suspended, all kinds of stuff, because I'm kind of crazy. Sometimes I say crazy things and then YouTube will spank me. The memberships is what keep the show going. You know, the views are never guaranteed. Sometimes people tune in, sometimes people don't. It is what it is. We don't do this for views. We do this for the love. We do this to give a voice to the voiceless. But it's those members. You are the people who keep the show going, because you guys are so generous and kind to me. Big shout out to Beth Tola, who's celebrating 10 months as a recruit member as well. Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Sam I Am Texas. Thank you everybody else who's supporting the show, and all the other members and Patreon subscribers who are here today. Make sure you hit that like button and support the channel. Let's keep going.
So let's go to, now we're talking about what an alibi would be if David had anything to do with this, and we don't know that he did. He's not been named a suspect. He was out of town. His tour started actually even before, Aiden, you said it was before August. He had shows in San Francisco, like a preview show, right?
Yeah, he had a San Francisco show in July 26th area.
And that was sort of like the beginning, before the official tour. The official tour started August 4th in Del Mar.
Yeah, actually the show was July 30th, but he was like already in San Francisco at that time on July 26th.
So,
but Del Mar is not too far.
Right. If he's I mean, it's interesting
But
that
then he goes to
San
Phoenix
Francisco,
and-
Del Mar, and then even Phoenix. These are all areas that are very easily to get back to LA.
There's
so
also-
those don't work really as an alibi. I think.
There's also another way of looking at this, and let's just get real for a second. A lot of people are saying, oh, David must have done it. There are people, playing armchair detective, and they're saying he did it. I don't know who did it, but there's another theory, which is you got a guy who is dating this girl, because Aiden, you were at that party where people were saying they were boyfriend-girlfriend. With the pictures that we got, right?
Yeah, I never heard that. I never heard the conversation about that, but I was like there the same night.
And that other people had said that.
Yeah.
And so their boyfriend, let's say, based on what we're hearing, they're together all the time. He's posting videos with her, pictures.
Remember, guys, in this video, we just did a short where we called this one out, a YouTube short. Go check that. Not short, but like a YouTube Strategic Eyes short, we call it. I don't know, I guess. Go check it out, where we break this down, where she calls him a child rapist. She calls him that. Seconds after this video right here is played, she called him a child rapist. When did I tell you guys about him trying to look like her? She's got the big glasses. What does he have? The big glasses. He is trying to turn into this young woman. He's got the Buffalo Bill vibes, ladies and gentlemen. The alter ego, Itami, the one that likes chaos and destruction, the one that is a masochist, the one that wants pain and domination over his partners. He said it out his own mouth. Let's keep going.
With her, writes a song called Romantic Homicide, writes another song about his obsession with a girl named Celeste. And
listen to what this guy is saying. Talks about the obsession of the girl is Celeste. Aki said it in the comment section. He adopts Hello Kitty. Remember, he lived his whole life online. We knew how his personality, how he acts, all that stuff. He didn't start doing the Hello Kitty thing until he started courting Celeste at 11 years old, allegedly. That's when he started the whole Hello Kitty thing. Everything that Celeste likes, he likes, and he adopts into his persona, into his presentation, into his life. He is Buffalo Bill. Let's keep going.
Body is cut up in the back of his car and left abandoned. So if people think, was it him?
You're saying it's all
did he want to get caught if it was? Or is it possible
that
what a
somebody
perfect way of framing him?
I mean, we're through the looking glass. It could be.
Well, I'm saying
could be anything.
It's just all I'm saying
I know
is
what you're
it
saying
doesn't.
is that
It doesn't point to one scenario.
That
yes.
If he did it, why would he?
Why would somebody want to frame him? And why is she on tour with him? And she's at every show, every party, every social engagement. She is connected to him by the hip. That may not even be a good way of saying it because we know what the hell was happening. This guy's a pedophile in my opinion. Why is it the moment she dies is the moment she's not with him? Make that make sense. Harvey be doing too much sometime. No disrespect, but Harvey be doing too much. But at the end of the day, in the absence of actually knowing, there's no such thing as a bad theory. Because guess what? The LAPD has not arrested D4VD, and he is innocent until proven guilty. We don't even know if he's the subject of the investigation. But I think he's doing too much. Let's keep going. I want to go over now. I want to skip out of that and go over to this video of
Queen
her
Haunts.
arguing with her neighbors. I think it's very probative. The language is going to be a little bit inappropriate, and there's going to be a lot of racial undertones against African Americans in this video. I'm not taking it personally, but it's ignorance. It is ignorance. All right, so let me see here. I think we might need to refresh this in order to be able to see the video. A commercial's probably gonna play again. It's all good. All right.
Way of water connect.
Definitely gonna see this movie right here. Can't wait. I'm a big fan. Big fan. But certainly, we'll get some insight into her personality and into her upbringing and the way she presented herself. And I think it's very telling. All right. As soon as this commercial is done, perfect. Check this out.
Right there.
That's Celeste right there. Let's keep going.
I'll tell you where that. See that door right there? Number 2, not on it. Number 2 right there.
Let me talk real quick, okay? You gonna let me talk?
I ain't gonna let you talk.
No, you ain't gonna let me talk. Why you not gonna let me talk? You tripping.
I ain't tripping.
Nah, you tripping. How about you ain't tripping? You gonna let a woman talk?
No,
Alright, I'm not gonna let your woman talk.
Why is she over here? Again.
Little house, you don't even got a house.
Hey, bro.
You talk to.
Hold on.
Yeah, ain't nobody black right here, homie. We're Southsiders right here, homie. We're Southsiders here. Get it right, homegirl. Shut up with your black talking. Shut up. You talking like you black, girl, with your black talking. Yeah. Yeah. Ain't nobody black right here. What are you talking about? I said we're not black over here. Why you keep calling us? You keep saying this. We're not black. Hey, let it go. Go back to your house. Go back to your house. You ain't gonna do nothing, bro. What you gonna do? You ain't no gangster. You ain't nothing, you know what I mean? What you are but a little girl. What you but a little What you gonna do? What you gonna
First of all, this ignorant guy is too old to be arguing with this girl, just like Aki said. Shows his level of intelligence and maturity. I wouldn't be arguing with a young girl that age. And the racial undertones and innuendos is inappropriate. But we see that a lot in some communities. But it is what it is. I'm not going to go any further because I don't want to offend anybody. But believe me, the mainstream media would like us to believe that all minorities are together and under one umbrella, but we're really not. Okay, we're really not. There's a lot of racial undertones here that I feel is very inappropriate, but I'll leave it at that because on this show, we focus on giving a voice to the voiceless. If you want to hear some of my personal views on some of these things, then you become a member or you also join the Patreon where we have these real conversations. But on the main show, we'll just keep it all about the crime, but I'm not happy in the way that this grown man, this Southsider, is talking to this little girl and also involving the African-American community. Let's keep going.
What are you gonna do? You need to go home. Seriously.
I'm not Mexican. I'm Salvadorian. You tripping.
Oh my God.
Not because you tripping. Move the out of here.
You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit. You better get over there. Get your over there, little girl. Go there, little girl. You ain't gonna do shit. Go. Go. What are you gonna do, bro?
Go call her dad, babe.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, little girl?
All right, so now let's read the article.
New to Medicare.
Get that out of there. How do I scroll down? What's going on? Everything is all messed up on it. It's like kind of messed up. I don't know. This is acting up, guys. I am trying my best to make this work, and it's not working. Let me go ahead and restart it. Here we go. Perfect. Celeste Rivas went home to visit family in Lake Elsinore, California, exactly 1 year before her body was found in D4VD's Tesla. That's what this new video of her arguing with her parents' neighbors seems to show. The video obtained by TMZ was recorded by a Nest camera on September 8th, 2024, months after Celeste had been reporting missing. So months after she went missing, she went back home. Nobody was saying that. This is insanity. Wow, I'm just now reading this. We're reacting to this together. All of this talk from the sister and the cousin and all these folks, they didn't tell us that Celeste went home. They didn't tell us that Celeste went home, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, she actually went home. In fact, the way it was reported was like she left in March of 2024 and nobody ever saw her again. And what did I tell you guys? I told you guys that I don't trust this family. I told you guys that nobody cared about Celeste until she ended up dead. I told you that. Just like Madeline Soto. Maddie was sleeping in class, crying profusely, drawing pictures in her math book of giving oral sex and all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff that's a sign of trauma, a sign of a young person who's being abused, and nobody cared until she turned up dead. The same thing with Celeste. Nobody cared until she turned up dead. That's messed up. Let's keep going. She went home, ladies and gentlemen. She went home. This is crazy. The video obtained by TMZ was recorded by a Nest camera on September 8th, 2024, months after Celeste had been reported missing, and neighbors say it shows her going off on a family over a prank. In the clip, a family sits outside their apartment building, listening to music when Celeste starts yelling, accusing one of the kids of ding-dong ditching her parents' home. While the nighttime vid isn't super clear, we're told the neighbors recognized the girl as Celeste because they'd seen her face on missing posters that had gone up in the area back in April of 2024. It's unbelievable. Celeste's high-pitched screams cuts through the air as she confronts the family with swear words and perhaps a racial slur peppering her tirade. You can hear a man yell back he isn't black and therefore she shouldn't call him the N-word. After this confrontation, we're told the neighbor's boyfriend went to Celeste's house to apologize and Riva's dad answered, but he seemed unbothered by the situation. One neighbor told us when Celeste was reported missing in April, her family walked around with those posters, and when a neighbor family saw Celeste that night, they just assumed she'd been found and everything was fine. This is breaking freaking news to me. This is crazy. This is bananas. The date of the video, September 8th, is notable as that would have been the day after Celeste's 14th birthday and exactly 1 year before authorities opened the trunk of D4VD's impounded Tesla to discover her remains. This is freaking terrible information because this buttresses what I felt about that family. They didn't give a damn about that girl. This is a dysfunctional household that didn't give a damn about her. Big shout out to the rabbit lady. Down the rabbit holes in the building. We appreciate you for coming through, showing that love. Hit that like button, guys, and definitely show love to the rabbit lady. I love her show. Let's keep going. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. As we reported, Reva's death certificate was released Monday, revealing she was not pregnant. She was not pregnant. We're going to talk more about that in another article that we're going to read. As some people online have speculated, however, the cause of death has been deferred, and LAPD Captain Scott Williams tells us that information is critical to the progress of their investigation. They're looking for toxicologies and stuff like that. This is really riveting news, ladies and gentlemen, because it's one thing if this girl was missing from April 2024, all the way until her body was found just a few weeks ago, when it seems as though she went home. So my question is, when's the next time that she left? When's the next time that she left? And where was D4VD when she returned back to him? Did she ever return back to him? This is crazy. It's getting nuts, ladies and gentlemen. Really is getting nuts. Let's keep going.
Brand new video of Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
Big shout out to News Nation and Ashley Banfield. Let's keep going.
That completely rewrites the timeline of the case as we've come to know it has surfaced.
Wow.
Video was recorded at the home of Celeste's parents in Lake Elsinore.
Hold on here. All right. It doesn't seem mathematically possible that we have almost 750 people watching this stream right now, but only 286 likes. Like, I must be saying some really messed up things. Maybe it's my hoarse voice is turning you guys off. But please, all we want to do is get into the algorithm so that the show can grow. Please hit the like button. We're not asking you for any money. Did I tell you got to pay me $5,000 to watch the stream? No, it's not worth that. I'm by far not even close to being one of the best YouTubers out there. I'm just a dumb cop. I suck, but you guys like watching and laughing at me. So please do. Hit the like button. Even if it's for sympathy, hit the like button. Let's keep going.
California, exactly a year ago, or a year before her body was found in the trunk of a car belonging to the rising music star named David. We had been told that Celeste went missing in April of 2024 and that her family hadn't seen her since. But this new video was recorded by a Nest camera on September 8th, 2024, which would make that 4 months after she ran away. The neighbors who provided the video to TMZ say that it shows her arguing with people who had pulled a prank on her. Take a look.
You know, this before because we saw that video already, but this situation with the runaway aspect of her case reminds me of a young lady that I spoke to last night, a teenage runaway, and she was missing for like 2 months. Until her mother finally made a police report. It turns out she was staying with friends and she's like visiting. I mean, she's going to school every single day. Her school, her assigned school. Every day she's going to that school. She ran away. Her mother kicked her out, really is what she said. But every day she's staying with friends and every day she's going to school until one day her mother decided to put the missing person. So guess what? The police respond. And what is the first thing they do? They go to her school and she's there. And so the mother comes, the police are there, and they're arguing, the daughter and the mother, and the daughter says, I'm not missing. If I was really missing, why would you be reporting me missing after 2 months? I've been coming to school every single day. You didn't care. So why are you pretending like you care in front of these people? That's what reminds me of this situation. How is this girl missing if you know that she's with D4VD, if you know that she's on music videos that get millions of views, if you know that she's doing live shows on Discord with this guy, like I'm doing a YouTube show right now, this guy was doing YouTube and Discord videos for his fans every single day. If she's returning home in the middle of her quote-unquote missing and going back and forth between home and D4VD, how is she missing? She's not missing. You did not care until she showed up dead. Let's be honest with ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. The truth hurts. The truth is the truth, and it's irrefutable. You did not care until she showed up dead. Let's keep going.
Let me talk real quick, okay? You gonna let me talk? I ain't gonna let you talk. No, you ain't gonna let me talk. Why you not gonna let me talk? You tripping. I ain't tripping. Nah, you tripping. Salvador, you tripping.
Oh my God.
Nah.
And listen to this, listen. Somebody made a really good point inside the chat. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this is true. I have no evidence of it. I have no evidence whatsoever. But in the chat, they're saying that rumor is, that's just their rumor, unverified, that D4VD used to give the parents money and that's why they didn't care. I don't know where this person, what booty hole this person pulled that statement out of. But I tell you what, I think it's possible. If we got videos and pictures of D4VD paying off little kids, her classmates, to not blow the lid on their relationship, why wouldn't he pay off hard-strapped mommy and daddy, especially if mommy, not mommy, but daddy got deported back to Mexico? Especially if daddy got deported back to Mexico and now there's a dwarf of financial security in that household because daddy's not there to work. If this guy is willing to give thousands of dollars, because that's what the allegations are, thousands of dollars to teenagers to stay silent, why not give mommy thousands of dollars for your daughter? A daughter that's out here acting like she grown, screaming at grown men and laying the law down like a grown person. A daughter that's running around sleeping with a grown-ass man. Not her fault, though. She's a victim when it comes to that. But she thinks she grown. She thinks she in a relationship. She walk around wearing a $10,000 engagement ring from D4VD. If this guy is willing to pull over on the side of the road with big old shoes and a big old hat, looking like an emo, and whipping out thousands of dollars to pay off some teenagers, I think it's possible. He might have paid off mommy. That's why nobody gave a damn that their beautiful 11, 12, 13, 14-year-old daughter was running around between LA and Lake Elsinore with a superstar in training. Nobody cared until she turned up dead in the trunk. Nobody cared till she turned up dead in the trunk. Let's keep going.
You better get over there. Get your over there, little girl.
Just by the very dates of this video seems to prove that Celeste visited her family at least once after she ran away for the last time. But a year and a half after the final missing person report was filed.
And I'm sorry, guys. I said Mexico because I was thinking because I had that in the back of my head. The father allegedly was deported to El Salvador. And she even said, I'm not Mexican. I'm El Salvadorian inside of the video where she's arguing with the dude. So my apologies.
Body was discovered in a frunk. That's the front trunk of David's Tesla. That was just 3 weeks ago. This video was just discovered as we're finally learning what's been going on behind the scenes of the investigation. The LAPD's captain and commanding officer released a statement saying that the body of Celeste Rivas Hernandez was likely in the frunk of the Tesla for a long time before it was discovered. According to Captain Scott Williams, quote, "We know for sure that Celeste Rivas Hernandez died and someone placed her body in the front trunk area of David Burke's Tesla. We know that the Tesla had been parked at the location
All right, so somebody said it doesn't sound like nobody didn't care because they was handing out posters. And that's a really good point. I appreciate them for making that point because there were efforts, but this stuff doesn't happen in a vacuum. Of course, I don't think that she said, hey, Mom, I'm running away today and I'm going to go live with D4VD. So in March, girl wakes up like she's going to school. And instead of going to school, she hops in a Tesla. D4VD pays off the students so that they don't rat. And then she goes to live with D4VD. I think at first they didn't know who she was with. And so they did hand out flyers. They did make the missing person report. We saw that. It's documented that they made the missing person report. But there's ample evidence that at some point they did find out who she was with, in my opinion. There's ample evidence that D4VD was not hiding the fact that this girl was with him. He put her in a music video. That was Celeste. That was not a body double. I thought it was a body double when I first saw the video. It wasn't a body double. It was Celeste. It was Celeste that was in that music video. He was not hiding the fact that he had possession, and I'm using that word specifically because he really did try and possess this girl. It was not a secret that he had possession of this girl. I think at some point they found out that she was with him. And they didn't care anymore. Why? I don't know. Is it money? Is it just I'm tired of it? Is it whatever? I don't know. I don't know what's in these people's mind. But it's my theory. Because guess what? She comes home. She just get home. She argued with the neighbors and then she leaves again. Where's the second missing person report? It's not there. Nothing was done after, to my knowledge, after the second disappearance. We didn't even know that there was a second disappearance because we were all under the impression that she left home in March and never came back until the day she was delivered in a casket to that family. September, yes, is because time is flying because, you know, as we get older, time just flies. September's a year from now, but that was just like yesterday. She came back home. They never told us that. All these interviews, all this information, all the stuff that's going on with this case, the family never told us that she came back in September. The family told us she disappeared in March. Why didn't they tell us that she came back in September? Why are we finding this out? Because TMZ is canvassing the neighborhood and getting this information from neighbors, not from the family, from neighbors. They got to tell us, yeah, I remember she came back in September because she called me the N-word. And I had to make sure that she knew I wasn't no nurger. I had to make sure that she understood that. I'm Mexican. I ain't a nurger. That's how we found this out. That's how we found this out. Does that not ring suspicious with you guys? I don't know. I don't have any information. I'm just telling you, sounds very suspicious to me. Let's keep going.
From which it was towed for several weeks. So it is very likely Celeste Rivas Hernandez had been dead for several weeks prior to her body being discovered. I know. You don't think it's a big deal because it's like, yeah, we know all that, right? Not really. Like, this is the police finally confirming it, and they haven't said a thing. But that really does track with our reporting last week when we spoke with a private investigator who tracked down the tow reports for this Tesla. And they show that neighbors had called police about that car on August the 26th. Police responded the next day and ticketed the car as per protocol. They got to wait 72 hours between each of the tickets they put on there. And after 3 visits, then they can tow the car. The second ticket came September 3rd, and the Tesla was finally towed September 5th. So by our math, police were involved with the car for a week and a half. But the neighbors who lived nearby said the Tesla had already spent close to a month abandoned on that side road. And by the way, incidentally, it was just one street over from David's $20,000 a month mansion that his manager was renting. The Tesla was registered in David's legal name, David Burke. The 20-year-old singer has not been arrested, nor has he been named a suspect. But his friends confirmed to TMZ last week that he was indeed in a romantic relationship with a 14-year-old girl Celeste. Social media posts indicate they may have even known each other since she was 12.
Stop it. 11.
And maybe even 11.
There we go. Thank you,
Captain
Ashley.
Williams responded to the friend's characterization by saying, quote, as far as their relationship, it would be premature for me to say anything. We are looking into everything.
Wow. Let's keep
An important
going.
piece of the puzzle
Let's keep going. Oh, hold on.
that has yet to be determined is Celeste.
All right, let's keep going. I want to move on to the next one. So D4VDK Celeste Riva's death certificate confirms teen was not pregnant. A mystery surrounding the death of Celeste Rivas deepened this week after her official death certificate revealed that the cause of death is still being deferred pending toxicology results and further investigation. According to documents obtained by TMZ, the 15-year-old's body was discovered on September 8, 2025, inside a vehicle in Los Angeles. The LA County Medical Examiner confirmed an autopsy was performed, but stated additional testing is needed before. Oh, that's my daughter. Hold on 1 second. She's about to order me some food. 1 second, guys. Hit the wrong button. Sorry about that, guys. Anyway, all right. So, the LA County Medical Examiner confirmed an autopsy was performed, but stated additional testing is needed before determining both the cause and manner of death. The death certificate also clarified that Rivas was not pregnant at the time of her death and had not been pregnant within the last year, a detail that has been the subject of speculation on time. Rivas' dismembered remains. So this article once again uses the terms dismembered. Dismembered. I don't know for sure if it was dismembered or if it was just highly decayed, but here's another article that's using the word dismembered. Rivas' dismembered remains were found in the trunk of a Tesla registered to musician David Burke, better known as D4VD, and that does not stand for venereal disease, which has been abandoned for weeks in the Hollywood Hills. The shocking discovery launched a high-profile investigation and raised questions about how long her body has been concealed. Ladies and gentlemen, I really got to impress upon you this. We got two cases here, in my opinion. Really, you got one case because a homicide takes precedent over everything. But in my heart of hearts, I believe we got two cases here. We have a possible homicide. But we also have a PT file case. With all the evidence I've seen before so far, I cannot say definitively, in my opinion, that D4VD ended this girl's life. We got to get that nexus. Where was he? What's his alibi? I don't know what his alibis are. Guys, please hit that like button, support the channel. I don't know what his alibis are. I don't know if he was home, if he was on the road, if they definitively say, well, she passed away on this day, and he could say, well, I was in Europe at that time. Then we got an issue here. We have an issue. But there's one thing, to me, in my opinion, that's irrefutable, that should not be overshadowed by the tragedy of her death. As tragic her losing her life is, we should not overshadow this irrefutable point that I believe is a fact, in my opinion. That is that D4VD is a pedophile. All evidence that I've seen points to the fact that this guy was involved in a romantic relationship with a young woman at the age, at the very least, of 11 until her untimely demise. And we cannot overshadow that fact because that's a problem. That's a problem. D4VD should have known better. Listen, if this girl was 17, I wouldn't be saying anything because D4VD is not that old. But when you're 17, 18-year-old and you're messing with a 11-year-old, that's a problem. You are a young pedophile. And when you're 20 years old and you're messing with a 15-year-old, that's a problem. And we should not let that overshadow this tragedy. Let's keep going. LAPD Captain Scott Williams told TMZ that confirming whether Rivas died from foul play or other causes is critical to the case, noting that without the medical examiner's findings, detectives cannot formally classify her death as a homicide. In a news release issued Monday, LAPD Robbery Homicide Division confirmed the ongoing probe, stating it remains unclear whether there are any criminal culpability beyond the concealment of her body. RHD is thoroughly examining every aspect of the case to uncover the truth and seek justice for Celeste Rivas Hernandez and her family. This is not good, because so far they're saying they don't have enough to say that this was even a homicide. This has not even been classified as a homicide yet, ladies and gentlemen. This has not even been classified as a homicide yet. And what are we, like 3 weeks in to finding this little girl in a trunk? It's not even classified as a homicide. This is very concerning. Let's keep going. The department acknowledged that the vehicle had been parked at the location for several weeks before it was towed, suggesting Rivas may have been deceased for some time before the grisly discovery. While under scrutiny, D4VD initially continued performing on tour before abruptly canceling his Seattle show after police confirmed Rivas' identity. The LAPD has urged patients as investigators await toxicology results and review potential evidence. For now, the manner of death remains undetermined. Last week, TMZ reports friends of D4VD believe Rivas was the singer's girlfriend. According to the outlet, insiders who partied with D4VD 20, real name David Anthony Burke, and Celeste believed the pair were romantically linked and thought she was far older than what she really was. Several said they were convinced she was a student at the University of Southern California and estimated her age at around 19. Insiders know that Celeste, who reportedly met the musician when she was just 12, is actually 11, homeboy. Whoever wrote this article, get it right. 11 years old when she met him, allegedly, in my opinion. Frequently attended age-restricted venues, which fueled the assumption she was legally an adult. Apparently, there's rumors that she had fake identification. Let's keep going. The news she was actually 14 has left many stunned. While authorities have not established any direct connection between Celeste's death and D4VD, whose demeanor friends described as super shy, soft-spoken, and gentle, the discovery of her remains in his vehicle has sparked widespread speculation and unease. Adding to the tragic complexity, law enforcement previously revealed that Celeste had run away from home multiple times and was described as coming from a troubled family environment. So yes, the family failed her because they did not give her a safe home to live in. Before officials publicly identified Celeste as the victim, her mother told TMZ she believed her daughter had been dating someone named David. The investigation remains ongoing as authorities work to determine how the teenager ended up in the trunk of the 20-year-old singer's car. Police recently raided D4VD's now vacant Hollywood Hills rental home in search of blood evidence linked to the dismembered teen. What was found during the search of the home is not clear. In a statement earlier this month, a spokesperson for LAPD said several items of evidence were collected for analysis. Teenager was reported missing from a Lake Eisnor in May of 2024 when she was just 13. All right, let's keep going. So I think we covered this a few times, so we're going to go ahead and skip this one. But the medical examiner basically said that she is not pregnant. This one is the medical examiner may hold the key to the case. It's TMZ reporting this as well. To be honest, I actually want this Tesla that has the gull-wing doors. I think is really awesome. So maybe I might get one day. They were really cheap used. I don't got money to get a new one, and they don't really make them anymore new. They stopped making this model of Tesla, so maybe I might pick a used one up. Hit that like button, people. Support the channel. We got almost 900 people watching, only 476 likes. You got to help us out. We're trying to grow this channel. Let's keep going. Celeste Rivas' death investigation is complicated, and one of the key determining factors is establishing cause of death. This according to the LAPD captain leading the investigation. This is not good, ladies and gentlemen. It's not good. It's not good for the way that this captain is talking. Captain Scott Williams tells TMZ they are working with LA County Medical Examiner to establish Celeste's cause of death. This is critical because up to now, it hasn't been clearly established whether she died from foul play or other causes. In other words, without the ME's findings, it can't be squarely called a homicide, drug overdose, or anything else. The captain also tells us investigators continue to process the Tesla for evidence, and that includes possible digital and video evidence. We asked if Tesla cameras captured the person or persons who put Celeste's body in the trunk, but he would only repeat the robbery homicide division is still processing all Tesla evidence. So that answers your questions, guy. You guys were out there saying, hey, doesn't Teslas have cameras? Shouldn't those cameras have captured the crime? Well, two things. Number one, they said they're still processing the camera. But number two, you guys know that Tesla gives you ability to turn off Sentry mode. Has the ability to turn off Sentry mode. What if someone turned off Sentry mode? Let's keep going. The captain clarified an earlier comment he made that Celeste's body was likely in a Tesla for weeks. Captain Williams told TMZ his department is operating on suspicion of the body being in the car the entire time it was parked and abandoned on a residential street in Hollywood Hills. He said that this is an operating theory, but not a hard fact. He also said LAPD investigating reported relationship between Celeste and D4VD. Captain Williams made it clear at this point they are not pursuing a suspect or person of interest. At this stage of the investigation, they are not pursuing a suspect or person of interest in this stage of the investigation. It doesn't make any sense. I don't have a lot of confidence right now in what the LAPD is doing over there, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it with your own ears. They're not even pursuing a suspect or a person of interest. Now, is this misinformation to make D4VD kind of relax a bit, make mistakes? Or are they just working with the possibility that this girl may have accidentally died and somebody put her in a trunk? I don't know. It's weird stuff. Really weird stuff. Wow. So in this video, I'm going to play you guys. D4VD is basically almost admitting that his music is a reflection of his life. Listen to this.
The rapper David left a clue that he was secretly a killer months ago. Look out for the interviewer's reaction.
Meaning, like, you get into a friendship expecting it to end in a devastating, tragic, sad way. Are you manifesting that in a certain degree?
I don't know. I hope I'm not. I really hope I'm not, because it feels that way. Like, bro, these songs are soundtracking my life.
No, we can't do that. We can't play that. We got to mute that. Otherwise, we'll get copyrighted. In the back of my mind, I killed you and I didn't even regret it. I didn't even regret it. In the back of my mind, I killed you and I didn't even regret it.
I'm not involuntarily doing that, but it might be that way.
Interesting.
Wow. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, wow. Last one I got for you guys today. We're going to read the statement from LAPD and we'll end it there. It's crazy. This release was on September 29, 2025. This was yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. Robbery Homicide Division investigation into the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Hollywood. The Los Angeles Police Department Robbery Homicide Division has been diligently investigating the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez over the past several weeks. At this time, we can confirm that Celeste Rivas Hernandez is deceased and her body was found in the front trunk area of a Tesla belonging to David Burke. The vehicle has been parked at the location from which it was towed for several weeks, so Ms. Rivas Hernandez may have been deceased for several weeks before the discovery of her body. Los Angeles County Medical Examiner has not yet determined the cause or manner of Ms. Rivas Hernandez's death. As such, it remains unclear whether there is any criminal culpability beyond the concealment of her body. RHD is thoroughly examining all aspects of this case to uncover the truth and seek justice for Celeste Rivas Hernandez and her family. We appreciate the public's patience and understanding as we continue this investigation. Further updates will be provided as appropriate, but at this time, we are unable to answer individual questions. And in the interview that the captain gave with TMZ, he said they are not pursuing any suspects or persons of interest at this time. Translation, in 17 days, I will have 19 years of experience. I'll be celebrating my 19th year anniversary in law enforcement. With my almost 19 years of experience, I'm going to translate this for you. Translation out of California language to American languages, we don't know ish. We don't know SHIT what happened to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. That's basically what they just said in this statement. We don't know how she died. We don't know how she got in the trunk. We don't know who killed her. We don't know ish.
Oh my God!
Right now, the only crime that they're working with right now is the desecration of a corpse or the concealment of a corpse, whatever the related charge is in California. That is the only charge. In most instances, that's either a misdemeanor or a low-level felony. If you have no criminal record, you probably get probation. Even if you get the felony, if you have no criminal record, you'll probably get probation for concealing a corpse. That's all they got to work with right now.
Oh my God!
Hit that like button, people. It is what it is. Anyway, guys, I hope you guys got a lot of updates out of this one. I think we did break some news by bringing it to this wider audience that this young girl returned home multiple times. She returned home multiple times, I hear. I'm also hearing rumors that she returned home in June or July. But we have video proof that she returned home in September. Video evidence, time-stamped by Alphabet, aka Google, because it was a Nest camera that caught her on camera arguing with those people. She was home in September of 2024. That's huge. Huge. Guys, make sure you become members of the chat. We also have a merch store. We don't pump it as much as we should, but we do have Strategic Eyes merch. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys my Strategic Eyes merch. I think it's awesome. I think the Strategic Eyes merch is awesome. I'm going to find out for us right now. Show you guys some of the cool stuff that we have on it. We also take some suggestions from folks. So if you ever want to have your artwork showcased in the Strategic Eyes merch store, just send it to us. You just got to give us permission to use it via email. Nothing, no legal papers. Just say, yo, this is my design and I'd like to donate this to you, and I give you permission to use it free of charge, and we'll go ahead and we'll use it. Somebody actually gave us this one right here. I am a survivor. Progress, not perfection. The struggle of addiction. This person is a recovering addict, and this show inspired them and helped them when they were having their low moments. That's what they told me. It's not what I'm saying. And they wrote this and they designed this for us, and now we have it on our tote. And I think it's awesome. Look at this nice tote for $27. And the good thing about our merch store is you can get this stuff on anything. Any design that you see on anything here, once you click it, this is one of my favorite, the let's keep going and the does that make sense. When you click it on the bottom, so you get like the t-shirt, because that's what you clicked. But then when you scroll down to the bottom, you can get that on almost anything. Here's a sticker, the Does That Make Sense sticker. You put that on your car. Here's a tank top. When you just come out the gym and you're feeling real swollen, you want to show those man pecs, just go ahead and put that DTMS tank top on. You know what I'm saying? You want to go jogging, put it on, the DTMS jogging shorts. We got it on everything. So it's really cool. Really good, fast shipping for the most part compared to the other store that we was messing with Teespring. They took 1,000,000 years to ship. These guys ship relatively quickly. And yeah, like I said, any design that you like, you can get it on almost anything. So let me bring this back here to the main page. This is one of my favorites too, the mug. We got another tote with my face on it with the fall hat. Crazy. People donated their cat pictures. If you like cats, you can get a True Crime or Strategic sweater with a cat on. But once again, it's not just limited to sweaters. So you might look and say, oh man, you know what? I really like that design, but I don't want it for a sweater because I live in sunny Florida or sunny California or Arizona. What am I going to do with a sweater, Strategic? Once again, scroll on down and you can get it on a t-shirt. Get it on a t-shirt. Anyway, we love our merch store. We love our members and our Patreon. Hit that link. Hit the link tree. The link tree can be found in the bio of every single one of the shows that we do. And you also see it there in the chat. Hit the link tree. Make sure that you're a member. Consider joining the Patreon. And also pick up some really cool merch if you want to show your love for True Crime with Strategic. Anyway, I'll see you beautiful people on the next one. Strategic is out of here. Hold on, I can't go yet. Let me make sure that I got everybody who donated to the show. All right. Big shout out to Beth Tola, who's celebrating 10 months as the recruit. Rosie Rose 80 gave us a 99-cent super sticker. One Love Revolutionary donated 1 gift membership to the chat. Please make sure you show love to One Love. Idiocracy _101 donated 1 free gift membership. Make sure that you say thank you. Stony Baloney Barb gave a 149 super chat. This is very, very, very kind of you. Thank you so much for everybody who's awesome and donated to the chat. We do appreciate you guys. So now, after I've showed you guys love, it's time to end the show. Strategic is out of here. Peace.
Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes.
Strategic back again. It wouldn't be a live show with True Crime Strategic if we didn't have technical difficulties. That's what resulted in us starting just a few minutes later. I apologize for that, guys. We just did a Patreon only live, and I have to pretty much reconfigure everything for my live software to stream to Patreon. So then when I'm done streaming to Patreon, I then have to reconfigure everything. Like, it is a process. It's not like 1 or 2 clicks, right? Got to reconfigure everything for it to then stream to YouTube. So that's kind of like what messed it up. Then I kind of did my thing and it wasn't working, is whatever. You know, you're dealing with servers and stuff like that. You do things at the wrong time on the internet and nothing works if everybody else is trying to do the same thing. I don't know. Bottom line is, we're late, we're sorry, but we're here and we appreciate every single one of you. Yes. So let's try that one more time. Strategic back again. All right. Yes. Big shout out to all of the victims and survivors and warriors who are watching the show right now. This is a safe space for you, a place where we can talk about these cases and advocate for those who cannot speak for themselves. We give a voice to the voiceless here. So appreciate you guys immensely for joining me today on your Sunday. Please make sure that you hit that like and subscribe button. We need that so we can get into the algorithm and we can get to 100,000 subscribers. We're so close. So close to 100,000 subscribers. So close, ladies and gentlemen. But the algorithm is working against us. How do I know that? Do you know that they age restricted the video that we did last night? Or the night before that? It was the night before that. They age restricted the video. I had to appeal it. And finally, after appealing it, they said, oh, we made a mistake. It shouldn't have been age restricted. You're good to go. But they still demonetized it. 2 out of 3 of the last videos that we did, 2 out of 3 have been demonetized. And what does that mean? Who cares? You guys don't care if it's monetized or not. That's for Strategic to worry about. The problem is when a show is not monetized, they don't put it out there. YouTube is about making money. And they make money by putting advertisement on videos. And if your video is demonetized, YouTube is not going to promote that video because they can't make money off of it, which means that nobody sees the video. And if nobody sees the video, then nobody's going to like and subscribe your channel. So we need you to hit that like button and that subscribe button so that we can get to 100,000 subscribers. We can't do it without you, and we appreciate you. One more yay for the audience out there. All right. Okay. Now, we got a very disturbing story to share with you guys today. Unfortunately, yet again, we have failed as a society. This is all of our problems. This is not the problems of the bad guys. It's not the problem of the victims. It's not a problem of the perpetrators. It's the problem of all of us. It belongs to all of us. This tragedy and all these tragedies that we cover on this channel falls squarely on our feet. It's our tragedy. And I'm pissed off, I'm not going to lie, because this one is another instance where people are not protecting their children. And I'm not just pissed off of the fact that I was coming down the stairs trying to run down to the show so we could start on time, and I dropped my Jamaican black cake. That black cake cost me $6. I dropped my Jamaican black cake. Do you know how good those Jamaican black cakes are? It's on the stairs now. Well, I picked it up and put it in the garbage. Drop my Jamaican black cake, then we got to come on live and talk about this. But yeah, we're here, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. So, beautiful young woman, and I'm saying her, I know that she's a baby, but I'm saying it that way because of YouTube. So moving forward, when you hear me call her young woman, it's not that I'm trying to raise her age or diminish the fact that she is a young victim. It's because YouTube is not playing on these streets. They are silencing us. Whenever they demonetize a show, they are silencing us because they are not showing this to the masses. Nobody will know about it. And many of these cases that we cover, we're the only ones that cover it. We're the only ones covering it in many of these cases. So if they silence us, they silence the voice of the victim. So we're going to try our best to play within the confines of their walled garden. This is their garden. This is their home. We're just renting space in it. So hopefully they don't punish the channel any further than they normally punish us, okay? So this young woman, only 2 years of age, was found murdered. And my mind's eye tells me she was put inside of a barrel behind an abandoned home. She was put in a barrel to be forgotten of in the back of an abandoned home. Now, so far, we're going to skip to the end real quick. I want to show this to you guys. So far, the mother has been taken into custody. The mother has been taken into custody, but she has not been charged yet. Her own mother, ladies and gentlemen. Her own mother. Let's watch this quick video so you can see that the police is taking the mother into custody.
Like you hiding something. Where is my niece? Where the fuck is my niece? Where the fuck is my niece?
All right, she cursing a lot. Let's go ahead and mute that.
Fuck you. What? Cha, salte de ahí.
Hang out here.
Sorry.
Say it in Spanish, please. It doesn't count when you say it in Spanish. Curse out in Spanish, please.
Get her out the car. She was running. Why you were running? We've been chasing you for 20 minutes. We've been chasing you for like 20 minutes.
Yes, police confirmed it was my child. So we're going to read that. We're going to go over here and we're going to read this. This is the father, Victor Torres. The victim's name is Jacqueline Mimi Torres. Victor said he hasn't seen his daughter since January 28th of 2025. We'll get into that. Victor Torres posted on Facebook. He says, yes, police confirmed it was my child. Yes, they admitted to me that both Carla and Jonathan are responsible for her death. And in my eyes, everyone in her circle as well. Now, I have not heard anything about so far. I think the research crew sent me something, but we're going to look at it. We're going to discover this together. But I have not heard of the stepfather being arrested. I only heard about the mother being arrested. And nobody has been officially charged, okay? But this is what he says. And yes, DCF granted her full custody knowing I was the better fit parent and she never had a pot to piss on. No, they have not been arrested or charged after admitting to everything and blaming each other. Yes, DCF allowed my other daughter to speak to Carla yesterday. Y'all just here for the news, and that's the problem with this world. Now let me be. I'm doing everything in power to bring my other daughter home and to make sure they all pay. Now, this is my thing. I don't know how much to believe this guy. No disrespect to him. I know he's mourning right now. Yes, DCF, Child Protective Services, whatever you want to call them, they do make mistakes. They get it wrong a lot. But I want to know I want to know why they gave full custody to the mother. And why, even if she had full custody, why he was not visiting his daughter. That's what I want to know. Because he said the last time he saw that girl was January 28th. So either A, they gave a full custody and terminated his custodial rights, which I don't think they did, or B, he was not fighting to actually see those kids. There's two different things going on here. Full custody has nothing to do with visitation. So just because mommy got full custody doesn't mean you don't get visitation rights. So I want to understand, as A Obsidian, my moderator, says, the last time he spoke to her is before her 12th birthday, January 29th. So that was before. So I was giving him much more grace than he deserves because her birthday was January 29th. But he spoke to her before. What does before mean? Was before a week before? A day before? A month before? 2 months before? 6 months before? A year before? What does before mean? Because that matters to me. Because although her mother may allegedly be the person who took her life, and her stepfather, which I have not heard that he was taken into custody, may allegedly be the perpetrator that hurt her, what did you do to protect her? And what is it about your life, that DCF decided that they were going to give full custodian authority to the mother? None to you. It's a good question. It's a good question. All right, let's keep going. Sometimes when you read these comments, you get a lot of information, but we'll keep going. This is a Facebook post. I believe it's of the family. Let me see here. Family members post video of Carla being arrested allegedly. Let's keep going.
Yo. What happened? Dice que cualquier cosa que... I'm sorry, I didn't even see you. ¿Qué dice? Bye. Ya. Acá sí que todo el mundo se mueva para sacarla. ¿El qué? Voy a mover la tropa, casi todo el mundo está aquí, porque luego de bolón. Para todo el mundo se tiene que mover.
You gotta move over here, mami. Para acá, porque van a sacar la chopa. Ahí.
Guys, you guys gotta move. Guys, you guys gotta move. They're gonna take the car out. Yeah, so that way you guys can be right there too.
I don't think this is a video of her being arrested. I think this looks like some type of memorial or something like that. Does not look like, or maybe it happens later on. Let me see where at 50 seconds. No, this is like a memorial for the little girl. So we just made a mistake and mislabeled this, but it's all good because I played that for you already with the mother being arrested. We started the show with that, but let's look at a little bit of this memorial for this beautiful little girl.
Yeah, too. Wait.
She's like recording this video with an iPhone 6. This thing look all distorted and stuff. I'm sorry.
We only want family in the front, please. We want the family over here. Quédate ahí, papi. Por favor, solamente queremos la familia al frente.
I mean, I love all of the outpouring of support that came out for this beautiful girl. The community is definitely coming together. It's very impressive, and I'm happy to see it. It's unfortunate, though. Just going to do a couple more minutes, and then we'll move on to the next segment, the next piece of evidence that we have. Or exhibit, the next exhibit. I like that better.
Five, you don't put that damn bag down. What you got in here? What do you got in here? Oh, okay, okay. Y Melanie. Y Melanie. Y Melanie. ¿Dónde está Melanie? Pues no podemos hacerlo todavía.
Now, let me see if my Spanish radar works. It sounds like they're Puerto Ricans to me. They sound Puerto Rican. If there's any Puerto Ricans in the building or any Spanish people, period, who kind of knows accents and stuff like that, let me know if I'm correct in this assessment that these sound like Puerto Ricans.
Which was her number? Leandra. Mami, llama Melanie.
I don't know if the father's there. Somebody asked me in the chat if the father's. I have no idea.
Big, where's your glasses? Ya la llamó.
These are definitely Puerto Ricans. Look at this lady's nose. I grew up around Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. Big difference between what a Puerto Rican look like and how a Puerto Rican speaks Spanish than Dominican. I'm definitely certain that these are Puerto Rican people. Look at this lady's nose. She's Puerto Rican. All right, so there's a big community response, big family outpouring, big shout out to that community and these beautiful people for coming out there to support this unalive little girl. Let's go ahead to some of the stuff that we have. So this is a Vine link, basically. Jacqueline Leanne Garcia, that is the mother. Excuse me, the victim's name is, hold on. All right, so Jacqueline Leanne Garcia, she's right now in custody, Connecticut Department of Corrections. I don't see any charges, though. Interesting. Department of Corrections, Jacqueline Leanne Garcia, 4/24/1997, Hartford PD. Status sentenced, injury or risk of injury to a minor. Date of sentence 12/4/2024. Okay. I understand what's happening here. Okay. So this is the sister of, or the aunt of the victim. And she has a child abuse. I got a little confused because I was like, huh? All right, so this is the sister. This is Jacqueline Leanne Garcia. She is the sister of Carla Garcia. And this is Carla Garcia's stuff right here. We'll get to that. But she was convicted of child abuse as well. It's not confirmed if that's related to the victim. Okay? Jacqueline Torres. They got the same name, so it's kind of throwing me off. So mommy clearly named her daughter after her sister. That's what threw me off. I'm like, huh? You know, I'm like, but my victim's name is Jacqueline. Who's this Jacqueline? It makes sense now. I get it. I apologize. Here we go. So mommy clearly named her daughter after her sister. So Jacqueline Leanne Garcia is the sister of the mother, Carla Garcia. And Jacqueline was convicted in December of 2024 with assaulting this baby girl. I mean, not this girl, a girl. A child. My apologies, all right? You saw like a public meltdown for a second there. So she was convicted of assaulting a child and she was remanded to custody and she got 18 months. Let me get some more information on that. So Jacqueline, the auntie, she got 18 months in prison and her maximum release date is April 19th, 2026. It looks like she has been out. This does not tell me that she is in prison. So it says here, supervised custody. That means she's on parole. Now, what my research crew is telling me is that there's rumors out there that she may have had something to do with the unaliving of Jacqueline Torres. It's not confirmed. It's just rumors. Just like Naran Parks inside of the chat says that she broke the baby's ribs and the baby was 5 months old. I didn't see the court document, so I cannot confirm that that is in fact what Jacqueline Garcia did. I can't confirm whether she had anything to do with the unaliving of Jacqueline Torres, but it's just interesting. We wanted to bring this to your attention because it's interesting that it appears that child abuse runs in this family. Runs in the family. She was convicted of something, probably what Noreen says, but like I said, I didn't see it. So I got to see it with my own eyes to attest for it because I'm a YouTuber and I have to be responsible to the audience to not give them information that I can't verify. If I give you information I can't verify, I have to tell you that I haven't verified it myself. But Noreen is probably right. That's probably what she did. It's public information. If we dig a little bit deeper, we probably find it. But it's interesting that this runs in this family. That sister got convicted of hurting a 5-month-old. A 5-month-old. And then a few months later, not years later, not decades later, a few months later, Jacqueline Torres, a 12-year-old, shows up dead. Buried in a backyard in a barrel. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. And this is more information. So, docket information, local police, New Britain, committed to the Department of Corrections probation ordered. So she got probation. She never went to jail, never did 1 day in jail. I mean, she probably did county stuff like waiting for trial, but she got probation. She didn't go to state prison. She was sentenced to, so her charge is 53-21A, subsection 1, risk of injury to a child, a Class C felony. The offense happened in 2/19/2024. The verdict was 9/11/2024. She was sentenced in December of 2024, and she was sentenced to 10 years jail, execution suspended after 18 months of probation, 18 months and probation of 5 years. All right, let's keep going. This is Carla. This is the victim's mother. She has a violent history. She got probation, assault in the 3rd degree, which is a misdemeanor. She was pled guilty and was adjudicated guilty. She was given probation as well. These people have a history of violence. Here's the dad. This is probably why they gave custody to the mother. That's why you got to see both sides. Even though we know now in hindsight that the mother was a piece of crap because the mother may have had allegedly something to do with the unaliving of this little girl, but DCF doesn't know that. DCF doesn't know that. What DCF knows is that daddy is a serious felon. The guy who's boo-hooing on Facebook is a serious felon. Maybe if you did not live your life like trash, you would have got full custody of your child. But you made terrible decisions in life, and hence they gave the child to the lesser piece of trash, which is your baby mama. 53A-217 is the penal code description: criminal possession of a firearm and a defaced weapon. Class C felony. Adjudicated guilty. Then we have possession with intent to sell and distribute drugs. He's a drug dealer. It's another felony. Adjudicated guilty. Got 3 years in jail. That's the dad. So what you know what this little girl is working with. These children are being birthed into situations where they don't even have a chance. We got broken people thinking that their lives are going to somehow dramatically get better if they bring new people into their broken world. And I ask this question all the time. If your life is not together, if your life is a struggle, why would you bring somebody else into a world like that? I ask this question even though I know the answer. These are selfish people. They don't care about themselves, so how are they supposed to care about somebody else? You look good. You make me feel good. I'm just going to shoot up the club and we'll see what happens. Doesn't make sense. You know you got an anger problem. You know you're not good with children. You know you don't have no patience. You know you barely have a pot to feed in. You're bouncing around from house to house. You know you on welfare. You know you on all these things are working against you. Not one of those things work against you. So what, you're going through hard times and you're on public assistance, that shouldn't stop you from having a family as long as you have the mindset to do better. No, we got all of these things going against them and they still choose to make babies. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Nothing going in their favor. You under supervision by the courts. You got felonies. You don't got no job. You don't care about yourself. You don't care about other people. You don't love life. You don't love yourself. And now you're going to bring somebody in this world that requires infinite love. And that's a child. Infinite love. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Let's go to Matt Thibodeau. Something's up with this. For some reason, I've been having a lot of issues streaming these last few shows. Apologize about that, apparently. I don't know what it is. Let's keep going. Matt Thibodeau.
Developing story coming out of Connecticut. On Wednesday, October 9th, 2025, New Britain Police Department was called to an area of 80 Clark Street in New Britain for, quote, suspicious behavior. They say that when they arrived on scene and began checking the property.
Somebody asked if it's a new system. This is not actually YouTube updated their software, and so is YouTube. I think it maybe because I'm streaming both horizontal and vertical. I don't know what it is, but YouTube did a lot of updates on streaming, and since then we've been having problems with connectivity issues. I've changed nothing on my end. It's simply YouTube. Everything looks different. What I'm looking at, it's like totally revamped, like a brand new car. Let's hope this makes it a little bit better. Let's keep going.
They noticed a large tote container in the backyard of an abandoned home up along the fence line. Apparently, authorities went up to the container.
So a tote container. They shoved their baby, or she shoved her baby, whoever did it, allegedly, ended the child and put the child in a container. Amazing.
And opened it, and this is when they found out that inside the container were human remains. The remains ended up being confirmed to be those of now 12-year-old Jacqueline Torres, who goes by Mimi. Her father, Victor Torres, confirmed this in an FB post last night. He actually says that he has been unable to see or speak to his daughter since January of 2025.
I don't understand how that works, man, because, you know, if for some reason, because I am a true crime channel, I get a lot of these custody cases in my stream, like these court cases, specifically custody cases. I'm like, I'm trying to find the blood and the gore stuff because that's what I cover. Why you keep sending me divorce and custody cases and child support cases? What would have stopped this man from going to court to try and get visitation of his daughter? We got to have some people who are experienced in custody stuff inside of the chat. We might even have some attorneys. Is there anything that would have stopped this man from seeing his daughter, even though the mother was given full custodial authority over the child? Does full custodial authority mean that you don't get to have visitation rights with your child? Because you don't have to be an attorney. Maybe you've been through this before. Sometimes experience make you just as qualified as somebody who went to school and got a certificate for it. Let me know in the chat. Does the fact that DCF gave the mother full custodial authority over the child, does that mean that the father should not have spoken to the child on the telephone and visited the child since before her birthday, which was January 29th of 2025? This man may not have seen his daughter for an entire year, if not more, and at the very least, he has not seen his daughter for 10 months. Make that make sense. Big shout out to Pogue Deb 412 with a $2 super chat. Says manifesting 100K for you soon. You deserve it. Thank you so much. And big shout out to Rockman with a $2 super chat. Says wishing you a happy Sunday, True Crime Strategic. Guys, this is a shame. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the channel, guys. Question for you guys. I hope you guys give me the answer. Let's keep going. Okay. It's not working.
2025, before her 12th birthday, which would have been January 29th. According to him and other family members, Mimi was living with her mother, Carla Garcia, who had custody of her. Now, according to Victor, he is saying that law enforcement told him that both Carla and her boyfriend, this guy right here, Jonathan, had something to do with Mimi's death and where she was ultimately found. And we did actually get video footage of what appears to be Carla, Mimi's mother, being detained by officers in New Britain, Connecticut. It's unclear if she has been charged with anything yet, but she was definitely taken into custody. This is a developing case, so as information comes out, I will be sure to keep you guys updated, so make sure you guys are following me, and I will talk to you soon.
All right.
Hey guys, so we have a
big shout out to Matt Thibodeau with that update. Let's go ahead to information from the community.
We have, you know, strength and peace that they find who did it.
We began with a heartbreaking story. Tonight, a community is remembering a victim who they say was found in the backyard of an abandoned home in New Britain. Thank you so much for joining us on the Fox 61 News at 10. I'm Annette Montgomery. Now, this all started after human remains were found on Clark Street Wednesday, and now that site of tragedy has turned into a touching tribute. Fox 61's Stephen Reels shares the story.
Well, the New Britain police have not released the identity of the victim who was found in the backyard of this home behind me. The community out here says they know exactly who it was, and her name was Mimi. Bit by bit, this memorial to Jacqueline Torres has grown in front of this lifeless house on Clark Street. Balloons, teddy bears, and candles at the site where human remains were found in the backyard. And according to Torres's family, those remains were her.
May she rest in peace.
Visitors like Maria Flores appeared throughout the day, offering their support to the Torres family.
It touched me hard. Because I got grandkids, I got granddaughters, I got great-granddaughters.
At this moment, with very little information to go on, members of the Torres family tell Fox 61 they're still in the dark. The latest from the state medical examiner's office just lists the remains belong to a young girl. No timeline or what led up to the victim's death have been revealed. On Friday, the Department of Children and Families shared their support for the Torres family, saying in a statement, "We are profoundly saddened by the report we received late Wednesday night regarding the circumstances surrounding the untimely death of an adolescent girl. Our thoughts are with her family, friends, neighbors, and others who knew her, and for the pain and loss they are experiencing." Going on to say, this reinforces for all members of our community, such as professionals, family members, and concerned citizens, that protecting children takes our collective effort. And as you can imagine, this has been a very massive and hands-on investigation by the New Britain Police Department, who have said that they're already working with several other agencies, including Farmington as well. But they don't want to release much more information at this time until this whole saga is a little more concrete, because they described it as a very delicate situation. Of course, we'll keep you updated on air and online on fox61.com.
All right, interesting stuff here. Let's keep going.
News at 4.
Thanks for joining us on your Friday for Eyewitness News at 4.
Remember, this is still developing, guys, so we don't have a lot of information. I wanted to throw this out there and make sure we give a voice to the voices. This just happened, like literally just happened, and the mother has not officially been charged yet, but she has been taken into custody and detained. Let's keep going, and guys, make sure you hit that like button, support the channel. 358 people watching this live stream right now. Please hit the like button so we get into that algorithm. Let's keep going.
Tara Sundlin, we have a lot to get to, but let's start with the developing news. We are learning more about the 12-year-old New Britain girl whose remains were found earlier this week. Police say they're now working around the clock, trying to piece together a timeline leading up to the girl's remains being discovered in a container in the backyard of an abandoned home. Your reporter Dylan Fearon is live outside that home right now on Clark Street after getting some new information from the girl's father today. Dylan?
Well, Kara, the victim has been identified as 12-year-old Jacqueline Torres. Her father confirmed that to us this morning. Unfortunately, Jacqueline's remains were found behind this abandoned home on Wednesday. Her memorial continues to grow with balloons and flowers and lit candles, family, friends, neighbors, people in the neighborhood coming to pay their respects. But Jacqueline's father says he hadn't seen or spoken to his daughter since at least January. He believes his daughter may have been dead for months, but no one reported.
Wow. Listen, this is a problem for me, man. This is a problem for me. A father should not be saying, I think my daughter may have been dead for months. Look, you can't protect your kids from everything. I'm not saying the fact that she's gone means that it's the father's fault. What I'm saying is, I expect the father to say, I spoke to her yesterday and I didn't see her anymore. You know, I saw her yesterday and she was fine, and then the next day she's gone. You can't sit here and pretend like you're a good father if your daughter's been missing for months and possibly deceased for months, and you can't account for that. You can't say that you've seen her. You have no information.
He's a deadbeat in my eyes. Big shout out to Pogue Deb 412 with 5 gift memberships. Make sure you thank her if you're lucky enough to be one of those 5 people to get that gift membership. Let's keep going.
Multiple members of Jacqueline Torres' family tell Channel 3 tonight they hadn't been able to get a hold of her for months, including her father, Victor Torres.
Wow.
They believe she was killed, a victim of shocking violence. They just don't know when. Police will need to confirm everything, but investigators haven't revealed much yet. The medical examiner's office says Jacqueline's autopsy results are pending further studies. Additional lab tests may be needed, prolonging an official cause of Jacqueline's death. This house has been abandoned for years. Jacqueline's remains dumped in a container in the backyard. The front of the home now a memorial for Jacqueline, and it's growing.
It's heartbreaking. It's a little girl. Like, she didn't deserve that. You know, it hit close to home.
This was a small child. You don't do that to a child that's coming into this life and learning. Who knows if he's going to be a lawyer or a president? You know, you don't know what this person, this child had in mind.
This is a very wise woman. She gets it. She gets it. Children are capable of anything. The fact that they just robbed this beautiful girl of her future is the true tragedy here. Let's keep going.
Why take her life away like that?
Amen.
Now, Kara, we also know more family and friends will be here around 6 o'clock, 6:30 for a vigil in honor of Jacqueline's memory. But, Kara, we also know New Britain Police just came out with some brand new information just moments ago. We will send it back to you in the studio for that. Kara?
All right. So what I want to do is I'm trying to look up her court case right now. I'm going to bring us back to over here and just play this for a little bit. Just give me a second so I can look this up and see if there's any updates on this before we call it a day. Before we do that, really quickly, I just want to check her date of birth. Where's she at? Carla Rosalie Garcia. Her date of birth is 1996. Okay, let's do it.
Don't let them go! Not yet! Not yet! Don't let them go! Va, apaga la música un momento. Tío, dile. Don't let your balloons go! Not yet! 5 minutes!
I mean, damn, like, people are just mourning. Do you really have to be choreographed about it? Like, hey, at this very moment, let's release these balloons. I think you like kind of communicated in the beginning. And then if people do it, then it's just whatever. You know, it's not about the balloons. It's about the little girl. But whatever. Everybody's different. Let's keep going.
Ay. ¿Me la van a tirar todavía? Todavía no, pero ponme la música todavía, ponme la música. ¡Pon la música! Pon la música. ¿Quién lo va a decir con esto, tú? Sí. Ajá. Toma. You got it? ¡Levanta la mano!
Oh man, I might get copyrighted for this music that they're playing in the background. I apologize for that. All right, I can't get an update right now. Man, you know, YouTube is no joke about this copyright stuff when it comes to the music. So we'll see what happens. But certainly, I think this is definitely a very sad case. And I think that there were a lot of missteps. I think it's easy for us to blame CPS. It's easy for us to blame CPS. But there's some blaming that needs to happen with that family. because other family members are coming forward saying that they have not heard from the little girl in months. How many CPS reports have they put in? If my kids don't call their grandparents one day, their grandparents that live down the street one day, I guarantee they're going to be filing a report with the police. And they can't reach me, and they can't reach their mother, or they call us and we got some vague excuses like, oh, yeah, they went away. Yeah, where'd they go? They went away. Why you want to know where they go? I guarantee you they're going to call the cops on us. Even though we have no indication of abusing these kids, no indication of wanting to hurt these kids, no history of it, no nothing. If they don't see those kids, I'll give it a few days. All right, let's be more realistic. A few days. They don't see those kids in a few days. They call, because remember, my kids all got their own phones. Even my son got an iPad. He don't have a phone. He's only 6, but he has an iPad. And he FaceTimes his grandmother all the time. My kids, they have their own cell phones. And she's 12, she should have a cell phone. Some people might say, 12 is too young to have a cell phone. But listen, you can monitor and you can restrict a cell phone as much as you like. But your 12-year-old should have a cell phone because it's dangerous out there on those streets. And that 12-year-old needs to be able to report to you and also call 911 if they're in trouble. So if you don't want your kid on social media, get them a cell phone, same iPhone, same Android everybody else is walking around with, and simply go into the settings, put the child mode on, and restrict the child's ability to use the internet. But that child should have a phone or a flip phone, whatever. The bottom line is, if my kids go a couple of days without their grandparents seeing their faces, they're going to call the cops. So how is it this little girl is missing for months? For months. And nobody called Child Protective Services or the police to at least do a wellness check. So, Dad, you could not call the police for a wellness check since you can't see your daughter, you can't speak to your daughter, you couldn't call and get a wellness check? You couldn't call Child Protective Services to make sure that your daughter's okay? You haven't spoken to her since before January 29th? See, this is why people get mad at me on YouTube. Because I'm not going to sit here and give empathy. Well, I'm going to give you empathy, but I'm not going to sit and give you excuses for bad behavior. Just because your child is no longer with us, in my opinion, in my worldview, does not absolve you from your lack of protection of your own kids. So just like Jen Soto was not charged, was not arrested, is presumably a victim, I still call her out for the fact that she failed Maddie. I call out her baby daddy, Tyler Wallace, for failing Maddie, for not being an involved father. I call these people out because they deserve it. And the fact that the child is no longer here does not mean that, I'm going to give you some empathy and I'm not going to say anything about it. No, because we're trying to save the next child. You failed your child. Now your child is no longer here. Now we want to bring awareness so that other people who are watching this can do the opposite of what you did, and maybe we can save a child. There's going to be somebody watching this right now who's going to say, you know what? I haven't heard from my niece or my nephew in 6 months. Let me call my sister or my brother and see how they're doing. And maybe you'll hear, yo, where you been at, man? I haven't heard you in a while. You want to talk to your niece and nephew? Here's the phone. Jacqueline, pick up the phone. It's your uncle. It's your aunt. And you know everything's all right. Or maybe because of this show, because we're not here making excuses for bad behavior, you might pick up the phone and say, I'd like to make an anonymous complaint that I want a wellness check because I haven't heard from this person in a long time. Now, I'm not out here telling you to go harass people. If you normally don't talk to people for 6 months, then leave them alone. That's not your MO. You don't speak to them all the time. But if you are in people's lives, whether they're adult or children, and you speak to them on a daily basis, and you don't hear from them for a couple of days, and you try and reach out to them, and they're not responding back to you, that is what the police are for. It's called a wellness check. I'd rather have the person say, I'm just having a hard time at work and I needed some time alone, and that's why I didn't pick up the phone to my friends, than they be dead in their house and nobody's there to claim that body, or they're injured and they can't move and they're wasting away and nobody's there to save them and make sure that they're okay. You don't know what's going on. Somebody could have busted in their house, did an armed robbery, tied them up and all that stuff, and they can't move and they're just starving to death and nobody cares to check on them. It used to break my heart that we'd have elderly people, nobody checks on them. Finally, we get a call from a neighbor, hey, there's just the door stinks and there's an elderly person. I think they're dead. We go and we open the door. We break the door down. We go in and the person has melted into the ground. I didn't say it like that because I wanted to disturb you. I said it like that because that's exactly what it was. They're melted into the ground. Why? Because nobody cared. No neighbors cared to knock on the door and check on grandma. And most of them, they had fallen and they broke their hips and they could not move because they were so fragile and elderly. If somebody would have knocked on the door and see how they're doing, and maybe they could have heard a help, help, we could have break the door down and saved them, and now they'd be okay. They get a couple of pins inside of their hip and they're good to go. They're on a beach in Acapulco. But nobody cared to check on them, so they die from starvation and thirst. They die slowly, and then they melt into the ground. This is the kind of society that we live in. We don't give a damn about each other, man. We don't care. I was taking a training this whole past week. This broke my heart, man. This broke my heart. This case has been adjudicated, so I'm going to talk about it. It's public information. There was a transgendered female, a male biologically who is transgender, who is transitioned to a female, who was living in a basement apartment. A deranged man who probably was stalking her for weeks, I think, based off of the information that was told to me during this training, I think he was stalking her because he knew exactly who she was and what she was. He broke into her house. She gets up because she hears the commotion. She goes out into the hallway. She sees him. He says, there's some gay bashers outside. He thinks that if he says that she's going to be like, oh, maybe he came in to help me because some people who hate gay people are outside. I'm not going to say where this happened. This could have happened anywhere in the state of New York. I'm just saying it happened in New York. There's no gay bashers outside. That doesn't happen in the state of New York. It doesn't matter whether you in, I don't know, Buffalo, I don't know, Long Island, New York City. It doesn't matter where you at. This doesn't happen in New York. She's not dumb. Obviously, she knows this guy is a burglar and he's making a bullcrap excuse for being in my house. She turns around, she runs, she tries to lock her door because she has a lock on her room door, and then she has an exit in her room to get to the backyard, which she can get access to the street from. Unfortunately, she's not fast enough. She's not fast enough. The guy gets into the door. He then proceeds to assault her for hours. For hours. Turns out this guy was in her house for hours before she awoke to him. So he knew she had a car. So after he was done doing the worst to this person for hours, he forced her into the shower and he watched her take a shower. He was speaking to her like it's nothing. Like, so where you from? What you do for a living? Da-da-da-da. Then he says, you know what? Let's go hang out together. Let's come back to my place. I know where your car is parked. He was in her house for hours before she woke up. He found her car keys. He took her car keys and he went outside her house and he beeped it and found where the car was at. Then he came back in again. He's doing all of this. She doesn't even know that he's in the house. So she can't even lie and say, I don't have a car. He knows she has a car. So he allows her to get dressed. They go outside. They're walking together. This is why I decided to tell you this story. So that you can see how horrible we are to each other. It's not what he did to her that's just the horrible part. He's a monster. He did what monsters do. She's at her car. He's on the passenger side. Like, he think he got this. He think that's his girlfriend now. That's his shorty. The person who he just broke into their house and violated them. Absolutely violated them in every single way. That's his girl. He's at the passenger side. She's on the driver's side. Guess what happens? Mind you, I just want to add, it's early in the morning. Super early in the morning. Not that many people out there, but what happens? Car starts driving by. She jumps in front of the car. He doesn't have any weapons. I want to add that. He never had weapons. He used violence and his strength to overpower this transgender female. And I saw pictures of this person. They are very frail and petite, like a typical woman. Like, we're talking about 5'6". It's not like a transgender person who's like my height that decided to transition. This is a person that was very diminutive in size who then started to transition. So he's a big guy, so he's overpowering this trans female. She runs in front of the car. Car hits the brake. She goes to the side. Listen, this guy just raped me and he's trying to kidnap me. Help me. What does the person do? What they do in the chat? What did the person in the car do? I'm looking at the chat right now. I know there's a little delay, but I want to see if you guys know what this person did who's in the car. All right, it's taking too long. Somebody said it. It's me said it. You guys are saying it now. We do have a delay. There's a delay between when I see you guys chat, because now 1,000 people is answering. They drove away, but then they didn't just drove away. She's hanging on to the car for dear life. They dragged her for like 20 feet. Dragged her. Now, I was very upset watching this because this place had, everybody had surveillance. There were police cameras that caught the street stuff. There was building cameras and apartment cameras that caught him going in and out of the apartment. Like, everything was caught in surveillance besides the assault because she didn't have any cameras in her room. Everything was caught. So there's no missing pieces but the actual assault. It's one of those cases where you get everything. No mysteries, no nothing. It's all caught on camera. So now she's eventually falls off, rolls a dozen times like in the movies because that person hit the gas. They didn't drive off slowly, like, get away from me. They hit the gas. So she's tumbling. She gets up. She's limping. She's all messed up. Guess what happens again? What happens next, guys? Well, I'm not going to leave you in suspense. Another car comes. Remember, adrenaline. This is about life and death. God knows what would have happened to her if she would have went into that car and drove off with this assailant. Another car comes. She gets up. This car sees her almost get run over by the other car. She gets up. Goes to his window like, please help me, help me, help me. This guy just did the worst to me and he's trying to kidnap me, please. Mind you, this dude is coming to her. He's coming towards her. What did that car? He drove off and dragged her too. She got dragged another 10 feet. She got dragged another 10. The first guy was 20, 25 feet. This guy was much more merciful. 10 feet. She started rolling again. At this point, homeboy comes up. What's wrong with you? Smacks her. You coming with me? Who saved her, ladies and gentlemen? Who saved her? At 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, who saved her? This tells you a lot about humanity. The local homeless crackhead. On another camera, you see a guy cracked out, bummed out. And I'm saying it like that because I want to express to you how you should not look down on people, because all of these normal people, they ignored this woman. They ignored this person who needed help. And listen, maybe they thought they was being carjacked. Somebody threw that at me and I was like, you know what? That's a possibility. Maybe they thought they were being carjacked, but zero of them called the police. If you think you're being carjacked, I get it. There are people who use that technique where a woman will say, I need help, or a child, I need help, and then the thug will come with the gun and they'll carjack you. It's possible, but you should have called the cops. You should have said, listen, there's a woman who was trying to get into my car. I don't know if she needed help or if she was just trying to carjack me, but it happened at the intersection of here and here. And I drove off. Here and here, and I drove off. Then a second call come in. Yo, listen, I just saw some lady get almost run over by a car. Then she came, she tried to get into my car. I didn't know what was happening, so I drove off too. Something's happening on the corner in the intersection of X and Y. The cops would have showed up. They would have caught this guy right then and there. They didn't even call the cops. Two strangers, nothing in common, encountered this victim. Neither one of them called the cops. They left the victim stranded and wounded in the street, possibly more injured because of their actions than her grapists. They hurt her more than her grapists. Possibly. So in another camera in the corner, you see this girl with the drug addict walk. She runs up to him, please help me, help me, help me. He goes, what's going on? She says, this guy did this to me and he's trying to kidnap me. He says, nah, you're not going to get kidnapped, not while I'm here. Dude comes over. He tries to grab her. Homeless guy gets in between. He's not punching, not doing, he's just separating. Nope. Dude then reaches over, punches the victim in the face. A hard punch, but she doesn't hit the ground. Homeless man pushes him. The dude then runs away. Homeless man stays with her as the police are called. She gets the help that she needs. I think that this story has a sad outcome. The reason why this story has a sad outcome is because, first of all, it was excellent police work that was done in this case. Monumental police work that was done in this case. And that's the thing. You don't see these cases in the news. You never seen this one in the news. You never seen a documentary on this one. To see all of the work that goes into solving these cases. They caught him in a corner store using her credit cards. He was well known to the community. They was able to identify him. They arrested him. And then tragedy struck. COVID. Because COVID happened, the cases stopped. He was in prison, in jail, awaiting trial, but the cases just stopped all across places like New York. They shut everything down. They shut it down. Couldn't bring juries in. Couldn't bring juries into the courthouse. Why? Because they're too close to each other. It was horrible. In the 3 years it took, in this slam dunk case, there was semen found inside of the rectal cavity of the victim. Remember, she's trans. She does not have a vagina. At the time, it was called Criminal Sex Act. Now in New York State, there is no Criminal Sex Act. There are no sodomy laws. Rape is rape. That is the law. But that started in September of 2024. Prior to September of 2024, if you did oral or anal, it was called Criminal Sex Act. They had his DNA inside of her. They had his DNA inside of her house. They found his clothing he had left inside her house. They found everything. Any and everything that they could find, they found it. There was no way that they found his cell phone. There's no way that they could have not convicted this guy. But it has a sad outcome. In the 3 years it took for it to go to trial and the personal issues that the victim was experiencing in isolation, this had happened to her, but she still had to isolate because of COVID. So she's by herself. She doesn't have access to the therapy that she needs. You know, remote therapy works for some people. Some people need in-person therapy, but nobody was offering in-person therapy. She had a mental breakdown and ended up going to a mental health institution. By the time they were willing to now open back up the courts and start adjudicating the case. She said, I would much rather him get a deal, a plea bargain, so I don't have to testify and have to reopen these wounds than me go through the process. And so therefore, he did not get charged with a X crime. He was instead charged with burglary. He got a 10-year sentence. And when he's released for prison in about 7 years, because a good time, if he's good in prison, he will not be identified as an ex-offender. Nobody will know what he did to this woman. The only people who knows what he did to her is her as the victim and us as investigators who now train on her case. What do you think is going to happen when this person gets out in just a few years? This happened, I think the guy was sentenced in like 2023. So he got maybe like 5 more years, 6 more years to do in prison. What do you think is going to happen when he gets out? Think he's going to do this again? You think that a depraved person like him even cares? Don't think, oh, he's only going to go after trans people, which you shouldn't think that anyway, because why would you want anybody to be victimized? You think this kind of guy cares whether you have a penis or a vagina? You think he cares? He doesn't care. He's a predator. Whoever would have been in that house would have been victimized. He's going to get out and he's going to do it again. People don't care. People don't care. And that was the moral of that story. If somebody would have cared that they did not hear from this little girl in months, if they cared enough to call the cops, they cared enough to go call DCF, maybe we would have found her body a little bit sooner. Maybe we would have found her alive. Maybe before they took her life, they were treating her bad. They were torturing her. They were malnourishing her. This girl probably wasn't even going to school. And nobody cared. The school didn't even care. People don't care. But every now and then, you get that little bright light of somebody who does. Just like that victim found that homeless drug addict who was her savior. Well, guess what? I'm going to be the savior on the internet. And when I clock into work, I'm going to be the savior in the real world because I care. And you guys care too. That's why you're here. So we'll wrap this one up on that note, guys. We had a really good crowd today. Over 400 people watching this show. Please make sure you hit that like button, support the channel. Make sure you share this with your friends and family, your loved ones. Consider becoming a member of True Crime Strategic. Membership starts at 99 cents, which is the lowest on YouTube. How do I know this is the lowest membership you can have on YouTube? Because you can't charge anything less than 99 cents. You just can't. So we have charged the rock bottom price. Consider also becoming a member of our Patreon. We did a members only live stream on the Patreon today. And guess what? That's not going nowhere else. That's not going to the membership on YouTube. That's staying there on the Patreon. Consider becoming a member on the Patreon as well. All the links you can find in the chat and also in the description of every show that we do. In the chat, you see the Nightbot drop in that Linktree link. If you hit that Linktree link, you'll get taken to a web page that has all of the links to all of my social medias, my merch store, everything you can find in that Linktree. And lastly, we do have a merchandise store. It's really awesome. Actually, I'm going to hit that right now so you guys can see our merch store while I have you here. If you hit that link on the Nightbot, you're taken here to the Linktree. You could hit this so you can send me an email. This is a merch store. This is our Patreon. If you hit this link, you'll go there. This is our YouTube show. If you want to become a member and you don't have the link to be a member, you just click this link over here with the True Crime Strategic logo, and it'll take you straight to the page for you to be able to become a member of our show. And so this is our merch store, and I believe there's still a sale that's going on right now. Let's see it. Yep, still got the sale going. The sale is good for the next 14 hours. 14 hours. We got crazy deals on t-shirts starting at $16. Tell me where you can find t-shirts for $16 from a YouTuber. That sale is not going to last for long. And when that sale is over, the t-shirts will go back to $23 and stuff like, which is still a good price because most YouTubers are charging $25 and $30 for t-shirts. We're charging $23 on a regular. And guess what? There's a sale going on. starting at $16. $16. But not only that, you got all these different designs and all that good stuff, and you can get it in almost anything. So if you go ahead and you click this, you go up to the t-shirt, don't be a per diem mom. We also have the don't be a per diem dad. If you go down here, you can get that design on other things like teacups and mugs and all that good stuff. So consider supporting the channel. All this stuff supports the channel. We're a small growing YouTube channel. A lot of our videos get demonetized, and that's why we sell merch. We have memberships. We have Patreons, because that supplements keeping the show afloat when YouTube does not give us ad revenue. And even when we do get ad revenue, we're not a big show. We're a small show. We get like 4,000-5,000 views. That's not a lot. It's a couple cents, a couple dollars. All right, lastly, there's another one I want to show you. So we do have our T Republic, but T Republic also has like a boutique kind of store, and it's called Dashery. So if you go over to our Dashery, Dashery is cool. The same merch. It's a little bit more expensive, but the Dashery is cool because you could go on Dashery. Dashery has a lot of sales too. But what you can do on Dashery that you can't do on T Republic is that you could put these logos on more things. So you could take this logo here, our tinfoil hat, and you could put it on a mug. Isn't that awesome? It's amazing. It's awesome. All right. You do that, you put it on a mug, you go back over here, you put it on some shorts. And now you can walk around with Strategic on your booty. Bottom line is, it's really cool. Some logos you could do more with. Like if we go over here, let's keep going. You see that there are even more things you could do with the Let's Keep Going logo. You can put it on a hat. You can put it on a mug, put it on a t-shirt, put it on a sticker. So we have cool merch. We'd love to see you guys wearing it. We'd love for you to buy it. Take a picture, send it to us, and let us see how you are rocking out our styles. On that note, guys, we will call it a day. Everything you need is on the link tree, ladies and gentlemen. Everything you need for True Crime Strategic is on the link tree. All the links you need for you to get your swag on, for you to get connected, for you to get involved is on the link tree. We'll see you guys on the next one. Let me cue up that outro. Strategic is out of here. Peace.
Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes.
Strategic back again. So my feed started blowing up with updates on this Mimi Torres Garcia situation. And people started emailing me like, yo, Strategic, some new body worn camera was released. Then my feed started blowing up with Law and Crime. I checked them out, but they were adding their commentary. So I looked and I finally was able to find a clean version of the body worn camera footage. Now, what are we going to see, guys? Very, very sad. So first of all, let me stop being a savage. Good morning. Welcome to True Crime Strategic. I miss you guys. I'm happy to be here, share my time with you. I'm always honored and humbled that you're sharing your time with me. All right. So how about we say some salutations first before we get started? I'm just like jumping right into it. Anyway, guys, I appreciate you for joining. Please make sure you hit that like button, by the way, and supporting the channel. Let me go ahead and just silence this phone. Otherwise, it's going to be jingling the entire time we're on this live. Okay. So what are we going to see here today? We're going to see police responding to a domestic violence incident at the Farmington, Connecticut home that Carla Garcia and Jonathan Nanita stayed at. Meanwhile, while the police are there responding to this, there's no shade on the cops. They had no way of knowing what was going on. No shade on them. But while they're responding and they're trying to figure out what's going on with this DV call, Jacqueline's in the basement rotting in a bin. Jacqueline's in the basement rotting in a bin while the police are just steps away from her. Now, no shade on the cops. They have no way of knowing that. I'm just trying to paint that picture for you. That the police was called multiple times. There'll probably be more body-worn camera footage that's going to be released as people start putting in these FOIA requests, because the police allegedly were there multiple times to address domestic violence issues at this house. This was a volatile relationship, a volatile home. And unfortunately, not only did Jacqueline have to experience this, but her siblings did as well. These parents were monsters. Jonathan Nanita is a monster. Carla Garcia is a monster. And even though this person may not have done as much as Carla and Jonathan, for some reason, my soul, my spirit makes me despise them a little bit more than everybody else. Why? Because Jacqueline was named after her. Jacqueline Garcia is a monster. The aunt who this young angel was named after, she's a monster. These kids were growing up in a very volatile environment, and it's unfortunate that Jacqueline had to lose her life for us to finally realize just the depths of the horror that these young people were forced to live in, and to finally remove them from those situations and finally give them the peace that they deserve and the space that they need to heal and hopefully be productive members of our society, and most importantly, to break the cycle that these parents were creating. It's the most important thing. Break the cycle. To those young people, if they one day see this show, because they probably will, because when you're involved in tragedies like this and trauma, you tend to look it up. You want to see what everybody has to say about that trauma. They'll watch this video 10 years from now, and this is a message to you young people, to the siblings of Jacqueline Mimi Torres Garcia. Break the cycle. You want revenge? You want absolution from what your parents did? Break the cycle. Break the cycle. All right, so we're going to jump into the body-worn camera. It's like 7-8 minutes long. I want to give a quick shout-out to Generic White Female with a $10 super chat. We always tell you there's nothing generic about you, Miss White Female. We appreciate your continued support of the channel. She says good morning with her $10 super chat. Good morning to you as well. We appreciate you. She was also very generous in giving one gift membership to a lucky person in the chat. So if you're that lucky person that won that one gift membership, please make sure you thank Generic White Female for her generosity. Lacey gave us a $5 super chat. Says, missed you, Strategic, and everyone, especially you and Aki. No disrespect, have older brothers. Okay, appreciate you. Thank you for missing me, but you missed me first, so that's what matters the most. You obviously miss me more than you miss Aki. So in that case, you get a yay. Yeah, you guys know we just clown Aki. We just be clowning her. We love Aki. We just clowning her. And Progressively Independent is now a welcome recruit to the family. So welcome recruit to Progressive Independent. We appreciate you. Thanks for supporting the channel. And let's jump into this. Let's do it. Make sure we got the sound. Okay. So guys, remember, for these body-worn cameras, depending on the brand and the model, the first 30 seconds to 1 minute is buffer. So I don't know how long it's going to be until we get actual audio in on this video. All right. Big shout out to Jolene Rain with a $2 super chat. Says, hi, Strategic. What's happening? Hi to you as well. All right. Gonna fast forward just a tad bit because they're driving in the car. We're gonna get to the 1 minute mark. I think this is a 1 minute buffer. So he's just arrived at the residence, and we should be getting audio in 3, 2, 1. Action. There we go. Please hit the like button, guys, so we can get into the algorithm. We have over 100 people watching right now, only 50 likes. So there's 50 of you guys, 55 of you guys who are watching right now who hasn't hit the like button. Please hit the like button so we can grow this channel out. We do appreciate you.
115 Wellington. 135, excuse me, 135. 135 Wellington. Big shout out to Jolene Rain, who gave 1 gift membership. If you're that lucky person, please thank Jolene in the chat. We appreciate you, Jolene, for showing that love and gifting that membership.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so what we see so far is good tactics. I like what I'm seeing. Knock on the door, back away from the door because you don't know what's going to come out of that door. And then the other officers stand down, looking at windows, seeing if he sees some type of movement in there. That's excellent tactics. Why? If we're all stacked up right by the door, if somebody pops out with a knife or a gun, we're going to trip over each other when we're trying to get cover. So good tactics by these officers. Let's keep going.
Hmm? Is that this one though?
I don't know if that's 134 or 135. That might just be 134.
Hello. Hi, how are you?
Good.
Is everything okay?
This lady, she loves showing that belly, but I think she's pregnant right now, so she get a pass on this one.
Call.
Let's keep going.
There's a lot of noise coming from your apartment.
They're always called.
Okay.
Everything's good though.
Everyone's all right?
Yeah, she's pregnant.
Is anyone else home with you?
Just the babies and my boyfriend.
Okay. Is your boyfriend here?
Yeah.
Can I speak with him?
Yeah.
All right. No Gutzilla jokes in the chat, please, because she's actually pregnant, and pregnancy is beautiful, okay? So let's throw that out there. Leave her alone. Leave the murderer alone. She's pregnant.
Babe! Babe! They just want to make sure everything's okay.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm just pregnant. Just moods, you know.
All right.
But that's really it.
She's terrible.
Hello?
He's coming out.
Oh, okay. Mind if I come in some and heat up?
Huh?
You mind if I come in some and heat up? Hey, how's it going? Good. We just got a
The door's broken over there. You can tell it's broken. You know, Aki made a really good point in our little private chat. She said the way he comes out with the baby in his hands is just like Jake Harrow. She said, why do they always do that? Well, it's for optics. Everything is optics. And that's one thing we're trained to look at as detectives. We look at the optics. We know when people are purposely trying to paint a picture for us. So I don't know if this patrol officer knew that. He's not trained. Listen, you can't get everybody the same training. It costs a lot of money to train a detective. That's why we're detectives. That's why we get paid more than regular police officers, because we get specialized training. We get tons of experience dealing with the nuance and the intricacies of human nature and human behavior. So when I see, now as a detective, let's say I'm working overtime and they're like, yo, they're short staffed. All the detectives have to go help the patrol guys. That stuff can happen. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. There's times that I have to put a uniform on and go do overtime and help police. It's rare, but it does happen. So let's say I'm helping out because they having an issue on patrol. People are injured or sick or whatever. And I'm doing this DV run. And I'm coming there with all the knowledge that I have as strategic, the SVU investigator. When I see him coming to the door like that with that baby in the hand, knowing that the cops are there, I'm saying this guy's trying to paint me a picture. This guy's trying to sell me a story that he's just a calm, happy family man, because there's no reason for you to come to the door with a child that age knowing that the police are at the door, unless you're trying to throw me off and say, hey, nothing to see here, which is a nice family guy. Let's keep going.
a lot of noises and stuff like that. Everyone's okay?
Yeah, my wife's pregnant, so she just be having mood swings.
Okay.
I be trying to calm her down.
And then you know what? The first thing he does is what abusers normally do. They blame the victim. Oh, she's got hormones. I'm always just trying to calm her down. And, she's just losing her mind. Like, no, pregnancy doesn't make you do that.
Pregnancy does not make you some crazy person that can't control themselves and you're screaming at anybody. That's not at least the experience I had in pregnancy. When I dealt with pregnancy with my wife with three beautiful kids, that wasn't the case. Now, listen, maybe that's anecdotal. That's just her. You guys tell me in the chat. Did you guys turn into raving lunatics when you became pregnant? I don't know. You tell me. But that's what the abusers always do. They always do that. Oh, it's her fault. Look, you know, she's so unreasonable. She's a savage. I have to be the one to keep her in check. It's a red flag if you're trained enough to see those red flags.
Okay. Things happen.
I'm at the end, so
okay.
It's difficult.
All right. Well, I haven't met you guys real quick. I'm just going to write your names down, say I spoke with you, and get out of here, okay?
Okay.
All right, so this is my problem I have here, right? So they got a call from a neighbor that they were screaming. It does not appear, because we saw his body on camera, we saw him driving in the car. Why wouldn't you go to the neighbor first? Or why wouldn't you do what we call as a callback? Now, I'm not ragging on this cop as though they were supposed to discover Jacqueline in the basement. I'm not saying that. That would be totally and grossly unfair. What I'm saying is you got a domestic violence run, right? All of these people have criminal records. Did he run them? Did he find out who they were? Maybe he's going to do that later. I don't know. Number two, when you get a call, this is 2024. This is a 21st century, I believe. Whatever century we're in. You do what's called a callback. You call the person who made the callback. Even if they say they want to remain anonymous, yeah, well, you're anonymous in that I'm not going to tell the person that you called 911 on that you called them. I'm calling you back. You know how many times I called her? Well, I wanted to be anonymous. There's no such thing as anonymous. I need information. I told them straight up, you're telling me somebody has a gun? I need information so that when I approach this safely so I can make it home to my family. Where's the gun? Where did they go? Tell me the information that you have. They're supposed to call that person back and say, listen, what do you mean you heard noises and screaming? What did you hear? What did it sound like? That's what you're supposed to do. It doesn't appear that he did that. So now he's coming into the situation with very low information. And he's like, oh, I'll just write a report and leave. I didn't see like much. He didn't separate them and ask her like, hey, what's going on? Separate Jonathan and say, what's going on? He's talking to them together. This is terrible, terrible policing when it comes to domestic violence. Terrible. Literally terrible. Like if something in an imaginary world, if Jacqueline never was hurt or anything like that, but Carla ended up getting hurt from Jonathan and she survived, she'd be entitled to a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against this Farmington Police Department because they defied all norms when it comes to dealing with a domestic violence run. Let's keep going.
Say hi, baby. Everything's okay. It's okay. How old are you?
The child is a prop.
3? 2? One more? There you go.
The child is a prop and the cop is falling for it.
What's your name?
Carla. With a K.
K.
R-L-A.
And Carla, what's your last name?
Garcia.
And your birthday, Carla.
6196.
And sir, what's your name?
Jonathan. J-O-N is what I mean. Jonatan.
And Jonathan, what's your last name?
Nanita. Nanita.
And your birthday?
9/29, 1995.
Okay. How long you guys been staying here?
Almost a year.
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't even run them.
Yeah.
He did not even run them. I do not believe they have the integrated technology that my department has where we could run them from our phones. These type of departments, you got to run people through dispatch. I didn't see him run them yet. You don't even know if the people you have contact with have open warrants. Like, this is how we actually catch people with warrants. Somebody called the cops. Maybe they did something wrong. Maybe they make a left turn on a right turn, whatever it may be. And then you run them, and now you just caught somebody who's a fugitive. What did he do? I don't know.
Times the walls are, you live in apartments, walls are thin sometimes.
They've been complaining since we first moved here, so.
Okay, so it's not the first.
We're moving.
Okay.
We're actually moving.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, because of that.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, sometimes with apartments, you really can't choose your neighbors, right? So if someone is living one way, someone lives another way, and sometimes it just clashes. So just give me a minute, okay? All right. Just hang on real quick.
And there's two of them there. Two of them. Not one of them stepped up like, yo, you know, maybe we should do it this way.
What's your name?
Yo.
Forward 2 names.
All right, so it looks like he's going to run them now. Okay, cool.
You guys have any other problems with any neighbors or anything like that? It's just like noise.
First one, last name Garcia, comment spelling, first name.
All right, I give you some grace, bro. Thank you. I give you some grace. He's running them now. Good job. He's running them now.
Carla, Karla, 6196. Last name Nanita, Nanita. First name Jonathan, comment spelling.
Is this your
9/29/95.
Wait, I have a son. He's one. Well, he just turned, so I'm sorry. Keep you guys busy. Oh yeah. You guys got a place you're going to?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. You really got to. Yeah.
It's better. Well, we came from New Britain. It's better over there because we don't have no complaints at all.
Yeah, it's a little bit different.
All right, big shout out to Happy Hippie Homeschool. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate you for supporting the channel. You're a crew member now.
Area people are a little less likely to want to call for some noise and stuff like that.
Right.
Have a good night. We're out of here.
Thank you so much.
That's it. That's it. Okay.
I appreciate
Bye.
it. You know,
You guys have a good New Year.
I mean, listen, he at least ran them. I get that. That's good. I appreciate the fact that he did that because there's so many errors that they did in this case, in this the DV run, because that's what it is. It's a DV run. It's not a noise complaint. Is they're playing Tupac too loud. They're playing Backstreet Boys too loud. That's a noise complaint. A noise complaint is they're having a party over there. I hear screaming, cursing, and banging. That is a domestic violence run. They didn't even ask to see, well, how many people do you have in here? Can I see all the children? Make sure that they're okay. You have exigency in this type of case because there's a crime that's happening somewhere inside of the home. It was reported to you, and you need to be able to say, hey, listen, everything is good. You're not searching for drugs. You're not searching for guns. Of course, if you see something in plain sight, then those people are screwed. But you have a certain leeway. You have a certain massaging of their constitutional rights to make sure that everybody's okay. At the very least, you separate mommy and daddy and you do an extensive interview. You ask her specific questions. You got your body worn camera on. You make sure you say, did he hit you? Did he shove you? Did he punch you? Did he pinch you? Did he bite you? Did he call you outside of your name? No. That's called doing your due diligence. Then, Jonathan, you need to come with the kid. Hey, Jonathan, can you do me a favor? Can you put the kid down? How about you put your kid in the back room? Put the kid down. Because I want to ask you some serious questions. Hey, listen, we were called here. There was reports of, you guys fighting, lots of noise, lots of shuffling around the furniture, etc. Did you hit her? No. Did she hit you? Did she punch you? Did she kick you? Did she bite you? Do all that good stuff? Kick you? Whatever? No? Okay. That's on the record now. You did your due diligence. Do you mind if I take a look around real quick? I mean, we're being told that people heard that things were being broken and stuff like that. We want to make sure you guys are safe. I'm not searching your house. I just want to take a quick look around and make sure everything is normal. Guess what we're getting out of that? For future investigations, because we know that we needed that for future investigations. We're getting a tour of the house in the state that it was during the time that Jacqueline was in the basement in a bin. Because he's walking around the house now with his body-worn camera on, and we get to see if we saw toys. We get to see if we saw pictures of Jacqueline. We get to see if we saw proof that this little girl existed. As he's walking through the house to make sure that everything is normal. The pretense at that moment is to alleviate and address this alleged domestic violence case. But with everything in policing, oftentimes what you do today is going to be evidence tomorrow. And that evidence could have been used in the criminal case today because we know that this is where she lost her life. We would have had a record of how that house looked at the time if this cop would have just take 2 minutes to actually do his job. young man, I don't know who you are. I'm not trying to mess with your career. But right now, you suck. I hope that you get retrained and you take your job a little bit more seriously and you follow all the steps, because I know, without even seeing it with my own eyes, that Farmington most likely follows the procedures of every other law enforcement in this country, the best practices of how to actually respond to domestic violence cases. We do not respond to domestic violence cases to try to get out of there as fast as possible. You have to put the work in. You have to. I think a lot of times people don't realize how blessed they are. I am blessed to be in law enforcement. I don't have any skills beside law enforcement skills. And I make a good living that allows me to take care of my family and be comfortable in my own skin. I am blessed. So every time I get a case, I give it 1,000%. Lately, I've been getting a lot of cases with mentally ill people where these cases, they just did not happen. I never get upset that I have to get another one of those cases. Even though I love working real complicated cases with real victims, I never get upset when I have to actually do all my due diligence, all the work that goes into a case for somebody who's mentally ill and delusional and it didn't even happen. Why? Because I'm grateful to have the job that I have, and I'm also grateful to be able to prove that somebody was not a victim of SA. To me, the greatest gift I could give a victim of mine is to prove definitively that it didn't happen to them. And that happens a lot because sometimes people get super drunk and they think that something happened to them, and they're good people. They're not mentally ill. They just got really, really drunk. They think something happened to them. It didn't happen to them. And if we could prove it, great. We saved them from a lifetime of trauma. Be grateful for your job. This is a professional job. It is one of the most difficult jobs on the planet. Do the job right or go back to being a pizza man. You want health care? You want the best retirement on the planet? Microsoft won't let you retire in 20 years. All these tech bros that's making $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, they can't retire in 20 years. You get a defined pension for after 20 years of service for the rest of your life. Be grateful and do the job correctly. Let's let this video finish up.
Sorry. No problem at all. Happy holidays.
All right. Same to you guys.
Thanks. Enjoy you guys tonight. All right.
See you as well. Hey, don't worry about it. It's all good.
It's not all good, young man. It's not your fault. I'm not blaming you, but it's not all good because Jacqueline is in the basement rotting right now in a shipping container barrel. Some of them are calling it a tote. Some of them saying shipping container. Some are saying Tupperware. She's rotting in the basement right now, buddy. It's not all good.
Take care.
Hey, Juan.
Do the job right, man. Do the job right. Unbelievable. So many missed opportunities there. I'm not even saying missed opportunities to find Carla. This is not that officer's fault that that Jacqueline was not discovered then. It's not his fault. But there's so many missed opportunities that we had just now in at least getting to the bottom of who these people are and, oh, that's a different browser. That's why it won't let me add the tab. And getting a tour of the house, possibly discovering, who knows, you separate them. Maybe she would have confessed there, like, yo, this guy's abusing, because that's her story. Carla's story is that she's an abused woman. That's her story. That is her defense. Her defense is, I was being abused by him. That's her defense. Maybe she really does feel that way, and if he had separated her and talked to her on the side, maybe she would admit it to it. I don't know. Let's keep going. So what is this 4-minute one? The video recorded December 20 shows two. I think we have two. If this is like two different views, let's see. This is, let's give it a whirl.
Thursday Night Football. It's on Prime.
All right. Okay, yeah. This is the second body one. We're going to watch this one too. This is from the other officer's perspective. And then we'll call it a day. It'll be a short live, guys. I'm trying to catch up on this show. This movie called The Witch. It's a Korean action movie with like kids that have like superpowers, and very, very filled with a lot of fighting and all that stuff. I want to watch that before I go to work. So after this, we will end the live. We got a lot of shows coming up for you guys. A lot of stuff to cover. And just hang in there and support the channel. So we ask. We appreciate you. We definitely appreciate you. All right, so we're about to get audio in 10 seconds. Three, two, one. Let's do it.
All right, here we go. Everything okay?
Yeah.
We got a call. There's a lot of noise coming from your apartment.
They're always calling.
Belly! Belly!
Anyone else home with you?
Just the babies in my
Look at them ham hocks. Come on. Come on. Video will play after ad. You know what? This is what I'm going to do for you guys. My apologies. I will put this into the Brave browser, and then we won't have to deal with any advertisements. How about that? Paste and go. Perfect. Thank you, Brave browser. You are amazing. All right. And let's fast forward to the 1 minute mark.
All right, here we go.
And listen, I'm joking around. You know, we don't fat shame here. That's diabolical. But I hate her. I'm not going to lie. I think there's always an exception when you're a monster. I think we could just make fun of you, period. Like, we could go beyond our norms of decorum when we're dealing with monsters. Like, I'm joking on you because you're a horrible human being, but you kill people. Like, there's no equivalency. So I will try and be nice because I don't want to insult anybody at all. It is what it is. But certainly, I don't talk like that in my regular life. This lady is a beast. She's a monster. She schmurdered, red-rummed her 12-year-old daughter. There's no coming back from that. There's no coming back from that. Let's keep going.
Everything okay?
Yeah.
We got a call. There's a lot of noise coming from your apartment.
They're always calling.
Okay.
Everything's good though.
Then you hear, like, they always call. That means it's an ongoing problem. Like, these are the key things that you hear that like pique your ears up. I would hope to say as an officer, but I guess I can only say as an investigator, because a lot of officers that we see in these shows, they don't have those skills. Like, they're doing very basic and rudimentary policing. And a lot of the policing I see in these body cameras is not the policing that I worked with. Like, it's almost like, I don't want to sound funny, but it's almost like we're working with higher quality officers than a lot of these officers from around the country. You know, I didn't see even rookies act the way, and not necessarily talking about these guys, but the rookies that I worked with when I was on patrol and out on the streets had more investigative acumen than a lot of these officers that I see around the country who are responding to these critical incidents that result in us finding out about them. So all this good work is being done and nobody knows about it. And then the ones that we do see, when it matters, it seems like these officers are falling short. Let's keep going.
Right.
Yes.
Is anyone else home with you?
Just the babies and my boyfriend.
Okay. Your boyfriend here?
Yeah.
Can I speak with him?
Babe! Babe! They just want to make sure everything's okay.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm just pregnant. Just moods, you know.
Hello?
He's coming down.
Oh, okay. Mind if I come in some more and heat up?
Huh?
You mind if I come in some more and heat up? Hey, it's going. Good. We just got a call.
My good.
And stuff like that. Everyone's okay?
Yeah, my wife's pregnant, so she just be having mood swings.
What's up, man?
I'll be trying to calm her down.
What's up?
Things happen.
I'm at the end, so
Okay.
it's difficult.
All right. Well, I haven't met you guys real quick. I'm just going to write your names down and say I spoke with you. You got it here, okay?
Okay. Say hi, baby.
Everything's okay. It's okay. How old are you?
Say 3.
3? 2? One more. There you go.
Say 3.
Just want to know we're okay.
It's okay.
Okay. What's your name?
Carla. What a K.
K-A. And Carla, what's your last name?
Garcia.
And your birthday, Carla.
6196.
And sir, what's your name?
Jonathan. Jon is what I mean. Jonatan.
And Jonathan, what's your last name?
Nanita. Nanita.
And your birthday?
9/29, 1995.
Okay. How long you guys been staying here?
Almost a year.
Yeah.
Okay. Things are good?
Yeah.
Sometimes the walls are, you live in apartments, walls
Yeah,
are
we
thin
always live in
sometimes.
things. They've been complaining since we first moved here, so.
Okay, so it's not the
We're
first.
planning on moving.
Okay.
We're actually moving.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, because of that.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, sometimes with apartments, you really can't choose your neighbors, right? So if someone is living one way, someone lives another way, and sometimes it just clashes. So just give me a minute, okay?
All right.
Let's hang on with that real quick.
What's your name?
What's your names?
You guys have any other problems with any neighbors or anything like that? It's just like noise stuff.
Well, just next door, but that's it.
Carla,
Yeah.
K-A-R-L-A.
You guys been there for a little bit?
6196.
All right, right after this is done, we're going to play just a tad bit of Law and Crime. Just want to hear some of their commentary, see what their take is on it, and then we'll call it a day.
Yeah.
Last name
Good day.
Nanita. First name Jonathan.
Is this your only daughter? You guys got other kids?
Oh, sorry.
One on the way. I have a son.
Son too.
He's upstairs. He's 1. Oh, he just turned 2. I'm sorry.
So this is not his daughter. He has what's in her belly and a 1-year-old son. This child belongs to somebody else. I think it belongs to somebody else. So, I mean, she's just, I'm not a big fan of that, and I'm gonna tell you my bias. I just don't feel like people should be. I don't think that one person should be a conduit for so much DNA. I don't think that men should do it. I don't think that women should do it either. Like you get into a relationship, the relationship it fails. Of course, you're entitled to move on. But when you start having 3 and 4 different baby daddies, that's a problem. In my personal morality, and who cares about my morality, right? It's my business. You live your life how you want. And I also fault the men. So it's not like I'm just placing blame on women. As a man, I would never want to be in a relationship with a woman who has 3 and 4 different baby daddies. What makes me so special? I'm going to think to myself, just like how you got those relationships could have ended, that those 3 and 4 different relationships that resulted in children could have ended. What's going to make me so special that you're going to stay with me? I don't get in relationships expecting them to be temporary. I get in relationships expecting that it would be forever. And if it doesn't last, then okay. But my expectation is that we're going to be together forever, and maybe that's my own trauma because my father has like 15 kids with like 6 or 7 different baby mamas. And I don't want to be like my dad. So that's why I have one woman with 3 kids and no other kids, you know what I mean? Outside of that situation, but I just think that there's something diabolical about it where you have 3 and 4 kids and none of them can say that they're full-blooded. They're all they're going to say that they're brother and sister. This is how they're going to be raised. But they're all of them have different dads, whole different cultures behind them and upbringings. And then you have the situation sometimes where some of the fathers are more involved than others. And then you have some children that feel left out because every weekend these siblings are going, if all those fathers are participating, every weekend these kids are being broken up and they're all going to different corners of the earth. That's weird to me, but whatever. Let's keep going.
Keep you guys busy.
Oh, yeah.
You guys got a place you're going to?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Where you guys moving to?
We're gonna move to New Britain.
Yeah.
It's better. Well, we came from New Britain. It's better over there because we don't have no complaints at all.
Yeah, it's a little bit different area. People are a little less likely to want to call for some noise and stuff like that. So.
Right.
Have a good night. We're out of here.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Sorry.
In the islands, we call her a breeder. When you're out there doing it, you're a breeder. You're just getting bred like a cow. You're just getting bred. You're a breeder.
No problem at all. Have a happy holidays.
All right.
Since you
You
guys
too, thanks.
go, you guys might. All right. Sorry.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all good.
Take care.
Okay, now let's do law and crime real quick, guys, and then we'll call it a day.
And she just, she was pointing all the blame on him constantly.
All right, so
Case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. We're learning some new disturbing information, as if this story couldn't get any worse, in the death of 12-year-old Jacqueline Mimi Torres Garcia. This young girl found earlier this month inside a tote, ditched behind an abandoned home in New Britain, Connecticut. And the new details we're getting, I'll warn you, they're worse than even we could have imagined. Right. According to newly unsealed arrest warrants just obtained by Law and Crime, police say 12-year-old Jacqueline was starved, zip-tied as punishment, and left to die inside her family's home in Farmington, Connecticut. Allegedly, it was at the hands of her mom's boyfriend, and her aunt. Jacqueline's body was then allegedly hidden for months in the basement of the home. The smell was so bad, investigators say, the adults started staying in hotels before Jacqueline's body was moved in a storage bin lined with trash bags, sheets, and even a white powder to mask the odor.
Wow.
Neighbors told police
they were throwing down like lime down there, man. That's crazy. Like they were throwing down like it was, like in the graveyard to mask the smell. That's crazy. That's insane. The lengths that they were going through to try and kind of mask and hide this evil deed that they did. It's insane.
They often heard arguing, screams, and banging coming from the apartment, even calling 911 on more than one occasion. One neighbor said they heard a woman threaten to, quote, break someone's neck. Another reported a scream, something heavy falling, and Carla yelling, stop. And now we're seeing what happened in one instance when officers actually showed up. Farmington police have released body camera footage from December 29th, 2024, just months after investigators believe that Jacqueline was killed.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
All right, so we're going to fast forward this real quick because we already saw this, so it doesn't make sense for us to kind of like go through that again.
Activity behind an abandoned home on East Street in New Britain. It led police to a tote sealed shut. And inside that tote were the remains of 12-year-old Jacqueline Torres Garcia. At that moment, the mystery of the missing girl that no one knew was missing became a murder investigation. Within days, police arrested 3 people: Jacqueline's mom, Carla Garcia, her mom's boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, and her aunt, Carla's sister, Jacqueline Garcia. But the heartbreak didn't stop there. Records show that the department...
This beautiful little angel. Beautiful little angel. Beautiful little angel.
Department of Children and Families had been in and out of this family's life for years, even conducting a video check-in earlier this year. That is months after investigators said...
Now, I've heard from different news sources that it is possible to do the video check-in, but it is highly irregular, and it is not something that is taken lightly when it happens, which means that they shouldn't have done it in this case. They should not have opted for a video call instead of a face-to-face, especially after we found information, well, it was reported rather. When I say we, I'm talking about us as the public who's looking into this case. I didn't personally find it, but it's been reported that the mother told Child Protective Services that the children was at a relative's house, and they went to that house and the children weren't there. So she was already caught up in a lie, but yet they still allowed her to do this fake video call. Still allow her to do this fake video call, even though she had already lied to them as to where some of her other children were. Make it make sense. So it's not even like she had good credibility and they walked in the house and the house was clean and there's food everywhere and the kids look super happy. She's like, oh no, my oldest is staying with a relative. And they're like, oh, this is not a bad case. They have multiple cases on her. They have multiple police contacts due to domestic violence. And then when she said, when they originally went to the house, she said, oh, the kids are over here. They went over there. The kids weren't there. She had already lied to them. And yet they still allowed her to do a video call with the fake Jacqueline, which was another one of her children pretending to be Jacqueline. Make it make sense.
say Jacqueline was already gone. So how did a little girl vanish in plain sight under the watch of a family and the system itself? What really happened inside that home in those final moments? The arrest warrant for Carla Garcia reveals a story that appears to change under police questioning, even culminating in admissions of her direct role in the alleged abuse.
Get those filters off, baby. Softening that face. We know you don't look like that. Those eyes aren't even human. Look how big her pupils are. Get those filters off your face.
And neglect that led to her.
You a monster. Own your monstrosity. Live in your monsterness. Don't be trying to soften your looks, baby. You are a beast. And it's not because of how you look. It's for the evil that radiates from your soul. That is why you are a beast.
Daughter's death. When first confronted by police, this was on October 9th, Garcia claimed her daughter was fine. According to the affidavit, quote, Garcia originally told New Britain detectives that her daughter was fine and visiting a friend. Garcia told authorities her children were supposed to be at a cousin's home on Dwight Street in New Britain. All of them. But when police visited that house, they couldn't account for one child. Jacqueline. Police say that.
Yes, see? See? He just said it. She said they was at a relative's house on Dwight Street. They go there, kids are there, but not Jacqueline. Her credibility was also shot, but there was another instance where she did that again with Child Protective Services. That's when she did it with police, but she did it with Child Protective Services too. Her credibility was shot, yet they still allowed her to do that phony video call. Make it make sense.
That Garcia appeared surprised upon hearing this. According to the affidavit, quote, Garcia acted surprised, repeatedly asking, what do you mean? She said all her kids were supposed to be at Dwight Street and confirmed they were there when she left. When asked if Jacqueline could have been with a friend or dropped off elsewhere, Garcia said no. And apparently the children weren't even at the cousin's home. The detective informs Garcia that he was told her kids were actually with her sister on Kelsey Street, but Jacqueline was still missing. Garcia, again, acted surprised.
See what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? You see the lies, the web of lies. This was before this little girl was ever even discovered. This is months ago. This is a year ago. This stuff is happening. A year ago. And nobody cares. Nobody says, produce the child now. Nobody does that. Now, AI MedSpa says that there's 70 Connecticut DCF cases in backlog since 2021 during the pandemic, just like this case. I hear you. I appreciate you giving us that statistic. But this, what I'm about to say is not to you, it's to DCF. I can't come to work and tell the victims who report to me that I'm busy and I'll get back to their SA case when I get a chance. Shame on Connecticut if they're not giving their DCF workers the resources that they need and the staffing that they need to stay on top of their caseload. But we're all professionals, ladies and gentlemen. And even if you can't do a complete workup on a case, the least you could do is make sure that the victim is alive. One sec. The least they could do is at least make sure that they're alive. Just go knock on the door. Just go knock on the door. That's it. My work takes me, I have to travel very far in between cases and deal with traffic and all the other stuff that makes, when I go out in the field to work 2 or 3 cases, sometimes it takes me 8 hours. But that's what I got to do. I got to go from point A to point B to point C, and I got to make it work. And sometimes I don't have no time to unwind at the desk. It's nonstop. But guess what? The work demands it. The work matters. The victims don't want to hear strategic say, hey, guys. Shoot, they don't even want to hear me say I'm on vacation. That's why I got to turn off my phone. They don't even want to hear I'm on vacation. Oh, I'm happy you're enjoying your vacation, strategic, but by the way, I got graped. And my rapist is still out there. What are you going to do about it? Now, I understand that's how they feel. That's not healthy. It's not healthy for them, and it's not healthy for me because I have to have time to myself. Otherwise, what good am I if I'm stressed out? So I turn off my phone. But the bottom line is the work is important. The work is serious. So when you're there, you do the job. You do the job. So Those DCF people have to find a way. 70 cases does not sound like a lot to me. 70 cases with how many employees? At the very least, go see that those kids are alive, because probably 80% of those 70 cases aren't even real cases. They're just retaliation, baby mama, baby daddy going through custody battle, and somebody makes an erroneous report. Some nosy neighbor saw something that wasn't that serious and they reported it. At least go make sure that these kids are alive. They could not even make sure that Jacqueline was alive. They totally failed her.
It was at that point that the detective introduced the discovery of the tote, along with the fact that no one had seen Jacqueline at that point in over a year. Garcia's story then began to shift. Police say she first denied knowing anything about the tote, but then pointed the finger at her ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita. This is according to the affidavit, quote, when Detective Mordasiewicz asked what happened, Garcia initially denied knowing, but then said...
So I guess he cut off his locks because he had such beautiful locks. His hair looked better than Carla's hair. I guess he cut off his locks. He's trying to change his appearance when he was on a run.
It had been Jonathan Nanita. She said she had been afraid to tell the police because she feared Nanita would kill her or her children. She claimed the last time she saw Jacqueline was 8 months earlier in their Farmington home. So that would have been around February of this year. She alleged that Nanita did not like Jacqueline because she was making Garcia depressed, and that Jacqueline didn't like that Garcia was pregnant with another child. Then Garcia presented a detailed
I want you guys to listen to what she's about to say. This is going to break my heart. It might break your heart too. Listen to the story that this beautiful girl's mother told to defend herself against accusations of murder. Listen to how she threw her own daughter under the bus. I can say definitively after I heard this story that Carla Garcia did not love Jacqueline Mimi Torres Garcia. She did not love this girl. Part of the reason why she probably didn't love this girl is because she hated the father. Because the father, who's doing good, he's an ex-drug dealer, gun guy. He took all the profits. I'm talking on my arse right now because I don't know what he did with his money, but he took all the profits out of selling drugs to the community and destroying his community and opened legitimate businesses with them. And he had a new wife and a new girl, a new family. And his new wife has her own salon, and he has his own mechanic shop, and they got their own child, and they live in La Villa Loca. They live in La Villa Loca, and she's in the slums with a nanita. She don't got no business savvy dude who's now doing good for himself and doesn't give a darn about his daughter Jacqueline. That probably made her mad too. He moved on and got a new family, and all she has is Nanita. Every time she looked at this beautiful girl, she did not see herself. She saw baby daddy number one. The dude she was with when she was 16 years old. The dude she thought she was going to spend the rest of her life with. The dude, for whatever reason, maybe it's her fault, maybe it's his fault, threw her away. She hated this girl because this was not her child. This was her father's child. And unfortunately, Jacqueline had to pay.
Violent account of her daughter's death that she says started when Jacqueline, the little girl, just 12 years old by the way, put hands on her, the mom. Police say she told them in October of 2024 she was arguing with Jacqueline on the stairs when, quote, Jacqueline threw her down a flight of stairs. Garcia explained that she was 6 months pregnant at the time.
This lady is like, how she looked was like she's tall. In all the videos I saw, it looked like she's tall. She looked like she's 5'9", 5'8", 5'9", 300 pounds. She's saying that Jacqueline threw her beluga. Let me not say that. Be nice, strategic. She's saying Jacqueline threw her down the stairs while she's 6 months pregnant. Let's keep going. What happened after that? Come on, Carla. Give us the story.
Garcia claimed that after Jacqueline pushed her, Nanita became enraged and attacked Jacqueline. The affidavit reads, quote, Garcia stated Jacqueline was bleeding a little and she was still...
So because Jacqueline allegedly threw this 5'8", 5'9", huge human being down the stairs, Jonathan Nanita felt like he had to defend his baby mama from this assailant who was trying to ex-nay her. So then he went after poor little Jacqueline and beat the bejesus out of her. Wow, what a story.
Moving. Garcia stated Nanita proceeded to pick up Jacqueline and throw her down the second set of stairs leading to the basement. She told police that Nanita later told her, quote, he had put Jacqueline in a bag and put S-word on her. Garcia insisted she was not involved and that she never reported it because she was afraid of Nanita. So that's one story Garcia told detectives. But then...
All right, so let's sum it up before we go to the next story. All right. Okay. A smart car somehow pushed a Mack truck off of a cliff. And because the Mack truck got pushed off to the cliff, an Apache attack helicopter then attacked the smart car. You guys get it? Makes sense? Okay, let's keep going. That was corny, but let's keep going.
October 9th, detectives conducted a follow-up interview with Garcia after receiving preliminary findings from the chief medical...
Does that make sense?
That was for me. Does that make sense?
Does that make sense?
Examiner. It turns out the autopsy didn't find any obvious signs of recent trauma, but it did note severe and prolonged malnourishment. This directly contradicts...
Right, so what the truth is that there's no violence in terms of, Jacqueline doing anything to her mother. The mother tried to make it seem like Jacqueline passed away due to violence, but that's not the case. The truth of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, Jacqueline Mimi Torres Garcia is no longer with us because she died a slow death. She was starved to death. Let's let that sink in. Jacqueline Mimi Torres was starved to death. She wasn't beaten to death. She wasn't tortured to death. Those things happened too, but they weren't the cause of her death. There was nothing on her body that showed that some trauma caused her to lose her life. She was literally starved to death. And the reason why that means so much to me is because that's the worst way for a person to go. And the person who let her go that way was her very own mother. Does that make sense?
Does that make sense?
Does that make sense?
Garcia's story of a violent, bloody death on the stairs. Confronted with this, police say Garcia began to change her story. She repeated the tale of being pushed down the stairs, but now claimed that when Nanita stomped on Jacqueline's head, there was, quote, no blood at this time, and that she was still moving after. She maintained that Nanita dragged Jacqueline away, and she heard what...
Okay, I got a confession to make. I got to get this off my chest. Did I screw up? What happened? Oh, there you go. I think I screwed up.
Participant who documented the...
Wait. Did I screw this up?
She was told to do so by Nanita. Garcia...
I think I want to get to where we was at.
Nanita later told her, quote, he had put Jacqueline in a bag. A detailed, violent account of her daughter's death that she says started when Jacqueline, the little girl, just 12 years old by the way, put hands on her, the mom. Police say she told them in October of 20...
All right, let's
her, Nanita became... Nanita later told her, quote, he had put Jacqueline in a bag and put...
All right, I have to say this because you guys know how I do on True Crime Strategic. She's evil. I hate her. But I really like her eyes. There's one saving grace about you, other than your neck tattoo that make it look like you got a beard. You have very beautiful eyes, ma'am. I hope they enjoy looking at those beautiful eyes in prison for the rest of your life. Let's keep going.
S-word on her. Garcia insisted she was not involved and that she never reported it because she was afraid of Nanita. So that's one story Garcia told detectives. But then, on October 9th, detectives conducted a follow-up interview with Garcia after receiving preliminary findings from the chief medical examiner. It turns out the autopsy didn't find any obvious signs of recent trauma, but it did note severe and prolonged malnourishment. This directly contradicted Garcia's story of a violent, bloody death on the stairs. Confronted with this, police say Garcia began to change her story. She repeated the tale of being pushed down the stairs, but now claimed that when Nanita stomped on Jacqueline's head, there was, quote, no blood at this time, and that she was still moving after. She maintained that Nanita dragged Jacqueline away, and she heard what sounded like, quote, a body being thrown down a flight of stairs, and she could hear Jacqueline crying. But then, when faced with the photographic and autopsy evidence, police say Garcia's story collapsed entirely, and she began to admit that she did play a role in Jacqueline's death. According to the affidavit, when she was shown a photograph of Jacqueline restrained in zip ties and lying on pee pads, quote, she later admitted she did apply zip ties to Jacqueline on 2 occasions after she was told to do so by Nanita. Garcia also admitted that she was forced by Nanita to withhold food from Jacqueline, but her admission soon went beyond acting under the coercion of Nanita. The affidavit...
Right, so it breaks down because she keeps... This is a cycle that Carla keeps taking. Carla says, I did nothing. It was all Jonathan. Then as she gets shown evidence that it wasn't just all Jonathan, then she amends her story, says, okay, well, I did this. It's like, Jonathan. That's the bad guy. But then all the evidence is not showing Jonathan. The evidence is showing you. Basically, what I think happened is that Jonathan and Jacqueline, the auntie, just sat there and did nothing as she abused her daughter by not feeding her daughter. That's what I think happened. I think they did things like bounding her up and locking her in a room. I don't think Jonathan beat that little girl. I don't think that the auntie beat that little girl. I think everything was the mommy. I think everything was Carla. I could be wrong. I 100% could be wrong, but I think Carla's the bad guy. They're all bad guys. But the mastermind. I think Jonathan is a simpleton. I don't even think Jonathan was abusing her domestic violence. I think he's a simpleton ex-con that needed a place to live. I think she was the one who was abusive. She was the one who was screaming. She was the one who hated Jacqueline and wanted Jacqueline to pay for the sins of her father. It was her. Why wouldn't it be her? Why is Jonathan beating the crap out of Jacqueline but nobody else? Why is Jonathan starving Jacqueline and nobody else, and mommy's doing absolutely nothing about it? Why? What would be the MO? What would be the motive? She has motive. Jealousy, bitterness. That's her motive. Jealousy and bitterness. That is her motive. Anger, resentment. That baby daddy moved on and was living the life she thought she would have. She's the one who was with him all throughout his gangster drug dealing times. And the moment he changes his life and gets everything that he promised her probably, she wasn't there to receive it. He threw her to the side. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, Jacqueline is not here because Jacqueline looked like her father. Let's keep going.
It states, quote, Garcia later admitted that she and Nanita would mistreat Jacqueline together because Jacqueline was, quote, bad. She didn't listen. She didn't respect them. Garcia went on to say that Jacqueline was doing things she wasn't supposed to do, including striking.
Listen to this. Listen to what they're going to say about Jacqueline. The victim blaming is out of this world. Listen to the next sentence he's about to say.
Other kids, going into people's cars, and having 5 boyfriends.
So now she is a streetwalker. She's going into people's cars and having multiple boyfriends. Now this 12-year-old who looks innocent is a streetwalker. And that's why mommy was so mad, because she's hopping in the cars and having multiple boyfriends and doing bad things and hitting other kids. Unbelievable. If there's no capital punishment in Connecticut, which there's not, you need to start working on that legislation so that by the time she's convicted, she can get it. Carla is a monster.
Jacqueline Torres was just 12 years old, I'll remind you. Garcia then provided a new account of Jacqueline's death, one consistent with starvation, telling police, quote,
and you can tell she got that low self-esteem because every time she takes a picture, she's got a filter on. Every single time she's taking a picture, she got a filter on. Every single time. Why do you want to look contrary to how you actually look? Why won't you embrace how you truly look? Who are you trying to impress when you have a Jonathan Nanita in the house? You got a man, right? So why are you trying to impress people putting a filter on? Self-esteem issues. She's not good enough. Let's keep going.
Stopped giving Jacqueline food for about 2 weeks prior to her death. She stated that Jacqueline died sometime in her bed, but she wasn't sure exactly when. She said Nanita moved the body to the basement and the smell became unbearable, so they then stayed in hotels with friends. She admitted that when they moved from Farmington to New Britain, Nanita transported Jacqueline's body. While Carla Garcia was giving her evolving statements to police, her ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, was providing his own version of events. Unlike Garcia, who was located by police, Nanita approached New Britain investigators voluntarily while they were canvassing Tremont Street on October 8th. According to the affidavit, quote, Jonathan Nanita approached New Britain investigators and expressed that he wanted to clear his name and that he didn't do any of this. Police say Nanita admitted to moving the tote, but that he framed it as a simple favor for Garcia. He told police, quote, Garcia contacted him and asked him to dispose of the tote that was outside her apartment building near the garbage. He drove to Garcia's apartment at 24 Tremont Street in New Britain with his current girlfriend, placed the tote in his truck, and per the instructions of Garcia, he drove to a nearby cemetery to hide the tote. He even...
It's like, it never ceases to amaze me how when you're, I have friends who are in the dating market and these are professional men and they find it so hard to find a woman, even to just be friends with. Like they want relationships, they want to get married, they find it so hard in this dating market to find a woman to date. They can't even find a woman just to, in the sheets. They find it hard to just do that. But yet you got these bums out here, no education, no job, criminal records up the wazoo, no place to live, no cars, no health insurance, no nothing, and they never, ever alone. This guy, Jonathan Nanita, got a new girlfriend. A girlfriend that's willing, allegedly, to come with him, implicate herself possibly. Maybe she didn't know what was inside of the tote. Maybe she did. We don't know. The possibility of life in prison or 15 or 20 years as an accessory for this loser to help him move the body from one place to another place. It's insane how twisted this world is. Insane. You got to make it make sense. Somebody said something in the chat I want to just say. Patricia Allen says 2 weeks. I call bull. I think she's talking about when Carla says that they stopped feeding her for 2 weeks. It takes a long time for a person to starve to death. That's why it's such a horrible way to go. I say 2 weeks is not bull. I say 2 weeks is the right amount of time for her body to finally say enough is enough. I haven't eaten. I'm gone. Think about that. She had to at least go 2 weeks for her to pass away. That's a long, excruciating death. Her body started eating itself. That's what happens. Your body starts literally eating itself to survive, burning fat that it should not burn to try and survive, burning muscle to survive. It's terrible, terrible way to go. If I was dictator of the world, I tell you guys all the time, I don't care how famous I may or may not get. I don't want to get too famous. Like I told you guys, 300,000-400,000 is a sweet spot. All I want is double-digit views on every show, and I'm done. I don't want to go no bigger than that. I don't want 1 million. I don't want 2 million. I want a nice, small, tight community. I don't want to be a celebrity. It's not what I'm interested in. But I tell you guys all the time, if y'all ever said, run to be dictator of the world strategic, that'll be the worst decision you ever made. Because I believe in the code of Hammurabi. For me, after going through a trial of a jury of their peers, their sentence would be the exact same thing that they did to Jacqueline. That's justice for me. Not putting you in an air-conditioned cell where you have poetry classes, knitting classes, industry. You learn how to fix engines. You learn how to be an electrician. You learn how to be a plumber. You got a TV in your cell. You get to pay a little extra money so you can get HBO and Cinemax and all that good stuff. That's not justice to me. You got a commissary where you could get creatine and work out and get buff, or you could buy shrimp and you could buy chicken and cook in your cell and all that good stuff. That's not justice for me. Justice for me is the code of Hammurabi, an eye for an eye. After being convicted by your peers, exhausting all of your appeals, the same thing you did to the victim, it's the same thing that should happen to you. Do not ever, 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 ever make me dictator of the world. You will regret it, or maybe not. Let's keep going.
Stated that Garcia helped him load the bin into his truck, painting a picture of her direct involvement, which she had denied. Police asked Nanita specifically who is in the bin, and this is what he said. Quote, he first stated that he did not know who was in the bin. Officer Korwek asked Jonathan Nanita again who was in the bin, and he shrugged and said, I haven't seen Jacqueline. Officer Korwek asked if he knew it was Jacqueline, and he nodded yes. While Garcia described a violent, bloody attack on Jacqueline, Nanita claimed that he was merely a witness to the aftermath of an unknown event and that Garcia and her sister were present and responsible. He told detectives that he walked into the Farmington home and, quote, saw blood all over the walls.
I have a feeling, and I 150% could be wrong, but I have a feeling that Jonathan might be telling the truth. The personal hatred that one must have to do to Jacqueline what was done to her, it doesn't seem like he would have the MO to do it. The people who had that personal connection to me would possibly be the mother. And the sister has a history of violence against young people. The mother has the personal vendetta and connection against the father. Nothing in Jonathan Nanita's history points toward him doing this type of crime. There's a first time for everything. I could be wrong. But if history is a window into the present or the future, it is these sisters that have the history that would make them capable of this type of crime. Somewhere in all this madness is the truth. We don't know that truth yet. We'll figure it out. But my mind's eye tells me this guy may not have been the one to take her life. Let's keep going.
Along the staircase, Jonathan Nanita stated he asked what happened and they said that they didn't know. Jonathan Nanita stated Jacqueline Garcia and 4 of the kids were upstairs in a room, but little Jacqueline Torres Garcia was missing. Jonathan Nanita stated he panicked and left the apartment without knowing what happened. He claimed he returned the next day to find the blood cleaned up and he never saw Jacqueline again, and that was that. He denied ever harming Jacqueline, and police say that he suggested during his interview that Garcia was the one who was responsible. The arrest warrant for Jacqueline Garcia reveals she was not merely a witness to the abuse for her niece, according to police, but an active participant who documented the horrific conditions and, by her own admission, watched the neglect happen. Her first interview on the evening of October 8th was conducted while police say she was severely intoxicated and that she painted a picture of a normal, happy family. But by the next day, during her second interview, she was sober, and police say she admitted that she had not seen her niece in a long.
And this is a big problem for this family. There's a lot of alcoholism and drug use. She was so drunk they couldn't even get a good statement out of her. They had to wait till she sobered up, man. It's unbelievable. These people allow these intoxicants to just destroy their lives. Big shout out to M. Rachel with a $20 super chat says, thank you for what you do, or thanks for what you do. We appreciate you. Thank you. That's very generous of you with that $20 super chat. We appreciate that. Jolene Rain with a $2 super chat says, stay safe tonight. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Phone's been buzzing like crazy. I went from 3 cases because I keep my cases low because I work them. I actually work my cases, so I keep them low. So I went from 3 at the beginning of the week, and now I'm up to 6. I'm up to 6. So the phones are buzzing. The phones are buzzing. Usually we'll get 1 or 2 cases a week. I got 3 already, and the work week is not over. Today's the last day of the work week for me. Big shout out to Stony Baloney Barb, who gave 1 gift membership to a lucky person. Whoever got that gift membership, make sure you thank Stony Baloney. And guys, I just got to tell you, for some strange reason, specifically when I cover this young lady, I have been getting hit by YouTube. I don't want to say the words because I don't want to help them out. The D and then an M word, which means no revenue. So for the people who are donating to the channel, we do appreciate it because this will most likely not be able to generate any return to the channel, this show. For some reason, sometimes they'll do that with some sensitive shows. They'll flag the victim's name, and anytime somebody does a show on that victim, that happened with Madeline Soto for a while too. But I think a lot of big channels was covering that. So when you're a really big channel, you have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of viewers and you have 1 million viewers, YouTube gives you a personal person you can talk to and you can get things done that way. So I think those big channels complained like, hey, you guys are blacklisting Madeline Soto. This is not fair. And I think they changed their policy. This is happening with Jacqueline. Whenever I cover Jacqueline, I have not one show. I have 0 shows that was able to get past their moderation. So every time I do a show on this topic, rest assured, no revenue. Let's keep going. So if you're donating to the show, we thank you from the bottom of our heart because you're helping us because we're not getting anything from this show.
Long time. Quote, Jacqueline stated she had just found out everything yesterday, but admitted to not having seen Jacqueline in months. The interview took a turn when another detective entered the room and informed Jacqueline that her sister Carla had stated that she was present for the abuse and took the photograph of Mimi restrained in zip ties. Confronted with this, Jacqueline's defense crumbled. She began to confirm the horrific details of Mimi's life, and according to the affidavit, quote, Jacqueline Garcia confirmed that her niece, Jacqueline, was deprived of food and made to stand in the corner. She confirmed that her sister, Carla, and Carla's boyfriend, Nanita, zip-tied Jacqueline as punishment and often kept her in the corner of the room where she would defecate and urinate on herself. Jacqueline then admitted to her own active participation in the abuse, though she tried to minimize her involvement, saying, quote, she did not come up with the idea to use zip ties. Jonathan did. Jacqueline admitted to seeing her niece zip-tied.
Now, I gotta say this, like in the pictures that we see, we're seeing a very young version of Jacqueline. And I think because they didn't really have any pictures of her as she got older. But we have to keep into account that Jacqueline was 12. And, I have a 13-year-old turning 14 this year. But I remember when she was 12. She's looked almost the same now. They're developing. They're starting to get confident with themselves. They're starting wanting to experiment and, look pretty and feel pretty. They express themselves. They want to talk. They want to, tell you about yourself sometimes. I don't know about other people's 12, 13, 14-year-olds, but, if I tell my son, that's not good, my daughter be like, Daddy, that's not nice. You're being mean to my little brother, da-da-da-da. Like, this was a budding young woman. So I tell you all of that to say that. Now think about this budding young woman who's about to be a teenager, who's just 6 years away from being an adult. 6 years away from being an adult. Think about how she felt, not just being starved, not just being abandoned by her own mother emotionally, but having to defecate on herself, being zip-tied, immobilized, and being forced to defecate on herself. I say this before and I say it again because I mean it. We are too civilized. We are too civilized. I think it's acceptable for us to embrace a certain level of barbarity when we deal with monsters like Jacqueline and Jonathan. And when I say Jacqueline, I'm talking about the auntie, Jacqueline Sr. I don't know. How you say it when it's a auntie getting your name, whatever. We're too civilized. And Carla, look what they did to Jacqueline Mimi Torres Garcia. And what they have to look forward to is air-conditioned cells, commissary with shrimp and chicken and steak, creatine, personal TVs in their cells with HBO and the NFL package. That is what they're going to look forward to for the rest of their life. If they get life in prison. Because maybe they might walk away with a 20-year sentence or 25 years. And guess what? These are young people. So they come out when they're 50. Yet Jacqueline will never see another day. Let's keep going.
On a couple of occasions, Jacqueline further stated Mimi was always in the corner of the house and that the zip ties started at the, quote, end. The affidavit also reveals chilling details about the efforts to conceal Jacqueline's death and the multiple times authorities were alerted to trouble at the home. And perhaps the most haunting moment, one that now plays like a scene out of a tragic warning, comes from the December 29th body camera footage that we showed you earlier. When officers knocked on Carla Garcia's door that winter night, they didn't know that little Jacqueline had already been gone for months. But
all right, so we're going to stop this here, guys. You guys are amazing. We're at the 1 hour and 19 minute mark. You guys know we don't like to play all of different content creators, whether they're corporate or indie like myself. We want to give you guys some wiggle room to go over to their channel and actually watch it for yourself. If I play somebody's entire video, chances are you're not going to go back over there and watch it. But if I play just enough of it to get the point across, you will go and you'll watch the rest of this, because obviously this is very probative and very entertaining. So please go support Law and Crime and check the rest of this video out on your own. Guys, we had a really good time here. Please make sure you hit that like button. We have over 250 people watching this live stream right now. We could do for some more likes to support the channel. This is very, very, very tragic. If more information comes out, we will be covering it. I got a special show for you guys tomorrow. I will be talking to the victim of Darius Cruz. Darius Cruz is the man who is accused of murdering Dante Campbell. We've been covering the Dante Campbell case. We will be speaking to the cousin tomorrow. One of the victims, we're not going to say the name. We're going to respect all those boundaries that this person wants us to have, because they deserve it. They are a victim and they're very strong and powerful for deciding to give us their time and to elucidate us on the case. So we do appreciate them. But we'll be look out for that notification for tomorrow. And we'll be speaking to them. If they decide to change their mind, that's fine too. I never pressure anybody to come on the show, but I think that they are very, very motivated to get their story out there and to help us understand the depth of this tragedy in the Dante Campbell case. So we look forward to having that conversation with that very powerful and strong survivor. I mean, I think at this point we could definitely say that she's a warrior. 100% she's a warrior. So guys, make sure you hit that like button on your way out the door. Support the channel. Leave something inside of the chat for the Repay crew. Make sure you say, hey, I'm from here. whatever, just something in the chat, even if it's a thumbs up, whatever, you want to make some funny faces, throw some things down there, whatever. It's all engagement. It all helps the channel. I love you guys immensely. To everybody who showed love with super chats, we appreciate you. You guys are definitely helping the show 1,000%. Stony Baloney with a $4 super chat. We appreciate you. Thank you, Stony Baloney, for showing that love. We'll see you guys on the next one. Make sure you join the membership and the Patreon. We've been dropping tons of stuff on the Patreon. We got tons of court documents on the Patreon. A lot of stuff that's popping right now that I don't want to advertise on the main show. It's just for the Patreon because I don't want to get involved in no bullcrap that's happening in these YouTube streets. But we do have some exclusive stuff that's on that Patreon right now. Go check it out, man. Go be a part of the Patreon. Check it out. You will not be disappointed. I see you on the next one. Strategic is out of here. Peace. Man, I got the treble on that one tonight. We're going to bring that back down. Strategic is out of here. Peace. Yeah, that's better.
Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes.
Strategic back again. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to another edition of True Crime Strategic. As promised, we have the reaction to Nancy Grace's D4VD coverage part 2. We did the part 1 a couple days ago. I was really tired. I couldn't finish it, but there was so much probative information in it. I had to do a part 2 because Nancy Grace was dropping gems, literally dropping gems on this D4VD case. And we appreciate all the hard work she's doing on her channel. We appreciate all the hard work other people are doing as well. We want to get to the bottom of this. We want to find what happened to Celeste, justice for Celeste. So without further ado, guys, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. I don't want to have to keep reminding you guys, but hitting that like button is very, 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 very important to the channel. It's a small growing YouTube channel. Don't be fooled by that 6 digits. Big shout out to us making 100,000 subscribers. Don't be fooled. You guys know that's small chops when it comes to YouTube. All right. In order for us to grow and get the message out and be heard, we need you to hit that like button. We'll need you to leave a comment. All right, let's jump back into this.
Analyst out of the LA jurisdiction, author of Deal Breaker. You can see her now on Peacock. Dr. Bethany, this reminds me, in a bad way, of Top Mom Casey Anthony, who actually told a jury, and it worked, by the way, that her little girl, Kelly, drowned by accident, and instead of calling 911, everybody thought it was a good idea to wrap her up in a blanket, put her in a trash bag, and throw her in a swamp.
That's right. Casey Anthony is the one that got away, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, which means nothing. Guilty as sin, but it's all good.
See, I've got a problem with that, but that's generally the same thing that's going to be argued here. But it worked there.
Hey, Nancy, you do not dismember a body because the victim overdosed. You just don't. I mean, that's overkill. Something else bad happened in that house. And I've been playing in my mind with...
Right. So I'm hearing, and I haven't verified this myself, but I'm hearing that she was in fact dismembered and her head was found in a bag or something like that. This is what I'm hearing. I got to verify this for myself. Apparently the LAPD came out with this information. Somebody find it, send it to me. You know how to reach me, strategiceyes@gmail.com. But that's what I'm hearing. It has not been verified for myself. Let's keep going.
What could that bad thing have been? Was there a domestic violence incident and somebody was choking her? Is there evidence on the body? Was she gang raped? Is there semen on the body? Was she offered drugs like fentanyl or something like that or opiates that were prescribed for somebody else? I do not believe somebody just went and murdered her for murder's sake. You do not dismember a body just because they overdosed. You call 911.
Did you know chips?
All right, we got to skip this real quick. Big shout out to Lenny23 in the building, longtime supporter of True Crime Strategic.
We appreciate your continued support, man. Love to see you when you pop in every now and then. You are appreciated. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, man.
Car, and it's coming around from Burke's house. Stay with me. I'm about to go to Dr. Kendall Crowns, who is a renowned medical examiner, has handled thousands of autopsies, but I want to follow up on who was in that home, okay? Listen to this.
Burke was in town the day the dented and covered in mud Tesla was last moved, July 29th. That same day, Burke left town with his personal assistant, Neo. After his Tesla was last moved to the spot it would later be towed from and performing in San Francisco that night, his now canceled Withered World Tour. Burke had a very small, tight-knit entourage. 2 to 4 people close to Burke appeared to be living in the mansion with Burke. Burke's previously close friend group now making efforts to appear less tight-knit. Surveillance footage from his $20,000 a month rental home shows 3 or 4 individuals who not only share the home, but regularly access his Tesla. Those individuals have not been seen together since the discovery of Celeste's remains, and all have unfollowed each other on social media.
Dave Mack joining me.
That's never a good sign when everybody starts unfollowing. It's like they want to distance themselves because they have guilty knowledge, ladies and gentlemen.
Does that make sense?
Guilty knowledge. Let's keep going.
Stories investigative reporter. So, Dave Mack, okay, let me understand. If nobody did anything wrong, then why is everyone running in different directions and unfollowing each other on social media? I mean, the day, and I got to go back to Fisher on this in a moment, Dave Mack, remind me to circle back to him. The last day that D4VD, David Anthony Burke's Tesla was moved, remember, you got a dead body, a little girl decomposing in the trunk. It's hotter and hotter and hotter. More and more evidence, including cause of death, COD, is being lost literally by the minute. And what are they doing? They're moving the car. Why? Because it's a fancy Beverly Hills home and Hollywood Hills home, and they know that the owners of those lots are going to complain if a nasty car is sitting in front of their lot for days on end. So every few days, the Tesla is being moved around with Celeste dead in the trunk. Point. If nothing wrong happened, then why did everybody living...
All right, guys, I can't find any confirmation that that body was dismembered. I'm looking right now. This is a cursory look, so that doesn't mean that it's definitive. I'm just saying I can't find it. I can't find it other than rumors. So unless somebody has proof and can send me proof, I'm going to revert back to what I do know, which is that this body is not confirmed to have been dismembered. Contrary to what Nancy Grace is saying on her show, I can't confirm it. Let's keep going.
And that home, Dave Mack, suddenly scatter to the 4 ends of the earth.
You know, Nancy, the biggest thing about this is exactly what you're pointing out, that the last day it was moved on July 29th, the car stays there and is not moved again until it's towed away. But Burke and his friend, Bolt, he's in San Francisco performing that very night. He's got his agent or his assistant with him, the guy that's always with him. They've called him, anyway, they're gone. And then after the body is found, Burke continues on, Nancy. Now, the rats begin to flee, but Burke is acting like nothing happened. Think about it. This is his car. A body's been found. He knows who it is, but he's still doing his thing.
And this is why what makes me think that this guy is guilty. And I really appreciate for this guy saying this, because this is a girl that you loved, I would assume, that you obsessed about. Like, you could tell he had an obsession with her, and she's found gone. Whether it was in your car or it was on the other side, or it happened at her house, or it happened in a hospital from natural causes, you would be heartbroken. But she's gone and he doesn't care. He continues to do his concerts. He doesn't give official statements saying, these people have publicists. Like, he could have said it in a way that does not implicate him that he was in a
intimate relationship with her. You could say this was a longtime friend of mine's, and I'm very sorry that this happened. I'm gonna take some time off to kind of like mourn this friend. Like, he said nothing. He just kept going. He stopped his performances because a lot of the venues stopped booking him, like canceled his performance. Like, they didn't want a guy who was suspected of possible murder performing at their venue. That's why he started losing money. People stopped going to his shows and venues start canceling his tours. And that's why he stopped, not because of Celeste. Let's keep going. Hit that like button, please.
He didn't cancel the tour when she was identified, Nancy. The tour was canceled for him. He wanted to keep moving on like nothing happened.
Yep.
They're acting like children in every bit of this. And when you think about it, Burke is 20 years old. He was homeschooled. He was sheltered, raised in a church choir. It makes no adult sense, but maybe it makes sense to somebody who's got the maturity level of a 12-year-old.
Oh.
To Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, psychoanalyst and author. Dr. Bethany, everyone scatters to the four corners of the earth, but then it's followed up by unfollowing each other online.
Right.
I find that a step too far, not to have some sort of implication.
That's right. I mean, they are definitely trying to distance themselves from each other. And, in that world, instantly when somebody unfollows you, and it's so easy to track. I would wonder with this group, who knows what about the other person? Did one person see another member of the house supply drugs? Did one person see another person abuse Celeste and not call 911? All that drug paraphernalia, Nancy, I'm very interested in that. Were the opiates in the room of the patient for which the opiates have been prescribed, or were they scattered around the house? Was the house neat or messy? Did it look like a frat house, a crack house, or was it kept neat? Was all the drug paraphernalia in one place, like people were just doing it recreationally, or was it scattered
let's go to
around
Steve Fisher on
like
that.
a mess?
Steve Fisher, where were the drugs? And let me also point out, Steve Fisher, well, we learned this from you, LAPD had already searched the home. Now, they haven't mentioned finding drugs or drug paraphernalia. That does not mean they didn't find it. But by the time you searched it, where did you find the drugs?
So there was several different bottles of them, and one, being in the like a living room table that was kind of like a where they did all the streaming from, is accessible there, and then also in the bathrooms. So I think there was 3 different opiate prescription bottles, and so they were accessible. They weren't locked up or anything like that. They were accessible to anybody in the house.
Okay, and you're speaking legally right now in response to Dr. Bethany Marshall, and you're right, Steve. The fact that they were in various locations, those doors were not locked. Anyone would have had access to them. But, isn't it true, Joanna Nieves, veteran defense attorney, that under the law, and this is a jury charge, a jury instruction that will be read to a jury, in this case, if there ever is one, says that the jury can take into account behavior before, during, and after the incident, which means a jury could take into account that very oddly, very uncharacteristically, all of D4VD, David Anthony Burke's friends that normally live together, that hang out together every single day and night, that park their cars there for months on end, they all scattered to north, south, east, and west and unfollowed each other. That can be taken into account, and it can be argued on closing that that is a guilty conscience. You know something bad went down. You know about it, so you get the hell out of Dodge. Can't that be argued by a prosecution?
Yes, this could be an indicator of consciousness of guilt, but what we have to keep in mind is that something bad did happen. There was a dismembered body in a trunk. So they are likely trying to distance themselves from the fact that someone tried to conceal a body, and there is a knowingness around that. But the point still remains that we can't prove yet whether this was the cause of death was actually a murder and then the concealment of the body.
Right. Wow, this is good stuff, man. This is wow. Let's keep going.
And guys, please hit that like button, support the channel. Let's get some engagement in that chat, guys. Let's get some good conversations going. I know it's early in the morning. We're usually not live this early. I've been live all morning. I just came from a Patreon only live, so make sure you go over to Patreon, check that out. We did a video on Sudan. I broke down the whole Sudan conflict, and then we went over some of the most horrible atrocities you've probably ever seen in your entire life on the Patreon, because we can't do that here on YouTube. We'll be demonetized, age restricted, and banned, the whole nine. All right, so we did that on Patreon. Go check out the Patreon. But now we're here with you on YouTube, going over the business of the day, which is giving a voice to the voiceless and trying to get some justice for Celeste. So please hit that like button, support the channel, and let's get the engagement going inside of the chat so we can get in that algorithm. Let's keep going.
Bombshell to first on Fox. There is no COD, cause of death, as of tonight. Now, with all of this in mind, straight out to Dr. Kendall Crowns joining us, as I've mentioned, Chief Medical Examiner, Tarrant County, and star of Mayhem in the Morgue. Dr. Kendall Crowns, I've waited on a lot of toxicology reports, as have you, to get an official cause of death. Toxicology reports are needed in a case where you can't look at the body, either under the microscope like you or with the naked eye like me, and say, oh yeah, she was stabbed dead. Oh yeah, she was bludgeoned dead. Oh yeah, this is a GSW gunshot wound. You have to have toxicology when you can't overtly see what the COD is, right? But in all of my history, I don't recall it taking this long. Is this the death knell? Does this mean toxicology is not revealing a cause of death?
Well, it can be the fact that it can take up to 8 to 10 weeks to get good toxicology testing done, especially in a severe decomp. She was in that trunk for several weeks. Her decomposition processes could have caused her blood to dry up and other tissues to not be available. And they may be relying on liver and muscle to get their toxicologic testing done.
Which is not going to be as accurate for all the type of drugs that she could possibly have been ingesting as opposed to having like a fresh sample. So this is very difficult, man. I'm telling you guys, I think this body degraded so much, they're not going to get much forensics from this body, but let's keep going.
When they have to rely on these two solid organs, the toxicology lab has to grind them up and homogenize them, making them into a liquid so they can test them. And this can add even more time to it.
Okay, just stop right there. Stop right there. Stop. Dr. Kendall Crowns, look, everybody on this panel accepts that you're smarter than us. Can you please dumb me down? I don't know what you just said. What? Grind it down for a what test? What?
So when you have no blood left to test from, and all you have left is solid organs, you can collect muscle and liver at the time of autopsy. That is sent to the toxicology lab, and they put it in basically a blender, and they make it into like a
paste,
a slurry or a smoothie of this tissue, and then that way they're able to
Doc, you ain't have to say a smoothie. A smoothie of this tissue? Oh, gosh.
Extract the liquid to put it into the machines to do the toxicology testing, because the toxicology machines that do the testing can't use solid organs. So it has to be liquefied in some.
Zenith Black said that this, no disrespect, Zenith. We love you. We appreciate you being here. But you said that this 13-year-old girl was his muse. I think what you meant to say, with all due respect and love, is that she was his victim. He's a nasty pedophile, in my opinion, that is. But let's keep going.
Way. And by doing that, it takes the process
Okay, you know
longer.
what? I just want to digest what you just said, because of all of the prosecution's investigations I've had, which I can't count. I've never heard it put just quite like that. You're saying that Celeste's liver, her dried up liver, is put in a blender and blended until it's liquefied so that some machine somewhere can run a test on it?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
Moving
Nancy. That's how it works. And this guy's got a skeleton behind him. I want one. Let's keep going.
forward. After Celeste's liver is liquefied in a blender, then that is put into a what?
It depends on the toxicology lab, but they usually use like
Centrifuge.
a GC mass spectrometry, which is gas chromatography mass spectrometry machine that then can do a look at drug levels within that slurry of tissue.
So you use a mass spectrometer to look at. Oh, here's another one. If you put a dried organ into the blender, as you call it, and you blend it, you still have a dry organ. How does it become liquefied?
They add certain fluids to it to make it more liquefied. I don't know specifically what they add, but it's
Like
probably
what?
normal saline. Probably most likely normal saline, so it helps liquefy it and doesn't add to the toxicology or decrease the toxicology.
Okay.
Of course,
Got it,
there
got
are
it.
charts
so then
that are available.
That newly formed liquid, which is dried liver and
Why is Nancy like stuck on the, liver smoothie? Like, okay, Nancy, we get it. It's kind of like rubbing you the wrong way. I get it. All right, guys, hit that like button. Please support the channel. Let's fast forward a little bit.
you have illuminated a lot, Dr. Kendall Crowns. So you're telling me that no matter how long the body is there, if you can get a liver or some other organ,
They say Nancy hungry. Y'all crazy.
suitable organ, you can use that to get a tox screen, toxicology, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And at the beginning, at the outset, you said, did you say 8 or 11 weeks to get that tox screen back?
About 8 to 10, but yes, about 2
8
to
to 10.
2 months.
So,
to
okay. Dr. Kendall Crowns, you heard Dr. Bethany Marshall talking about how, what if there were sex games? What if there was a strangulation game, an asphyxiation game going on? All that evidence on her body, just theoretically, if it existed, is gone because her body has been decomposing for so long. In the trunk, would you expect to find bruising? Would you be able to find it? Let's just pretend she died on September 7th.
And she's, so yes, even though the body's decomposed, you can still find physical evidence like bruising, stab wounds, gunshot wounds, things of that nature. Even if they've completely mummified and their skin's hard as a rock or dried hard, you can still notice the wounding patterns. You can still find bruising and then cut into that dried leathery skin, peel it back and find hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue or the fat underneath. And the other thing you can look for is fractures of the bones. So even if all the tissue is decomposed away, you can still look at the bones and find fractures.
Okay, I don't know if I've told you tonight yet, Dr. Kendall Crowns, but you're brilliant. But I've got another fact to plug into your equation. Steve Fisher, I just pretended Celeste was dead or killed September 7. But you have information based on you combing the neighborhood to get video and more. You have information that she was in the trunk a lot longer than the day before the car was found.
Right, and we all know that, so we don't even have to pretend like it was the September date that Nancy's saying. She's been in that car for months, and I don't believe, and I'm not the doctor, that's a doctor, and I'm not going to question the doctor, because I'm an expert in my own right when it comes to investigations as an active duty detective. And so unless you have credentials to question me, I'm going to say the same thing. So I'm going to give all deference to that doctor. But I think she gave him a scenario of if it was September. But in all actuality, she was in there for months. So I would rephrase that question to that doctor and say, doctor, would you be able to make all of these determinations? Some of them you definitely would be able to make, stabs, gunshots, stuff like that. But would you be able to tell strangulation and stuff like that if somebody has been in a trunk, a humid, extremely hot
environment with bugs, maggots, the whole nine, you know, and you're decaying that entire time. Mind you, you know, the acid in your stomach, the hydrochloric acid in your stomach has now eaten through the wall lining, and it's this whole soup that you're laying in, this soup of bile and digestive fluids and blood and all the other secretions that your body makes. Broken bones, you probably be able to tell, but like we're talking about soft tissue stuff like strangulation, where you're basically compressing on soft tissue for the most part. You know, there might be a bone like that hyoid bone in there that you might disturb or damage, but for the most part, we're talking soft tissue. We're talking about compressing the veins and arteries in your neck and the trachea and all that good stuff. You know, will you be able to tell that if this girl has been in that trunk all this time decaying? I'm just not sure. And will you be able to get back? I mean, there's some drugs that never leave your system. There's some drugs, some compounds, etc., that they could dig you up in the grave 20 years from now and still detect traces of those compounds in your body. But there are also a lot of drugs, especially these designer R drugs. What do you call them? The date R drugs. I don't want to say it because I want you to go crazy on me. But the drugs that the bad guys give you so they can take advantage of you, they put it in your cup and all that good stuff. Those type of drugs are actually designed to leave the body relatively quickly because they're designed for that kind of stuff. So what if those were the type of drugs that were given to her? We would not find that because it already decay. So I'm very skeptical on how much these scientists are going to be able to get from her body. I'm very skeptical. Let's keep going.
Yeah, so we have video evidence of the car being moved to that spot on July 29th. And even if we didn't have that, we still have the parking enforcement officers that took photos, you know, going back 2 weeks before the car was towed. So she was in that for quite a while, but definitely on or before July 29th.
Well, I'm telling you, I believe that that's her in that photo that we have found at a D4VD concert August the 4th. Straight back out to Luke Kenton joining us.
All right, pause real quick. Just say welcome to Renee Thomas. She says she just subscribed to the show. We appreciate you. Welcome to the family. If you're new here, I'm an active duty special victims detective, and this is what I do on my free time, which is not a lot of time that I have. So this is one of my passions, coming on here on YouTube. So thank you for joining us and for supporting the channel. If anybody else is new to the channel and has recently subscribed, definitely let us know inside the chat so we can shout you out. Want to make sure everybody knows that you're here supporting us and you're new to this family. Let's keep going.
Senior investigative reporter at DailyMail.com has been on the story from the beginning. I know you're familiar with the August 4th photo with either Celeste or a Celeste lookalike wearing her jeans and her black tube top up in the balcony that is reserved for friends and family of D4VD, aka David Anthony Burke. That was August the 4th, was it not, Luke Kenton?
It was August the 4th, yes. The investigation that was done around that video,
Okay.
it was claimed at least that wasn't Celeste depicted. We know David hung out with a number of other individuals who bear some slight resemblance to Celeste. But on the subject of last known contact, a couple of sources close to Celeste who went to school with Celeste said that even though she was missing for a year or so, she continued contact with friends, and that contact cut in either late June or early July. It's my understanding that that form of contact was message based, so there's no way of verifying who was sending those messages. But her phone was at least active until that point, according to two sources.
So, Luke Kenton, that's really interesting, and not just interesting, it could be probative. You're saying that her friends, her old friends, before David Anthony Burke, quit hearing from her at the latest in, did you say mid-July?
Wow.
It was late June to very early July.
I think when she stops communicating with her friends,
because there was no break. There's no, oh, we're going to snitch you out that you're dealing with David and he's much older than you, or we know where you are, so we're going to tell the authorities that you're missing and where you are. Because remember, I believe that the family only reported her missing. This is my opinion. I have no evidence to back this up. It's my opinion on an opinion-based show. I believe the family only reported her missing in order to not have Child Protective Services breathing down their necks, because if she's just missing, there is no Child Protective Services investigation. It's just a police matter. And why do I believe that? Because she returned home multiple times and they never communicated with police that she was no longer missing. Like, if the family really cared, then she was reported missing in February, March. Then when she comes back several more times, at least 4 to 6 times that she returned, 4 to 7 times, excuse me, that I can recall that she returned home. They never updated the police that she was missing or she was returned or whatever. It's just, they just let it be what it was. I think they can't get in trouble that she's not going to school, that she's off the grid if they report her missing. It's like they did the bare minimum of their due diligence. So that being said, I wholeheartedly believe that I lost my train of thought. That's all good. Before we jump back into this, and it might come back to me, I just want to give a quick shout out to Shelly, who says she just found the channel. She said hello. And Bori Bella 107 PR, who says she subscribed yesterday. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, guys. It's early in the morning. Maybe I'll get my train of thought back sometime soon. Let's keep going. It was going to be a good point too. Like, I was feeling that one. I was like working up to it, and it's like, bam, lost the plot. Let's keep going.
Which is what I was told by one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe we go back
now.
Maybe listen to what he has to say. It probably might remind me.
So there's no way of verifying who was sending.
Oh, okay, that's what I was going to say. So the reason why I feel like she may have been ended at that time is because there's no evidence that any of these friends were were in a bad space with her. None of these friends were a threat to her situation. Yes, she just cut off contact. And people her age don't do that. Part of living this lifestyle and messing with a D4VD is for you to be able to get social points for it. Social satisfaction. By telling your friends the great life you're living, by being seen on TikToks and Discord videos with this budding megastar. By being able to tell your friends, look, I was in a Lamborghini yesterday. Look at pictures of it. You know, tell your friends, look, I was drinking. Look, I was doing drugs. Look, I was, doing naughty stuff. They want to report all this stuff to their peers because it gives them social capital. So for her to drop off the face of the earth and not be able to get that social capital or social recognition, but I like capital better because you could spend it and trade it or whatever, but social recognition definitely. For her to drop off the face of the earth and not be able to get that social capital, you know what that means? That means she's probably not here. It means something's wrong. Something's not right. So I think that it's safe to say that when we see that break in her normal routine, it's probably because that's when she lost her life. And that would mean she was in that trunk or somewhere else. She didn't have to just be in that trunk from day one. But she was basically decomposing for a very long time, ladies and gentlemen, a very long time.
Those messages, but her phone was at least active until that point, according to two sources.
So, Luke Kenton, that's really interesting, and not just interesting, it could be probative. You're saying that her friends, her old friends, before David Anthony Burke, quit hearing from her at the latest in, did you say mid-July?
It was late June to very early July, which is what I was told by one of those.
Now, regarding that video, the video that was turned into an isolated photo of who many believe to be Celeste in that special friends and family booth above D4VD, David Anthony Burke, you said some people are saying that's not Celeste. Who is saying that's not Celeste?
That was actually reported, I believe, by TMZ, and the information that came from that report was that it was individuals close to individuals individuals with knowledge of the matter said it wasn't Celeste. I haven't been able to verify personally one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like Celeste to me, man. But people saying it's this doppelganger girl that like was his super fan. And he did apparently have a few like lookalikes that was surrounding him. Like that was his look right there. That's what he liked. The big hair, caramel skinned Latinas. That's his thing. But I think that's Celeste. I think that is Celeste, but I could be wrong. Big shout out to Melanie Leonetti, who said, I subscribed yesterday too. All right, welcome. Thank you so much. Like I said, I love to hear when people find the show, subscribe to the show. Don't just be a secret ninja subscriber. You know what I mean? Let us know that you're here. Let us know that you're here. Get in that comment section and contribute. And lastly, we have almost 300 people watching the stream. Please hit that like button, support the channel. Let us know that we are appreciated. Let the algorithm know that we're appreciated. Screw what we feel. Who cares? The algorithm is what matters, so we can get out there and be seen by a wider audience. You know what I also noticed? But I'm still going to do it. Every time I say subscribe, I always lose like 3 or 4 people. Like I'll have, like we had 260 something. And then I said, hit the like button, guys. And then they disappeared. That's weird. But it happens every time. So I wonder if that's a psychological thing. Like when you ask people to subscribe, some people get turned off and it's like, no, I'm out of here. Which is fine, because that means you weren't going to be a supporter of the show anyway. Or if that's like a YouTube thing, like a, I don't know, like a technical thing. I don't know. That's very interesting. I like the psychology of people. I like studying behaviors of people. But anyway, let's keep going.
But I agree with you that she certainly resembles Celeste. But again, there are a few people in and around that circle that do that are of Hispanic heritage and do slightly resemble Celeste in some ways. Hard to know difference.
Luke Kenton, you're saying that people close to D4VD, David Anthony Burke, he calls that David, people close to Burke say, oh no, that's not her. Is that correct?
That's my understanding of...
Yeah, but why should we believe people close to Burke? Why should we believe those folks? I mean, I thought that was verified that the girl came out and said, no, that's me. That's what I heard. But I never spoke about it because I can't verify it for myself. But I think I saw it like somewhere on TikTok where the girl came out and said, that's me. But why are we listening to people close to Burke? You can't trust any of these people. They have an agenda to protect Burke because Burke is going to be the source of their income. That's what happens with these megastars. They don't just feed themselves. They feed hundreds of people. They have staff, they have friends, they have family, all relying off of them for support. You really can't trust anything that ever comes out of any of their camps when they're being alleged of something untoward. Let's keep going.
Somebody else's reporting. Where my reporting is concerned, yeah.
So whenever I put a witness on the stand, I judge their credibility, their veracity. I consider the source. So if my source on that is, and I agree with you, Luke, that seems to have come from within D4VD's camp. They're going, oh no, that's not her. All right, that and $1 will buy me a cup of coffee at McDonald's.
See, me and Nancy thinking alike. Appreciate you, Nancy. Just calling out the obvious, man. Like, why are we believing these people? Big shout out to Tara Kane. Thank you so much for your kind words. Do appreciate you. Let's keep going.
No, I'm not buying what somebody in that camp says. No. But we know that, for instance, the FBI, for Pete's sake, Target even has the greatest surveillance video. That video and that photo can be used and enhanced to determine, is it really Celeste? Why do I care this much? Because if it is Celeste, that puts her alive on August the 4th. So,
right. But you know what, though? Kayla says it right. She says that those same people said that Celeste was 21. Why are we listening to these people?
That weighs into it. What does it weigh into? It weighs into what? I'm asking Dr. Kendall Crowns. That was a big roundabout. You have a lot of those in Great Britain. A big roundabout. Back to Dr. Kendall Crowns. If I can place her alive at, as Luke was saying, at the beginning of July, if she was dead then, and that's not Celeste in the balcony, can I get a COD on her body? You said even a month.
So people are asking like if Celeste was mixed. Listen, when you go down to South America, you're going to see people of various different shades.
because the indigenous Aztec type folks, like the indigenous folks, they're brown skinned, they're copper skinned. They're not black like me, like African, but they're copper skinned. All right. Their heritage is from a jungle atmosphere with a lot of sun. So you're going to need some type of melanin in your skin. And then you have the more Spaniards, the conquistador descendants. And those are the people who are going to be very, very, very fair skinned, like Nancy Grace and like this doctor here. So she has no black in her that I am aware of. She is just a more tonal South American person of South American heritage. Celeste, I believe she's American, but I mean from South American heritage. But don't be fooled into thinking that, you know, all Spanish people are, you know, white and like these Caucasian folks who are on the screen right here. That's not the truth. You know, you're going to see some dark-skinned folks that have no African in them. But remember, we're human beings. We are how we look based off of our heritage and the region that we grew up in. I'm of African descent. I have Spanish in me, but I'm of African descent, and my people were in the desert, the Sahara Desert. So you have to be dark-skinned so that the sun does not destroy you. If you take a Caucasian person, you just put them in the desert, they're going to get skin cancer. So that's why I had the melanin. The melanin is anti-skin cancer medicine, all right? And when you're down in the Caucasian people are in a more northern region, and the sun, you get sunny days, but the sun is less direct as in near the equator. So you are not going to have melanin in your skin because you don't need it. You don't need it. But these South American folks, they're by the equator, and so they have, in many instances, darker skin, and that's why Celeste looks that way. She doesn't have any black, she doesn't have any secret black daddies. Mommy wasn't running around with the BBC. That's just the reality of how people look in South America. Let's keep going.
Me can reveal bruises once you cut into the bruise and look at the subcutaneous tissue. That's a big word for under the skin. Even on a mummy, you can find that?
Yes. I mean, you can still look at the tissues or the skin surface, even if they're dried and mummified, and still find injuries, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, bruises, all still are there. You just have to kind of change your thinking on what you're looking at because of the decomposition process. If she was still alive in July, that it would be August and early September, she'd only been missing for about a month or dead about a month. She probably wouldn't even be mummified at that point. She would just probably be bloated, green, and with skin slippage and stuff oozing out of every orifice. But we could still, that would even be easier than a mummified body to find the injuries. The problem is actually the dismembering could disrupt a lot of the injuries you would be looking for, especially with a strangulation if they've cut her head off and disrupted all the neck musculature.
Oh boy, it's terrible. I pray to God that didn't happen to that little girl, man. Please, please, please. I hope they didn't dismember her. Unbelievable.
Holidays are just around.
All right, we're going to skip this a little bit, get it out of here. All right.
That's non-refutable, so beginning, and it seemingly doesn't matter to a lot of people what Fisher has absolutely dug up. That's non-refutable so far. Conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories abounding online as to what really happened. Listen.
The David and Celeste thing is the most obvious Hollywood satanic ritual I've ever seen.
That actually hurt my ear. My ears are bleeding. And that is from @SupremeTings on TikTok. There's more. Listen.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest, Seth. Gotta be honest with y'all, bro. The David situation is all the PR stuff, okay? You guys.
Why would you listen to somebody who looked like this guy? Says the dude that has a crochet tinfoil hat on his head. All right, let me take this off if I want you to take me seriously. Look at this dude, but let's keep going.
We're all falling for it. Do you not notice all of us literally singing in the back of my mind? Like, bro, it's a literal PR stunt. He hit #1 on iTunes.
Okay, he lost me with the Cruella hair right there. I'm out. No, I'm not putting him on the stand. With another crazy theory, and that is from @Light, L-I-G-H-T, Sun Zane on TikTok. These conspiracy theories are as old as time. Are they real? No. But
hold on. I want to get on Nancy Grace. The aliens did it.
Nancy, clip this. Put me on your show. The aliens did it. It was the aliens. Let's put the hat back on. The aliens did it. All right? Let me stop. This is not a joke. We want justice for Celeste. Let me stop playing around. Let's keep going.
If you remember the Scott Peterson case, the zany conspiracy theories were actually used at trial. Yeah. Here's a great one. An O.J. Simpson crazy zany conspiracy theory.
So I, without a shadow of a doubt, believe that OJ did not kill Nicole or Ron, but it was his son Jason, and here's why. So evidence-wise, there's about 15
Bro, I'm black, and even I could tell you, OJ did it. Let's keep going.
fingerprints they could not trace back to OJ. There was also a cap there that had dog hair on it, but OJ didn't own a dog, but Jason did, and pictures have been proven to know that that cap is Jason's. They just failed to get any kind of DNA evidence off of Jason. He's also had a prior aggravated assault with a deadly weapon against one of his ex-girlfriends.
Woman, Simpson, the O.J. Simpson, Orenthal James Simpson, committed double murder. Quit trying to rope in his son who's out minding his own business the night of the murders. Yep. That is from @Zoe_GermX. Okay, let's see. Crazy conspiracy theories that the defense will absolutely use. How about Brian Kohberger?
Oh, boy.
Kohberger is innocent. I told you Kohberger was innocent. So I called my source, one of 5, and I asked, if I had to prove him innocent, where would I look?
What's his source?
Said, look at Enon, Touch DNA, DoorDasher. And the
What the? She said she called her source. You think she talking about somebody who's a part of the case. Her source is her best friend in their house crocheting strategic a new tinfoil hat. Get out of here. Let's keep going. Hey, yo, people watch this stuff. She probably got like 10 million subscribers.
neighbor, Enon, was never put on the suspect list when he had blood on his door. And he authored those other handles. It's also a known drug house. So only a sophisticated drug ring would do slice and dice like that.
So much of that is not true. What known drug house? What is she saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's from Berries and Branches on TikTok. Zany conspiracy theories that you would think.
So Shelly said her source is her dog. Yo, hit that like button, guys. We got over 300 people watching this right now. Hit the like button.
Don't amount to a hill of beans, but that can be used by an adroit defense attorney. As a matter of fact, Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter who investigated the Delphi double murders with me, wasn't there a zany conspiracy theory that the Odinists killed Libby and Abby, the 2 little girls found?
That one threw me for the loop, like the whole Odinist thing, like the Odinist. I can't even say because I've never heard it before until this trial. Like the whole ritual and sacrifice thing, that threw me for a loop. I was like, are they serious with this? Like for real, for real? They like sacrificing the children in there? Like
that Trestle Bridge, Odinists that worship Thor and the other Norse gods. The defense actually tried to bring that into evidence, and the judge stopped them. Remember that?
They fought hard to get that Odinism brought into this, to claim it was a ritualistic killing of Abby and Libby. I mean, it was amazing that we actually had to dig into this and
all right, hold on here. Somebody, there we go.
Go through just papers and encyclopedias of this Odinism. And, you know, it was just another red herring. But, yeah, they tried, and the judge listened.
Complete red herring. And they actually tried to use the zany conspiracy theory at trial. I mean, there's millions of them. Remember when JonBenet Ramsey was found dead?
Yeah, that was a lot of conspiracy.
So many people piled on that it was the brother Burke, who was like this big around. Day one, I said, it's not Burke, but did that stop the conspiracy theories? And that poor boy was hounded the rest of his life. Now he's a young adult male. But can you imagine the cost, the price, these conspiracy...
I think the mother ended JonBenet, to be honest with you. I think the mother did it. And then everybody covered it up. They're a rich family, prominent family. They covered it up. I think the mother did it. It's crazy. It's my opinion, though. Whatever. Yeah, Kohberger pled guilty, so nobody should be here saying, you know, oh, he's innocent. He pled guilty. So the same way we accept the guilty plea from Stephen Stearns,
Well, Kohlberger was first. And when Kohlberger pled guilty, I said to this audience, I said, yo, this is the archetype for the guilty plea that Stephen Stearns is going to give us in a couple of weeks. And whatever happened, like 2 weeks later, Stephen Stearns pled guilty. Got the same deal that Kohlberger got. I told you guys that, and it came true. Let's keep going.
Conspiracy theories, as crazy as they are, carry on Lady Justice. She has to pay the bill for all of that. We are waiting on that COD, and we are waiting for justice in the death of a little girl, Celeste Rivas.
Yes.
If you know or think you know anything about her death, please contact LAPD 213-486-6890.
All right, we'll stop it here. Leave that on the screen. Guys, you guys are amazing, man. Thank you for joining me for part 2. We had to get this one out the way. We got a lot of shows coming up for you guys. And guys, by the way, I've actually, through great sacrifice, because I had to forego taking all the vacations I could have taken this year, to have that time available to take vacation now. I've actually finagled it and sacrificed that I'm going to have 2 weeks off later on this month. So I have another week of work this week coming up, and then that's it. The good thing is, because I'm taking 2 weeks off, I don't have to catch cases for all next week, because why would they make you catch a case and then you're off on vacation? You can't work the case. Cases are time sensitive. So I don't have to catch any more cases come this week when I come to work. And after this week that's coming up, I'm off for 2 weeks, for 20 days, because our vacations are 10 days, for 20 days. So we're going to be putting out a lot of work into this channel, a lot of work, a lot of upgrades to the way that the show looks. Like, we're going to work on backgrounds and stuff like that. A lot of content we're going to be covering. A lot of it. And what I'm going to be focusing on is not trying to catch up with the big dogs and cover cases that have a lot of notoriety. You guys know we don't care about that on this channel. We're going to be covering a lot of obscure cases that nobody knows about. Cases that might just get me 1,000 views, but I don't care, because I want to get the word out. I want to get the word out. So look out for that. And it'd be nice if you support it too. We're going to be covering people who need to get their voices heard, and you should consider watching that, not for me, but for the victims. That's just my opinion, so that you could go out there, you could share it with your friends and family, you could do your own research. If you're a content creator, you could cover it too. And now those stories that are just as important as Celeste and other stories like that, they can get notoriety too. Because what happened to Celeste is messed up. But the only reason why we're talking about it is because the person we think did it to her is a budding star. But what about that person who lives in a poor community in Philadelphia, whose dad is a loser, and they did that to them? Don't they deserve to have recognition too? Don't they deserve to have their voice heard as well? I think they do. I think that Celeste deserves justice, and every other child out there deserves justice as well. So we're going to be covering these less known stories, and certainly we're going to give you guys the best we can give you, and then when the vacation is over, it's back to work. So guys, hit that like button on your way out the door. We do appreciate you. I will come back and do another live in a little bit, probably later on tonight, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Let me see, make sure I'm not ignoring anybody who's shown us love. All right, we're good. All right, we'll see you guys on the next one. Strategic. Let me get this outro. Let's get the outro loaded up. All right, let's try that again. Should see you guys on the next one. Strategic is out of here. Peace.
Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes.
Strategic back again. Guys, I had a long night last night, man. I forced overtime. I worked until 3 in the morning, got home, went to sleep for a few hours, got up in the morning, took my son to school, and then I checked YouTube. And boy, oh boy, did I not have a surprise for me. Our last video on D4VD
went viral, man. We had like over 50,000 views. Oh, Lord. Listen, far be it from me, I could never understand the algorithm. A normal show, nothing spectacular, boom, boom, viral. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, appreciate you guys immensely, man. You guys are amazing. You guys are great. We're definitely going to jump into this D4VD. This is sad. You know, I don't believe that we're going to get finality in this case. I have a feeling that justice might slip away in this case, that it may not be something that we'll be able to attain. I mean, the writing is on the wall. The writing is on the wall, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm over here multitasking, and I'm here for it. I'm going to bring it to you. So, guys, let's jump right into this. Let's do it. LAPD believes there was no murder in D4VD and Celeste Rivas case. They believe that there's no murder. Now, people are going to ask, why is that? Why is it that because they can't determine, based off of the evidence they have so far, that foul play happened. They've done, how long has that coroner had that body? Sorry to talk about Celeste like that. We know that she was a beautiful little girl who was taken advantage of, and unfortunately, her life was taken because she was not with her family. Because nobody cared about her. We talk about this all the time. Nobody cared about Celeste Rivas Hernandez until she was no longer here. How long has the medical examiner had her body? And still we have no answers. Still we have no cause of death. Still we have no definitive signs of foul play. Still, ladies and gentlemen, we don't know what happened to Celeste. Well, let's jump into this with this article, man. And it's not looking good. A good night. Stop it. I got a feeling that one of the reasons why we don't know, or rather there has not been an arrest in this case, is because D4, number one, they don't know exactly when she lost her life. They don't know exactly when she lost her life, but also it's probably because in the time that she might have likely lost her life. Because they don't know exactly when she lost her life, but in the time that they believe she might have likely lost her life. I think D4VD has a rock solid alibi. And people in the chat are saying the money, the superstardom, all that stuff. Yeah, all that stuff plays a price, or has a part to play, rather. But I think he has an alibi. Let's jump into this. Los Angeles police said the only crime in D4VD and Celeste Rivas case still without suspects may be the concealment of her body. LAPD just told us that the only crime that they think may have happened, that is shaping up, that the only crime that may have happened is the concealment of her body.
Oh my God!
What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Some people saying the audio is going in and out. For some reason, we're having internet connectivity problems. We had a really bad storm up here in the last few days. We have a lot of rain, and so I apologize if there are any issues with this stream, but I do see that the stream is very poor. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. We got to ride it out, and hopefully the stream will rehabilitate itself, which it often does. So I apologize for that. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. The investigation into the dead body of teenager Celeste Rivas, which authorities found in the trunk of a Tesla registered for D4VD, has resulted in a whole lot of social media speculation about their alleged relationship and other factors. Nevertheless, the official investigation into her death is going in a slightly different direction for now. What's up with this stream? We need to get this rehabilitated. Help me out here, YouTube. Come on. According to KTLA, the Los Angeles Police Department recently issued a statement to the outlet on Thursday, November 6th, updating them on their status. They stood by their September 29th news release, including here, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner has not yet determined the cause or manner of Miss Rivas Hernandez's death. As such, it remains unclear whether there is any criminal culpability beyond the concealment of her body. RHD is thoroughly examining every aspect of this case to uncover the truth and seek justice for Celeste Rivas Hernandez and her family. We need to make this bigger because you guys know I'm getting old. All right. Let's get this out of here. I don't know what happened with that. What I want to do is, give me a second, guys. We got a lot of ads popping up in this one on this page. I'm going to put it in the Brave browser. And the Brave browser is going to take away a lot of these ads. So bear with me 1 second. And our stream has rehabilitated itself. We should be good. And you guys should get a better quality stream coming up soon. Paste. Perfect. We should use Brave browser more often because it really is a good browser and it removes all of the ads. So take a look at that. No ads. Perfect. All right, let's jump back into this. Sorry. Yeah. Two things going on at the same time, man. Whatever. Amid this ongoing investigation, LAPD reportedly told KTLA that the only crime that they have been able to identify is the concealment of Rivas' body. They have not concluded any foul play in her death and haven't named D4VD of anyone else as a suspect. Per KTLA, legal analyst, Allison Trezell, concealing an accidental death is a misdemeanor in California that constitutes a maximum of 1 year in county jail and a $10,000 fine at most. Let's keep going. Furthermore, for this to be a crime, there must be an active effort to conceal the body. I think we already reached that bar, considering the fact that she was in the trunk all that time. So I don't think that's a bar that we need to meet. Obviously, they actively tried to conceal her, as failing to report an accidental death is not a crime. In addition, so in California, failure to report an accidental death is not a crime. That's very interesting. It's very interesting. Failure to report an accidental death is not a crime. In addition, the Los Angeles County District Attorney reportedly confirmed that their office hasn't received a case submission regarding this. As folks await Celeste Rivas' autopsy, they also question the absence of charges, arrests, suspects, or anything else in this debacle. It seems like this is still a very complex and multifaceted case that investigators still can't crack, let alone internet sleuths. Wow. Meanwhile, a private investigator looks into this D4VD situation, also provided fans with some alleged new updates, interpretations, and suspicions. Right, so they're talking about that guy, what's this guy's name? The guy from California who's getting all that information. SF investigates. All right, let's go over here. Someone hid the body of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. What could be the punishment? So we basically know already that it's a misdemeanor. But this is my thing, guys. This is very suspicious because around February, as it was said in the comment section and by other folks, D4VD stopped driving this car and then actually bought another Tesla. Why would he do that for, ladies and gentlemen? This guy has money. He had a perfectly fine Tesla that he could have easily taken to the shop with all the millions of dollars that he had and fixed that car. He didn't go buy a Mercedes. He didn't buy a BMW. He didn't buy a Honda. He didn't buy a Toyota. He didn't buy a Bentley. He went and bought pretty much the same exact car that he already had. Why would he do that for, ladies and gentlemen? What would be the purpose of having two Teslas that are pretty much the same car? What would be the purpose in that? Unless, of course, you knew You could not drive the car that you had before. Why? Because there was a girl in the frunk. There was a girl in the trunk, aka frunk. Doesn't make much sense. But I think one of the reasons why this guy is not in cuffs is because I think, number one, they don't know what happened to her. If they don't have a cause of death, they can't bring him to court. They can't bring him to court, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because what are you going to tell the jury? What are you going to tell the jury? We think, we believe. You can't think and believe in court. You can think and believe on motive because you never really know what the motive is unless the suspect tells you about it. But you can't think and believe what caused her death. What do you tell the jury? Well, we think he might have overdosed her. We think he might have tortured her. We think he might have stabbed her. We think he might have shot her. We think he might have strangled her. We think a lot of different things, but we really don't know. But take our word for it. Something happened, and you should send him to jail for the rest of his life. It doesn't work that way, ladies and gentlemen. It does not work that way. They can't even say definitively that it was D4VD, aka David Burke, who put her inside of the trunk. They can't say, ladies and gentlemen. They can't say. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is what it is. D4VD might get away with this one. It has been months. It has been months. They have the car. They have the body that was in the car. They have searched the house multiple times. They have hundreds of hours, if not thousands of hours of video surveillance footage. They have everything one would think they would need to make a criminal case, yet we have no criminal case. They got the friends and the family members who lived in the house with David and possibly Celeste, who have now unfriended and unfollowed each other on social media. Yet they don't have a suspect. They don't have a motive. They don't have a cause of death. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're looking at is the perfect crime, in my opinion. We're looking at D4VD possibly coming out with another album next year, just like this debut album was all about how he killed his girlfriend Celeste. Next year's album might be The Getaway. That might be the name of next year's album, The Getaway.
Does that make sense?
His next song might be I Got Away with Killing Celeste.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah. This is definitely a sad case. Let's keep going. According to a statement from Los Angeles Police Department, forensic examinations on Riva's body have been completed, allowing her relatives to hold a private memorial service. They completed it, but we have no report, and they still don't know what happened to her. Let's keep going. While officials have not confirmed any new suspects, recent discoveries have shifted focus toward individuals within D4VD's close circle, particularly his brother, Caleb Burke, and manager, Josh Marshall. Wow, let's keep going. Following a police raid on an apartment linked to D4DD's management team, property owner Malden, I am not even going to try and say that last name, told reporters that both the artist and his team moved out immediately afterwards. The apartment, leased under Marshall's name since February 2024, was vacated soon after the search. The landlord added that he was unaware D4VD, whose real name is David Burke, had been residing there, and he had no details on what, if any, evidence was recovered. Now, this is another thing that I think is very interesting. I don't believe David stayed there. This is just my opinion. It's my opinion. We've heard SF Investigates talk about the video surveillance footage he's seen in the area. Rarely, if ever, has he ever said that he actually saw David. I think that David would visit here. I think David has been here. I think Celeste has been here as well. But I think that this unit was primarily for his friends and his relatives. Think about it like this, right? You're involved allegedly in a relationship with a very, very underage girl. Do you really want to live? And presumably, allegedly, you're engaging in intercourse with this person. Do you really want to live in a flop house? I'm not saying it's a flop house like it's some trash house. This is a mansion, but we'll call it a flop house because different people are living there. Tons of parties are happening there. Different friends and relatives all living there. Do you really want to live in a flop house with a whole bunch of people watching you engage in this relationship with this person that is a crime? Do you really want to do that? Do you really want to have witnesses saying that they saw you guys doing things, that you guys are walking around the house half naked and all that stuff? Do you really want that, or do you want to be in private? Furthermore, look at the obsession that we could see just oozing from David's pores. The obsession that we can say oozing from his pores for Celeste. If you're David and you're that possessive with Celeste, do you really want other people around her? Do you really want to come out of your room and see her gaggling and kikiing and ha-haing with your brother, or with your friend, or with your manager, or with your homie? Or if you have that possessive mentality that you make all these possessive murderous songs, because I think that music is a reflection of your soul. So he's basically giving us a peek into his soul, into his heart when we're listening to his music. His music is very possessive, very violent, very psychopathic. Do you really want to share Celeste when, like I said, when I first started covering this story, it looked like he was trying to become Celeste. He was painting his nails. He's putting the contacts in. He's wearing the Hello Kitty. He's looking like Celeste. He's wearing his hair big and puffy, like how Celeste wears her hair big and puffy. He wants to become Celeste. If you're that obsessed with Celeste, and I say it for one last time, wouldn't you want it all for yourself?
Oh my God.
So wouldn't you want to be in a place where you guys are alone and there's nobody who could see what you and her do? You're paying people off. You're paying off her classmates not to talk about your relationship with her. In my opinion, allegedly, I have no evidence of this, but I think he paid off the family too. You're paying a lot of people to remain silent. Wouldn't you want to keep that relationship small? All these people allegedly believe she was 19 or 20 years old who was in college. Do you really want them to hang around her that much that her adolescence starts to show and they say, nah, man, she don't act like a 20-year-old. She act like an 11-year-old. We saw the video of her talking. She sounded every much bit of a 13-year-old. She didn't sound anything early or older than that. She sounded like a baby. Her mannerisms, her laugh, everything about her was juvenile. You're not going to want people to see that. Sorry, I know the audio is probably breaking up. We're having connectivity issues. I think the internet in my area is not good, but the good thing is I'm recording this video on my end. So on the replay, if the audio is bad, I'll just release this video for you guys to hear and everything will be perfect on it. So hopefully the audio on the replay for YouTube is not going to be bad and we'll be able to rock out with this live. If not, when this live is over, I'll post this video again and you guys will get it without any interruption or issues. All right, let's keep going. I apologize for that. Somebody said they exited 3 times at least now. I'm sorry. It's not your end. It is the quality of the stream. I'm looking at it right now, and the quality of the stream is horrible. 35% of my frames are dropping right now, but then it just fluctuates. It goes from perfect to horrible. There's nothing I can do about it. The show must move on. The show must move on. Let's keep going. All right. The case gained further intrigue when a newly surfaced video appeared online reportedly showing Celeste Rivas backstage at one of D4VD's August concerts in Silver Springs, Maryland. Observers noted that she was seen in the same outfit later found on her body, standing beside, found dead in the trunk that Celeste had. Oh, that's not Celeste. That's a super fan. It's a super fan. You're wrong. You're wrong, TMZ. That was Celeste. That was Celeste in the balcony where he was like this doing the heart sin. It was Celeste up there. They should do a retraction and an apology, to be honest with you, because it's messed up that they misled their people. What investigation did you do, TMZ? Show us the facial recognition technology you use. Show us the witnesses. Show us the investigation that you did to definitively say that that was not Celeste up there in that balcony. But whatever, let's keep going. Riva's body was discovered on September 8th, reportedly in advanced stages of decomposition, suggesting her death occurred shortly after the concert. As the LAPD continues to pursue multiple leads, investigators have remained silent on whether foul play has been confirmed. D4VD case remains active with new evidence and witnesses' accounts continue to emerge. For now, both Caleb Burke and Josh Marshall have declined public comment, while fans and observers await the next update from police officials. Now, Josh Marshall has made a public statement, and in his public statement, he said, listen, I never stayed at that spot. I never stayed there. I don't know what to tell you folks. I rented it out. Yes, I did. But, you know, there's a lot of people who rented out that spot and stayed there. I'm just a manager. My name was on the lease, but I live in Florida with my family, and I work remotely. That's what he said, basically. It's basically what he said. All right, let's keep going. Ashley Banfield, let's do it.
To a colleague at TMZ, and TMZ has owned this story right from the outset. So here's some of my latest conversation with executive producer Charles Ladebaudiere.
All right, so we're going to skip up to the 2-minute mark. I mean, TMZ has done great work on this case, I'm not going to lie, but it's disappointing that that's a big lead, because that would be the last time that people could verifiably say that they saw Celeste alive, and they kind of said, nah, that wasn't her. That kind of sucks, but let's keep going. Nobody's perfect. We still love you, TMZ. We don't love everything you do, but we love you. All right, let's keep going.
And broke it down. You know, we watched it backward, forward. We slowed it down. We froze on it. And
this is them saying that it's not her. This is they're going through their detailed investigation, these amateur gumshoes. And anybody who's new to the channel, like, well, what's your qualifications? True crime or strategic? Well, just to let you know, because we got a lot of new people to the channel, I am an active duty detective. So that's my qualifications. I do real investigations in real life. Like when I get off of this live, I'm going to be going to work tonight and I'm going to be doing some investigations. So listen to their investigation to tell us that that wasn't Celeste on that balcony.
At that video one day and broke it down. You know, we watched it backward, forward. We slowed it down. We froze on it. And really, people looked at it for a while and they're like, it could be, it could be her. But yeah, you know, it's, look, you have a Latina young girl with curly hair, and immediately everyone goes, oh, that must be her. That must be her, because everyone is wanting to make links here, and like that's what happened with the video from his concert. Look, it's just hard to tell, and the reason normally we can verify these things because you can speak to someone who knew, you can speak to a family member, you can speak to someone who was at the event, and those people have not been coming forward. And you know, obviously, some of her family members, her brother spoke to NBC here in Los Angeles, but not on camera.
And very early on.
And very early on. So it's just hard to find these people.
You know what, Charles? It's giving Idaho 4 vibes, because the entire University of Idaho shut down. Kids wouldn't talk. And that's not normal in our line of work. Kids always talk, especially teenagers and older teenagers and 20-somethings, they talk. But in Idaho, nobody, the police, the city, the university, the parents, everybody was locked down by the police and by the administrators, probably for good reason. It certainly preserved the prosecution. This might be what's happening here, that the players involved have been locked down by the police and told, do not speak.
Yeah, it could be. It could be that. It could be that they are.
All right, let's keep going. So basically, that's what they said. They watched it back in front. Now, we all heard allegedly that they spoke to somebody who said they were there and they were the super fan and all that stuff. You can't believe none of this stuff. The police have said that was Celeste. That's who I'm going to believe. I'm not going to believe some rabid fan that wants to give an alibi to David, that has a vested interest in their favorite superstar, pop star. He's not a superstar, but he's getting there. He's very popular, not being charged with a crime. I'm not going to listen to TMZ. I'm not going to listen to some super fan. I'm going to listen to the police. And the police said that was Celeste. And the police also said that the same outfit that you could observe that young woman on the balcony wearing is the same exact outfit that Celeste was found in that trunk. Now, unless they on some real freaky, doppelganger bullcrap, aliens abducting people, and I got to now put the hat on, the tinfoil hat, because they talking a whole bunch of mess that don't make no logical sense. Unless you guys want me to put the tinfoil hat on this case, that was Celeste Rivas Hernandez, okay? We're going to take the tinfoil hat on because we're not there yet. We're looking for the facts, all right? We're not on conspiracy mode. But unless you want me to put the tinfoil hat on, that was Celeste. Because if that hat going, then it's a clone, or it's a body snatcher, or it's an alien or something, then we'll put the tinfoil hat on. But we dealing with facts right now. We trying to investigate a homicide, and that was Celeste Rivas Hernandez, the same outfit that big-haired, curly-haired girl, which was Celeste, her default style of putting her hair, that same exact outfit was found on the body of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who was found in the trunk. Stop it. Let's keep going. What's the next one? Next exhibit we got for you guys. Let's keep going. All right, we're going to have to take the sound off of this bad boy. Because we don't want to get copyrighted, but basically it's showing that whole balcony thing so you guys can see what's going on. All right. So there's no audio. I purposely muted this audio, but I just want to show you this so you can see Celeste up there in that balcony. Even her body is the same as Celeste. And this guy is over here. Look, that's Celeste, bro. Stop the nonsense. Let's stop capping, people. Stop the cap. Like my son said. I woke him up this morning, 6 years old, about to be 7. And I don't know what we was talking about, but he's like, nah, Dad, stop. Oh, he said, it's not even morning time. I was like, it's morning time. I open up the windows and it's morning time. He's like, no, it's not, Dad. He's joking around me. He's like, stop the cap, Dad. Stop the cap. I'm like, what? Stop the cap? You just 6 years old. You don't even live in the city, man. You a suburban kid. Why you talking like that, man? Come on, stop the cap. Whatever. Let's keep going. Ashley Banfield, yet again, Newslation. Let's see what she got for us. We're nearing the end of this bad boy, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it.
Gave a little hint there. You have the answer, though. Why is it that we think the toxicology report on Celeste might actually be coming sooner rather than later?
Well, I've been tracking the cases around deaths around the same time as hers and from the weeks before, and those that were in deferred status have been changing over to, having cause and manner. There are a few cases that still haven't, but there are several cases actually on the same day, on the 8th, September 8th, as hers, that toxicology has come back because they now list some of the other people's deaths as effects of fentanyl or whatever. So I believe her initial tox may be back, and they're still working through, cause and manner. But there's also a good chance, because of her state of decomp, that they have to send, this out for additional testing or a different type of testing to get a result.
If they got to send out for additional testing, like send it to a national lab or something like that, that means they are really drawing for strings. That means they are desperate, because the LAPD has a capable lab, as capable as any other major municipality. Their lab is as capable of the NYPD's lab, capable of the Miami PD lab, the Chicago PD lab. They are a major lab. The FBI lab, now they might have just a little bit more expertise and like very niche, very expensive type of testings that municipalities don't normally do because it's very expensive. They do have tests out there that cost hundreds of thousands per test. And so if you want those done, you got to send it out to the FBI, and it has to be a case of enough notoriety for them to run those tests. And sometimes the municipalities have to reimburse the federal government for those tests. Sometimes they don't. But if they're sending out for additional tests to national laboratories or private laboratories, a lot of private laboratories also do very niche tests, and they're also very expensive. That means that they're grabbing for straws. They're grabbing for straws. They're desperate. They have found zero on their level, and now they need to take it up a notch to see if they find something. And if that means if they don't find something, then what do they have, ladies and gentlemen? They have nothing. Once again, they can't go to trial with nothing. They can't go to trial with nothing. If it was Tyrone on Southside Central LA or Shaniqua in Brooklyn or Tajikistan in Chicago, sure, they could railroad you because you have no money. But this is a multi-millionaire singer. He has resources. You can't take him to court with nothing. He's not coming to court with a public defender. He's coming to court with the best of the best. And I say that very sadly. It's sad that our society is like that, where money buys freedom. But that's a reality, and it's been a reality since the dawn of time. There was a time when you could buy forgiveness from God. It's called an indulgence. Look it up. It's good. History is a beautiful thing. I'm a student of history. I love history. Money buys everything. Money certainly buys freedom, and money certainly, even much more easier than freedom, buy death. If they have nothing, D4VD is going to make his next album next year. I got away with it. Let's keep going.
Just wonder if they're going to tell us about it, even if it does come in today, yesterday, or tomorrow. That's the other issue. I'm so short on time, and I got a million questions. Let's talk Build-A-Bear. That certificate that says Esmeralda. We don't know if it's Celeste's cousin Esmeralda or if it's the cousin that did the GoFundMe. But the date is pretty fascinating, and the fact that it's found inside his home. This is April in 2024. The certificate. Celeste would have been 13, and again, Esmeralda might have been about 15 or 16. But this puts her.
Somebody said that that D4VD is going to be the next OJ. So what's going to be like that defining moment in trial? They're going to be like, if the bonnet don't fit, you must have quit. If the bonnet don't fit, you must have quit.
Oh my God!
There we go. He got that bonnet. That bonnet going to set him free. Let's keep going.
Puts Celeste inside David's home, doesn't it?
Well, it puts it inside the home, and it also, there was people aware of where Celeste was, and they're obviously in contact. They planned this out, and I don't believe this is just a coincidence. I believe that this is that Esmeralda, and David was there. We know at 6 Flags that day. Celeste was a missing person, and then shortly after, she shows up at graduation, and
yeah. So basically, we covered this already. They talk about how Celeste is going back and forth within the household and how the family knew. The family knew, and that's why True Crime is strategic. It's our opinion. We have no evidence of it. We feel sorry for that family, but we're not a part of that family. We're a commentary show, so we're going to say how we feel. So I would hate that if a family member of this family watches my show and they don't like what I say about their family. I apologize for that, but it's freedom of speech, and I don't know you, and I'm going to give my commentary. And my commentary is my belief that D4VD was paying off this family. And the reason why I believe that D4VD was paying off this family is because this girl was reported missing initially, and then she was coming back and forth home. It's proof. It's documented proof. She was going to family functions. She was not missing any special moment from her family. Graduations, birthdays, all of that stuff. She was not missing it. She was coming back and forth from home, and nobody's reporting this to the LAPD. Nobody's telling the LAPD, oh, she's back home now. Everything is good. You can cancel the missing person report. No, they cancel. And she's not, when she's coming back and forth, she's not going to school. She's not doing anything that she's supposed to do. Why? I believe that listing her as a missing person is a ruse to keep Child Protective Services out of this household. Because if it's a missing person, there's nothing for Child Protective Services to investigate. That's a criminal matter. Or not a criminal matter, it's a police matter. So if a teenager runs away from home, it's not an automatic indication that there's a problem at home. That teenager could be a troubled child, whatever. If the teenager runs away and you don't report it, then Child Protective Services gets involved. The school can't sanction you and say you're being a bad parent and take away your other children if you report your child missing. Because it's basically, well, if my child was here, I would send them to school, but they're missing. So what do you want me to do? So by reporting her missing, all of the mechanisms in our society that would come down on that family, start peeking through the curtains of that family, see what the hell is really going on in that household, all of them are at bay. They basically saved themselves from any kind of scrutiny by recalling her, by reporting her missing. Meanwhile, she's going back and forth, and she's hanging out with a megastar. And I told you guys, I got in trouble by a lot of people when I said this on my channel, but I also had a lot of support from people within that community. It's not all. That's like saying that all black people are violent. I'm black and I'm not violent. I'm not stereotyping. I'm talking about culture. And culture exists. Culture is real. And like I said before, some people didn't like to hear it, but there's a culture in some, not all South American and Central American countries and societies, but there's a culture in some South American and Central American societies, especially the very poor ones, where it's acceptable for a young girl to get involved in a relationship with an older guy if he's able to provide for her, especially if he's able to help provide for the family. This happens a lot. I'm not saying it's like the Middle East where they marrying off 8-year-olds and stuff like that. I'm not saying that. That's horrible. I'm saying 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old girls in some of these South American countries that are involved with older guys. I'm not saying the guys are 40 and 50. Usually they're in their 20s or their 30s and they have good jobs and they're not just able to take care of the girl, but they're also able to take care of the family, get the family some money. It's a cultural thing. Not every Latino believes in this. Not every South American and Central American country practices this. But it's something that happens in these rural areas, in these very poor areas. And I think that's what happened in this Hernandez family. They found out that she was dating. They didn't know right out the gate, but eventually they found out that she was dating a megastar. And their eyes glowed with the money signs. Ka-ching, ching, ching. And the dude was throwing money around. I was like, yo, screw it. What, she could go mess with some dude her age or older and he have nothing, or she could mess with David and she could have possibly a beautiful future. My understanding is that David is not the first older guy that she dated. There are allegations running around, unsubstantiated allegations, that she dated a 19-year-old when she was 11.
Oh my God!
That she dated a 19-year-old when she was 11 and that he died under whatever circumstances. Nobody ever said what circumstances it was that this alleged mystery person died from. I'm not saying anything salacious. She's just gone. And then not too long after that, she started talking to D4VD allegedly on the internet when she was 12.
Oh my God!
And then they met up shortly thereafter. And God knows what happened.
Oh my God!
I think we can all imagine what was happening. Let's keep going.
I think, there's some people pushing back saying, well, she's, Esmeralda's a senior in high school. The point is that I don't think Celeste was the only person there for that graduation. I think there was adult family members there as well. And they should have notified law enforcement that Celeste is not, we've located her, and then they intervene and find out what's going on. But that didn't happen.
All right, so we're going to go to the next exhibit. And basically, SF is basically saying what we believe, that they knew what happened. They absolutely knew what happened. Let's go ahead. And I think this is the farm tools. We're going to get to the 3-minute mark. That's where we're going to get into this. This is weird. This is new to me, the farm tool. I heard about it, but I haven't heard any commentary or any reporting on it. Just SF kind of like alluding to it in one of his interviews that they were farm tools. I'm wondering what that's for. I could definitely see this D4VD thing. I called him a thing because he looks like a thing to me, like into some weird stuff. If you're watching this right now, David, no disrespect, but dude, you really do look like a weirdo. I'm not going to lie to you. No disrespect to you. I know you're probably upset that I said that, but come on, man. You're wearing with the nails and bonnets and contacts in your eyes. Like, I don't know what's going on. I'm old school, man. I'm old. Maybe I'm like that old grandpa. I'm like, man, what is this guy? It's a thing. Let's keep going.
Was ultimately parked outside of. It wasn't David's home. He was renting it. It's a $4.1 million home that's owned by somebody else. The person who owns that house said, hey, look, I want to know what happened at my property. So they hired a private investigator. The private investigator says that he searched the home and that he found, and look, does this mean anything? Does it not? That's the question. But he claims basically heavy machinery and farm equipment,
Who's doing?
that you could use to potentially get rid of a body.
What, they got like holes and stuff, backhoes and grainer. What I don't even know what a farm. What I don't even know. I can't even think of a farm tool to name. Like what they got. Like what is happening here? All right, let's get back in this. Before we get back to this, guys, we got almost 500 people watching this live stream. Please hit that like button, support the channel. Hit the like button, support the channel so we can get into the algorithm and this channel could grow. But farm tools, like, oh, let's keep going.
So he says these things were found. Now, again,
tractors.
Like I said, police did execute a search warrant. So the timetable's a little unclear. Is he alluding to finding something that police missed, or was it before police did their search warrant? So a lot of questions still. But bottom line is, he said that there was all this heavy machinery in that house.
But like, how do you fit this stuff in that house? Like, how do you have like a wood chipper? You know, you guys know how big wood chippers are. How do you have like a tractor in there? Like, what do you mean farm tools? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, are we talking about machetes, like a banana farm? You need machetes for a banana farm. Like, what do they call those things with the whole thing? And it's like, you go like this and you like cut the wheat down. Is that a hoe? Like, they got holes in there? Like what does that mean? Like, a chainsaw, I would not say is a farm tool. That is a household tool, a chainsaw. Like, what did they literally have in there that you categorize? That's like a Sith. Is that what you call it? Yeah. Like, my son has that for like Halloween. Like, he was the Grim Reaper. He has the Sith thing. Like, what do you call a farm tool? Because I got a whole bunch of tools, but I wouldn't say they're farm tools. You know, I got hedge trimmers. I got chainsaws. I got electric chainsaw, gas chainsaw. I got all types of chainsaws. You know, like, whatever. Let's keep going.
Because you would not need that machinery living where they were living in Hollywood. He said it was
an urban area.
You find on a farm.
And
right,
now,
exactly.
let me ask you this:
was sickle?
It unwrapped, unboxed? Anything known about the farm equipment?
Unclear. Yeah, he has not said. The guy's name is Steve Fisher, and I at least from what I've.
So Jessica Sillery Ross says SF did clarify this and said he didn't say heavy machinery, but rather things you would see in a farm, not in a Beverly Hills mansion. I wish he would specify, but what does that mean? Does it mean like whips and like leashes and collars? Cause that don't sound like a farm to me. That sound like a good time. But what? I don't know, man. Let's keep going. Like, I mean, like they got like the nose rings and stuff they put in the cows. That doesn't sound like a farm to me. That sounds like the East Village in New York. What's happening here? Y'all gotta specify, man. There's too much vagueness. This is the first case that we've covered on this channel where there's so much vagueness that like it's almost like there's so much information being released, but not at the same time. They're like, breaking news. We found something interesting in the house, but we're not gonna tell you. What? Breaking news. D4VD seen driving a car, but we're not going to tell you where or what car. What are we doing here? We found farm materials, farm tools inside of the house, but we're not going to tell you what kind of tools. This is so weird. Let's keep going.
Read about his report. He has not said whether, what the condition was. Was there anything on it? Did it look like it had been used? I think those are all really relevant questions. I just don't believe we have the answers to them yet. But they also look. Maybe somebody was doing some work on somebody's home in the
whatever.
By a farm or by the countryside. I mean, who knows?
Stop it. I've had enough. Let's go to the last exhibit of the night. Big shout out to Kadisha Lynn. We've covered her a few times on the channel. She has good information. I like how she presents her stuff. And I like her big glasses. What's up with ladies with the big glasses? It's cute. I like the big glasses, but like every lady has the big glasses. What's up with that? Wifey got the big glasses. I'm like, keep the glasses on. Let's keep going.
We got some new information that I want to talk about when it comes to Celeste Rivas Hernandez and David. We're going to get into some new information that's being revealed about this photo of Celeste and her cousin Esmeralda in Las Vegas. Mm-hmm. And I'm also going to...
I heard Esmeralda actually went to Yale. She's a smart one, which means she's smart enough to know better. She knew what was happening to her cousin.
She knew exactly. She's smart enough to go to Yale. She know what E equals MC square is. You smart enough to go to Yale? You know what was happening to your cousin. You know what that grown man was doing to your cousin, and you said nothing because he was taking you to Disneyland and buying you Build-A-Biz. Yeah, let's keep going.
Talk about similar things around this same exact timeline that I think is very important to know. We're also going to talk about the fact there is a potential that Celeste's toxicology report is back already, and it might not be looking so good. They might have not got conclusive results for her toxicology based on other cases with the same exact dates being back already. I watched Ashley Banfield yesterday, and she ended up talking about this photo of Celeste with her cousin Esmeralda, and this was posted by her aunt at the time, and they were in Las Vegas, and this was back in October of 2023, around the same date that David was in Las Vegas performing a show. The only show that David performed in October of 2023 would be when he was the opening act for SZA. Now, for one, the fact that the girls are in the Caesars Palace and all the way in Las Vegas is crazy, but like I said, this is being shared by Celeste's aunt, as you can see in the top right hand corner. People were alleging that Celeste's mother actually reshared this image after Celeste's funeral on her social media, but then wiped it clean. And this is just another—
Why would you share this photo? Our stream is corrupting again. I don't know what's up with this stream today. Why would you share this photo? You the mother, you lost your girl. You know that this photo is taken when she was with the person that might have ended your daughter's life, allegedly. Why would you share this photo? That don't make no sense to me.
Another thing that makes me wonder if the adults in Celeste's life knew what was going on. Most importantly, it also kind of shows me a time frame of this possible relationship between David and Celeste.
Aki just dropped Kadisha Lynn's link inside of the chat. When we're done with this stream, don't leave now.
October 28th of 2023, literally 2 weeks later, we see this photo that was released by Celeste's friends who claimed that this was Celeste with David, and the date was December 12th of 2023.
Nasty.
And remind you, this is before Celeste was ever reported missing
Nasty.
at all. You have this photo.
Nasty. That's a 12, 13-year-old. Nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. This is 2023. She was 12 years old. 2023, she was 12 years old. Remember, she died when she was 13. She was 12. You're nasty. There's nothing alluring about a 12-year-old's body or spirit or mentality. Everything is still in development, to be respected, to be honed, to grow, to be nurtured. You corrupted a pure soul, in my opinion, allegedly. Allegedly. I don't know what he did. Maybe they were just pen pals that laid next to each other in each other's arms. I don't know. Allegedly. Nasty. Let's keep going.
Photo of David and Celeste that was in Discord, and this was on 12/13 of 2023, the very next day at 1:09 a.m. Also in December of 2023 is when the Celeste song that David made and never released ended up leaking to the internet, which is why in 2024 we saw this Discord message when David said he was in a song crisis, and somebody said drop the one with the missing girl Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Then 2 weeks after those December pictures of them two together is when this live stream happened, which was in January of 2020.
First of all, look at her face. Do you see anything mature in her face? Nasty. But what I tell you guys, he's transforming into her. They both got the same glasses. They both got the same lips, lip movements, facial expressions. He's making his hair big and puffy. Her hair is big and puffy. She's wearing black, he's wearing black. She wears Hello Kitty. He starts wearing Hello Kitty. She paints her nails. Of course, she's a girl. Girls like to paint their nails. Not all girls, but some of them do. He starts painting his nails. He's trying to become, it's not like I'm saying he's trans or something like that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is he's so obsessed with her, in my opinion, so obsessed with her that it's almost like he wants to become her. Like I said in a video that we did a couple of weeks ago, he was like Buffalo Bill. Remember Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs? He wanted to make a skin coat so he could become a woman. It's like he wanted to become Celeste. He wanted to become her. It's the sick stuff here, ladies and gentlemen.
Before video and this picture that David posted around this time was all from that second house that was used as a recording house. This was before he got the LA mansion. He did not get the LA mansion until February of 2024. Now, the same month that Celeste was seen with David on that live stream is the same time that she made this Instagram account, the Dean Blunt Lover. And mind you, the Dean Blunt Lover account, the same account that her family was using to post things about the GoFundMe after she passed away, is the one that she was posting these photos of her with a ring on with a David on her finger.
Right.
1 month later is when Celeste was reported missing by her family for the very first time on February 14th, Valentine's Day, which we found out is the same day that David's manager signed the lease for the LA mansion. Hardly 1 month after Celeste ran away for the first time and David got the LA home is when people on Discord started talking about David being in a relationship. People in the Discord at this time were saying her name is Celeste, and they were saying this on March 29th of 2024. They said she was on his stream a few times a few months ago and TikTok, which would take you back to the time that Celeste was in that live stream with David that has now been released, which just shows you there is a timeline of them being together before she technically even ran away, which does make me wonder, back in this time she would have only been 13 years old, so none of the adults in her life wondered where she was at before she even technically ran away all these times that she was with David. This was one of the ones that I forgot about. That's why I went back through all of my information. But this one was like at 1:09 a.m. She is literally 13 years old. Now, Stephen Fisher said that I am confident that the initial toxicology results for Celeste Rivas Hernandez are back, but either the results were inconclusive and require further testing or additional investigation is needed to determine the cause and manner of her unaliving. All other cases at the medical examiner's office from September 8th, except Celeste, are no longer listed as deferred. And now,
Because they have nothing. They have nothing. Zip, zero. They have nothing.
now both have a cause and manner determined. However, 3 cases from September 7th are still in deferred status, along with others from even earlier. We know that Celeste was in an advanced state of decomposition, and it's possible the toxicology findings were not conclusive enough for the medical examiner to rely on. They may now be requesting additional toxicology testing, investigation from in-house investigators because the cause of her unaliving is not an OD, or seeking consultation with additional pathologists to make a final determination. Regardless, I'm confident that the initial toxicology results are in. I've documented 4 cases from September 8th and 9th that were previously deferred, but now they have a cause and manner listed, all of which appear to be OD related, indicating that toxicology results were returned and used to make those determinations. Just so you guys can see, he lists 4 of these, and as you can see, they were on September 8th of 2025, which is the same date that Celeste was recovered from the frunk of David's Tesla. They now have a manner and they now have a cause. I'm also seeing new reporting from multiple different news sites once again that the LAPD is confirming once again that they don't know if there is any charges beyond concealment of Celeste's body. The LAPD have already said this in a prior statement, so I feel like this is just them saying that same exact statement all over again, and it's because they don't have any ruling on the autopsy. They still have more investigation to be done, so I wouldn't freak out when you see those coming back up again, because the LAPD literally said that months ago. But
I'm sorry, sweetheart. Big shout out to you. You do an excellent job, Kadisha Lynn. I'm sorry to break it to you. They have nothing. They have nothing. I don't expect to see an arrest in this case on D4VD. I don't expect to see it. Maybe they're going to arrest whoever they found driving that car up and down. They're not in a rush to do that because all they have on that person is possibly a misdemeanor. And then you have to prove that they knew that somebody was in the trunk. You have to prove. You have to have video of the person opening the trunk and seeing that there's a body in there and they're not reporting it and getting back in the car and driving back and forth. So even that is not a slam dunk case. They have nothing. One more time. They have nothing. Okay. We're going to stay on this. We're going to stay on this till we find justice for Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I'm going to tell you this one, though. I'm not one of those YouTubers that, oh, you know what I said is the law. I said they have nothing, so they have nothing. I would like to be proven wrong. I would like to come on this channel and say, you know what? I thought they had nothing, but they're arresting him, and now he's facing charges for what he may have did allegedly, all that good stuff. I want justice for Celeste. I'm not a fan of D4VD. Never heard his music before. I'm old. I don't listen to that music. That stuff doesn't excite me. I'm still listening to Tupac and Backstreet Boys. Odd combination, right? And Smashing Pumpkins. Believe in me. All I want is justice for the victim. So if I'm wrong, we'll be right back here. Hey, listen, I'm wrong. The case is moving forward. It is what it is. But it looks like they have nothing, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like they have nothing. All right, we're about to get out of here real quick. Big shout out to Flojo TV, who's now a recruit member. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the family. We appreciate you guys. We had a big turnout today. We appreciate everybody who came through and joined us. I know we had some connectivity issues on the live and probably made the viewing experience a little sucky. Doesn't always happen, but listen, we are a slave to what the ISP does, Verizon Fios, right? So we had bad storms. Who knows? Maybe they knocked down some wires and that kind of messed up with the connectivity. But we're here. We do appreciate you guys for joining us. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out the door because we need that support so that the channel could grow. Also, consider becoming members of True Crime and Strategic. We have a really, really good catalog in our members only section, and we post all the time new Patreon videos which are exclusive only to the membership. So consider becoming a Patreon member if you want to see those exclusive videos that are never posted on YouTube. Many of them are too spicy for YouTube, so I can't put it here because I'll get severely moderated and beat up and, you know, spanked by YouTube's algorithm. So guys, we appreciate you guys immensely. You guys are amazing. We'll see you guys on the next one. Strategic is out of here. Peace.